Unintentionally arriving at Mount Tai, Lin Changqing awakens his lunar physique, bearing the legacy and ancient divine waters to the continent of Dou Qi. He becomes a member of one of the 8 clans, the Soul Clan. Ambitious and determined, Lin Changqing aspires to reach the pinnacle of the Dou Qi Continent. However, due to his lack of recognition within the clan and the scarcity of cultivation resources, his path is fraught with challenges. Yet, these obstacles do not deter him. Through cunning stratagems, he manages to seize a significant fortune from the Soul Clan's archrival, the Ancient Clan. Little does he anticipate the ensuing chaos. Miss Xun'er, you surely do not wish to see young Master Xiao Yan. What the hell? Gu Xun'er, do not approach me. Chapter 1. The Scoundrel. Mount Tai, also known as Daishan, is one of the 5 great mountains, revered as the foremost among the 5 mountains and the greatest mountain under heaven. This ancient and formidable peak is steeped in history, having inspired countless myths and legends. Nestled halfway up the mountain, there exists a serene woodland, where clouds caress the treetops, mists flow through the valleys, verdant forests sway in the breeze, and white waters cascade down the gorges, resembling a celestial paradise. At this moment, the resplendent sun hangs high in the sky, lavishly pouring down its dazzling golden rays, which pierce through the verdant canopy and illuminate the forest floor, creating a mosaic of light. Lin Changqing. Explain yourself. Who was that woman that just called you the one with the purple avatar? A sharp, furious cry shatters the tranquil ambience of the woodland, startling the birds and creatures dwelling in the treetops, causing them to flutter away in panic, believing a threat was near. In the heart of the forest, a beautiful young woman, with a face etched with fury, pointed accusingly at the phone in the hands of a nearby man. Upon hearing her accusation, Lin Changqing's expression shifted to one of helplessness. He sighed and replied, "She is merely my sister, do not overthink it." The young woman, upon hearing this dismissive explanation and perceiving his nonchalant demeanor, was momentarily taken aback, disbelief flashing in her eyes. She struggled to reconcile this casual response with the tender affection he had always shown her, which had enveloped her in the bliss of romance. Her heart, once ablaze with passion for him, felt as if it had been doused with cold water, leaving it frigid and desolate. In an instant, hot tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls, her expression contorting with anguish as she shouted at Lin Changqing. "Lin Changqing, you scoundrel! It's over between us. Let's break up!" With that, she turned to flee down the mountain, covering her face in despair. Meanwhile, the strikingly handsome Lin Changqing watched a retreating figure with an air of tranquility, as if such events were merely routine, stirring not a ripple of emotion. Within him, he shrugged and ambled down the forest path. Despite the unforeseen turn of events transforming from 2 companions to a solitary traveler resolved to explore the beauty of Mount Tai. Lin Changqing, a roguish young man of striking appearance, rivaling the most popular actors on television, often indulged in the pleasures of life, relying on his looks and a modest income to navigate the world of romance with ease. He traversed the steep forest path. A subtle vibration emanated from his pocket. Glancing at his phone, he saw a message from a girl with a purple-themed avatar. "Bad brother, you haven't come to find me in days. When will you visit? I miss you so much, Shy.jpg." A wicked grin spread across Lin Changqing's face at the sight of the message. And just as he prepared to respond, disaster struck. Damn. His attention diverted to his phone. Lin Changqing failed to notice a protruding rock ahead. His foot caught, sending him tumbling down the mountain path, losing his balance. Chapter 2. Reincarnation. Bang. Lin Changqing tumbled down the narrow path through the forest, ultimately losing control of his body as he veered off the trail, sliding sideways before crashing to the ground like a ragged burlap sack. Oh no. Lin Changqing, trembling, rose from the ground, his appearance in a state of utter disarray. His once stylish hairstyle had transformed into a chaotic nest, adorned with several stray blades of grass. The pristine white casual short-sleeve shirt he wore had become a tattered rag, soiled with dust. Numerous abrasions marred his skin, and he felt searing pain in his arms and calves, as if they had been fractured. Am I facing retribution? Lin Changqing was taken aback by this sudden calamity, questioning himself with a hint of insecurity, and then surveying his surroundings. The area was overgrown with weeds, swarming with mosquitoes, and the trees grew in a haphazard manner, clearly untouched by the hands of park staff. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Changqing gritted his teeth, clutching his injured hand, and limped forward, uncertain of his location. His phone was nowhere to be found, and he felt excruciating pain in his limbs, making it impossible to crawl back to the place from which he had just fallen. He could only move forward in search of a path. After approximately half an hour of wandering through the woods, a crystal cave came into view, captivating Lin Changqing. He found himself momentarily stunned. As if he had encountered this cave before. Deep within his heart, a voice urged him to enter the cave, as if something within held profound significance for him. Resolutely, Lin Changqing pressed on into the cavern. Upon entering, he was met with a chilling coldness that felt eerily out of place on this sweltering summer day, sending shivers down his spine. Nevertheless, he clenched his teeth, suppressing his unease, and followed the inner voice deeper into the cave. Eventually, he reached the depths of the cave, where a vast space unfolded before him. In the center stood a small stone platform featuring a depression, as though it had once held a significant object. Before the platform lay a small pool, dark as ink and seemingly ominous. Lin Changqing hesitated, uncertain of what to do. Suddenly, the depression on the stone platform emitted a blinding light that shot towards him, piercing into his mind. In an instant, a deafening hum resonated within his head, and he lost consciousness, plunging into the dark pool. When Lin Changqing regained awareness, he found himself in a peculiar realm, devoid of physical form. His soul was enveloped by a surge of energy, while another energy within the space converged upon his essence, only to be dispersed by the force of his own soul. Ultimately, his spirit was enveloped by the energy deep within his being. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through his essence as a cascade of information flooded into his mind. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, he finally unraveled the information within his soul. The true essence of the moon? The true body of the moon? Me? Lin Changqing discovered through the insights of his soul that he was, in fact, the so-called true body of the moon. However, in his previous life, due to a lack of energy in that world, the essence of the moon was concealed deep within his soul. The energy within that cave awakened his true body of the moon and infused his soul with the legendary waters and the inheritance of the true body of the moon, subsequently allowing him to reincarnate into another realm. At that moment, he found himself in the womb, where the essence of the moon within his soul was reshaping his innate true body of the moon. Lin Changqing had already come to understand another source of energy present in the womb. This was the Dou Qi Continent, the very Dou Qi Continent he was familiar with. He was located in the Soul Clan, and that energy was unmistakably the innate bloodline power of the Soul Clan, though it had been meticulously purged by his moon essence. The Soul Clan, huh? After grasping his situation, Lin Changqing fell into a deep slumber, having experienced much in such a brief span of time. He felt weary, both in body and spirit. Chapter 3, Soul Changqing. 17 years later, in a meticulously crafted estate belonging to the Soul Clan, a biting chill enveloped the courtyard, freezing the vitality within dozens of miles around. The Dou Qi in the air formed a swirling vortex, converging at the center of the courtyard. After an indeterminate amount of time, the surrounding Dou Qi finally settled, the chill dissipated, and the temperature began to rise. After 10 years, he had finally made initial refinements to the 3 waters of truth, condensing them into his original essence. At the center of the courtyard, a youth in a black robe, with his eyes closed and legs crossed, exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. This youth was none other than Lin Changqing, who had reincarnated 17 years prior. At this moment, he should be referred to as Soul Changqing. Soul Changqing felt the 3 waters of truth within him begin to fall under his control, filling his heart with joy. The cultivation technique he practiced, the true essence of the moon, was perfectly attuned to his true body of the moon, possessing boundless power. Moreover, with the initial refinement of the 3 waters of truth from the depths of his soul, he found himself equipped with the potential to ascend to the pinnacle of this brutal world. The 3 waters of truth, weak water, residing above the 33 heavens, floats within the celestial sea, untouched by the mortal realm for generations, representing the purest water in existence. Yet, purity to the utmost degree is also the most potent poison. Once tainted, one would be wholly dissolved and purified by the weak water, erased from the mortal realm with no hope of reincarnation. Above the weak water lies a domain of its own, where nothing floats, and even celestial beings find passage impossible. Regardless of one's profound cultivation, daring to traverse the weak water leads only to one fate: to sink into the depths, being dissolved and transformed into a part of the weak water itself. Of course, Soul Changqing's weak water possessed merely a trace of the source of weak water, imbued with its qualities of dissolution and assimilation. However, as he gradually grew stronger in the days to come, the true might of this divine entity would inevitably manifest. The primordial heavy water, situated at the depths of the celestial Milky Way, possesses the ability to transform a single drop into an endless ocean, with each droplet weighing tens of thousands of pounds, layered and stacked, embodying immense power. The trisolar divine water is a potent amalgamation of 3 primordial divine waters: the sun, moon, and stars. Each of these divine waters, unique and unparalleled, is both a miraculous elixir and a formidable poison. The solar divine water erodes flesh and bone, the lunar divine water corroding the soul and spirit, while the stellar divine water devours the essence of true consciousness. When the golden solar divine water, the silver lunar divine water, and the purple stellar divine water unite, they coalesce into the trisolar divine water, the legendary cure-all of myth. This extraordinary potion not only neutralizes all poisons across the realms and the six paths, including those deemed incurable, but also heals all wounds and ailments, even restoring lost souls, with its effects deemed nothing short of miraculous. Furthermore, the soul of eternal youth cultivates the true Yin technique to refine the primordial true Yin Qi, which manifests as the true water of Yin. This true water seeks the pinnacle of coldness and lethal force, ultimately capable of freezing the myriad worlds. The true Yin technique practiced by the soul of eternal youth corresponds to an exalted constitution known as the true Yin body. The synergy between the two yields immense power. The true Yin Qi cultivated is not mere combat energy, but a refined essence resonating with the true body. Utilizing the weak water, it assimilates the combat energy of the heavens and earth into its own true Yin Qi. However, since true Yin Qi is derived from the decomposition and assimilation of combat energy, its energy level surpasses that of regular combat energy by a slight margin after purification. While combat energy is ferocious, true Yin Qi is chilling, each possessing distinct characteristics. The true Yin body, formed from the ultimate essence of Yin in the cosmos, is inherently lethal. From the womb, the soul of eternal youth was imbued with the primordial source of Yin, crystallizing into the innate true Yin body. Tragically, the mother could not withstand the overwhelming essence of Yin and the inherent murderous aura that accompanied it, passing away shortly after giving birth. The father, a high-ranking combat lord of the Soul clan stationed at the Soul Palace, met his demise years ago during an operation against the greatest alchemical sanctuary in Central Continent, the Pill Tower. Fortuitously, he had anticipated potential perils and bequeathed most of his cultivation resources to his son, ensuring that the young soul of eternal youth would not have to rely solely on his own efforts to hone his combat energy. Due to the innate true Yin body formed in the womb, the soul of eternal youth has shed the bloodline powers of the Soul clan, harboring only pure true Yin Qi within, devoid of any traces of the clan's bloodline strength. In his early years, bloodline tests revealed an unremarkable lineage, leaving his father deeply disheartened. Now, with the demise of his parents, the young soul Changqing finds himself devoid of the awakened bloodline of the Dou Emperor within him, leaving him without resources to cultivate. However, it was later discovered that he had ascended to the rank of a fighter, manifesting both water and wood attributes in his Dou Qi, particularly excelling in the water element. His exquisite mastery of water techniques allowed him to contend fiercely with talents possessing higher bloodlines, ensuring that he did not fall too far behind in resources. Thus, relying on the modest resources from his clan and the lifetime accumulation left by his father, he has cultivated himself to the current level of Dou Emperor 8th star. Yet, just moments ago, he depleted the last of the resources bequeathed by his father. Chapter 4. The Soul Clan. With his cultivation resources now exhausted, the meager rewards from undertaking tasks outside are hardly sufficient. The refining of divine water and the extraction of true Yin energy demand resources far exceeding those of an ordinary person, rendering his stay within the clan futile. As a solitary individual without the power of a bloodline, he cannot attain the resources necessary to continue his cultivation. Over the years, he has gathered intelligence regarding the Northwest, acquiring a fundamental understanding of the situation. The narrative is about to unfold, and it seems he will venture out following the clan competition in a few days. Soul Changqing rises, gazing towards the Northwest continent, his expression contemplative. Clad in a black robe, he stands with his hands clasped behind his back. His long, inky hair cascades down to his waist, each strand glistening with ethereal clarity. His visage, pale as jade, boasts exquisitely sculpted features that appear harmoniously refined. His pitch-black eyes radiate a chilling light, and the resemblance to his past life is faint yet discernible. His aura is imbued with an otherworldly chill, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. As a true Yin body, he possesses an androgynous elegance that is unparalleled. Aside from this, his appearance is undeniably captivating, rendering most women seemingly inferior in comparison. Having awakened the true Yin body, his already striking looks from his previous life have evolved towards an exquisite ideal, or perhaps restored to what they were meant to be. Although his current appearance bears some semblance to his former self, it is vastly different. Now, he wonders whether Xiao Yan has awakened the old man within that ring. That old man's bone spirit cold fire seems to resonate remarkably with him. Venturing to the Northwest may allow him to acquire that flame for research. even if no significant discoveries are made, breaking down and assimilating that flame, which closely aligns with his own physique, into his true essence would be immensely beneficial. Xiao Yan, with my unpredictable element in play, may find his ascension to the future flame emperor rendered unnecessary. The mere thought of Xiao Yan, the protagonist of this world, inadvertently ignites a surge of murderous intent within Lin Changqing, enveloping him in a chilling aura of malice. Suddenly, he furrows his brow, and the murderous energy dissipates instantly as he exhales a deep, cleansing breath. Sigh, his heart was in turmoil. He had unconsciously revealed a murderous intent. If he were to walk outside, it would undoubtedly expose some flaws, leading to unnecessary troubles. While this was somewhat related to the excessive bloodshed of recent years, it was also essential to cultivate his mental state. Lin Changqing contemplated silently. After his ascension to the spirit fighter rank, he grew dissatisfied with the superficial sparring within his clan. The true body of the Taiyin was inherently suited for slaughter, and the daily practice of restrained combat left him feeling extremely uncomfortable and repressed. It was hardly worth engaging in. Thus, after advancing to spirit fighter, he began undertaking low-level missions outside the clan, which involved capturing the souls of low-tier alchemists or annihilating weaker family factions. Initially, he required the guidance of senior disciples from his clan, who imparted various combat experiences and strategies for accomplishing tasks with minimal costs. Gradually, Lin Changqing began to mature and could tackle more challenging missions independently. On one occasion, with his 9-star spirit fighter prowess, he infiltrated a family guarded by 3 spirit kings and left a path of bloodshed in his wake. When he presented the souls of the 3 spirit kings at the Soul Hall to complete his mission, the attending official was left astonished. This news returned to the clan, and the tale of a 9-star spirit fighter obliterating a family under the protection of 3 spirit kings, coupled with Lin Changqing's strikingly handsome visage, earned him a bit of a reputation among the youth of the clan. One cannot deny that the Soul clan's upbringing amidst bloodshed is exceptionally suited to this world, where strength is the ultimate truth and the powerful dictate all. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, regardless of the heinous acts committed, others must greet them with smiles and praise their greatness. Naturally, this path of growth is ill-suited for righteous protagonists who would readily sacrifice themselves for friends and brothers, often exploding with fervor. In contrast, those emerging from the Soul clan, upon witnessing a comrade's injury, would consider it principled enough not to stab them further. Growing up in such an environment, influenced by the true body of the Taiyin, Lin Changqing had developed a degree of coldness. He was aware of this trait, yet did not dwell on it, believing it to be an advantageous quality for survival in a world that reveres strength. While he was somewhat cold and indifferent, he was not monstrous. When it was beneficial for him or required by a task, he would act decisively. However, he would not seek trouble or harm those with whom he had no connection for mere amusement. Chapter 5. The Soul Clan Tournament. A few days later, at the Soul Clan Square, the sky above the square was thick with ominous clouds, casting a dark shroud over the area, while tendrils of chilling, sinister energy lingered in the air. Around the square, pillars of a deep crimson hue, composed of an unknown material, stand tall. Suspended before each pillar is a stone as dark as ink. This environment evokes a sense of oppression at first glance, enough to leave an ordinary person bewildered. However, perhaps due to their unique practices and mental fortitude, the members of the Soul clan find this atmosphere remarkably comfortable, thriving as if in their natural habitat. At this moment, the square is teeming with individuals, predominantly clad in uniform black robes, with only a handful adorned in vibrant attire. It is noteworthy that the Soul clan exhibits a particular fondness for the color black, not mandated by any decree, yet embraced by many for its association with stealth and mystery. Nonetheless, there are always those who stand out amidst the crowd, while everyone else dons black. They choose to wear other colors to assert their individuality. For instance, some aesthetically inclined women of the clan and a few self-proclaimed prodigies, such as Hunfeng and Hunei, choose to don striking white robes. Standing before the throng, they create a striking contrast against the sea of black, exuding a formidable presence. Meanwhile, Lin Changqing approaches the center of the square, dressed in a black robe that renders him indistinguishable from the crowd. Yet, despite this, his arrival captures the attention of all, sparking a flurry of whispers among the onlookers. As Lin Changqing's gaze sweeps across the assembly, both men and women instinctively lower their heads. This is not due to any fear of his ruthless reputation or the heavy aura of lethality that surrounds him. After all, each member present harbors their own share of formidable presence. It is not that Lin Changqing has accomplished any significant feats within the clan that instill fear among all. Rather, he is merely a solitary figure lacking in capability and support, yet still brazenly assertive within the clan, a behavior that undoubtedly borders on folly. The true source of his influence lies in his strikingly unconventional appearance, which is ill-suited to the norms of this realm. The young women of the clan, when cast under his gaze, cannot help but lower their heads in shyness, their hearts racing with an uncontainable flutter. Similarly, the young men instinctively avert their eyes from Lin Changqing, intimidated by his exceptional beauty, fearful that even a fleeting glance might sway their own inclinations. Consequently, among the youth of the clan, few dare to meet Lin Changqing's gaze directly. The male disciples, upon seeing him, often bow their heads in frustration, grumbling inwardly. What on earth does a man with such looks intend to achieve? All the girls in the clan are flocking to him. What are we to do? Such actions will undoubtedly complicate the family planning within the community, my dear. Before the crowd, the two figures, Soul Wind and Soul Jade, caught sight of the tardy Soul Changqing. However, their expressions were less than favorable. They turned away, seemingly indifferent to Soul Changqing's presence. It is not due to any discord between Soul Changqing and them. Indeed, Soul Changqing lacks the standing to offend the two most prominent heirs of their respective clans. Rather, in their childhood, Soul Feng and Soul Yu were prone to rivalry and competition, each refusing to yield to the other. On one occasion, they inadvertently laid eyes on Soul Changqing. At that time, they were all mere children, and Soul Changqing possessed an ambiguous appearance, with a voice that leaned towards neutrality. Thus, these two clever ones eagerly sought to ingratiate themselves with Soul Changqing, desiring to forge a friendship. Soul Changqing, fully aware of their intentions, initially contemplated clarifying the situation. However, upon witnessing the array of elixirs and rare treasures they presented, his eyes widened in astonishment. He feigned ignorance, accepting their gifts with apparent delight, without any hesitation. Subsequently, the two eventually discovered that Soul Changqing was, in fact, male, and each brandished a knife, approaching him with darkened expressions to demand an explanation. Soul Changqing, however, feigned ignorance, claiming, "You never inquired whether I am male or female. You expressed a desire for friendship and offered me gifts. How could I possibly refuse your kindness?" This was the exact wording of Soul Changqing at the time, which left Soul Feng and Soul Yu seething with frustration, unable to retaliate. Even now, the mere recollection of Soul Changqing's words ignites a desire within them to draw their blades. Ever since, whenever they encounter Soul Changqing, their faces darken, the resentment nearly coalescing into a palpable force. Soul Changqing, feeling somewhat guilty, refrains from provoking them, choosing to act as if he has not seen them whenever they cross paths. Chapter 6, Bloodline Testing. Silence, please. We shall commence the bloodline testing. At this moment, an emaciated elder, his face etched with wrinkles and eyes sharp as a hawk's, rose from the viewing platform, addressing the disciples below. He cast a fleeting glance at Soul Changqing, but refrained from further comment. Youthful hearts are often impetuous, harboring peculiar views towards beauty. However, with time, they will learn not to dwell too heavily on such matters. We elders were once similarly impassioned, all strikingly handsome and dashing, yet now we present a more fearsome visage. Though they possess the power to maintain their youthful appearances, most do not place great emphasis on it. At their level of strength, only advancements in power or significant clan matters can truly captivate their attention. Trivialities seldom stir their hearts. It is not that they have lost interest in beauty or disregard their own appearances. Rather, it is their status that attracts countless women, eager to offer themselves, regardless of their fearsome appearance. Thus, does the question of beauty truly hold significance? Before long, numerous disciples began to approach, gathering in front of a colossal jet-black stone, ready to undergo the bloodline test. This examination occurs periodically, allowing for the re-recording of results. Generally, once a bloodline is established, it remains unchanged. However, in this fantastical world, anything is possible. Some disciples may venture forth on missions, encountering adversaries that leave them severely wounded, destabilizing their foundation and diminishing their bloodline. Conversely, one might stumble upon fortuitous encounters that enhance their bloodline. A prime example would be a disciple returning victorious, aided by the ethereal devourer from the spirit-eating clan to elevate their bloodline quality. The bloodline is ultimately the coveted treasure of the Dou Emperor family, necessitating regular re-evaluations to identify suitable candidates for resource allocation. The recorded bloodlines are as follows: Soul Ice, 3rd tier bloodline, 8-star Dou Spirit. Soul Fire, unranked, 2-star Dou Spirit. Soul Xiao Yan, 6th tier bloodline, 7-star Dou Wang. Soul Bai, 8th tier bloodline, 7-star Dou Huang. Soul Feng, divine tier bloodline, 2-star Dou Zong. Soul Yu, 9th tier bloodline, 1-star Dou Zong. One by one, disciples from the Soul clan stepped forward to test their bloodlines. Familiar with their own rankings, none exhibited extreme emotions. The elder on the platform maintained an impassive demeanor, diligently recording the names of those approaching for testing. Soul Changqing, step forward, intoned the elder with a voice devoid of warmth. Soul Changqing approached the massive stone, and with a swift motion, he drew a line across his palm, leaving a crimson mark. He let a drop of blood fall into the stone's central groove, which immediately emanated a faint, ethereal glow. The elder glanced at it and announced, Soul Changqing, unranked, 8-star Dou Huang. He continued to record without a word. Soul Changqing shrugged, fully aware of his status. An esteemed bloodline would indeed indicate a serious matter. He then turned to leave the platform. The onlookers, familiar with Soul Changqing's handsome visage, were already privy to some of his background, sparing him from the typical scornful remarks. It is worth noting that despite lacking bloodline power, his mastery of water-based combat techniques is remarkable. Among the younger generation within the clan, his combat prowess ranks among the finest, and he stands out as a leader in cultivation as well. Many disciples without bloodline abilities regard Soul Changqing as an idol and seek to learn from him, much to the delight of several elders. Chapter 7. Rewards. With the bloodlines assessed, the next step involves the evaluation of strength, divided into 2 parts. In the first segment, you shall enter a secluded space established by Elder Xiao, wherein reside magical beasts of ranks 4 to 7. Vanquishing these beasts will yield corresponding points, and within this realm lie numerous treasures nurtured by the small worlds, which you may freely collect, with no interference from the clan. In the second segment, upon exiting the small world, you will engage in a contest upon the battle platform before you, where victories and defeats will respectively augment or diminish your points. The top 50 participants shall gain access to the scripture repository, where they may select martial techniques and acquire abundant resources. Those in the top 10 not only gain entry to the repository, but also to the first level of the treasure hall, from which they may choose a clan relic. The third-place winner may have their bloodline enhanced by Lord Xiu Tunyan. The second-place winner can request Elder Hung Suzi to concoct an 8th-grade elixir. The first-place victor shall receive a spark of flame from Lord Xiu Tunyan. As the disciples listened, their breaths became heavier. Although the clan regularly holds competitions with commendable rewards, none anticipated such bounteous offerings this time. Elder Hun Chong, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes slightly. The rewards for first and third place held little allure for him. However, the other rewards greatly intrigued him, prompting contemplation. The clan had never been so generous before. This sudden display of bounty suggested that the clan's plans were about to unfold. Clearly, there was an urgent emphasis on cultivating the younger generation to swiftly develop a core strength. It appeared that the Hun clan intended to take action against the other clans in the coming years. Elder Hun Chong's gaze deepened, yet he suddenly smiled, realizing that this matter did not concern him directly. The clan's plans were for the prominent figures to ponder, while his primary task was to grow swiftly. Once he matured, he would naturally transition from a mere pawn to a player, capable of subduing all malevolent spirits and creatures. As Elder Hun Chong pondered, a spatial rift opened above the platform, and the elder standing beside it declared, "The spatial rift is now open. Upon entering, you will be dispersed to various corners of the small world. After 7 days, the rift will reopen to retrieve you. Remember, do not cause large-scale casualties among the clan's disciples. Now proceed." The elder's words carried profound implications. Do not cause large-scale death? In other words, it implies that small-scale skirmishes can occur among kin. However, these clansmen discerned the underlying implication in the elder's words and paid it little heed. Each of them was inherently ruthless, having their hands stained with blood to varying degrees since childhood. They had long grown accustomed to such matters. Soul Changqing sighed softly, contemplating the brutal yet effective methods employed in cultivating powerful warriors. It was no surprise that before the imperial battle, the Soul clan was able to contend with the entirety of the central continent, leaving their opponents gasping for breath. Indeed, the disparity lay in such training. After a moment of reflection, Soul Changqing followed the main group towards the spatial rift. Upon reaching the rift, he stepped forward, instantly feeling weightless, his mind clouded, while a piercing noise buzzed incessantly in his ears. Moments later, he found himself in a corner of a small world. After a considerable time, he finally recovered from the disorienting passage through the spatial rift, shaking his head and offering a wry smile. He realized that not having reached the Dou zone level and only possessing a rudimentary grasp of spatial power made traversing such rifts quite uncomfortable. If this was his condition, he could only imagine the state of those at the Dou Ling and Dou Wang levels. Shaking off these thoughts, Soul Changqing began to explore this small world in earnest. In Chapter 8, titled Soul Wind and Soul Jade, Soul Changqing found himself in a dense forest, where bizarre trees towered over him, 4 to 5 times larger than ordinary ones. Their pitch-black trunks appeared exceedingly peculiar, surrounded by jagged rocks and rampant weeds, with a darkened sky that cast a suffocating gloom. Soul Changqing could only lament the aesthetic choices of the Soul Clan elders, who had managed to create such an oppressive environment even within their own realm. With a resigned smile, he commenced his search for points, feeling quite enticed by the rewards on offer. Although defeating the Soul Wind and Soul Jade would pose no significant challenge given his strength, he had no intention of doing so. His performance within the clan had been moderate over the years, and he saw no need to attract undue attention as he prepared to depart. The rewards for the top 3 positions, particularly the enhancement of the Dou Emperor bloodline, were unnecessary for him. He merely sought to cultivate his pure Tine true body. As for the subfire of the void devouring flame, it was undoubtedly a trap. Those Soul Clan cultivators who possessed it had all fallen under its control, and Soul Changqing would be foolish to covet such a perilous asset. The reward for alchemy from the Soul Shuzi, however, was indeed tempting. Yet, the prospect of drawing unwanted attention by striving for second place appeared rather troublesome. He anticipated that his outing would inevitably create some disturbance, and thus sought to remain inconspicuous, preferring that any commotion not be traced back to him. Therefore, he resolved to forego the second-place reward, content to secure a position within the top 10 and acquire a substantial amount of cultivation resources. Given his previously demonstrated prowess, a top 10 finish seemed a mere formality. The Soul Eternal, transformed into wings of true energy, though the essence may differ slightly, he has yet to transcend the cultivation system of the Dou Qi Continent. It is merely the form of energy that appears peculiar. Unfolding his wings of true energy, Soul Eternal ascended skyward, soaring at remarkable speed above the bizarre forest while harnessing his soul power to sense the movements of the magical beasts within. Meanwhile, at another location near the forest, the adversaries Soul Wind and Soul Jade fortuitously crossed paths and, as expected, engaged in combat. Damn it, Soul Wind, you are merely a tier above me. Had I not been preoccupied with a recent combat technique, you would have long since been surpassed by me. Prepare to experience my latest mastery, the Ghost Dance Soul Hand. The furious roar of Soul Jade resonated through the valley, as formidable Dou Qi gathered around him, channeling energy forward with outstretched hands. Dark energy surged forth, gradually coalescing into an enormous, ominous black hand before him. This hand, shrouded in darkness and swirling black mist, appeared to harbor countless tormented souls, their cries echoing in a chilling cacophony. Across from Soul Jade, Soul Wind regarded the unfolding technique with a grave expression, abandoning his previous nonchalance. He recognized this combat skill, a formidable Earth-tier intermediate technique known within their clan. It was notoriously difficult to master, requiring the souls of many powerful beings, numerous rare herbs, and the ability to endure the corrosive influence of both powerful souls and malevolent spirits. He had not anticipated that Soul Jade would successfully cultivate this technique. Humph. The abyssal soul erosion. Soul Wind scoffed, sweeping his hands outward, unleashing a torrent of Dou Qi. 5 formidable, several-meter-long whirlwinds coalesced around him, exuding an intimidating presence. The 5 whirlwinds surged toward the enormous black hand, which showed no fear. It struck down upon 2 of the whirlwinds, dispersing them instantly with a terrifying wave of ghostly energy. Startled, Soul Wind quickly directed the remaining 3 whirlwinds to converge upon the colossal hand. The wind-based Dou Qi, infused with the Soul Clan's unique techniques, momentarily matched the dreadful ghostly energy, resulting in a stalemate. Observing this equal footing, a sense of urgency gripped Soul Wind, prompting him to address Soul Jade. Soul Jade, we have only just entered the secret realm. Now is not the time to determine our victor. Let us first clear out the others together, shall we? Though Soul Jade's temperament was volatile, he was not dim-witted enough to ignore the situation. He acquiesced, and the 2 promptly ceased their techniques. Indeed, it is on the battleground that we shall ascertain our victor, not within this uncharted secret realm. I shall defeat you before all, but for now, let us join forces to eliminate the others, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications. With a cold glance at Soul Wind, Soul Jade responded with a measured tone. Upon hearing the words of Soul Jade, he felt a sense of disdain within, yet he refrained from expressing it vocally. Chapter 9. Soul Wind and Soul Jade Seek Revenge. As Soul Wind and Soul Jade prepared to embark together, Soul Jade abruptly halted, prompting a look of curiosity from Soul Wind. Noticing the bewilderment in Soul Wind's gaze, Soul Jade spoke calmly. Recently, Soul Changqing has gained quite a reputation. Without relying on the power of his bloodline, he has achieved the remarkable level of an 8-star Dou Huang at the tender age of 17, making him one of the notable prodigies within our clan. However, I believe we ought to teach him a lesson, to remind him that there are always individuals beyond his ken and realms beyond his understanding. This would prevent him from becoming overly arrogant, leading him to fade into mediocrity due to his lack of bloodline power. What do you think, Soul Wind? Upon hearing Soul Jade mention Soul Changqing, Soul Wind's countenance darkened ominously. He understood full well the implications of Soul Jade's words. While the desire to reprimand Soul Changqing was genuine, the rest was merely pretense. Nonetheless, Soul Wind had long harbored the intention to give Soul Changqing a taste of reality, though opportunities had been scarce. Now, within the secret realm, it was indeed time to properly address Soul Changqing. I concur with your assessment. We must indeed take a firm stance with Soul Changqing. This is ultimately for his own good. Let us proceed, Soul Wind remarked coldly, directing his flight towards a specific destination. The mere mention of Soul Changqing soured his mood, igniting a desire to confront him immediately. However, neither of them spoke of killing Soul Changqing. After all, even they recognized his talent. And who were they? They were the legitimate heirs of the Soul Emperor, destined to assume the mantle of clan leader in due time. Although Soul Jade's bloodline may not rival that of Soul Wind, with the existence of the void devouring flame, he was sure to evolve into a 10th-rank Dou Emperor bloodline in the future. The identity of the young clan leader remained uncertain. Furthermore, Soul Changqing had substantial potential for growth. Regardless of who became the young clan leader, he would undoubtedly serve as their right-hand man. To eliminate Soul Changqing would be tantamount to extinguishing a capable ally for their future endeavors, an act driven by mere frustration, which they would never stoop to commit. If they were to engage in such folly, while it might not bear immediate consequences, news reaching the Soul Emperor would undoubtedly lead him to perceive them as immature. Wasting their support over trivial matters and personal grievances would surely disappoint him. Should the Soul Emperor decide to train an alternate successor, the ramifications would be dire. Meanwhile, far away in the secret realm of the monster forest, Soul Changqing remained blissfully unaware of the schemes devised by the astute Soul Wind and Soul Jade. However, even if he were aware, he would not be overly concerned. With his current strength, should he unleash his full power, he was confident he could defeat them with a 70% certainty and eliminate them with a mere 20%, should he choose to conceal his abilities. Soul Changqing knew that these two clever individuals would not be able to detain him. At this moment, Han Changqing was engaged in a fierce battle with a newly ascended 7th-tier magical beast deep within the dense forest. Owing to certain measures laid by the elders of the Han clan concerning space, even magical beasts at the 7th tier were unable to transform, remaining in their beastly forms. Consequently, upon encountering humans, these creatures exhibited expressions of profound resentment and hostility, attacking on sight. As Han Changqing deftly evaded the assaults of the 7th-tier beast before him, he couldn't help but marvel at the creature's presence. To his astonishment, he discovered a Xiao bimming python nestled within this spatial secret realm. It must have been captured by Elder Han Xiao, he mused. Though he pondered whether other mythical beings such as the Tianyao Phoenix or the Taiku Shulong might also reside here. However, such a prospect seemed unlikely. The Taiku Shulong clan had isolated themselves, existing in a realm of their own, effectively eluding discovery. The Tianyao Phoenix, while still roaming Zhongzhou, was not to be underestimated either. It seemed the Xiao bimming python was among the last of its kind, a mere handful remaining, which rendered its capture inconsequential, yet fortuitous for him. The dark energy emanating from this Xiao bimming python was exceptionally suited for him. Absorbing it could potentially enhance his abilities significantly. He wondered if this encounter might enable him to break through to the 9th star of Dou Huan. Chapter 10, The Xiao bimming python. With this thought, Han Changqing's gaze ignited with fervor as he fixated on the Xiao bimming python, his expression akin to that of a treasure hunter rather than a mere adversary. The Xiao bimming python, taken aback by the intensity of Han Changqing's stare, was subsequently engulfed in wrath. Such a gaze was all too familiar. It was the expression it bore each time it spotted its prey. The fact that it, a creature of great renown among the 3 major magical beasts, was being scrutinized in such a manner stripped it of all rational thought. With a sudden contraction of its massive form, the python lunged at Han Changqing like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, dozens of ice spikes coalesced beside it, hurtling towards Han Changqing, effectively sealing off every possible escape route. Yet, Han Changqing remained remarkably composed in the face of this onslaught. He brought his fingers together and pressed them to his forehead, a glimmer of pale blue light illuminating the air. A droplet of water materialized before him, and channeling his internal energy, he swept his fingertip across the droplet, which instantaneously split into 2, then 4, transforming from a single droplet into a small spring. The water surged forth, coalescing into a transparent shield of light that enveloped Han Changqing. Bathed in sunlight, the shield, formed from the water droplet, shimmered with a mesmerizing beauty. As the shield solidified, the magical beast's assault arrived in a flash, striking the luminous barrier without reservation. However, each attack dissipated upon contact, leaving behind only ripples that testified to the reality of the confrontation. When the Xiao bimming python collided with the shield, It was met with an overwhelming force that surged through its body, propelling it hundreds of meters away in an instant. A colossal pit, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, formed at the site of the descent, rendering the beast trapped within unable to rise. This luminous shield was conjured by Dou Qi, utilizing a primordial heavy water combined with an advanced defensive water attribute martial technique of the mysterious tier. The weight of the primordial heavy water, augmented by the essence of the lunar true energy, endowed this technique with a formidable strength equivalent to that of an intermediate earth tier. Additionally, it could rebuff physical attacks, reflecting the force of an opponent's assault back upon them, enhanced by the reactionary power of the primordial heavy water. Dou Qi landed nearby, observing the great python within the pit, and with a smirk, remarked, "You dare to attack me with ice spikes forged from the netherworld's gloomy essence? I must say, your extreme energy is merely a tonic for me. Consider it unfortunate to have crossed paths with me. Out of kindness, I shall expedite your journey to the afterlife." A chilling smile graced his lips, and his words plunged the netherworld's python into a state of icy dread. Overwhelmed by fear, it lost its composure and began to curse vehemently. "Demon, you of the Soul clan are no better than devils. You shall not escape unscathed. The other 7 clans will not permit your actions to go unchecked, and you will inevitably face their united wrath." Oh, it seems this little serpent possesses quite a bit of wisdom. However, if these are to be your last words, then it is time for you to depart. Dou Qi replied, his smile unwavering as a shimmering blade of water materialized in his hand, hurtling towards the netherworld's python. The python, devoid of any strength to resist, could only gaze at the stunning figure before it, beautiful as a celestial being, yet with a heart as sinister as a demon from the abyss, determined to etch this visage into its memory. As the water blade, infused with immense lunar true energy and murderous intent, approached, the python summoned its final ounce of strength to cry out, "Demon, even in death, I shall not let you go unpunished." In an instant, the water blade cleaved it into countless minuscule pieces. Dou Qi, having heard its lament, scoffed, "Fear not. I shall not grant you the chance to haunt the living. Your soul serves as a token for my points. How could I allow you to linger as a ghost? Do not be naive." He then retrieved a vessel from his storage ring, a specialized apparatus crafted by the Soul clan for the purpose of soul collection. Each member equipped with a set, both exquisite and affordable. Ignoring the python's venomous glare, Dou Qi employed the Soul clan's soul reaping technique, soul binding absolute, to draw its essence into the container. He then approached the scattered remains, retrieving a dark diamond crystal from among the remains. Chapter 11, The Cavern. Holding the netherworld's python's magic core, which exuded wisps of the ominous energy from the yellow springs, Dou Qi smiled with satisfaction, subsequently stowing it away in his storage ring, before turning towards the cavern of the netherworld's python. This creature had ruled over this strange forest for an unfathomable duration. The peculiar forest was indeed shaped by the continuous inhalation and exhalation of the nether fiend python, which had transformed the essence of its clan's techniques into the ominous nether chi. Within the cave abode, there undoubtedly lay a wealth accumulated over the years. Yet the current state of Dou Qi was one of utter destitution, having exhausted all resources and treasures. Although the nether fiend python was merely a 7th-tier magical beast, even the smallest of mosquitoes is still flesh. Thus, Dou Qi had no reason to let this opportunity slip by. The mere refinement of the Taiyin true qi alone demanded an exorbitant amount of resources, not to mention the sacrificial cultivation of the 3 divine waters within his body. The primal true water and the Taiyin true water, as well as the cultivation of combat techniques, each consumed resources at a staggering rate. Dou Qi was utterly overwhelmed, and if he continued to be picky and extravagant, he would surely face bankruptcy. Before long, Dou Qi arrived at the entrance of the cavern formed from countless bizarre stones, the lair of the nether fiend python. He strode confidently into the cave. Soon, he reached the innermost depths and was taken aback by the scene before him. There lay a small, pitch-black pool, surrounded by an array of exotic flowers and herbs in various hues. Astonishingly, it was the nether cold pool, the absolute ingrass, the underworld yellow treasure flower, and the great nether tree. This sight nearly caused Dou Qi's eyes to pop out in disbelief. He had never anticipated that this nether fiend python was akin to a small treasure serpent. While these herbs were not the rarest of heavenly wonders, they were nonetheless exceedingly valuable, particularly for Dou Qi, as they were perfect for his current quest to enhance his strength. These medicinal plants thrived on the nurturing of the nether cold pool, possessing highly refined properties of coldness and negativity, making them exceptionally rare treasures for Dou Qi at this juncture. However, Dou Qi did not immediately commence a frenzied gathering of these materials. Instead, he retrieved the magical core of the nether fiend python. His immediate priority was to absorb the energy of the magical core in conjunction with the nether cold pool. Initially, he had little confidence in advancing to the 9-star Dou Emperor solely through the magical core, but with the energy of the nether cold pool, he felt a renewed sense of assurance. For others, the magical core would typically be handed over to an alchemist for refinement into elixirs, maximizing its potential. However, elixirs were concocted through the alchemist's flames, imbued with the wild and searing energy of fire, which would be detrimental for Lin Changqing, a body of tying. Thus, direct refinement was indeed the most prudent choice for him. Reluctantly, he shed his garments, grasped the magical core tightly, and leaped into the pool. Once fully submerged, Lin Changqing summoned all his tying true qi to envelop the magical core in his grasp. The terrifying essence of the tying surged forth from the body of Lin Changqing, simultaneously drawing upon the energy of the magic core in the waters of the pool. The entire pond transformed into a vortex. As an overwhelming chill infused with darkness surged into Lin Changqing's being, repeatedly washing over him. Time seemed to lose meaning. Eventually, the once pitch-black water became clear and transparent, and the frigid aura that had pervaded the cave dissipated completely. Suddenly, a figure leapt from the water, and upon reaching the shore, he formed a blade with his fingers, condensing a stream of water at his fingertips. With a flick of his hand, the water blade shot forth instantly, cleaving through the entire cave and severing trees within 100 meters outside. Lin Changqing felt immense satisfaction at the newfound power of the water blade, stretching his limbs in contentment. The power was indeed remarkable. He anticipated that the Juyo cold pool, combined with the magic core of the Juyo diamond python, would propel him from an 8-star Dou Emperor to the pinnacle of a 9-star Dou Emperor. It wouldn't be long before he ascended to the Dou Zone level. In high spirits, Lin Changqing felt that the journey had been worthwhile, and after donning his attire, he began to collect the materials scattered around the pond. Gazing at these materials, he felt a twinge of regret. If they could be refined into pills, their efficacy would surpass mere absorption by a factor of more than 2. However, the violent fire properties would cause the tying essence to reject them if they were refined into pills. The only option would be to dissolve most of the furious medicinal potency with weak water before absorption, which would be less effective than directly refining the materials. It was a vicious cycle. If only alchemy did not require flames. Water and fire are inherently incompatible. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Alchemy. Flames. Lin Changqing's eyes lit up with realization as he recalled someone he deemed the perfect candidate for his alchemical needs. Yao Chen. Not only was Yao Chen an extraordinarily gifted alchemist, but his bone spirit cold fire, embodying extreme yin and extreme cold, made him an unparalleled choice for creating yin cold attribute pills. A peculiar expression crossed Lin Changqing's face. He had initially intended to eliminate Yao Chen after departing from his clan to acquire the bone spirit cold fire. To his surprise, he now found himself in dire need of Yao Chen's skills. How unpredictable the world can be. With a sigh of contemplation, Lin Changqing was about to take his leave when his spiritual perception detected a faint disturbance in a corner. Frowning, he approached a pile of bones, remnants likely left by the Juyo diamond python after a meal. The earlier disturbance had emanated from this very spot. As he rummaged through the remains, he uncovered a piece of Blackwood, approximately 1 meter long and half a meter thick. Upon examining it, he found no peculiarities. The wood contained no trace of energy. However, it was the only oddity amidst the remains. Lin Changqing did not dwell on the matter for long and promptly stored the piece of wood away. Regardless of its inherent value, it was small and would occupy little space in his storage ring. He believed that mysterious items often possess some utility. Subsequently, Lin Changqing unfurled his true energy into wings and soared into the sky, departing from the cave in search of points. 3 days later, Lin Changqing found himself meandering through a stone forest, feeling a sense of ennui. During these 3 days, he had slain over a dozen magical beasts, ranging from the 5th to the 6th tier, including a formidable 7th tier creature, the howling giant ape. Through his encounters with these beasts, he had fully mastered his surging power, accumulating enough points to place him among the top 10. After all, aside from Soul Yu and Soul Foam, few of his kin could vanquish a 7th tier beast. In just 5 days since his arrival, he had accomplished his primary objectives. No longer in need of hunting magical beasts, Lin Changqing now roamed the space, seeking precious herbs. Suddenly, he halted, a smile gracing his lips, and turned swiftly in a particular direction. He sensed an aura emanating from nearby, characteristic of rare spiritual treasures, an opportunity he could not afford to miss. However, upon approaching, he discerned 2 presences belonging to members of the Soul clan, indicating that the treasure had already been discovered. Immediately, Lin Changqing employed the concealment technique from the Tying True Resolution, stealthily advancing towards the source of the two auras. Soul Yuer, hand over that herb you just acquired, or you shall meet your demise here today. He overheard a confrontation between a man and a woman clad in black robes. The man, visibly agitated, bellowed at the woman ahead, his fighting spirit surging. Dark energy swirling around him, suggesting he was ready to strike at any moment. Soul Yang, I discovered this shadow erosion fruit first. The exchange of the shadow crystal python's core and the accompanying shadow erosion grass is already a generous offer. Do not be greedy, for insatiable hearts can swallow elephants. The woman, identified as Soul Yuer, wore a grim expression. She had found the shadow erosion fruit a day prior, having exerted tremendous effort to slay the 6th-tier guardian beast, the shadow crystal python. To her astonishment, Soul Yang lay in wait, seizing the core and attempting to claim the fruit as well. As a 6-star Dohuang, he surpassed her by 2 minor realms. Had she not utilized a secret technique to nearly triple her speed, she would have lost the shadow erosion fruit entirely. Listening to their exchange from a distance, Lin Changqing's eyes lit up at the mention of the shadow erosion fruit, an exceptional herb of the Yin-Cold attribute, accompanied by the shadow erosion grass. His luck seemed to be quite favorable. Hungry for power, the Soul Longqing licked his lips, his gaze filled with insatiable greed. If you refuse to surrender, then you shall perish. The Soul Goat, witnessing the obstinacy of Soul Yuer, drew a long blade from his storage ring, enveloping it in a fierce aura. In an instant, he appeared before Soul Yuer, striking down with deadly force. Gritting her teeth, Soul Yuer concentrated her energy to form a shield, barely deflecting the blow. She then leaped back, creating distance between herself and the Soul Goat. As she landed, a surge of blood rushed within her, and she could not suppress the spurt of crimson that escaped her lips, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at the Soul Goat. Although she had managed to block the strike, the retaliatory force had left her injured. The Soul Goat, noticing her weakened state, let out a cold chuckle, ready to press his advantage. Suddenly, a commanding shout echoed from afar. You shameless scoundrel! In broad daylight, you dare to strike a defenseless woman? Truly, you know no shame. Fear not, cousin, for your brother comes to your aid. A dark figure swiftly approached the Soul Goat with remarkable speed. The Soul Goat was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in curses. When did our clan produce such a fool who would heroically rescue a damsel? Surely, you cannot be one of us. Hearing the voice, Soul Yuer felt a surge of joy, despite her confusion over this unexpected ally. To her, this was a lifeline. She quickly squeezed out a few tears and shouted towards the shadow. Brother, this vile man is treacherous and cunning. Not only did he attempt to seize the precious herbs I labored to acquire, but he also seeks to harm me and force himself upon me. I implore you, avenge me and slay this villain. I shall reward you handsomely upon our return to the clan. Do not fret, sister. I shall deliver justice and bring this scoundrel to heel. Soul Yuer, overjoyed, could hardly believe her fortune in encountering such a naive yet powerful ally. Observing his formidable strength, she anticipated that once he dealt with the Soul Goat, she could then feign submission and turn the tables on him at the opportune moment. The dark figure had now reached the Soul Goat, and with a single strike, he unleashed a powerful blow that shattered the Soul Goat's ore-encased armor. The Soul Goat was sent flying several meters, collapsing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, his arms trembling as fear engulfed him. What appeared to be a mere light tap to the observer felt like the collision of a colossal beast to him, rendering him utterly powerless. In an instant, every bone in his body seemed to fracture, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. As the dark figure approached him slowly, the terror in the Soul Goat's eyes intensified, and with great difficulty, he stammered, "And no, that woman is deceiving you. Please spare my life. Release me, and I shall find you 10, no, 20 women more beautiful than the enchanting Soul Rain." The Soul Sheep pleaded incessantly before the slowly approaching shadow. However, upon seeing the black-eyed figure emerge from the mist, revealing an exquisite visage, he was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in realization. Soul Changqing, it is you. Soul Changqing approached the kneeling Soul Sheep, gazing down at him with a cold indifference, as if observing a mere insect. The Soul Sheep, upon meeting Soul Changqing's gaze, felt his fear dissipate. He understood that his demise was inevitable. He erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, so it is you. Soul Changqing, that foolish woman, Soul Rain, actually believed you would save her. How amusing. Dying at your hands is no injustice. That woman will meet her end today as well. I shall await her below. Ha ha ha. Soul Changqing, taken aback by the madness in the Soul Sheep's eyes, found it surprising that this individual understood him so well. Yet, it was not entirely unexpected. This person was not lacking in talent and would surely have studied the clan's prodigies thoroughly. A slight smile graced his lips. Indeed, she will join you. Have you finished your last words? Then let us embark on your journey. With that, he extinguished the Soul Sheep's essence, shattering his corporeal form. He then collected the Soul Sheep's storage ring. Soul Changqing never left a corpse intact. He obliterated his foes completely from this world. After all, this realm was too enigmatic. And he did not wish for a vanquished enemy to appear alive again due to some strange circumstances, opposing him anew. Though such possibilities were rare. The tales of his previous life were replete with characters who defied logic through resurrection. Chapter 13, The Eclipse Fruit. Having secured the Soul Sheep's ring, Soul Changqing turned towards the direction of Soul Rain. After sending the Soul Sheep flying, she had not followed but remained behind to recuperate. Approaching her, Soul Changqing smiled and spoke. Sister, the villain has been vanquished. You need not worry any longer. At that moment, Soul Rain was entranced by Soul Changqing's striking features. For she had never encountered anyone so breathtaking. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, she reflected on how he had just saved her and how remarkably handsome he was. Although he seemed somewhat naive, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to consider him. The prospect of spending time together and perhaps guiding him in the future filled her mind with blush-inducing images. Though resolute in battle and stained with blood, she was still an innocent maiden. While Soul Changqing had some renown within the clan, not everyone had seen him. Most had only heard of him. Clearly, Soul Rain had never laid eyes on Soul Changqing, mistaking him for merely an unusually handsome individual within the Soul clan. Had she encountered Hun Changqing, she would presently be contemplating how to flee and plead for mercy, rather than indulging in these trivial thoughts. After a while, Hun Yuer regained her composure. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she addressed Hun Changqing. Thank you immensely, cousin, for saving me from peril. I am profoundly grateful, and upon returning to our clan, I shall endeavor to repay you. Hun Changqing regarded the bashful Hun Yuer with keen interest, then inquired, Oh, and how do you intend to repay me? Upon hearing his words, Hun Yuer felt her face burn even more intensely. My clan lacks any significant standing. Otherwise, I would not have been subjected to such treatment. I am left with no means to repay you. Only, as she spoke, her embarrassment grew, and ultimately she lowered her gaze, unable to continue. After all, she was merely a girl in her teenage years, and articulating such sentiments was undeniably mortifying. Hun Changqing observed the coy demeanor of Hun Yuer, his expression remaining cold. He then remarked, Is that a proposal of devotion? Hun Yuer, taken aback, responded with a playful pout, Cousin, you are insufferable. With that, she playfully tapped her jade-like hand against his chest. If you are to offer yourself, then there's no need to return to the clan, let it be here. Still lost in her delightful reverie, Hun Yuer paused at his words, slightly dazed as she pointed to the ground. Huh, here? The coldness in Hun Changqing's gaze intensified as he replied, Indeed, here. You profess to offer your body. Thus, relinquish it to me for my discretion. Before Hun Yuer could fully comprehend his intentions, Hun Changqing had already acted, swiftly piercing her heart with a single clawed hand, leaving her in a state of shock as she stared at the hand that had breached her very core. Raising her gaze to Hun Changqing's face, blood trickled from her lips as she stammered, "Why?" Hun Changqing merely smiled at her, saying, I believe I have yet to properly introduce myself. Allow me to enlighten you. I am Hun Changqing. Upon hearing his name, clarity dawned on Hun Yuer, the fog of confusion dissipating from her eyes. Although she had never met Hun Changqing, she had heard of him, an outstanding figure among the younger generation of their clan, known for his ruthless ambition and the principle that profit drives action. In an instant, she comprehended that Hun Changqing had approached with the intent to kill and seize treasures. Concealed in the shadows, he had overheard her conversation with Hun Yang from the start. As for the act of ripping out her heart, it was hardly surprising. Many within the Hun clan harbored such inclinations. Initially, she too had contemplated a similar fate for Hun Changqing, but her resolve had shifted upon beholding his countenance. Hun Changqing spoke with a detached calmness. Since you are willing to offer yourself, your body now belongs to me. Therefore, I bid you farewell. Ignoring the venomous glare of Soul Rain, I extinguished her existence, executing the process with precision, leaving no trace behind. After vanquishing Soul Rain, Soul Changqing settled down to inspect the storage rings of both Soul Sheep and Soul Rain. Before long, he uncovered the elusive erosion fruit and half a life erosion herb, as well as a substantial trove of rare resources within their rings, which filled him with immense satisfaction. Indeed, the spoils from these two were equivalent to half of what I had garnered during my 3 days of wandering in chaos. Content with his thoughts, Soul Changqing collected everything into his own storage ring and departed with a light heart. However, unbeknownst to him, the commotion he had stirred attracted the attention of two individuals who harbored less than cordial sentiments towards him. Not far from the scene of the incident, Soul Wind and Soul Jade had just dispatched several disciples of the Soul Clan and were assessing their gains when Soul Wind abruptly rose, gazing towards the location where Soul Changqing had fought. With narrowed eyes, Soul Jade approached Soul Wind, licking his lips with malevolent intent, remarking, "It seems something noteworthy has transpired there. Alas, encountering me means that the treasures must be presented to us. It would be their honor." Soul Wind cast a dismissive glance at the posturing of Soul Jade, uninterested in his theatrics, and stepped into the void, soaring towards the site of the conflict. "Who are you trying to impress with your act? Do you think I care?" Seeing Soul Wind disregard him and proceed, Soul Jade inwardly cursed him for lacking courtesy, then hurried to follow, anxious that the valuable spoils might be claimed by Soul Wind alone. Soul Wind and Soul Jade arrived at the battlefield, which lay in disarray. Shattered stones, broken trees, and swirling dust bore witness to the violent clash of energies. Soul Wind meticulously examined the site, attuning himself to the lingering energies, and soon recognized one particular aura as familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he confirmed the identity of the energy's master. It was indeed Lin Changqing, the very individual he and Soul Jade had been seeking. Upon realizing the connection to Lin Changqing, Soul Wind's expression darkened, prompting him to scrutinize the battlefield even more closely. He quickly discovered two pools of blood separated by several hundred meters, each imbued with a peculiar essence. Erosion fruit. Curse it. We are too late, Lin Changqing. How ruthless. To obliterate them completely. Soul Wind never anticipated the presence of the erosion fruit here, nor that it had been seized by Lin Changqing beforehand. Furthermore, he had left no remnants of his opponents, rendering it impossible for Soul Wind to glean any useful information from the corpses. Though the erosion fruit was not particularly valuable or abundant in utility, its rarity made it a coveted find. The conditions for birth are exceedingly stringent, yet they have become something of paramount necessity for Soul Wind. He has also cultivated the combat technique, Ghost Dance Soul Hand, previously exhibited by Soul Jade. This technique wields tremendous power, and naturally, Soul Wind is greatly intrigued. However, he remains stuck at the final step, unable to successfully cultivate it due to the absence of a crucial item, the shadow eroding fruit. Since Soul Jade had commenced training in this technique before Soul Wind, all the resources within the clan had been appropriated by Soul Jade, leaving Soul Wind in a state of desperate anxiety. He had already dispatched others to search outside the clan, yet news had been slow to arrive. To his astonishment, he has now discovered this coveted shadow eroding fruit within the secret realm. Initially elated, he soon found that the fruit had been taken by an old acquaintance, causing his expression to darken considerably. Chapter 14, Demands. When Soul Wind and Soul Jade arrived, they found that Lin Changqing had not ventured far. After a brief flight, he sensed something amiss at the location he had just vacated and promptly turned back. He surmised that some disciple from the clan had detected the recent skirmish and was coming to investigate, having just tasted the sweetness of killing and seizing treasures. Lin Changqing would surely not let such an opportunity for wealth slip through his fingers, so he executed a swift return. Upon arriving at the scene, he immediately sensed that something was off and concealed himself not far away, observing Soul Wind and Soul Jade. Soul Wind, standing before the bloodstains, was murmuring about Lin Changqing, a sight that did not escape the latter's notice. Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes, pondering to himself, "These two clever individuals have likely set their sights on me, believing me to be an easy target for the shadow eroding fruit. TSK, how foolish. Were it not for the impending departure from the clan, I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson in humility. Humph, my current points are already sufficient to secure a position within the top 10. For now, I shall keep my distance. I will return to deal with you at a more opportune moment." With a cold snort, Lin Changqing quietly withdrew, and once he was beyond the perception of the duo, he soared into the sky, departing swiftly. 3 days passed, marking the 7th day since the opening of the secret realm. This 7th day is the day the spatial rift reopens for departure. The rift will manifest at the center of this small world, remaining open for a day. This small world is not exceedingly vast. A battle king can activate their battle energy to sprout wings and reach the center from any location within a matter of hours, while a battle spirit can arrive in a day at most. Thus, it is improbable for anyone to be stranded in this small world due to missing the opening of the spatial rift. Of course, there are exceptions. Some individuals may find themselves ensnared and unable to escape, consequently missing the rift. Typically, the elders of the battle saint rank would not concern themselves with one's fate, allowing them to fend for themselves, unless one possesses influential connections to petition the master of the small world for assistance. The outcome of being trapped in this realm is all too predictable. Today marks the 7th day, and the spatial rift is set to open at the center of the small world, where a square has already begun to gather numerous clan members and disciples. Each individual exuded an aura of formidable ferocity, their presence undeniably commanding. It was evident that the recent days of slaughter had not only augmented their strength, but also fortified their resolve, rendering them more decisive in battle. At this moment, Lin Changqing arrived at the square, observing the remarkable transformations undergone by his kin. He couldn't help but admire the efficacy of the Han clan's method in nurturing formidable warriors. Finding a tranquil spot adjacent to the square, Lin Changqing sat cross-legged, relishing the reprieve from the potential disturbances posed by Han Feng and Han Yu. This square was a sanctuary from violence, as it marked the conclusion of the secret realm trial, with the majority of the clan's youth gathered here. Should one instigate a conflict, it could swiftly escalate into a chaotic melee. Not long after settling down, Lin Changqing noticed Han Feng and Han Yu approaching him. Realizing evasion was futile, he rose and greeted them with a warm smile. I sensed someone had locked onto my aura earlier. I initially wondered who it might be. To my surprise, it is my esteemed brothers, Han Feng and Han Yu. Might I inquire what matters bring you to me? Han Feng and Han Yu regarded Lin Changqing with disdain, their resentment palpable. It was this very face that had seemingly derailed their youth. They yearned to smash it to pieces. Suppressing their urges, Han Feng spoke curtly. Lin Changqing, a few days ago, you must have acquired a shadow erosion fruit. That fruit holds great significance for me. I request you to hand it over, and I shall offer equivalent resources in exchange. Han Feng refrained from demanding the shadow erosion fruit outright, envisioning himself in the future role of clan leader. Lin Changqing would become his subordinate. And while the fruit was elusive, its value was not exceedingly high. He knew he could easily procure comparable resources without antagonizing Lin Changqing, which would be counterproductive. Meanwhile, Han Yu was taken aback by Han Feng's revelation. He was well aware of the fruit's purpose, having previously taken all the clan's shadow erosion fruits, cleverly outmaneuvering Han Feng. He had not anticipated that Lin Changqing possessed one. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Han Yu had not conducted a thorough investigation, merely observing Han Feng meandering about. Mumbling to himself, he had initially thought Han Feng had lost his wits and felt a twinge of satisfaction, believing the position of the young clan leader would soon be his. However, the discovery of the shadow erosion fruit's clue at the battlefield left Han Yu perturbed. Why was Han Feng so fortunate as to locate such a treasure here? Nonetheless, he deemed it prudent not to intervene, as he had already outsmarted Han Feng once. Any further interference could lead to a rift between them. It is worth noting that he currently possesses a 9th-tier bloodline, while Han Feng has already ascended to a 10th-tier bloodline a year prior, surpassing him by an entire minor realm. Previously, they had merely exchanged glances without resorting to true measures. Had they truly clashed, Han Feng would undoubtedly have subdued him with ease. In this moment, Han Yu could only hope that Lin Changqing would exhibit some fortitude and not succumb to Huanfeng's oppressive might. Upon hearing Huanfeng's words, Lin Changqing couldn't help but scoff inwardly, thinking, what makes you so indispensable while I am not? However, he maintained an expression of feigned confusion and inquired of Han Feng. Oh, the shireen fruit. Where does this remark stem from? Cousin, I have not obtained any shireen fruit. At these words, Huanfeng's expression soured, and he struggled to suppress his rising fury, responding darkly, 3 days ago. You clashed with others, and I sensed the presence of both you and the shireen fruit at that location. How do you explain this? Lin Changqing pretended to have an epiphany, slapping his palm against his forehead, and replied, Ah, so that is what you meant, cousin. You see, on that day, 2 fools, with nothing but low-tier Dou Qi cultivation, dared to ambush me. I was utterly enraged and, in my fury, struck them down without mercy, reducing them to ashes. Their spatial rings did not escape unscathed either. Alas, cousin, I truly regret that had I known they possessed what you seek, I would have shown restraint. Just look at this. Lin Changqing expressed his apologies to Han Feng. Hearing Lin Changqing's words, Huanfeng's expression darkened to an extreme, nearly palpable, with fury. He was keenly aware of Lin Changqing's insinuation, that he was unaware and possessed nothing. Thus, he should not be sought for what was desired. Furthermore, there were no flaws in Lin Changqing's words. Regardless of whether Han Feng believed him, there was no possibility of demanding an inspection of Lin Changqing's spatial ring, leading Han Feng to realize that he would not acquire the shireen fruit today. He truly had no recourse against Lin Changqing at this moment. Humph, you are quite clever. With no further options, Han Feng let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Han Yu watched Huanfeng's embarrassment with great delight, feeling elated and, in turn, found Lin Changqing somewhat more agreeable. Chapter 15, Severe Injury. Moments later, a violent spatial fluctuation erupted above the plaza, causing the heavens to shatter like a mirror, revealing a dark and profound rift. The spatial rift had finally opened, unleashing a terrifying pull that drew the disciples of the Han clan one by one into its depths. Lin Changqing gazed at the unfolding scene, marveling at the might of the Dousheng power. I shall soon reach such heights myself, and I will surpass him. Lin Changqing clenched his fists, his eyes resolute. Though he was undeniably awed by the power of the Dousheng, yet, despite the fervor swelling within his heart, he remained steadfast in his belief that he would soon attain such heights, harboring ample confidence in himself. After calming his tumultuous thoughts, Soul Changqing approached the spatial rift, yearning to return to the Soul clan. Suddenly, an involuntary shiver coursed through his body, and he turned sharply to behold the approaching figure of Soul Wind, who loomed menacingly nearby, brandishing a crimson scepter that exuded a chilling aura. With a sardonic smile, Soul Wind addressed him. Soul Changqing, since you are so obstinately unyielding today, it suggests that your potential utility to me is rather limited. In that case, your existence holds little value. Prepare to meet your demise. Before Soul Changqing could react, the scepter unleashed a beam of scarlet light, hurtling towards him in an instant. He swiftly summoned the entirety of his Tying True Qi, conjuring weak water and the 1 yuan heavy water in a heartbeat, as his battle armor coalesced around him. The Tying True Qi fervently propelled the weak water to counteract the potency of the crimson light, while the heavy water solidified into a shield, positioned before him to deflect the impending onslaught. However, the true nature of that red scepter proved to be unfathomable. It shattered the luminous barrier of 1 yuan heavy water with ease. In a flash, the red light crashed into Soul Changqing, shattering his battle armor and obliterating the left side of his body. He was sent hurtling backward, colliding violently with a stone pillar in the distant square before crashing to the ground. At that moment, the left half of Soul Changqing's body had vanished, a gruesome wound gushing blood, leaving him in a state of utter disarray, as if he had emerged from the depths of hell itself, a wretched specter of despair. The sole glimmer of hope was that his spatial ring remained intact upon his right hand, spared from the fate of being disintegrated alongside his corporeal form. "Ah, you have not perished," exclaimed Soul Wind, astonished. He was taken aback, for the crimson scepter he had wielded was forged from the materials and core of an 8th-tier magical beast by a high-ranking Dou Qi of their clan. The scarlet beam represented a powerful exclusive combat technique of that formidable beast, although it did not equate to the creature's full might. It was nonetheless comparable to an attack from a low-tier Dou Qi. Soul Wind had never anticipated that Soul Changqing could survive such an assault. Observing Soul Changqing, it seemed he had not employed any of the Soul Clan's exclusive life-preserving techniques. Furthermore, those techniques were exceedingly rare and arduous to cultivate. Given Soul Changqing's status, he should not have been privy to them. Soul Wind was left in profound confusion. Meanwhile, Soul Changqing lay in a pitiful state, his heart ablaze with wrath. Never before had he felt such a murderous intent towards another. He was born with an innate physique of the Yin, cultivating the true understanding of the Yin, and possessing the 3 divine waters. He has never regarded his peers with any respect. Even Xiao Yan, the favored child of fortune, was not particularly significant in his eyes, as he believed he could easily manipulate him. To him, Soul Wind and Soul Jade were mere jesters, easily subdued at his whim. Even the formidable members of his clan garnered little reverence from him. He was convinced it would not be long before he could gaze down upon them from the clouds. Unexpectedly, today he encountered a staggering setback. Observing the murderous intent in Soul Wind's eyes from a distance, it was almost palpable. However, Soul Changqing was not blinded by rage. He hastily summoned the 3 luminescent divine waters within him. In an instant, a droplet of water, interwoven with gold, silver, and purple, appeared before his brow, then split into countless droplets enveloping his entire being. At that moment, Soul Changqing radiated a tricolored brilliance, and the wounds on his body ceased to bleed, rapidly healing as fresh flesh sprouted at a visible pace. As he beheld Soul Wind charging towards him with alarming speed, Soul Changqing shot him a cold glance and swiftly dove into a spatial rift not far behind him. Upon realizing that Soul Changqing had escaped, Soul Wind could only begrudgingly retreat. He had initially believed his success was nearly guaranteed. After failing to seize the shadow erosion fruit from Soul Changqing, his already fierce and tempestuous nature could no longer suppress his murderous intent. He deemed that Soul Changqing's defiance at this moment indicated he would be a future liability, one that needed to be eliminated. Although there were explicit regulations against fighting in this plaza, he reasoned that if he could kill Soul Changqing with a single strike, as the legitimate son of the Soul Emperor, who could challenge him? He had sensed that Soul Changqing was at the pinnacle of the Battle Emperor stage, and the opportunity for a surprise attack was fleeting. To ensure a certain kill, he refrained from using his full strength and instead employed a treasure bestowed upon him by the Soul Emperor. However, he never anticipated that Soul Changqing would survive the terrifying red light and, in the midst of his astonishment, successfully slip into the spatial rift and escape. Was that Soul Changqing? Why did His Highness Soul Wind suddenly attack him? Perhaps he had unwittingly offended Soul Wind. It seemed that every time they crossed paths, Soul Wind's demeanor soured. Soul Changqing was indeed courting death, being so arrogant due to a modicum of talent that he dared to provoke Soul Wind. He ought to reflect on his standing. Indeed, the days ahead would be challenging for Soul Changqing and the clan. It seemed that this prodigy was destined for a downfall. Humph, a self-inflicted predicament. And what is he even considered a genius? His bloodline is of no remarkable caliber and relying solely on his meager talents. While he has advanced swiftly thus far, he shall find himself at a standstill when he reaches the realms of Dou Xun and Dou Sheng. Whether he even has a future remains uncertain. The events that transpired occurred in the blink of an eye, sudden in their onset and equally abrupt in their conclusion. By the time the onlookers regained their composure, Lin Changqing had already made his escape. The crowd, now aware of the situation, began to murmur among themselves. Their gazes directed toward the path Lin Changqing had taken, each gaze laced with a hint of derision. Chapter 16, Reflection. At this moment, Han Feng, indifferent to the whispers of the crowd, advanced toward the spatial rift. Han Clan Square. The elders of the Han clan observed the disciples emerging from the spatial fissure. Noting the significantly enhanced aura they exuded compared to when they had entered, alongside the menacing bloodlust that emanated from them, they couldn't help but nod in approval. The grand scheme for the clan was set to unfold, necessitating this extreme method to expedite the growth of the younger generation, ensuring they would soon bear the weight of the Han clan's future. Another tremor of space reverberated, and a figure, half of its body missing, hunched forward as it emerged. The excruciating pain coursing through him incessantly stimulated his nerves, his body drenched in blood, resembling a wretched specter. It was none other than the escapee, Lin Changqing. Upon seeing Lin Changqing, the elder's brow furrowed. He was responsible for recording the progress of this generation's disciples and was well acquainted with their circumstances. Recognizing the renowned genius Lin Changqing, he was perplexed as to why he had sustained such grievous injuries during this trial. Generally, these secret realm trials posed challenges primarily for disciples who had yet to reach the Dou Huang level. A single misstep could lead to peril. However, for a high-ranking Dou Huang like Lin Changqing, this trial was essentially a means to bestow resources upon them. The fact that this promising talent, already under scrutiny, had emerged in such a state of disarray left the elder bewildered. Struggling with his severely wounded body, Lin Changqing approached the elder with great difficulty, enduring the agony as he gritted his teeth and spoke. "Elder, I have sustained unexpected injuries and can no longer continue with the tournament. I must withdraw from this grand competition and return to recuperate." Lin Changqing refrained from disclosing the cause of his injuries, recognizing the futility of such an explanation. As no one would advocate on his behalf, he sought no one's intervention. He would reclaim his honor in due time. He could assure that when he returned, Han Feng would undoubtedly wish he had never crossed paths with him. The elder regarded Lin Changqing's grievous wounds, a rare expression of sympathy flickering in his eyes. He understood that Lin Changqing's future cultivation would be fraught with difficulties. With half of his body destroyed, even if he healed, his combat prowess would be significantly diminished. While there are indeed methods for recovery, they necessitate a 7th-tier advanced elixir, the Bone Rebirth Elixir. This potion possesses the remarkable ability to regenerate the missing parts of the soul. However, the materials required for its concoction are nearly on par with those for 8th-tier elixirs, rendering the crafting process exceedingly arduous. Given Lin Changqing's current predicament, obtaining such a potion is beyond his reach. Although some individuals are keeping an eye on him, the reality is that Lin Changqing has been rendered nearly incapacitated. Those individuals are unlikely to invest resources into someone who lacks the bloodline of a battle emperor. After all, despite Lin Changqing's commendable talent, without the enhancement of a battle emperor's lineage, his potential remains uncertain. Should resources be allocated to him, only to find him stagnating at the battle sovereign or even battle zone stage, it would amount to a lamentable waste. Such scenarios are all too common in the continent of Battle Qi. Youths who rise to prominence, only to find themselves ensnared in the limitations of their bloodlines, unable to progress beyond the battle zone or battle sovereign realms. Alas, it is best for you to recuperate. Keep the souls of the magical beasts you collected in the secret realm for yourself. The elder of the Soul Clan sighed, his demeanor swiftly turning cold as he redirected his attention to the other geniuses within the clan. Cursed fate, Lin Changqing muttered inwardly. He was well aware of the elder's intentions. The directive to retain the magical beast souls implied a desire to exclude him from the scoring rankings. The elder believed that, given his current circumstances, he was no longer a suitable candidate for resource allocation, deeming his presence on the leaderboard a mere waste. Thus, he was summarily dismissed, with his share of resources redirected to others. A surge of indignation welled up within Lin Changqing as he thought of the root of his misfortune, Han Feng, wishing he could devour him whole. Yet, he understood that he must return and focus on his recovery. The injuries he sustained were far too severe. He felt powerless against the elder's decision, recognizing that the ongoing clan competition no longer held any relevance for him. Casting a cold glance at Han Feng, who had also returned from the secret realm, Lin Changqing swiftly made his way back to his courtyard. Upon emerging from the spatial rift, Hunfeng sensed Lin Changqing's gaze upon him. Observing Lin Changqing's significantly diminished form, Hunfeng smirked cruelly. He was acutely aware of Lin Changqing's plight. In his current state, acquiring the bone rebirth elixir was utterly impossible. Without the means to obtain such a potion, Lin Changqing was rendered a mere shell of his former self, a fate infinitely more torturous than death for a genius. Contemplating Lin Changqing's future suffering, Hunfeng felt a sense of relief wash over him, invigorating his spirit. 7 days later, in a secluded corner of the Soul Clan's courtyard, the energy of the Taiyans circled around the area before gradually converging. Within the courtyard, Lin Changqing absorbed the Taiyan energy, slowly opening his eyes to assess his condition. Quietly pondering to himself, the injury I sustained was not excessively grave, primarily due to the miraculous healing properties of the 3 light divine water. In the span of 7 days, my damaged meridians have been restored, and all external wounds have completely healed. After a few more days of recuperation, even my severed limb may regenerate. However, there is no need to rush my recovery. Nearly everyone now perceives me as a half-disabled individual, destined to gradually fade from their sight, which aligns perfectly with my intentions. I can conveniently use the pretext of seeking materials for the bone growth and flesh transformation elixir as an excuse to discreetly depart from my clan, unnoticed as a once prominent talent now deemed fallen. And then there is Soul Wind. When I return, it shall face its demise. The mere thought of Soul Wind and that insufferable Soul Changqing makes my teeth clench. Yet, this experience has imparted a valuable lesson. This world is indeed real. I can no longer view it or its inhabitants through the lens of my past life's literary knowledge. I have been blind, excessively arrogant, and overconfident. I once believed I understood the trajectory of this world and its people, thinking I could control everything. In retrospect, such notions are utterly laughable. It is imperative that I alter my disposition. This ordeal has proven to be a precious lesson for me. I must now recede from their line of sight and grow swiftly. I refuse to feel this helpless again. If I find myself in a world like this, unable to prevail and emerge as the strongest, I shall not accept it. Soul Changqing reflects upon his shortcomings. Arrogance will not forge a true warrior. Only by recognizing and learning from each setback can one continue to progress. It is time to apply for my departure from the clan. Lingering here serves no purpose. It is regrettable that I cannot acquire resources from this ranking. Thus, I must devise a plan to gather resources upon my exit. With resources at my disposal, I can focus on my cultivation, thus enabling me to set things in motion. Wouldn't you agree? Exhaling a deep sigh, Soul Changqing sketches a rough outline of his post-departure plans and then succumbs to a profound slumber. In the following days, he diligently harnesses the 3 light divine water for healing, keeping his spirit in a state of constant tension. Now that he has relaxed, he can no longer endure the fatigue emanating from the depths of his soul, leading him to sleep for 3 full days and nights. Chapter 17, Departure from the Clan. When Soul Changqing awakens, 3 days have passed. Feeling the lightness of his spirit, he senses an overall buoyancy. He is now prepared to leave the clan. All his possessions are contained within his spatial ring, so there is little to pack. Suddenly, an idea strikes him, and he rushes into his room to rummage through his belongings. Moments later, he emerges, clad in a flowing black robe that envelopes his entire form, crowned with a black hood. Upon being seen by the people of Zhongzhou, this attire would undoubtedly be recognized at a glance as the notoriously infamous uniform of the Soul Hall. Indeed, this robe is the very garb left behind by the venerable father of Lin Changqing, and on this occasion, he intends to conduct himself with utmost discretion. However, his visage might inadvertently lead to some unwarranted complications. Thus, he has chosen to disguise himself as a member of the Soul Hall. This way, when he embarks on future endeavors, any misdeeds can be conveniently attributed to the Soul Hall, which predominantly comprises wandering cultivators from the Dou Qi Continent, unlikely to evoke associations with the Soul Clan. Cackling ominously in a black robe, surrounded by swirling black true energy, Lin Changqing's unsettling laughter sends shivers down the spine. He arrives at the residence of the aforementioned elder of the Soul Clan, a stark and unadorned courtyard, where 2 aging, stagnant, doling guards stand sentinel at the entrance. Though they may lack further potential for growth, their presence as gatekeepers is nonetheless formidable. Currently, with his left arm still in recovery, Lin Changqing cannot perform a traditional salute. So he offers an apologetic smile to the 2 guards and says, "Might I trouble you to announce my visit to the elder?" Lin Changqing seeks an audience. "Please wait a moment," one of the guards replies before turning to head into the courtyard. No melodramatic misfortune befalls him. After all, Lin Changqing, despite his current plight, is still a high-ranking Douhuang. The guards are not fools. They understand the implications of offending a high-ranking Douhuang and are content to merely observe the unfolding events. Before long, the guard returns to escort Lin Changqing inside. Upon encountering the elder of the Soul Clan, Lin Changqing bows slightly and states, "Elder, given my present physical condition, I fear I am unable to serve the clan effectively. I wish to venture forth in search of medicinal herbs for alchemy, with the hope of returning revitalized to contribute to the Soul clan once more." The elder is not surprised by Lin Changqing's decision. It is, after all, the most prudent course of action for him. Rather than languish within the clan, it is far better to seize the opportunity to strive for success. Even if Lin Changqing did not express his desire to leave, it would only be a matter of time before the clan would expel him to the external enterprises of the Soul clan, putting resources to their best use. Nevertheless, since Lin Changqing has requested to depart, the elder does not impede him. The Soul clan has no shortage of Devouring-level cultivators. His absence is neither significant nor detrimental. The Dou Qi Continent is vast, teeming with opportunities, and should he succeed outside, it would be a boon for the Soul clan. Conversely, should he fail, there is little to lose. Here is the necessary token for your departure from the clan. Take it, the elder says as he hands Lin Changqing a white jade pendant, then gestures for him to take his leave. Thank you, elder, Lin Changqing replies in gratitude before turning to depart. In a desolate expanse, as dusk enveloped the land, the sun descended towards the western horizon, casting its golden rays upon the boundless desert. The endless dunes of fine sand appeared to be draped in a delicate veil, their undulating forms illuminated with striking clarity, rendering them more three-dimensional. Gazing around, one might feel as if adrift upon a tumultuous sea of gold. A solitary figure traversed the seemingly infinite sandy ocean, each step sinking into the soft grains, leaving a distinct trail of footprints behind. As he journeyed forth, the patches of oasis grew increasingly sparse, and the surrounding landscape became ever more desolate. Scattered, withered trees were half buried beneath the relentless sands, their twisted branches resembling bleached bones, exuding an eerie and macabre aura that sent chills down one's spine. This individual was none other than Lin Changqing, who had emerged from the Soul clan and arrived at the northwestern continent. Sensing the energy within him, Lin Changqing furrowed his brow slightly. It would take approximately another hour for his true energy to fully recover. The efficiency of travel between a Dozong and a Dohuang was indeed worlds apart. The Dozong traversed the void effortlessly, utilizing their understanding of space, expending almost no energy, while the Dohuang, relying on their energy to manifest wings, found themselves needing to pause frequently to replenish their strength, thus prolonging their journey significantly. Lin Changqing unfolded the map in his hand to examine it. He found himself at the periphery of the Tagore Desert, not far from the border of the Gamma Empire, with Wutan City situated in the northeastern region of the empire. He was nearing his destination, yet this Tagore Desert appeared to be the lair of Medusa. Should he venture there first, akin to a modern-day Suxian? Oh no, rather a soul immortal. He stroked his chin, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light, before shaking his head. At this juncture, Medusa had already reached the pinnacle of Dohuang. Although Lin Changqing possessed formidable combat prowess, his injured arm would undoubtedly hinder his fighting capability. While it may be easy to kill Medusa, capturing her alive would pose a significant challenge. If he weren't to capture her, what purpose would his visit serve? Would he merely slay Medusa to make a snake broth? Why not utilize the 9 nether green serpent for that purpose? Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until Medusa ascended with the aid of exotic flames before attempting to seize her. The Medusa clan valued fidelity above all else, did they not? He could first engage her under a pretense, and once the deed was done, secure his prize with care, ultimately gaining a powerful ally in the form of a Dosheng. Unbeknownst to Queen Medusa, at the edge of her dominion, a man she had never encountered was already plotting her fate, and had she known, she would undoubtedly have cursed him as a beast. Abandoning the thought of confronting Medusa at present, Lin Changqing paused, sitting cross-legged to fully recover his true energy. An hour later, with a sudden unfurling of his wings, he soared into the sky, propelling himself towards Wutan City. Chapter 18, Xiao Yan. The following day, propelled by his utmost effort, Lin Changqing swiftly arrived in Wutan City, the northern stronghold of the Gamma Empire, the very birthplace of a legendary era. As Soul Eternal gazed at the bustling pedestrians on the street, he sensed the location of the Xiao family. In a flash, he appeared outside their residence, concealing his presence before entering the estate. He was well aware that within the Xiao family resided a formidable duke adept in stealth and assassination, the ancient servant Ling Ying. Thus, Soul Eternal proceeded with utmost caution. Yet he held confidence that the art of concealment granted by the Tying True Resolution would keep him undetected by Ling Ying. Upon arriving at a secluded corner of the Xiao family's courtyard, he was drawn to the sounds of a heated argument emanating from the reception hall. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a most dramatic scene. As he approached, the spectacle before him elicited a rather peculiar expression on his face. The tides of fortune shift. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Do not assume that Xiao Yan cares for your so-called genius wife. This contract is not a dissolution of engagement, but rather a decree of expulsion from the Xiao family. From this moment forth, you, Lin Changqing, shall have no further ties with the Xiao clan. Do you dare to divorce me? At this moment, Soul Eternal could hardly believe his fortune in arriving just in time to witness such a pivotal moment. Had he not been present, the Emperor of Flames, who would soon reign over the vast world and command the boundless domains of fire, would have been born. The instigator of this entire turn of events was none other than the girl before him, Lin Changqing, who had come to call off the engagement. A playful glint sparkled in Soul Eternal's eyes as he observed Xiao Yan. Miss of the Lin family, I hope you do not come to regret your actions today. Furthermore, do not be deceived by the support of the Yunlan sect into believing you can act with impunity. The Dou Qi Continent is vast, and there are many who surpass Yun in strength. At the very moment Lin Changqing was about to depart, a delicate yet indifferent voice suddenly echoed, resonating like a gentle breeze. Lin Changqing paused, her gaze shifting towards the corner where a girl in a purple dress was softly turning the pages of a book. Sunlight filtered through the cracks of the door, enveloping the girl in a radiant glow, resembling a purple lotus blooming in the mundane world, pure, elegant, and untainted by dust. Perceiving Lin Changqing's gaze upon her, the girl lifted her exquisite face from the ancient pages, her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, suddenly igniting with a flicker of golden flame. Upon witnessing the golden flame in the girl's eyes, Elder Gu Yi, standing beside Lin Changqing, trembled in fear and hastily fled the hall, dragging Lin Changqing with him as if escaping a perilous fate. Seeing Elder Gu Ye's reaction, Soul Eternal was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this elder recognized the Golden Emperor's flame? That seemed improbable. After all, he was merely an elder of the Yunlan sect. Soul Eternal scratched his head, unable to comprehend the situation, concluding that the elder likely recognized the and feared its power, unaware of what the flame represented in relation to Gu Xun'er. Without further contemplation, my gaze fell upon the ethereal maiden. Gu Xun'er, indeed, possesses an impeccable beauty and an extraordinary aura. Many proclaim her to be the most exquisite beauty in the Dou Qi Continent, and such claims are not unfounded. Alas, this young heiress has devoted her tender heart to Xiao Yan at such a young age, which seems a tad unfortunate. However, her current prowess is starkly mismatched with her noble lineage and innate talent. As the sole legitimate daughter of the Gu clan leader, bearing a divine bloodline and a natural rank of 10, she is not akin to the externally enhanced bloodline powers like those of Han Feng. Yet, she finds herself merely a 6-star Dou fighter. It is worth noting that Han Feng, with his divine bloodline, had already attained the status of a mid-tier Dou Huang by her age. Lin Changqing cannot help but admire Gu Xun'er for stifling her own cultivation to prevent Xiao Yan from feeling inferior. Nonetheless, he refrains from passing extensive judgment on her actions. It is a pity that she squanders her talent, yet her discerning eye is undeniably sharp, capable of discerning Xiao Yan, the formidable Yan Emperor, amidst the multitude of the Dou Qi Continent. However, observing Xiao Yan storm out of the hall in a fit of anger, racing towards the rear mountains of the Xiao clan, alongside Gu Xun'er, who gazes with concern in the direction of his departure, a smile graces Lin Changqing's face. It seems that your brother Xiao Yan may disappoint you this time. With a smile, Lin Changqing watches this classic scene unfold, before discreetly trailing after the furious Xiao Yan. At the rear mountains, Xiao Yan gazes vacantly at the perilous peaks shrouded in mist, the renowned monster mountain range of the Jiama Empire. His fingers entangle within his raven locks, biting down on his lip, allowing a faint trickle of blood to escape at the corners of his mouth. Ah, strength! How elusive it is! Xiao Yan emits a helpless and despairing wail, reminiscent of an injured beast. Suddenly, a shadow materializes behind him. Lin Changqing, with an inscrutable smile, yet eyes brimming with icy indifference, forms his fingers into a blade and strikes at Xiao Yan's neck. As Xiao Yan turns to behold the figure before him, cloaked in black, his features obscured by a dark hood, and noting the vacant left arm, he engraves this visage into his memory before succumbing to darkness. Lin Changqing gazes coldly at the unconscious figure of Xiao Yan lying on the ground, whispering softly, "Strength. Is it? This time, you may find it beyond your grasp." Subsequently, he removes the spatial ring hanging from Xiao Yan's neck, suppressing the urge to eliminate him on the spot. He senses that Xiao Yan may still hold some value, and being in Wuten City, he doubts Xiao Yan can stir any significant turmoil. After Soul Changqing acquired the black spatial ring, he vanished into the mountainous terrain behind the Xiao clan. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, a faint white light, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, emanated from the ancient ring, striking a massive boulder not far from the unconscious Xiao Yan. Even Soul Changqing, with his heightened perception, failed to notice it. Chapter 19. Yao Chen. At this moment, not far from the Xiao clan. Dou Qi had procured a modest property, a simple loft that appeared unremarkable at first glance. However, beneath the loft lay a secret chamber that Dou Qi had transformed into an underground sanctum. Utilizing the myriad magical cores and beast materials acquired from the trials of the Soul clan, he employed rudimentary formations from the Taiyin True solution to establish a basic concealment array within the chamber. Although simplistic, as long as Dou Qi did not obliterate the entire sanctum, any disturbances within would remain undetectable to those below the 6-star Do zone. Inside the sanctum, Dou Qi surveyed the formation he had set up, nodding in satisfaction. He then retrieved the spatial ring obtained from Xiao Yan, sensing a formidable soul within. With a smile, Dou Qi spoke, "Must you remain hidden? Do you require an invitation to emerge?" No sooner had he uttered these words than the ring flickered with white light, and a spectral figure drifted forth. The soul's gaze was fixed intensely upon Dou Qi, an expression of deep-seated hatred etched upon its visage. Through gritted teeth, it declared, "Soul Palace, you are one of their kind." At that moment, clad in the attire of the Soul Palace and exuding an aura of chilling malevolence, Dou Qi was unmistakably linked to the organization. He sat cross-legged before the specter, propping his chin on his remaining hand, and with a playful demeanor, he responded, "Oh, you are aware of the Soul Palace? Judging by your reaction, I presume I have not erred in my identification. You must be the infamous Yao Chen, the one who escaped in a state of soul after being subdued by the Elder Mugu and the current Medicine Emperor decades ago, am I correct?" "Humph, you wretched beings. Neither human nor ghost, I never imagined that after all these years of hiding, you would still find me. Go on, kill me. I would never join the Soul Palace, nor divulge that technique to you. Abandon your hopes, ha ha ha." Yao Chen appeared resigned to his fate. Knowing that being in the hands of a Soul Palace member promised no favorable outcome, he seemed to embrace his demise. Before Dou Qi could respond, he hastily dismissed the conversation, erupting into a maniacal laughter that echoed with years of resentment towards the Soul Palace and the anguish of evading them in his spectral form for decades. "Oh, it appears you have misunderstood something. I have made no request for you to join the Soul Palace, nor have I sought the technique you once possessed. Although I am quite curious about the martial art that incites such fierce competition among you, I possess formidable skills of my own and do not covet yours. Moreover, why are you so certain that I am affiliated with the Soul Palace?" Dou Qi paid no heed to Yao Chen's frenzied words and continued to speak in a calm manner. "Humph, what trickery does your Soul Palace intend to employ this time? You don the garb of the Soul Palace, and that sinister aura surrounding you speaks volumes. How can you assert that you are not one of them? Perhaps the earlier madness had allowed Yao Chen to vent years of suppressed emotions. Or perhaps it was the absence of human interaction for so long." At this moment, Yao Chen, having calmed himself, engaged in dialogue with Dou Qi, eager to discern what scheme the Soul Palace was concocting. After all, the worst that could happen was death, a fate he had long since come to terms with. Observing Yao Chen's newfound tranquility, Dou Qi raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Oh, have you regained your composure? I indeed belong to the Soul Palace, or rather, I once did. I inadvertently learned of the connection between you and the Elder Mugu, and I have inquired about you, Yao Chen, the outcast of the Yao clan, who came to Zhongzhou and joined the Pill Tower, relying on your exceptionally refined alchemy and peak dozone prowess. You are known as the Pill Sovereign, am I correct?" Humph. Hearing Dou Qi's praise, Yao Chen did not offer him a pleasant countenance. However, a flicker of pride could not help but manifest in Yao Chen's eyes, for he took great satisfaction in his accomplishments during his lifetime. Dou Qi, noticing Yao Chen's reaction, continued unperturbed. "Subsequently, you acquired a mysterious martial art within a secret realm. But for some reason, the Elder Mugu of the Soul Palace learned of this and contacted your former disciple, now the Pill Emperor Han Feng, shattering your physical form. At the moment of death, you escaped your constraints using the remarkable strength of your soul as an alchemist, managing to flee in a spectral state. For decades, no one knew where you had vanished. Humph, how did you come to know of my presence here, you wretched soul?" At the mention of Dou Qi's words, Yao Chen recalled a certain individual, his eyes flashing with a fierce killing intent, before he managed to suppress it and voiced his confusion. Do not be hasty. Allow me to finish." Dou Qi did not immediately respond to Yao Chen's inquiry, but smiled at him and continued, "At that time, I was merely intrigued by the matter, though I did not pay it much heed, merely conducting some research into your information, as it was of no concern to me. Many in Zhongzhou sought you, yet none could locate you, and I certainly lacked the capability to do so. Thus, I set the matter aside. Until recently, I stumbled upon some precious herbs in a secret realm, only to be discovered by a descendant of a Dou Sheng power from the Soul Palace, who sought to seize them. Naturally, I was unwilling to comply, and he turned to leave, believing that would be the end of it. However, What I did not anticipate was that upon departing from the secret realm, he suddenly launched a surprise attack, inflicting severe injuries upon me. Had it not been for my modest abilities, I would have perished in that ambush. After exiting the secret realm, he relentlessly pursued me, commanding a manhunt against me. In desperation, I had no choice but to flee to the central continent, arriving in this small city in the northwest, where I barely managed to recover from my injuries a few days prior. I intended to secretly cultivate my strength and, once sufficiently powerful, return to the central continent to eradicate the Soul Palace. Yet, unexpectedly, I heard a piece of news in this small city. After speaking, Lin Changqing flicked his left sleeve to demonstrate the emptiness of his words. Yao Chen listened intently, and upon hearing Soul Phone's words, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Have you heard of that Xiao Yan? Indeed, I have heard of a former genius who, for a certain period, has been unable to condense Dou Qi, and his powers have been gradually waning. Countless individuals have come to examine him, yet none could identify the cause, ultimately rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Upon hearing this tale, I was profoundly intrigued. How could someone inexplicably experience a regression in Dou Qi and be unable to absorb energy? While there are indeed numerous cases in the central continent, each usually has a reason behind it. Everything has a cause and effect, so I surmised that there must be some hidden secret regarding Xiao Yan. I decided to investigate the Xiao family. When I observed the soul force emanating from the ring upon his chest, I began to harbor suspicions, sensing a possible connection between that ring and the revered Yao who escaped decades prior. Given my suspicions and the absence of anyone in this small city to thwart my actions, I seized the opportunity to retrieve the ring to validate my conjecture. As it turned out, my instincts were correct, were they not? Chapter 20. Yao Chen's astonishment. Upon hearing Lin Changqing's words, Yao Chen fell into a momentary silence. Lin Changqing chose not to elaborate further, instead fixating his gaze upon Yao Chen. After a considerable pause, Yao Chen finally inquired, "So, what is it that you seek from me?" Lin Changqing, upon hearing Yao Chen's question, replied with a smile, "It is quite simple. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Your adversary is the Soul Palace, and I harbor a deep-seated hatred for them as well. Naturally, I seek to collaborate with you to confront the Soul Palace." Yao Chen, upon hearing Lin Changqing's proposition, raised an eyebrow in disbelief and retorted with a hint of disdain, "Collaborate with me? To oppose the Soul Palace? On what grounds do you, a peak Do Huang, muster the audacity to make such a claim?" Undeterred by Yao Chen's dismissive tone, Lin Changqing smiled and responded, "Hold on, now that I am aware of your basic information, it would be rather impolite not to introduce myself." Lin Changqing licked his lips and continued speaking. "I, Lin Changqing, at the pinnacle of the Battle Emperor realm, have vanquished 2 7th-tier magical beasts, including a 7th-tier 9 nether jade serpent, with each battle lasting no more than 5 minutes. I am 17 years old." Upon hearing Lin Changqing's words, Yao Chen was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. He could hardly believe that someone before him possessed such terrifying achievements, especially at the tender age of 17. What had he accomplished at that age? In Yao Chen's recollection, there was no one in the central state who had attained such accomplishments at his age, excluding the 8 clans. Even among the Yao clan, only those whose bloodline had not waned could rival this individual. Presently, none of the younger generation of the Yao clan stood a chance against him. Furthermore, as a member of the Yao clan, Yao Chen could sense that the person before him bore no trace of the Battle Emperor bloodline, which meant that his prowess was entirely derived from his innate talent. This revelation left Yao Chen utterly astonished. Regarding the possibility of Lin Changqing deceiving him, Yao Chen did not entertain such thoughts. It was not that he placed unwavering trust in Lin Changqing or believed he would not lie. Rather, matters of strength and age could not be concealed. A simple verification would suffice to draw a conclusion. Ignoring Yao Chen's astonishment, Lin Changqing continued. "Do you know why I was initially intrigued by you? It was because I inadvertently learned that you are not only an 8th-tier alchemist, but also possess a rare flame. A rather peculiar one. Bone Spirit Cold Fire. What of it? Do you wish to take my Bone Spirit Cold Fire?" Yao Chen replied, his eyes glinting with caution. "No. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire holds no value in my hands. Only in yours can it reveal its utmost worth, far exceeding its previously understood value." Lin Changqing waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, what value? Is there something extraordinary about the Bone Spirit Cold Fire?" Yao Chen inquired with curiosity. "Certainly. The most remarkable aspect of the Bone Spirit Cold Fire is its ability to aid me in concocting elixirs," Lin Changqing stated matter-of-factly. Yao Chen let out a derisive laugh at Lin Changqing's words, regarding him with a disdainful expression that seemed to say, "Look at this pretentious display." Unperturbed by Yao Chen's reaction, Lin Changqing continued, "Do you know? My physique is somewhat unique, extremely cold and ominous. My battle aura is also profoundly chilling. which is why you sensed an eerie presence upon encountering me. It is a trait of my constitution. Furthermore, I must absorb energies that are similarly cold and dark. Otherwise, my efforts yield little reward. Thus, I am unable to assimilate elixirs forged from fiercely blazing flames. The energy transformed from those elixirs is even less beneficial than directly absorbing the herbs used in their creation. Do you comprehend my meaning? Since the beginning of my cultivation, I have solely absorbed herbal essences and have never partaken of elixirs. Despite this, I reached the pinnacle of the Emperor of Battles at the tender age of 17, with one foot already poised at the threshold of the battle sage realm. Upon hearing these words from Lin Changqing, Yao Chen was once again rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. He found himself in dire need of a moment's quietude, for the revelation was profoundly disheartening. He had previously assumed that Lin Changqing, like those disciples of the Emperor bloodline, had never lacked for elixirs throughout his life. To his astonishment, he learned that Lin Changqing had never consumed any elixirs at all. A person devoid of bloodline power and unacquainted with elixirs astonishingly surpasses those who not only possess the bloodline of the fighting emperor, but also have unlimited access to elixirs. The disciples of the 8 clans. This notion left Yao Chen pondering, as it seemed utterly surreal, a departure from the reality he once knew. However, after a brief moment, Yao Chen regained his composure, and certain crucial thoughts began to emerge in his mind. The extreme Yin and extreme cold cannot absorb the elixirs forged from the ferocious flames, crafted by 8th-grade alchemists of bone spirit cold fire. Hiss. As I pieced together various clues in my mind, a certain answer emerged, causing me to involuntarily draw in a sharp breath. I quickly inquired, "You cannot possibly be suggesting?" "Indeed. Since I am unable to absorb the elixirs crafted from ordinary flames, I shall instead take in those forged from the essence of extreme Yin fire. One can only imagine the heights I could reach, having attained my current state without ever consuming such elixirs. What extraordinary levels might I achieve once I begin to partake of them?" Upon hearing the words, Yao Chen emerged from his state of shock, falling into a contemplative silence, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous struggle and hesitation. Although Lin Changqing possessed an extraordinary talent and had now betrayed the Soul Palace, harboring enmity against it, he stood as an optimal candidate to assist in exacting revenge. Yet, Lin Changqing had once been a member of the Soul Palace, a ruthless executioner with hands stained in blood. His hatred for the Soul Palace stemmed from personal grievances, instilling within him a profound fear. He feared that in his quest to eradicate one tyrant from Zhongzhou, he might inadvertently conjure a malevolent force even more dreadful than the Soul Palace itself. The Soul Palace. Though he lacks the capacity to oversee so much, he steadfastly refuses to cultivate a malevolent tyrant through his own hands. This is his unwavering principle. "Sigh. Your name is Lin Changqing, is it not? I shall refer to you as Changqing. I am aware of your deep-seated hatred for the Soul Palace and your desire for vengeance. However, I must regretfully decline your request." After contemplating the matter, Yao Chen decided against acquiescing to Changqing's wishes. Although Changqing's innate talent is remarkably high, to the extent that it seems he is on the verge of achieving his revenge, Yao Chen is resolute in his belief that he cannot nurture a potential tyrant for the sake of personal vendetta, no matter how slight the possibility may be. Moreover, the cautionary tale of Han Feng serves as a stern reminder, compelling him to tread carefully. Instead, he resolved to cultivate that young lad from the Xiao family. After all, having absorbed 3 years' worth of his fighting spirit, it weighs heavily on him to see someone so young endure such profound hardships. Given his character, he simply cannot bring himself to ignore it. Moreover, over the past 3 years, I have come to understand Xiao Yan's temperament quite thoroughly, and it aligns well with my own preferences. Even that slight hint of lechery mirrors my own inclinations. He is not a nefarious villain. Chapter 21. Upholding Justice. Upon hearing Yao Chen's refusal, Lin Changqing chuckled, interrupting him and speaking, "Yao Chen, there is no need to be so hasty in your rejection. I understand that you perceive me as someone from the Soul Palace, thus untrustworthy, and you fear that I may turn to malevolence as I mature. After all, the image of those from the Soul Palace is deeply ingrained in the minds of the people of Zhongzhou, alas." With a look of regret, Lin Changqing sighed and continued, "What you may not know, Yao Chen, is that I am an orphan. From the moment I began to form memories, I was taken to the Soul Palace for training, a choice that was not mine to make. The elders who trained us insisted that the Soul Palace acted for the stability and development of Zhongzhou, justifying their numerous acts of slaughter. They claimed that those they killed were merely unstable elements deserving of their fate, threats to the peace of Zhongzhou. Furthermore, the Pill Tower harbors ulterior motives, deceiving the populace and recruiting alchemists with the intent of wielding control over all of Zhongzhou through their elixirs, seeking to extend their influence across the entire continent, aspiring to dominate the Dou Qi Continent. Alas, We were but children at the time, unable to discern right from wrong. We listened to the elder's words, filled with righteous indignation, eager to storm the pill tower and cleanse it of its sinister ambitions. I too was swept away by the elder's rhetoric, adhering strictly to the commands issued by the Soul Palace. Ultimately, my hands became stained with the blood of the innocent. Alas, Lin Changqing wore a pensive and sorrowful expression, sighing repeatedly, seemingly overwhelmed by endless grief for those innocents who perished at his hands. What? Yao Chen, inherently kind-hearted and upright, unafraid of authority, had once offended the higher-ups of the Yao clan due to injustice, leading to his expulsion. Upon hearing Lin Changqing's words, influenced by his heavy sorrow, he could not help but roar towards the heavens, his hatred for the Soul Palace intensifying. Soul Palace, how dare they? How dare they deceive these innocent children, malign the pill tower, and exploit the goodness and righteousness within these young hearts, transforming them into instruments of their own wickedness. Beasts! Beasts! Soul Palace! Yao Chen bellowed, his eyes bloodshot, his breath becoming increasingly erratic. Seeing this, Lin Changqing's lips curled slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile that Yao Chen could not detect, and he continued, "It was only recently, by chance, that I discovered the anomalies within the Soul Palace, realizing that the truth diverged entirely from their narrative, and at that moment, I fortuitously came across information regarding you, Yao Chen. Upon perusing your esteemed profile, I found myself profoundly admiring your character and accomplishments, which left me utterly enchanted. It dawned upon me that you might be the sole individual in this vast world capable of crafting elixirs for me, which ignited my desire to seek you out. Regrettably, I discovered no trace of you in the Central Continent at that time. Subsequently, my ire towards the actions of the Soul Palace prompted me to prepare for an opportune moment to depart, causing me to lose sight of your whereabouts. Initially, I had intended to discreetly escape after participating in the secret realm, yet fate intervened, and I found myself fleeing under the dire threat of pursuit, resulting in the loss of an arm. As I recounted these events, a wry smile of self-deprecation crept onto my face. Sensing my emotional turmoil, Yao Chen couldn't help but be drawn into my plight, his own feelings mirroring the tumult of my narrative, further fueling his indignation. Thus, upon realizing that you, revered Elder Yao, resided within this ring, I was overwhelmed with exhilaration, not solely due to your ability to concoct elixirs for me, but also because your remarkable exploits have left an indelible impression upon my heart. I yearn for a dialogue with you, which, I confess, led to some impulsive actions on my part. I sincerely hope you can overlook them. After regaining my composure, I found myself somewhat bashful in response to your generous compliments. Oh, it is of no consequence, truly. I did not anticipate that my humble endeavors from years past would be acknowledged by you. I am quite embarrassed, I laughed heartily. Such flattery from you, dear Elder Yao, has indeed brightened my spirits. Our collaboration is not founded solely on your contributions. The essence of partnership lies in mutual support. You shall refine elixirs for me, and in return, I shall offer you assistance. I trust that in your former life, your exceptional alchemical prowess granted you methods for restoration. Given your current spiritual state, which limits your mobility within the continent, I am prepared to procure any materials you require. While I cannot guarantee success in the Central Continent, I assure you that in this modest realm, I will acquire everything you need. Once you regain your strength, with the years of immersion in your craft, you may very well ascend to the rank of semi-saint. With your guidance, I too shall experience rapid growth in strength. Furthermore, I have come upon intriguing news. In 12 years, the ancient Bodhi tree, which manifests only once in a millennium, shall emerge in the wild ancient domain. I am confident that I shall achieve the status of semi-saint by then, and together, we shall venture into that domain to seize the Bodhi seeds and the Bodhi heart, ultimately attaining the exalted realm of combat saint. At that moment, we shall storm the Soul Palace in the Central Continent, vanquishing those wicked souls who wreak havoc upon the world, leaving not a single one behind. We shall act as instruments of justice, restoring clarity to the skies of the Central Continent. As Lin Changqing spoke, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity, and his voice resonated with fervor, imbuing him with an inspiring aura. Yao Chen, too, was profoundly moved by Lin Changqing's words, his expression momentarily frozen in awe as he murmured repeatedly about traversing the wilderness to seize the Bodhi and entering the Soul Palace to uphold justice for the heavens, restoring the vast expanse of Zhongzhou. The more he recited, the more fervent his excitement grew, until the youthful blood that had long lain dormant within him surged to life in that moment. Unable to contain himself, he clapped his hands and laughed heartily towards the heavens. Ha! Wonderful! Upholding justice for the heavens, restoring the vast expanse of Zhongzhou. Splendid! Ha! Lin Changqing, observing Yao Chen's transformation, narrowed his eyes slightly, and a smile graced his lips, for he knew that their endeavor was destined to succeed. Chapter 22. Taking an adoptive brother. It seems, Elder Yao, that you have consented, Lin Changqing remarked, his gaze fixed on the emotionally tumultuous Yao Chen. Indeed, I never anticipated being swayed by a young man such as yourself, Yao Chen replied, stroking his non-existent beard with a grin. Yet, his mood soon soured as he continued. However, I feel a pang of guilt towards that young lad from whom I absorbed 3 years' worth of fighting spirit. Initially, before your arrival, I had intended to take him as my disciple and impart some skills to repay the debt of his 3 years of sustenance. Now, with pressing matters at hand, I fear I cannot take him as a disciple any longer. Alas, I must seek compensation elsewhere. Yet, the hardships that boy has endured because of me weigh heavily on my conscience. I find it difficult to fathom how to make amends. Lin Changqing, witnessing Yao Chen's lament over his feelings of guilt toward Xiao Yan, chuckled heartily and said, Elder Yao, there is no need for such distress. Now that you are by my side, he shall naturally regain his former talents. No matter how exceptional his abilities were, without your intervention, he would have merely become a fighter at best. As you refine elixirs for me, you can also concoct some foundational tonics for him and impart to him advanced combat techniques during your leisure. For him, these offerings far surpass the mere level of a fighter. In fact, your absorption of his fighting spirit could very well be seen as his fortuitous opportunity. If the boy were to learn of this, he would likely be grateful rather than resentful. You are overly concerned, Elder Yao. Upon hearing Lin Changqing's words, Yao Chen felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Indeed, it was merely the absorption of 3 years' worth of fighting spirit, the essence of a fighter, and there was no need to dwell on it. One single elixir could spare him years of arduous toil. In the past, those from Zhongzhou would have clamored desperately to seek a single elixir from him, willing to endure a decade of hardship for just one. Why had he allowed himself to become ensnared in such thoughts? It felt as though an invisible force was compelling him to take Xiao Yan as his disciple. Was this merely a figment of his imagination? Yao Chen felt a sense of bewilderment, but he quickly shook his head, dismissing those strange thoughts. With the guidance of Lin Changqing, Yao Chen no longer lingered on his doubts. He was confident that what he had bequeathed to Xiao Yan was far superior to the fighting spirit he had cultivated over the past 3 years, and indeed, exceeded it significantly. It seems that Yao Lao has come to an understanding. After all, you are a renowned alchemist in the Central Plains, and it is a blessing for that child to receive your gifts. However, it appears that Yao Lao's regard for that boy extends beyond the mere fact of his absorption of fighting spirit over these 3 years. Xiao Yan is now 15, 2 years my junior. Thus, I shall take him as my sworn brother. We still need to recuperate in this small town for a while, and in our leisure, I can impart some teachings to him, Lin Changqing remarked with a smile. Oh, is that true? This indeed presents a splendid idea. Having someone of your stature as his sworn brother alleviates my sense of guilt, though it may pose some difficulty for you. At this moment, Yao Chen's gaze towards Lin Changqing was imbued with gratitude. In his eyes, Lin Changqing was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the continent. To alleviate Yao Chen's lingering guilt, he was willing to accept a prodigy from a remote town as a sworn brother, which was truly beyond words. He was further convinced that Lin Changqing was a person of noble character and integrity. Yet, upon witnessing the sinister aura intertwined with a hint of murderous intent emanating from Lin Changqing, Yao Chen could not help but curse the Soul Palace in his heart. Damn the Soul Palace. They truly disregard humanity. How could such a virtuous child be molded into a tool of slaughter by you? You shall pay dearly for this. Wait and see. Before long, Changqing and I shall return to the Central Plains and eradicate you vile scoundrels. We shall restore clarity to the world. Had Lin Changqing been privy to Yao Chen's thoughts, he would have surely found it amusing, reflecting on how straightforward Yao Chen truly was. Due to Lin Changqing's decision to take Xiao Yan as his sworn brother, Yao Chen believed it to be a stroke of fortune for Xiao Yan, who had thus gained an advantage. Consequently, the guilt that had burdened Yao Chen dissipated. With his heart unburdened, Yao Chen and Lin Changqing embarked on their entrepreneurial journey, preparing to carve out their domain. Lin Changqing first utilized the 3 light divine water to restore a significant portion of Yao Chen's soul injuries. At this moment, Yao Chen's soul had regained its strength, reaching the pinnacle of the dozone level. Having not experienced such a lightness of spirit for a long time, Yao Chen even ventured outside of Wutan City to stroll through the Monster Mountain range, inhaling the fresh air, before returning to commence his work. Lin Changqing then unceremoniously cast all the materials from his spatial ring towards Yao Chen. He did not specify which pills to concoct, but merely shared the general state of his own cultivation, allowing Yao Chen to determine the course of his alchemical endeavors. The essence of alchemy lies in the mastery of its craft, and thus, the adept should engage only with the experts in the field. Not only is Yao Chen proficient in the art of pill concoction, but his prowess and insight far surpass those of Lin Changqing. Consequently, Lin Changqing often seeks Yao Chen's counsel, requesting him to devise training regimens tailored to his needs. After several days of interaction, their relationship blossomed into a harmonious blend of mentorship and camaraderie. Young Changqing, why have you yet to restore your arm? It must have been severed for quite some time, inquired Yao Chen, his ethereal form drifting beside Lin Changqing, who was presently engrossed in the study of a water element combat technique. A vein of annoyance appeared on Lin Changqing's brow as he retorted, "How many times must I tell you not to call me Young Changqing? That moniker is utterly humiliating. I am currently preparing to advance to the Dozong rank. There is no one here who poses a threat to me, and thus, I am in no rush to mend my arm." Yao Chen, contemplatively nodding, replied nonchalantly, "Understood, Young Changqing. Do not call me Young Changqing," Lin Changqing reiterated. His face flushed with irritation before turning back to his studies, seemingly resolved to ignore Yao Chen's antics. Observing Lin Changqing's vexation, Yao Chen chuckled heartily, stroking his non-existent beard as he floated toward the alchemical furnace. Ah, the youth of today, utterly devoid of charm. Young Changqing. Suddenly, Yao Chen reappeared before Lin Changqing, startling him to the point of nearly dropping his combat technique, Jade Slip. Upon realizing it was Yao Chen, Lin Changqing could only muster a weary response. Do you not understand that scaring someone can be lethal? Especially since you are a spirit now, which makes it even more daunting. What is it this time? Finding Lin Changqing's reaction amusing, Yao Chen jested, "You were once a member of the Soul Palace, constantly interacting with spirits. How can you be frightened? It should be the spirits who fear you, haha." Lin Changqing found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. All right, enough of the frivolity. Let us discuss serious matters. Yao Chen suddenly shifted from his playful demeanor to a grave expression, addressing Lin Changqing with utmost seriousness. Chapter 23, The Blazing Decision. Noticing Yao Chen's sudden change in tone, Lin Changqing felt a shift in atmosphere and grew attentive. "Oh, what is it? What is your elemental affinity?" Yao Chen inquired, his gaze piercing, raising an eyebrow. Lin Changqing sensed the implications behind the question. "Water, and what attributes? Why do you ask?" Upon hearing Lin Changqing's response, Yao Chen's expression fell, and he sighed deeply. "Alas, what a pity. Though I know the chances are slim, I cannot resist inquiring further." Lin Changqing understood the implications of Yao Dust's words, his gaze laden with complexity. Before he responded with a smile, "What of my fighting attribute that renders you so perturbed? Do you wish for me to learn alchemy from you? I harbor no interest in such matters, so fret not." Despite Lin Changqing's attempts at consolation, Yao Dust remained disheartened, his tone tinged with melancholy as he replied, "Alas, I did not intend to teach you alchemy. I have long discerned your utter lack of knowledge in the field. Are you aware of the cultivation technique I brought forth decades ago? Why do you suppose it caught the attention of the venerable Elder Mugas? Why did my disciple go so far as to bear the infamy of betraying his master to act against me?" Upon hearing Yao Dust's words, Lin Changqing's mind began to formulate answers, his expression even more intricate, though he chose not to reveal it, instead engaging Yao Dust with a question. "Oh, you mentioned this technique. Do you intend to impart it to me? Is there something extraordinary about it? Could it be a celestial level technique? Yet, even should it be, I find no need for it. Though I currently practice an advanced earth level technique, it resonates with me profoundly, surpassing celestial techniques in efficacy. I have no need for them." "Ah, your technique suits you well, but you are unaware of its true nature. The technique I have acquired is not merely special, it is unparalleled across the continent." Yao Dust continued, maintaining a facade of calm. "Oh, if even you assert its uniqueness, it must indeed be remarkable. What makes it so exceptional?" "This technique is titled Flame Decision, a low-grade yellow-level technique." Upon uttering this, Yao Dust scrutinized Lin Changqing, who remained impassive, silently encouraging him to elaborate. Observing Lin Changqing's demeanor, Yao Dust couldn't help but nod inwardly, admiring his composure, though he lamented the circumstances. With another sigh, he pressed on, "Though this technique is yellow-level, it harbors immense potential unlike any other. It can evolve. As long as it continues to absorb, this technique can perpetually advance, ultimately transcending celestial-level techniques. If you were to cultivate this technique, with your innate talent and this wondrous method, I firmly believe you would become the mightiest in the Dou Qi Continent. Regrettably, this technique requires fire attribute Dou Qi, hence my earlier reaction upon hearing your response. Indeed, when you mentioned your inability to absorb fire attribute Dou Qi, I had my suspicions, yet I still wish to inquire," Yao Dust admitted, his expression tinged with disappointment. Then, noticing Lin Changqing's unflappable demeanor, he expressed surprise and asked, "Are you not astonished by the marvels of this technique? Do you not feel a sense of loss?" With a smile, Lin Changqing replied, "Hee hee. When I heard that this technique was related to the I realized it had no connection to me. There is no need for such concern. If I gain it, I consider myself fortunate. If I lose it, so be it. It is merely a technique, and I trust that with your assistance, I can attain the pinnacle of power on this continent without it. The words of Lin Changqing exuded immense confidence. It was not that he was indifferent to the quality of the technique. Rather, he had already found the best one tailored to his needs. No matter how excellent other techniques might be, he found them unworthy of his attention. Upon hearing Lin Changqing's words, Yao Chen emerged from his moment of regret, tapping his own head and breaking into laughter. Ha ha ha. It appears I have become the one who seems old. I never expected to see such clarity of thought from you, young Changqing, at such a tender age. How foolish I am in my old age. With that, Yao Chen strode lightly toward the alchemy furnace. Observing the receding figure of Yao Chen, Lin Changqing was engulfed in a whirlwind of complex emotions. He perceived Yao Chen as rather gullible, easily deceived. Thinking that after only a few days, he would offer his most treasured items to him. Why would he feel regret for something he could not even use? To be candid, if Yao Chen were to treat others this way, Lin Changqing would undoubtedly look down upon him, deeming him a fool. However, when it was Yao Chen extending such kindness to him, Lin Changqing could not muster any feelings of disdain. Instead, he felt a warmth blooming within his once icy heart. A sigh escaped his lips as he reflected deeply. Ah, Yao Chen, I now understand why in the future Xiao Yan holds you in such high regard and even takes you to the endless fire domain. You are indeed deserving. Nevertheless, he thought, if you can assist me so selflessly now, then when the time comes for my identity to be revealed and our paths to diverge, if a battle ensues, I shall ensure your life is spared. When I ascend to the throne of the emperor in the future, should I reach the vast world beyond, I will take you to the endless soul domain. At this moment, Lin Changqing calmed his emotions, his gaze becoming clear and resolute, as if piercing through layers of void to glimpse the distant vast world, far beyond the Dou Qi Continent. Chapter 24, The Amethyst-Winged Lion King. In the Beast Mountain Range, a figure was searching for something along the steep cliffs. At this moment, he had maximized his spiritual sensing ability, enveloping the rugged precipice, yet ultimately found nothing. This shouldn't be. There are only a few cliffs in the Beast Mountain Range. I have scoured them all, so why can I not find it? This figure was none other than Lin Changqing, who was now in the process of refining a suitable 7th-grade pill, the Xianyin. This pill was originally not intended for human consumption, but was crafted for those cold attribute magical beasts to enhance their fighting spirit. For instance, the 9 Nether by Ming Python from the 3 great beast tribes often sought this pill from the Alchemist Tower. The energy contained within this pill is exceedingly formidable, capable of being perfectly absorbed only by the robust physique of magical beasts, as the human body is utterly incapable of withstanding the energy within this elixir. When Yao Chen mentioned this pill, he cast a worried glance toward him, fearing that Lin Changqing might not be able to endure it, urging him to select another. Yet, Lin Changqing laughed heartily, asserting that as long as it was Yin energy, no matter how turbulent, it would obediently submit within him, assuring Yao Chen to proceed with the refinement. At that moment, Yao Chen had already spent approximately 3 days preparing to refine the pill, and in just 2 more days, the pill would be complete. The day of pill formation would also mark Lin Changqing's breakthrough to the Dozone level. Bored with idleness, Lin Changqing decided to venture into the magical Beast Mountain Range, intending to seize all of Xiao Yan's opportunities. To his dismay, after scouring the cliffs, he found not a single trace of a hidden cave, which left him quite distressed. Alas, it was initially a mission to disrupt. Therefore, finding nothing was of little consequence. Although the treasures within that cave would be immensely precious to Xiao Yan at this juncture, aiding his swift rise, Lin Changqing remained unfazed as long as he kept a watchful eye on Xiao Yan, confident that the latter could not escape his grasp. With a sense of resignation, Lin Changqing rose and flew towards the heart of the magical Beast Mountain Range. After another circuit around the center, he found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that I cannot even locate the Amethyst-Winged Lion King? Are you jesting with me? Such a colossal ruler of the magical Beast Mountain Range. A 6th-tier beast, and I cannot find it? If there weren't something amiss here, I would not believe it. Growing increasingly irritated, Lin Changqing refused to accept that he could not find the cave amidst the cliffs, yet such a prominent ruler of the mountain range could simply vanish. Lin Changqing amplified his soul perception to the maximum, unleashing the full pressure of a peak Dohuang, exuding an overwhelming sense of invasion. As he provocatively challenged the entire magical Beast Mountain Range, wherever Lin Changqing passed, all beasts below the 5th tier were compelled to prostrate themselves before his might, while only the 5th-tier beasts managed to stand, trembling uncontrollably, too frightened to move. Finally, a roar akin to deafening thunder erupted not far from Lin Changqing. Faced with a human who dared to provoke the entire magical Beast Mountain Range, the The ruler of this domain could no longer endure. It was time to retaliate. Previously, while Lin Changqing was searching for the cave, the amethyst-winged Lion King happened to be nearby, inadvertently sensing Lin Changqing, disturbed by the profound and terrifying aura emanating from him. It instinctively felt that this formidable human would soon seek trouble. Concerned for its offspring, the amethyst-winged Lion King decided to conceal itself from this human, only to find that after hiding, this human had outright provoked the entire magical beast mountain range. Enough was enough. The dignity of the mountain lord of the Warcraft peaks is not to be trampled upon by a mere human. Upon hearing the voice of the amethyst-winged Lion King, Soul Eternal finally allowed a smirk to grace his lips as he instantaneously materialized before the majestic beast. The amethyst-winged Lion King gazed at the human before him, rage boiling within, and growled, "Human, you shall perish." Before the Lion King could utter another word, Soul Eternal had already taken action. The number of 6th-tier magical beasts that had perished at his hands was incalculable. He had little interest in conversing with such a creature. If he had to exchange pleasantries before every kill, he would surely wear himself out. A flash of blue light flickered between his brows, and a slender stream of water, seemingly alive, encircled him. With a grand gesture, the water swiftly split apart, forming several exquisitely shaped small swords that began to rotate gracefully around him. He then pointed a finger gently towards the amethyst-winged Lion King. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of piercing air resonated as the small swords shot forth towards the Lion King. Despicable human. Amethyst flame cannon. The Lion King, feeling utterly humiliated that Soul Eternal would not even deign to speak with him before attacking, unleashed his most formidable assault, fueled by his indignation. He opened his mouth wide as a terrifying surge of fire attribute fighting energy coalesced within, causing the ground to tremble and the air to become suffused with searing heat. The surrounding trees, unable to withstand the oppressive warmth, rapidly dried up as their moisture evaporated, while all nearby creatures, magical beasts included, fled in panic from the unbearable heat. Finally, a dreadful purple energy sphere materialized in the Lion King's maw, which he directed towards Soul Eternal with a fierce exhalation. The purple orb transformed into a menacing beam of energy, imbued with scorching fire attribute fighting energy, shooting towards the small swords launched by Soul Eternal. In the blink of an eye, the two attacks converged. Swish! Contrary to the anticipated violent explosion from the collision of energies, only the crisp sound of a sword's song resonated. The moment the small sword made contact with the purple beam, it extinguished the energy, reverting it back into the primal forces of nature and dissipating into the air. The sword, undeterred, continued its trajectory straight towards the amethyst-winged Lion King. The Lion King's eyes widened in disbelief. This attack had been forged from nearly all his fighting energy, and yet was so effortlessly vanquished by the human strike. While he recognized the vast disparity between their strengths, he had not anticipated it to be so monumental. A mix of unwillingness, fury, and resentment flickered in his gaze. With a final, mournful roar, the amethyst-winged Lion King collapsed beneath Soul Eternal's water sword, a violet flame slowly rising from its lifeless form. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Changqing stepped forward and retrieved a silvery white stone from his spatial ring. Fortunately, during his earlier encounter, Yao Chen had provided him with a piece of spirit essence, which could be used to absorb flames. Otherwise, the beast fire would have been squandered. With deft precision, Lin Changqing captured the beast fire of the amethyst-winged Lion King into the spirit essence, and after storing both the fire and the corpse within his spatial ring, he proceeded towards the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Chapter 25. Conflict in the market. Upon entering the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King and surveying the surroundings, Lin Changqing couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain, exclaiming, "This amethyst-winged Lion King is truly impoverished." It paled in comparison to the magical beasts found within the Soul Clan's spatial secret realm. The only asset of any worth was a single amethyst source. No wonder such a creature could reign here. It seemed this wretched place was too destitute to attract anyone of significance. While Lin Changqing verbally criticized the lion's lack of wealth, his hands moved with remarkable speed, almost leaving a blur in their wake as he scavenged for resources. Just as he immersed himself in the collection of treasures, a sudden, delicate sensation brushed against him. Looking down, he discovered a miniature amethyst-winged Lion King clutching his pant leg, gazing up at him with an adorably blank expression. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Changqing recalled that the amethyst-winged Lion King had an offspring. He gently pinched the soft flesh at the back of the little beast's neck, lifting it to eye level. The little creature offered no resistance, meeting Lin Changqing's gaze with its large, watery eyes, devoid of any fear. Lost in contemplation, Lin Changqing pondered, "Is it too young to remember? Unaware that I am the avenger of its father? How shall I deal with this little amethyst-winged Lion King? Should I eliminate it? Or perhaps, keep it as a pet?" I did have a fondness for dogs in my past life. With its appealing appearance, this little creature could make for an endearing companion. Lin Changqing indeed had a soft spot for such adorable beings. For him, cultivation was his true vocation. In pursuit of cultivation and the resources it demanded, he could be ruthless and unyielding. Yet, beyond his relentless drive, he also harbored personal interests and hobbies. For work and life must remain distinct from one another. When his own interests were not at stake, Lin Changqing displayed a certain kindness. He set the little beast down and tossed it some delectable chunks of magical beast meat. Upon seeing the morsels, the little creature's eyes widened, filled with longing. As Lin Changqing threw down the meat, the small beast eagerly seized it, delightfully gnawing away with abandon. In no time, the little one had devoured the meat and returned to Lin Changqing's side, tugging at his pant leg and gazing up at him with those pleading, lustrous eyes. Lin Changqing remarked, Now, as he gently patted the little creature's head. That's enough. Be mindful of your appetite. You'll grow plump. If you eat all of this, what will remain for me? Do you not realize that this magical beast meat holds considerable value? Such extravagance. The small beast, feeling aggrieved, gently touched the spot where Lin Changqing had struck it with its plump paw. Unfazed by the creature's plight, Lin Changqing scooped it up and departed from the cave. He lingered in the Monster Mountain range for an additional 2 days, during which he vanquished numerous 5th-tier and some 4th-tier magical beasts. Although these creatures were of lower rank and their materials held little monetary value, they accumulated over time. It was prudent to gather resources, as even a modest collection could eventually be exchanged for a 7th-tier herb. Lin Changqing found himself in somewhat dire financial straits, having exhausted all avenues for profit. After 2 days, the medicinal concoctions prepared by Yao Chen should be nearing completion, prompting his return. Tidying up briefly, he lifted the small beast, which was rolling about on the ground, and soared into the sky, leaving the Monster Mountain range behind. Strolling leisurely through the bustling streets, Lin Changqing's spirits lifted at the thought of his imminent promotion to Dou. In Wutin City, wary of drawing the attention of the ancient tribe's elder servant, he chose to walk rather than fly directly home, treating it as a casual outing. As he passed by the Xiao family's market, the sounds of a nearby argument piqued his curiosity. Turning his gaze towards the commotion, he was momentarily taken aback before finding himself at a loss for words. It seemed that every time he visited Wutin City, he inadvertently stumbled upon Xiao Yan's troubles. His recent outing had led him once more to witness Xiao Yan's theatrics. Not far off stood a resolute young man with black hair and piercing black eyes, accompanied by a girl clad in a delicate green dress, her figure exuding vitality and the allure of youthful exuberance. They were none other than Xiao Yan and Gu Xun'er, currently embroiled in a dispute with an ostentatiously dressed young nobleman, whose demeanor was both arrogant and haughty. The nobleman brandished an exquisite light green necklace, extending it towards Gu Xun'er, while Xiao Yan held out a roughly made blue necklace in her direction, seemingly inviting her to choose between the two. The nobleman burst into laughter upon seeing the necklace presented by Xiao Yan, mockingly addressing him. Ha, young Master Xiao Yan. Although I've long known your standing within your family is rather low, must you really belittle Miss Xun'er to this extent? Xiao Yan, however, paid no heed to the nobleman's jibes. Instead, he turned to Gu Xun'er, who seemed lost in thought, and impatiently remarked, So, will you accept it or not? If not, just discard it. It's only worth 2 or 3 gold coins. The nobleman's laughter echoed, joined by the derisive chuckles of his attendant. For the necklace he possessed was a marvel worth 1,000 gold coins, and possessed the ability to replenish fighting spirit. Xiao Yan produced a tattered necklace worth a mere 3 gold coins, which could hardly be compared to the luxurious adornment of the wealthy heir. However, the collective laughter of the crowd quickly subsided, as Gu Xun'er, after a moment of astonishment, eagerly took the necklace that Xiao Yan was about to retract. Realizing her own eagerness, a faint blush graced her fair, jade-like cheeks. Yet, after overcoming her shyness, she gracefully adorned her smooth, alabaster neck with the necklace, lifting her gaze to Xiao Yan with a delicate, enchanting smile. Thank you, brother Xiao Yan, she said sweetly. Meanwhile, the wealthy heir and his entourage wore expressions akin to having swallowed a fly, their faces dark as they glared at the pair before them. Observing that the heir had no intention of departing, Xiao Yan merely shrugged and lazily remarked, Young Master Galio, your notorious flirtations are well known. Perhaps you should seek to ensnare another maiden, rather than fixate on Xun'er. He then turned to Gu Xun'er, imparting a faux serious warning to keep her distance from him. Oh, Gu Xun'er, with eyes as lively as autumn waters, blinked at Xiao Yan, a smile gracing her lips as she felt glad for Xiao Yan's protective stance, asserting boldly that others should not disturb her. Watching this scene, Lin Changqing's expression turned peculiar. The dynamics among these three seemed to embody the adage, what cannot be had is forever in turmoil. Those who are favored act with impunity. Chapter 26. Gu Xun'er's Fury. Galio, feeling increasingly ignored as the two became more intimate, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, his fists clenching audibly with rage as he glowered at them. The guards surrounding Galio, sensing their master's displeasure, discreetly moved to encircle the duo, their gazes laden with malice. In the bustling marketplace, onlookers gathered, intrigued by the commotion, for the young masters from both families were well-known figures within the city of Wutan. One was a fallen genius, the other a lascivious scoundrel. Neither held a commendable reputation, yet both were notorious. Noticing the crowd, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he turned his head toward a corner of the marketplace and let out a sharp whistle. The Xiao family's guard contingent surged forth with formidable intensity, their leader commanding them with a wave of his hand, encircling Galio and his entourage with a fierce demeanor, creating a tense standoff. Xiao Yan chuckled softly, eyeing the increasingly agitated Galio, and nonchalantly stated, "Young Master Galio, this territory belongs to my Xiao family. Do you intend to engage in conflict here?" Galio, casting a wary glance at the guard captain, turned back to Xiao Yan with a sneer. "You, who rely solely on your family, are nothing but a waste. If you are a true man, let us engage in a contest." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan merely displayed a look of derision on his face. He then sighed, running his hand across his forehead, shrugged his shoulders, and with a countenance full of helplessness remarked, "You are already 21 this year. I am but 15. Do you truly wish to duel with a child who has yet to even celebrate his coming of age? Do you not find your request rather foolish?" Xiao Yan's expression of exasperation elicited a stifled laugh from Gu Xun'er, who bit her lip in amusement. The onlooking merchants and mercenaries could not help but burst into laughter, casting glances at Galio that were tinged with disdain. Galio, feeling the weight of their gazes, experienced a burning sensation on his face, his teeth clenched tightly as he ground his fists together, fury boiling within him. Xiao Yan, having no intention of further engaging with Galio, began to lead Gu Xun'er away from the scene. Nearby, Lin Changqing observed with a sinister smile playing on his lips, his eyes glinting with mischief. This spectacle is far from over. How could the protagonist exit the stage so swiftly? Allow me to add some intrigue. The true performance has just begun. With that, Lin Changqing's eyes flashed red, and with a finger imbued with a trace of fighting spirit, he pointed at Galio. A thread of barely visible fighting energy, infused with a hint of Lin Changqing's soul power, instantly penetrated Galio's body. In an instant, Galio's anger was amplified exponentially by that touch of soul energy, overwhelming his reason with terrifying rage. That strand of fighting energy crazily intensified Galio's own power at the cost of damaging his meridians. As Galio felt the surging power within him, consumed by wrath, he launched an attack the moment Xiao Yan turned away. Whirlwind Fist. The terrifying fighting energy enveloped Galio's fist, executing a wind attribute technique at such speed that no one could react in time. With a resounding impact, Galio's punch struck Xiao Yan, who was caught off guard. Blood spewed from Xiao Yan's mouth as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing through numerous merchant stalls before finally embedding himself into a stone wall. At that moment, everyone stood with mouths agape, astonished by the unfolding scene. They had never anticipated that Galio would dare to strike within the Xiao family's marketplace, and with such merciless intent, delivering a lethal blow without hesitation. Gu Xun'er stared blankly at the airborne Xiao Yan, trembling all over. Abruptly, she turned to Galio, her face devoid of expression, her eyes filled only with an endless chill. A flicker of golden flames ignited in her cold, unfeeling gaze, as a terrifying aura of fighting spirit swirled around her, emanating an overwhelming killing intent. Meanwhile, Galio, having regained his senses after unleashing his attack, found himself paralyzed with fear at the sight of Gu Xun'er, who appeared as a vengeful deity. He stammered in a desperate attempt to justify his actions. Wait. Miss Xun'er, not me. Just now I was uncertain of what was happening." The ancient incantation, Imperial Seal technique, Mountain Seal, emerged coldly and ruthlessly from Gu Xun'er's lips. She was no longer inclined to heed what Galio was uttering. Her heart was consumed by a singular thought: to reduce the assailant who dared to harm her brother Xiao Yan to mere ashes. A colossal hand coalesced in the air, ablaze with golden flames, embodying not only fighting spirit, but also a peculiar energy. This energy was familiar to Soul Changqing, for he had sensed it within Soul Phone. It was the essence of the imperial bloodline. The moment the hand manifested, it seized Galio, who stood not far from Gu Xun'er. A cry of agony escaped Galio from within that mighty grasp. Ignoring his pleas, Gu Xun'er's eyes gleamed with a crimson light, and the hand tightened instantaneously. In an instant, Galio was reduced to a mist of blood, his essence raining down upon the marketplace in a macabre shower. The onlookers beheld the scene, their gazes drawn to the ethereal figure at the center of the sanguine downpour, a vision of unparalleled beauty that evoked the fearsome aura of a demonic deity, forever etched in their memories, leaving them trembling in dread. Lin Changqing, too, stood in stunned silence, mouth agape and eyes wide, grappling with disbelief. He recognized Gu Xun'er's affection for Xiao Yan, yet he could not fathom the depths of her devotion. Witnessing her unleash such formidable powers, Imperial Seal Technique, the Golden Emperor's Raging Flame, and the Imperial Bloodline, all to obliterate a novice fighter like Galio? Let us not even discuss the Golden Emperor's Raging Flame and the Imperial Bloodline. The Imperial Seal Technique itself was an extraordinarily fearsome combat skill, one that had been closely guarded by the ancient clan. Countless powerful warriors had perished at its hands since its inception by an ancestor of the clan. To think it was now wielded merely to extinguish the life of a fledgling combatant? Would the ancestors of your ancient clan not rise from their graves in outrage at such a misuse? Moreover, each of these powers was beyond the current capabilities of Gu Xun'er, who had only recently entered the realm of fighters, each invocation exacting a significant toll. Yet here she was, employing them all in unison. Lin Changqing found himself at a loss for words. Could this be the legendary love that surpasses all? As he observed Gu Xun'er supportively guiding Xiao Yan away, a knowing smile crept across Lin Changqing's lips. Do you truly love him so? He mused. If that is the case. Chapter 27. The Failure of Alchemy. Witnessing Gu Xun'er's profound concern for Xiao Yan, a rather audacious scheme began to form in Lin Changqing's mind, one that could be described as simplistic and reckless. This plan was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Yet, if successful, it would propel him to unprecedented heights. In the eyes of Lin Changqing sparkled a glimmer of brilliance. Yet it was quickly followed by a deep sigh. Alas, the risks are exceedingly great, and the uncertainties abound. I am not adept at meticulous scheming. I shall ponder this further in due course. There remains ample time before Gu Xun'er departs from the Xiao family. For now, I shall return and strive to break through to the Dozong stage. Shaking his head, Lin Changqing dismissed his thoughts and departed, clutching the small beast. Upon entering the secret chamber, Lin Changqing sensed an unusual atmosphere. The energy in the air had become remarkably dense, subtly converging towards a singular direction, the direction of the alchemical furnace. A vague suspicion began to form in his mind, silencing his presence. He moved toward the position where Yao Chen was concocting elixirs. There, he beheld Yao Chen hovering above the furnace, his soul force extending beyond his body, manipulating the bone spirit cold fire, continuously infusing it into the ancient alchemical vessel below. The white flames within the furnace danced and swirled, enveloping a pill that emanated a silvery gray luminescence. The temperature in the chamber plummeted, and frost began to form in several areas. Yao Chen's fingers moved rhythmically before him, controlling the temperature of the bone spirit cold fire, persistently lowering it to its minimum. It was evident that they had reached the final step before the pill's completion. Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes, observing the scene. His hand, concealed within the black robe, had already clenched tightly, producing beads of cold sweat. Despite his unwavering confidence in Yao Chen's alchemical skills, even the most skilled alchemists can encounter failures. Thus, when others request an alchemist to refine a pill, they typically prepare 3 sets of materials. However, Lin Changqing's resources were only sufficient for 2 attempts at this particular pill. Should both fail, he would find himself on the brink of bankruptcy. Moreover, Yao Chen's soul force had yet to return to its peak condition, and this pill was notoriously difficult to refine even among the 7th-tier elixirs, causing Lin Changqing considerable anxiety. Before long, the radiance of the pill intensified, illuminating the entire chamber with a silvery glow. As the brilliant light began to condense, signaling that the pill was on the verge of completion, Lin Changqing felt a surge of elation, and his tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed. Unfortunately, his joy was somewhat premature. Just as the beam of light was about to stabilize, the pill suddenly began to tremble violently. The once steady and rhythmic flow of soul force from Yao Chen was now completely disrupted, descending into chaos. The alchemical furnace quaked ominously, emitting a low hum, and then, as if reaching a critical threshold, the pill erupted violently. The terrifying cold energy within it burst forth, instantly transforming the entire chamber into a frigid wasteland. And this was not the end. The chilling aura, seemingly in search of an outlet, rampaged wildly, crashing against the erased barriers within the chamber. In that moment, the entire secret chamber trembled uncontrollably. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Lin Changqing dared not linger on his thoughts. In an instant, he appeared beside Yao Chen, enveloping him in a protective barrier of Taiyin true qi to shield him from the terrifying chill. Subsequently, he materialized at the center of the secret chamber, seated cross-legged. With a deft motion, he tapped his finger to his brow, conjuring a gray droplet that manifested between his fingertips. As he opened his palm, the droplet instantly multiplied into a myriad of forms, swirling into a vortex of water. This vortex exuded an immense gravitational force, drawing in the ominous Yin energy that had scattered throughout the chamber. In an instant, the Yin energy was ensnared by the vortex. Upon contact, it was disassembled and assimilated into Taiyin True Qi. Once formed, the Taiyin True Qi was swiftly absorbed into Lin Changqing's body, undergoing rapid refinement. Time passed, and the once tumultuous chamber finally settled into tranquility, with the fearsome Yin energy vanishing without a trace, along with the frost that had coalesced from it. At that moment, Lin Changqing, seated in the chamber, slowly opened his eyes. Taking stock of his condition, he could not help but sigh. Although he had absorbed a substantial portion of the medicinal potency, he had not succeeded in forming a pill, lacking the miraculous effects of such a concoction. He was left with only the ordinary potency of the herbs, which merely refined his Taiyin True Qi further, failing to facilitate his breakthrough to Dozo. Alas, what a pity! Upon seeing Lin Changqing awaken, Yao Chen hurried forward, his head bowed in deep shame as he spoke. I feel utterly embarrassed, esteemed elder. Lin Changqing mustered a faint smile, attempting to console Yao Chen. There's no need for such lamentation, esteemed elder. Such occurrences are commonplace in alchemy. Moreover, you have not yet fully recovered. I have absorbed most of the medicinal power. Thus, the materials were not wasted significantly. I am now but a step away from Dozo, even without relying on pills. I shall soon achieve a breakthrough. Do not burden yourself with guilt, esteemed elder. Now, with one more set of materials at hand, please do your utmost, esteemed elder. In a few days, I shall seek out additional materials, and then we shall no longer find ourselves in such a predicament. However, Lin Changqing's heart ached. He had lost half of his assets and felt an intense need for comfort, though he could not reveal such vulnerability. In collaboration with Yao Chen, he needed to maintain an air of confidence, for only in this manner could he retain the upper hand in their partnership. By the way, esteemed elder, during my recent excursion, I managed to acquire some items. Please take a look and see if any of these are of use to you. If not, feel free to sell them. With that, Lin Changqing presented the spoils of his recent endeavors before Yao Chen. Yao Chen flew toward the silver nascent spirit, then glanced at the purple crystal beside it. Beast fire? Associated amethyst source? Yao Chen could not suppress his astonishment. Indeed, I ventured forth and vanquished several fifth-tier magical beasts, as well as a rare amethyst-winged lion king. Such a creature is exceptionally elusive, and the spoils it left behind are quite valuable. I wonder, Elder Yao, do you have any need for these? If not, I shall have no choice but to sell them, spoke Lin Changqing calmly. The amethyst-winged lion king is indeed a rarity. I encountered but a few during my lifetime. Such items are seldom found on the market and could fetch a handsome price. I have no particular need for them, but I believe it prudent for you to keep them for now. There are always eager buyers for such treasures, and one can never tell when they may be of use in the future. Lin Changqing pondered before collecting the items and presenting another spatial ring to Yao Chen. This contains additional materials. I must trouble you once more. Rest assured, I shall succeed this time. I promise. Upon receiving the spatial ring, Yao Chen, with a serious expression, assured Lin Changqing of his commitment to their joint venture. After sending Yao Chen off to refine pills, Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint illuminating them. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. In this world, no plan is infallible, nor is there a strategist without flaws. Hesitation could lead to missed opportunities. This recent failure has cost me dearly, yet it has solidified my resolve to execute my plan. If I lack the cunning to manipulate others, I shall resort to straightforward and forceful strength. With a cold snort, Lin Changqing rose and departed the secluded chamber. Chapter 28, Mirage and Reality. With a heavy heart, Lin Changqing exited the chamber and ascended to the loft, settling into an ancient, stately wooden chair. A stream of water surged forth from his hand, flowing into the teapot upon the table. With a gentle touch, he infused a wisp of lunar essence into the teapot, allowing it to swirl around the tea leaves before returning to him, resulting in a perfectly brewed lunar ice fruit tea. Lifting the teacup, he blew away the non-existent steam and took a sip. The cool, sweet flavor of the fruit tea lingered on his tongue, soothing the tumultuous emotions that had earlier beset him. Rubbing his temples, he sought to calm his scattered thoughts. To take action against Gu Xun'er, I must find a way to send that ancient servant of the Gu clan away. Otherwise, should he sense even the slightest anomaly, the majority of the Dou Saint from the Gu clan would converge upon me without delay. The Gu clan's willingness to keep Gu Xun'er here surely indicates they have established a spatial passage with their Dou Saint's prowess. They could arrive in less than half a day. At that moment, I would find myself with no avenue of escape. This Ling Ying is the key to my predicament. Lin Changqing contemplated, his long, slender fingers, as white as sheep's fat, rhythmically tapping on the tea table, his willow-like brows occasionally furrowing and then relaxing. How can one ensure that Lin Ying remains oblivious to Gu Xun'er's disappearance? Alternatively, could one find a substitute for Gu Xun'er for a brief period? Yet, how might one resolve the issue of her aura? Perhaps through illusionary techniques? The water attribute indeed proves advantageous for cultivating illusions. However, I possess no profound mastery of such magical arts, and it is likely that I cannot deceive Lin Ying. Moreover, where might I find an individual capable of standing in for Gu Xun'er? A substitute? Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in Lin Changqing's eyes, and he began to murmur, striving to capture the fleeting notion that had crossed his mind. The illusionary substitute for Gu Xun'er: water mirror, flower in the mirror, moon in the water. Lin Changqing finally pieced together all the critical elements and associated them with a particular person and technique, a character he had once encountered in his previous life, Aizen. Along with his renowned skill, mirror flower, water moon, Lin Changqing refrains from commenting on Aizen's character. However, Aizen's mirror flower, water moon inspired him. This ability of complete hypnosis governs the opponent's five senses, allowing them to fully believe in the appearance, form, quality, texture, and even scent of a specific object as envisioned by the master. Although Lin Changqing cannot entirely replicate the described effects, it is, after all, a technique crafted by another's imagination, and its existence remains uncertain. Nonetheless, it sparked an idea within him. Lin Changqing realized that, given his current circumstances, he might achieve an effect akin to mirror flower, water moon. His tri-light divine water, a formidable essence composed of golden sunlight, silver moonlight, and purple starlight, is replete with boundless potential. Once the moonlight divine water, which can erode the soul, and the starlight divine water, capable of dissolving true spiritual consciousness, merge into the tri-light divine water, they carry with them the principles concerning the soul and true spiritual awareness, enabling interference with consciousness. Water, being inherently reflective, would merely require the influence over Lin Ying's soul awareness, projecting Gu Xun'er's aura and image into his mind, leading him to believe that Gu Xun'er stands before him, thus avoiding any hint of suspicion. This exemplifies the water moon aspect of mirror flower, water moon. To achieve the necessary influence over the soul and reflect the image, one must first possess the mirror flower. Lin Changqing possesses the unique heavy water, allowing him to manipulate its quality and weight at will. He merely needs to envelop the tri-light divine water with the heavy water, solidifying it into a water mirror, ensuring that its energetic rules are tightly encapsulated to reach a critical point. Subsequently, shattering the mirror will cause the fragments to dance, imbued with the energy of the tri-light divine water, reflecting and momentarily stunning the targeted individual. The essence of the tri-light divine water within the mirror will then transform into delicate streams of water, devoid of any aura and invisible to the naked eye. The waterline dances with the fluttering lens. As soon as the other party is illuminated by the lens, their mind reveals a flaw, and that delicate stream of water invades their soul, silently and imperceptibly. Subsequently, the water flow will unfurl deep within the essence of their soul, forming an inconspicuous mirror of water that interferes with the spirit, reflecting reality and projecting images. This is what is referred to as the mirror flower, water moon. At this moment, Lin Changqing's eyes gleam with clarity, and his thoughts are lucid. The technique he has conceived aligns perfectly with the name of the mirror flower, water moon. However, this technique is merely an idea at this stage. Its practical application requires Lin Changqing to explore it gradually. The pathways of soul power, the support of vital energy for the technique's operation, the connection between the three luminous waters and the primordial heavy water, and many other aspects that he must diligently practice step by step. No longer in the dispirited state he was in upon exiting the secret chamber, Lin Changqing's mind is now consumed with thoughts of the technique he has just devised, his eyes growing brighter with each passing moment. Suddenly, he leaps to his feet and dives back into the chamber to validate his conjectures. In the back mountains of the Xiao family, a resolute young man relentlessly strikes a massive boulder with his fists, each punch resonating with a thunderous sound. The air is filled with explosive echoes. His internal organs tremble violently, muscles ripple, and bones creak in unison. His fists, devoid of any fighting spirit, strike heavily against the stone. This young man is Xiao Yan. It has been a month since he was severely wounded by Galio. With the aid of a mysterious pill from Gu Xun'er, he has swiftly recovered from his injuries. However, following this grave injury, his once bright disposition, which had gradually emerged due to the restoration of his talents, has darkened once more. For an entire month, he has said nothing, obsessively training in the back mountains. Gu Xun'er's attempts to coax him out have been met with refusal. Haunted by thoughts of his inadequacy that led to his injury, and the reliance on Xun'er to mend his wounds. He harbors deep resentment towards himself, lamenting his lack of strength and questioning why fate took away his gifts only to return them after he endured all the humiliation. He can only channel his frustrations through relentless training, his fists pounding against the boulder, blood seeping from his hands, yet he remains indifferent. Brother Xiao Yan. At the sound of this voice, Xiao Yan's fists, which had not paused even for a moment, suddenly halt, slowly descending, and his tightly clenched fists gradually relax. Chapter 29, The Strange Fire. Xiao Yan turns his head, forcing a smile as he gazes at Gu Xun'er, who stands nearby in a simple yellow dress, her arms crossed. Her beautiful eyes filled with concern as they fixate on him. It's you, Xun'er. What brings you here? Gu Xun'er did not immediately respond to Xiao Yan. Instead, she stepped forward to take his blood-soaked hand in hers. Gently, she retrieved a handkerchief and began to wipe the blood from his palm, then softly inquired, "Does it hurt?" Brother Xiao Yan? As she stood before him, memories flooded Xiao Yan's mind. How she had, like a vengeful deity, vanquished Galio due to his injury. How she had sought healing remedies for him, and how she had silently supported him through his tumultuous journey of relentless cultivation, allowing him to vent his frustrations while standing resolutely by his side. In moments of his bloodshed, she had approached him to tend to his wounds. All these memories struck deep at the tender core of his heart. Over the past 3 years, apart from moments of slumber, he had been subjected to incessant mockery and humiliation, which had become his new reality. Gradually, he had grown accustomed to it, and his heart had hardened. Yet now, confronted by this unwavering girl who had stood by him through thick and thin, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill. Xiao Yan firmly grasped her delicate hand, which was diligently tending to his wounds, and in a hoarse voice, he expressed, "Xun'er, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for me over these 3 years. I will become strong, and I will protect you." Brother Xiao Yan, Gu Xun'er gasped, momentarily taken aback by his grasp, feeling the warmth radiating from his hand. As she processed his words, tremors coursed through her body, and tears of joy streamed down her face, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful smile. "I believe in you. I believe you will become powerful. I am certain that my brother Xiao Yan will be the strongest. I will support you, always standing behind you." At that moment, the massive stone that Xiao Yan had struck for an entire month suddenly emitted a faint white glow. This unexpected phenomenon captured both their gazes, shattering the tender atmosphere that had enveloped them. "Xun'er, be careful." Xiao Yan instinctively pulled Gu Xun'er behind him, keeping a vigilant watch on the peculiar stone. The white light coalesced into intricate, tiny characters etched upon its surface. Curiosity piqued. Both Xiao Yan and Gu Xun'er approached the stone to examine the sudden appearance of the inscriptions. The burning decision, a fire technique beyond the heavenly rank. Staring at the extraordinary sight before them, they were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that the markings on the stone were, in fact, a technique. It turned out that on that fateful day, when Soul Eternal had brought Medicine Dust, the latter had mistaken him for a member of the Soul Palace. Believing that he was already destined for death, while he feared not for his own life, he felt an immense guilt for the humiliation he had inadvertently caused Xiao Yan. Thus, as he was taken away, he expended his soul's power to inscribe this tome of boundless potential upon the colossal stone, as a means to compensate Xiao Yan. However, later, persuaded by Soul Changqing, Yao Chen, in a fit of emotion, forgot this matter. Yet, being elderly, a degree of forgetfulness is to be expected. Is there truly such an extraordinary technique? Xiao Yan voiced his disbelief. "It must indeed be authentic," Gu Xun'er remarked, a flicker of speculation igniting within her. "My father once mentioned that the former patriarch of the Xiao clan, Xiao Xian, possessed 3 varieties of his power incomparably terrifying, surpassing even that of my father and the Soul Emperor. Could it be that this technique is the one Xiao Xian cultivated? If so, it would certainly explain Xiao Xian's formidable strength. I never imagined that the technique he practiced would endure, concealed within this giant stone of the back mountain." Gu Xun'er pondered silently, subsequently committing the technique etched upon the stone to memory. "Brother Xiao Yan, have you memorized this technique?" Gu Xun'er inquired, directing her attention toward Xiao Yan, who was intently gazing at the stone. "Yes, I have." Xiao Yan nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing his response, Gu Xun'er concentrated her in her palm and struck the colossal stone, which instantly crumbled into powder, carried away by the wind. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback by her sudden action. "Xun'er, what are you doing?" "Brother Xiao Yan, do you know what is?" Xiao Yan shook his head, as this was his first encounter with such a concept. Noticing his confusion, Gu Xun'er smiled gently and elaborated. "In this vast expanse of the world, there exists certain heavenly, perhaps flames born from celestial meteors, or the molten earth fire forged over millennia deep within a volcano. These are far more potent than flames conjured from. Yet they are notoriously volatile. Such are rarely encountered, and even when one does come across them, it is exceedingly difficult to harness them for one's own use. Many individuals spend their lives in pursuit of, only to find their aspirations unfulfilled. After all, to control, one must draw it into their body, and every variant of is inherently destructive. Not even the renowned metal can withstand the purifying flames of, let alone the frail human body. Thus, engaging in such an endeavor is akin to inviting disaster. Only a fortunate few, through serendipitous circumstances, manage to refine a small cluster of, nurturing it into their own flame seed. Those individuals are invariably formidable powerhouses. Xiao Yan listened, entranced, and after a prolonged silence, licked his lips and inquired, then this is. Indeed, this burning decision is a profound technique capable of absorbing the exotic flames of heaven and earth, thereby leading to its own evolution. In the Dou Qi Continent, individuals have compiled a list of these renowned exotic fires, known as the flame ranking, which consists of 23 distinct flames. These include the 23rd, Xian Huang Yan, the 22nd, Wan Beast Spirit Fire, the 21st, Yin Yang Twin Flames, the 3rd, Pure Lotus Demon Fire, and the 2nd, Void Devouring Flame. The identity of the first exotic fire remains a mystery, unseen by any. Each of these flames is exceedingly rare, and if Xiao Yan were to cultivate this technique, he would need to seek out numerous exotic fires. Should this technique be disclosed, Xiao Yan's quest for these flames could face considerable obstacles. Thus, Xun'er, acting on her own accord, destroyed the stone. After speaking, she playfully stuck out her tongue. Oh, I never considered so much. You truly are thoughtful, Xun'er. Thank you, Xiao Yan said, ruffling his hair and bursting into hearty laughter. Chapter 30, Flame Brother. At this moment, Xiao Yan had acquired this remarkable technique, akin to a drowning man grasping a life-saving straw. Although he was uncertain about how to locate the exotic fires, he sensed that this technique would alter his destiny. After obtaining it, the tension that had gripped his heart for a month finally eased, and his demeanor transformed into one of remarkable lightness. Seeing Xiao Yan relaxed, Gu Xun'er felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she revealed a breathtaking smile as she spoke. Brother Xiao Yan, with this technique, you are destined to become a formidable warrior. Upon hearing Gu Xun'er's words, Xiao Yan felt a tinge of shyness and scratched his head. Xun'er, you make me feel a bit embarrassed, haha. With a light chuckle, Gu Xun'er could not help but cover her mouth, stifling her laughter at the sight of the endearing Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao Yan, it's getting late. I must return now. Please take care of yourself, she said. Waving goodbye. Xun'er, you may go ahead. I will practice a little longer before I return, Xiao Yan replied with a cheerful smile, waving her off before turning to continue his training. Shortly after Gu Xun'er departed, as Xiao Yan delved into the intricacies of the burning decision in his mind, a voice suddenly emerged behind him. Ah, it seems something has transpired here. I appear to have missed something. Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Yan felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly turned around to behold a familiar figure. It was the man in the black robe, his face obscured, who had knocked him unconscious over a month ago. This individual was none other than Lin Changqing, who, after 3 years of dormant Dou Qi, was now emerging from seclusion, signifying that he had successfully developed his unique technique, the Mirror Flower Water Moon. Lin Changqing sensed that this technique was merely a nascent form, hinting at far greater potential yet to be unveiled. As time progresses and his prowess enhances, along with a deeper understanding of this technique, he will undoubtedly refine it gradually, ultimately making it his principal means of confrontational engagement. Moreover, upon his recent emergence from seclusion, Yao Chen brought forth delightful news. The remaining medicinal herbs had been successfully refined. Lin Changqing was overwhelmed with excitement, having finally broken through to the Dou Zone level and even regenerated his arm. Everything seemed to be evolving in a favorable direction. This joyous turn of events inspired Lin Changqing to seize the moment. Believing that fortune was on his side, he resolved to implement his plans at the Xiao family estate. Upon arriving at the back mountain of the Xiao family, he sensed an unusual atmosphere, though he could not pinpoint what felt amiss. Observing Xiao Yan in the midst of his training, he recalled his prior intention to adopt him as a sworn brother and thus appeared right behind him. It's you, Xiao Yan exclaimed, taken aback. Oh, you recognize me? It seems you did catch a glimpse of me that day, Lin Changqing replied nonchalantly. Xiao Yan, upon seeing Lin Changqing, felt a surge of excitement. Are you the one who resolved my issue with absorbing Dou Qi? Ever since you knocked me unconscious, I've regained my former talents. Lin Changqing nodded affirmatively. One could say that. Why did you choose to assist me? And did you take my spatial ring? It was a relic left by my mother, devoid of any special attributes, yet I would be grateful if you could return it to me, Xiao Yan inquired, puzzled. I happened to pass through this small town and heard of your exploits, which piqued my curiosity, prompting me to come and see for myself. In fact, had you removed that spatial ring even once during those 3 years, your struggles would not have been so arduous. Are you implying that the reason for my regression in Dou Qi was due to that ring? Xiao Yan questioned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, that ring harbors a malevolent spirit that siphons the Dou Qi from its wearer to bolster its own essence. Had I not noticed it that day, it wouldn't have been long before that spirit consumed your soul and replaced you, Lin Changqing stated brazenly, fabricating an elaborate tale. Xiao Yan, upon hearing this, was taken aback and clasped his hands together in gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. I shall certainly repay your life-saving grace whenever the opportunity arises. I am Lin Changqing, he continued. Your talents are remarkable, even rare among the larger cities. Oh, does the senior intend? Xiao Yan detected the underlying implication in Lin Changqing's words and felt a thrill of excitement. Could it be that this elder intended to take him as a disciple? Lin Changqing chuckled warmly. You need not address me as senior. I do indeed contemplate accepting you as a disciple. However, alas, I am merely 17, 2 years your junior, which renders the idea somewhat inappropriate. How about this? I shall take you as my sworn brother. You may call me elder brother. And I will impart some combat techniques to you, guiding you along the way. Upon hearing this, the imposing figure before him, a man clad in black robes, appeared to be extraordinarily powerful, indeed, far stronger than his own father, and yet, he was merely 17 years of age. Xiao Yan found it hard to believe, feeling as though the worldview he had painstakingly constructed over the years was crumbling in that very moment. A wave of shame washed over him. Such individuals were the true geniuses. His own title as a genius, which he had carried for so many years, now seemed absurd in comparison. Regaining his composure, Xiao Yan's face broke into a foolish grin as he bowed to Lin Changqing, exclaiming, Elder brother, with the mindset of someone from a modern era. Xiao Yan felt no shame in acknowledging a brother who stood above him. If he were to let such an opportunity slip away, he would be the true fool. Xiao Yan believed that he had nothing of value that such a formidable powerhouse might covet. This being, capable of effortlessly obliterating him and the Xiao family with a mere slap, could hardly be interested in his once promising talents. Moreover, this man had granted him the gift of rebirth and saved his life, which left Xiao Yan with no doubts or hesitations as he promptly bowed and called him elder brother. Very well, very well. Haha. Lin Changqing laughed heartily, clearly delighted. I know you are named Xiao Yan. It is a commendable name. If you call me elder brother, then I shall refer to you as Yan Di from now on. Haha. Overjoyed by the acceptance of his newfound elder brother, Xiao Yan's heart raced with excitement, internally exclaiming, I've secured a powerful ally. His foolish grin widened as he scratched his head. Ah, elder brother, as you can see, I have only recently begun to restore my cultivation. My progress in fighting spirit is regrettably slow, which is rather vexing. My combat techniques are also quite rudimentary and crude, as you can see. Xiao Yan made a series of gestures to emphasize his predicament. Lin Changqing, unfazed, continued to smile. Hee, you certainly have a clever scheme in mind. Indeed, elder brother. I fear that my lack of strength may bring disgrace to your name when I am out in the world, Xiao Yan chuckled. Haha, enough of that. As a token of our first meeting, I shall present you with a gift. Here, Yan Di catch. With that, Lin Changqing tossed Xiao Yan a spatial ring, within which were various elixirs suitable for nurturing his fighting spirit, along with several profound-level combat techniques for him to practice. Of course, these items had nothing to do with Lin Changqing. They were all prepared by Yao Chen. Should Yao Chen learn that Lin Changqing was disparaging him in front of Xiao Yan while using his own possessions to curry favor, he might very well be furious. Xiao Yan received the ring with a look of surprise. Thank you, elder brother. After playing with the ring in his hands for a moment, he turned to Lin Changqing with a hint of confusion. Brother, is there not a higher tier of combat skills beyond the Xian level? Lin Changqing remarked, his expression one of bemusement. You, my young friend, wish to soar before you have mastered the art of walking. Even if I were to bestow upon you earth tier techniques, your current prowess would render them useless. Do not be overly ambitious. One cannot devour more than one can chew. Your present task is to utilize these elixirs to swiftly restore your cultivation and to adeptly master these combat techniques. I shall occasionally visit the Xiao family to assess your progress, and at that time, feel free to seek my guidance on any uncertainties you may have. Upon hearing Lin Changqing's words, Xiao Yan pondered thoughtfully and nodded. I understand, brother. Thank you for your wise counsel. Indeed, Lin Changqing replied, a satisfied gaze resting upon Xiao Yan. He nodded and gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder, a wisp of true qi emanating from his hand, quietly intertwining with Xiao Yan's hair. I have matters to attend to now. You should dedicate this time to your cultivation. With that, he turned and departed. Chapter 31, Shatter. Illusion of Mirror and Water. Lin Changqing, of course, lacked the leisure to instruct Xiao Yan in his training. He merely used the guise of mentorship to keep a watchful eye on Xiao Yan's progress, ensuring that the young man remained firmly under his control. The true qi that Lin Changqing left upon Xiao Yan's hair served as a sensory marker, emitting a subtle aura. After leaving the back mountain of the Xiao family, Lin Changqing gazed up at the darkening sky, reigning in his aura. With a single leap, he ascended into the air above the Xiao family. His cold gaze fixed upon the estate below. His black robe billowed in the wind, merging seamlessly with the night. Rendering him undetectable as a formidable Dou Zone powerhouse, observed the Xiao family from above, maximizing his soul-sensing abilities. Lin Changqing pinpointed the locations of Gu Xun'er and Ling Ying, a smirk gracing his lips. The preparations had been meticulously laid, and now it was time to commence. He pressed his fingertip to his brow, a radiant glow flickering as two droplets of water, each imbued with terrifying energy, materialized at his fingertip. These were the 1 yuan heavy water and the 3 light divine water. Lin Changqing directed the 2 droplets towards the heavens above, where they soared into the air, merging with the firmament. Like droplets falling into the ocean, the entire sky rippled, gradually revealing an enormous mirror of irregular shape. No light, no sound, no aura. Its emergence was utterly silent. The immense mirror loomed above, casting its shadow over every corner of the Xiao family estate. A smile graced Lin Changqing's face as he softly uttered, "Shatter, illusion of mirror and water." In an instant, the vast mirror was riddled with cracks, the fissures resembling serpents, twisting and turning. Before long, the entire mirror was veined with fractures, and in the next moment, it shattered into countless pieces. With arms outstretched, Soul Eternal stood as countless tiny, fragmented shards of mirror circled around him for a brief moment before cascading down upon the Xiao family. These myriad fragments reflected a silvery luminescence, resembling a rain of mirrors, exquisite and enchanting. At that moment, all members of the Xiao family beheld the spectacle of mirror rain descending from the sky, glimmers of silver flashing through the air. Except for Ling Ying. Everyone else found their minds enveloped in a blank void. Although Ling Ying was not directly rendered incapable of thought by the reflections, a daze clouded his eyes. As the shards fell, innumerable silken threads of water, clinging to the fragments, penetrated the bodies of all present. Thus, the members of the Xiao family would soon find themselves ensnared in a fleeting illusion. Soul Eternal's technique, Mirror Flower Water Moon, was but a nascent creation. These threads of water would only persist for 2 months, disappearing automatically once the time elapsed. During this interval, as long as Soul Eternal did not cease his actions, everyone would envision an ancient souvenir within their minds, capable of interaction, conversation, and even touch, indistinguishable in appearance and aura from the genuine souvenir. This imagined souvenir would temporarily replace the real one in the Xiao family's daily life. However, Soul Eternal would ensure that this illusion remained largely concealed, avoiding frequent appearances to prevent any exposure of its artifice. After all, it was ultimately a fabrication, a technique still in its infancy, lacking perfection. Subsequently, Soul Eternal swiftly arrived at the location where he had sensed the ancient souvenir. She sat quietly on her bed, a weathered tome in her hands. Yet her gaze revealed profound confusion, her mind engulfed in chaos, mirroring the state of Ling Ying outside. Soul Eternal approached, enveloping the ancient souvenir in his soul power, searching for anything that might alert the ancient clan. After removing all items from her possession, he hoisted her and vanished into the night. Before long, he carried the ancient souvenir to a secluded estate he had acquired days prior, for the task at hand was too alarming to involve Yao Chen. Soul Eternal cast her into a hidden chamber, sealing her fighting spirit and bloodline, while the true Yin energy coursed through her body, suppressing the Golden Emperor's inferno within her. At that moment, the Golden Emperor's inferno cowered within her, trembling as if it had encountered its nemesis. This was merely a feeble fragment of the Golden Emperor's inferno, barely sufficient for the ancient souvenir to wield. Its potency was reduced to almost nothing. Had it been the full force of the Golden Emperor's inferno, she would have perished long ago. The ancient clan had embedded this fragment within her solely to acclimate her body to the essence of the Golden Emperor's inferno, facilitating a far more effortless refinement when the time came. Once assured of his success, Soul Eternal proceeded to awaken the ancient souvenir. Upon awakening in a state of confusion, Gu Xun'er realized that her surroundings were decidedly amiss. Before her lay the stark realization that she was ensconced within a cramped secret chamber. The chamber, constructed from dark iron, emanated an ancient and weighty aura, while 2 flickering candles mounted on the walls provided the only source of light. An incessant chill, imbued with an eerie and foreboding essence, permeated the air, prompting Gu Xun'er to instinctively tighten her collar. Hastily, she began to assess her own condition, only to discover that all her powers had been sealed away and her belongings had been stripped from her, causing a slight heaviness to settle in her heart. Just as she was examining her situation, a faint sound of footsteps resonated behind her, sending a jolt of alarm through her. She swiftly called out, "Who is it?" Turning abruptly, she beheld a figure cloaked entirely in black robes, a hood obscuring their face, radiating a sinister and malevolent aura. The chilling atmosphere of the chamber, coupled with the mysterious figure enveloped in dark robes, conspired to instill a sense of dread within Gu Xun'er. Recognizing the familiar garb and the essence that aligned with a certain faction, her pupils constricted sharply as she exclaimed, "You are from the Soul Palace." Lin Changqing, modulating his voice to sound as hoarse as an ancient man, replied, "Miss Xun'er, I extend my greetings to you." Gu Xun'er, striving to steady her nerves and suppress her growing unease, feigned composure and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "Oh, I merely chanced upon this remote town and discovered the essence of the Golden Emperor's fiery flames. Upon further investigation, I was astonished to find that the Xiao family here is indeed the illustrious Xiao clan that flourished a millennium ago in the Central Continent. What a revelation! What astonished me even more is that the direct descendant of the ancient clan leader, Gu Yuan, has appeared among the fallen Xiao family, and has even formed a bond with the legitimate heir of the current Xiao clan leader. How enviable it is for the scions of two ancient families to unite. Thus, I have summoned you, Miss Xun'er, to extend my congratulations." Chapter 32, Threat. Gu Xun'er was taken aback by Lin Changqing's words. Realizing that this man had uncovered every detail about the Xiao family and knew of her identity and the secrets surrounding the Xiao clan, amplifying her unease. Unconsciously, her voice trembled as she responded, "While your cultivation is indeed fearsome, it cannot possibly reach the level of Dou Zone. In the Soul Palace, a Dou Zone is merely a protector. How do you know all of this? What do you seek?" As for Gu Xun'er, upon hearing that Lin Changqing claimed to have come to congratulate her, she dismissed him entirely, considering his words to be nothing more than nonsense. "You, a member of the Soul Palace, captured me, took everything I had, sealed my cultivation, and now you claim this as a congratulatory gesture? How absurd. Hee. After observing for the past few days, I am quite impressed by Miss Xun'er's profound feelings for young Master Xiao Yan, a depth beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, it appears that young Master Xiao Yan is facing some physical issues. Inviting Miss Xun'er here was, of course, to assist young Master Xiao Yan in resolving his predicament, for she would not wish to see him come to harm, would she?" The mere mention of Xiao Yan's name stirred excitement within Gu Xun'er, though she quickly composed herself, feigning calmness as she replied, "Oh, Xiao Yan? We are merely acquaintances, and I do not harbor any deep feelings for him. As the legitimate daughter of the Gu clan, my talents are unrivaled. No matter how remarkable Xiao Yan's gifts may be, in my eyes, he remains insignificant. His character is greedy and lascivious, lacking in propriety. What merits does he possess to be worthy of me? Yet, given the historical friendship between the Gu and Xiao clans, even though the Xiao clan has fallen from grace, it is imperative to maintain a facade of courtesy. Should word spread that the Gu clan looks down upon the once esteemed Xiao clan, how would that reflect upon us?" Gu Xun'er feared that Xiao Yan might suffer due to her own actions. Thus she belittled him with her words, attempting to convey disdain, while internally, she repeatedly whispered apologies to her brother Xiao Yan. Then, Gu Xun'er added, "Regarding the issues afflicting Xiao Yan, if what you refer to is his inability to cultivate, I fear you may be disappointed. Recently, he has regained his former talents. Although I do not hold him in high regard, I cannot help but feel a tinge of curiosity towards his peculiar condition. It is only natural to pay him some attention. Now that he has recovered, I see no reason to focus on him further. He possesses nothing worthy of my concern, and the notion that I would aid him, as you suggested, is rather far-fetched." With a visage as calm as still water, Gu Xun'er spoke as if she were entirely indifferent to Xiao Yan's fate. "Oh, is that so?" The elder replied, "Rest assured. Miss Xun'er, I am not merely referring to this trivial matter of his inability to cultivate." What do you mean?" Gu Xun'er inquired, her heart stirring. Maintaining her composed demeanor, he chuckled softly, "Of course, I am aware that Xiao Yan's talents have been restored. There is no need for you to pretend to be unconcerned about young Master Xiao Yan. Should he learn of your indifference, he would be deeply saddened. Your facade merely reflects your fear of me harming him. Alas, the damage has already been done. Indeed, the issues plaguing Xiao Yan's body were personally instigated by me." As she spoke, Lin Changqing tossed a jade slip to Gu Xun'er, within which was sealed the essence of the source of the Taiyin water, containing the terrifying true energy of the Taiyin. I have planted a fragment of this extraordinary entity within Xiao Yan's body, concealed within his Dou Qi, utterly undetectable on ordinary days. It moves in tandem with the flow of Xiao Yan's Dou Qi, bearing my soul imprint, no matter the distance. As long as my thoughts stir, this entity will unleash a chilling aura, instantly corroding and devouring the meridians and blood of young Master Xiao Yan. It will extinguish all vitality from him, and once it erupts, he will quickly transform into a pool of icy, lifeless water, his death a sight most horrifying. Hee. Miss Xun'er would surely not wish for such a calamity to befall young Master Xiao Yan. Upon hearing Lin Changqing's words, Gu Xun'er's heart was immediately filled with trepidation, leaving her flustered and at a loss for how to respond. She cast aside any pretense and exclaimed at Lin Changqing, "What do you want? Do not harm Brother Xiao Yan. I will give you anything you desire. Should you dare to harm him, I will ensure you regret ever stepping into this world." Under normal circumstances, Gu Xun'er would not act so unwisely as to threaten Lin Changqing in such a perilous situation. However, her concern had thrown her into disarray, and upon hearing of Xiao Yan's safety, she became utterly frantic, resorting to threats in her desperation. Upon hearing Gu Xun'er's menacing words, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Changqing's eyes, his previously courteous demeanor vanishing. With a swift motion, he struck Gu Xun'er's face with a resounding slap. She was sent flying, crashing against the black iron of the secret chamber before falling to the ground. Coughing, Gu Xun'er found herself unable to rise. Her delicate white hand pressed to her stinging cheek, looking up at Lin Changqing in disbelief. From birth, she had been the center of attention, cherished by her father and the elders of the Gu clan, who treated her with utmost care, fearing she might be harmed. Whatever she desired, her family would fulfill. As she was the sole legitimate daughter of the Gu clan, the foremost power in the Dou Qi Continent, possessing the only divine bloodline in a millennium. One could say that Gu Xun'er was the most esteemed woman in the Dou Qi Continent. Yet now, she had been struck by a mere protector of the Soul Palace, leaving her feeling as if she were in a dream, everything so unreal. Lin Changqing approached Gu Xun'er, who lay struggling to rise, and looked down at her from above. When Gu Xun'er met his gaze, a wave of humiliation surged within her, igniting her fury. In her life, she had never felt such a desire to reduce someone to ashes. Not even the anger she felt when Xiao Yan was injured could compare to the intensity of her feelings at this moment. Lin Changqing slowly crouched down, straddling the delicate form of Gu Xun'er, lifting her chin with his forefinger. "Who endowed you with the audacity to threaten me on my own territory? Is it the patriarch of the Gu Yuan clan? Yet, even he, despite his formidable strength, seems unable to rescue you now. Do you truly believe that a mere Gu Yuan could instill any trepidation in me?" Chapter 33. 3 Conditions. Has the patriarch not taught you the folly of provoking your adversary when you are already at a disadvantage? Such a basic principle appears to elude you. Aside from your noble lineage, you are utterly lacking. With such a terrifying talent and bloodline, you squander your potential on frivolous romance with Xiao Yan, even restraining your own advancement for his sake, thus wasting your extraordinary gifts. At this rate, it won't be long before you hand over the Gu clan, along with yourself, to him. The hope of rejuvenation for the Gu clan resting on your shoulders is truly a grave miscalculation. Upon hearing Lin Changqing's scornful remarks, coupled with the humiliating position in which she found herself, Gu Xun'er felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Changqing, brimming with unparalleled hatred. Her lips pressed tightly together, silent. Noticing the animosity in her gaze, Lin Changqing remarked nonchalantly, "You need not wear such an expression. The more you despise me, the quicker Xiao Yan will meet his demise. You are correct. I dare not lay a hand on you. Your death would undoubtedly incite Gu Yuan to scour the entire Dou Qi Continent, and I would have no way to escape. I have no desire to perish alongside a mindless fool like you. However, I am unafraid to act against Xiao Yan, as long as you remain unharmed. Gu Yuan will not go to great lengths for a mere Xiao Yan, and the elders of the Gu clan would never consent to such folly. Regardless of who Xiao Yan may be, whether a genius or a failure, in their eyes, he is but an insignificant ant, just as I am. They would not mobilize their resources to avenge the death of an ant. You are merely a favored princess, lacking real power. The Dou Qi Continent is vast. If I wished to conceal myself, your authority would prove futile in locating me. Unless you ascend to Dousheng and truly wield power, by then, your Xiao Yan would likely be long gone. Ha ha ha. Gu Xun'er, initially incensed by Lin Changqing's insults, felt her worth diminished to nothing. Her teeth clenched in fury. As the conversation shifted to Xiao Yan, her anxiety grew with each word, a chilling realization dawning upon her. Despite the harshness of Lin Changqing's words, she understood the truth in them. The Gu clan would not care for Xiao Yan. At this moment, her mind was a tumultuous mess, overwhelmed and uncertain. She timidly inquired, "What is your purpose in this? What do you desire?" "As long as you do not harm my brother Xiao Yan, I will grant you anything." As Sol Changqing observed Gu Xun'er in her current demeanor, cautiously poised, fearful of offending him, he noted her earlier bravado had dissipated. Though she had been in a perilous situation, her previous arrogance had given way to a more prudent disposition. With a satisfied smile, he articulated his demands. Quite simple, really, 3 conditions. First, you must procure the cultivation resources of your ancient clan for my use, particularly those of the cold and dark attributes. If you lack them, dispatch someone to seek them out. Should they be elusive, resort to taking them by force. Such tasks should be trivial for your clan. Second, send emissaries to locate waters akin to the imbued with extraordinary powers on the Dou Qi Continent. I refuse to believe this world harbors only without also possessing, or, regardless of their nomenclature, you must ensure their acquisition. Third, replicate all the Dou Qi from your clan and present it to me. Do not entertain the thought of tampering with it. Should I encounter any issues in my cultivation, I will ensure Xiao Yan meets a most tragic fate. These 3 stipulations are rather straightforward, are they not? As for Gu Yuan questioning your need for such items, you shall devise your own means to address him. Should any complications arise, rest assured, your brother Xiao Yan will perish before I do. Upon hearing Lin Changqing's demands, Gu Xun'er was rendered speechless, taken aback by the audacity of his requests. How presumptuous he was. She was merely the direct descendant of the clan leader, not the clan leader herself. Although her cultivation resources were considerably abundant, they were not without limits. How would she justify a substantial withdrawal of resources if her own power did not see a commensurate increase? And what of this bizarre notion of waters akin to? What on earth was her? Had he lost his sanity due to his water attribute Dou Qi, leading him to such delusions? The idea of replicating all the clan's unique techniques seemed utterly far-fetched. Each of those techniques was of tremendous power, capable of shaking mountains and splitting the earth, capable of annihilating nations and cities with ease. If the elders of her clan were to discover that their cherished techniques were being shared with outsiders, especially those from the Soul Palace, merely because their precious young lady had taken a fancy to a man, her father, even as the clan leader, would surely face repercussions. Internally, Gu Xun'er was seething, yet she maintained a facade of caution, careful not to reveal any trace of her true feelings. I agree to your terms, provided you do not harm Xiao Yan. Upon my return to the clan, I shall beseech my father. He dotes on me and is certain to acquiesce. She hastily assented, all the while inwardly cursing. Are these conditions even feasible for a person to fulfill? Perhaps you should reconsider the enormity of your demands. Why not simply request to be the clan leader yourself? Given the pressing circumstances, Gu Xun'er could only comply for the moment, aligning with Lin Changqing's desires in order to avoid further provoking him. Once freed, she planned to present the jade slip he had given her to Gu Yuan for examination. She firmly believed that her father, one of the most formidable figures on the Dou Qi Continent, would surely devise a strategy to counter whatever trivialities the Soul Palace had concocted. As soon as the hidden danger left on Xiao Yan is resolved, Gu Xun'er will certainly ensure that the old man from the Soul Palace understands the proper way to conduct himself, making him regret ever coming into this world. Lin Changqing, noticing Gu Xun'er feigning a pitiful demeanor, could naturally discern her true thoughts. He firmly pinched her chin with 2 fingers. Ouch! Gu Xun'er exclaimed in pain, gazing at Lin Changqing with bewilderment. Had she not promised? Why was he still treating her this way? A sinister smile crept across Lin Changqing's face as he forcefully manipulated her chin, saying, "Did you think I couldn't see through your intentions? You plan to comply with me just enough to take this peculiar item back to your father for study, and once it is deciphered, you'll summon others to deal with me?" Gu Xun'er was instantly struck with shock, her heart racing with dread. The individual before her was truly terrifying. He could read her thoughts with alarming clarity. The image of Lin Changqing, which instilled profound fear within her, was indelibly etched into her mind, casting a shadow that would linger unless she could personally eliminate him. Regardless of how strong she might become in the future, this shadow would remain, independent of her power and tied to her mental state. Chapter 34, Compromise. However, it is only natural for you to think this way. Rest assured, Gu Yuan will not be able to decipher this peculiar item. You must possess the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame within you, correct? The Golden Emperor's burning sky flame is notoriously unruly. Your ancient clan has been rendered helpless against it, and Gu Yuan has found it to be a considerable headache. Thus, he sealed it, trapping the child flame within your body, hoping you would gradually gain control over the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame. Unfortunately, even with the imperial bloodline, you cannot fully suppress this child flame, resulting in your frail condition during childhood. It was only upon arriving at the Xiao family that this Xiao Yan found an opportunity to enter your heart. Am I not correct? Lin Changqing's voice, reminiscent of a devil's whisper, resonated within Gu Xun'er, each word striking her heart like a hammer, intensifying her fear of him. Gu Xun'er trembled uncontrollably, utterly unprepared for the realization that Lin Changqing was aware of all these matters. Had she been living under some form of surveillance all along? Who exactly was this person? He was certainly no ordinary Soul Palace dozone. Such knowledge would be beyond even the Soul Clan's reach. If the Soul Clan were aware, they would never permit her to reside with the Xiao family. They would not allow the Dou Qi ancient Emperor Jade to be taken from them. Gu Xun'er found herself perplexed, staring at Lin Changqing in sheer terror. Observing her confusion, Lin Changqing inwardly chuckled. Although Gu Xun'er hailed from the ancient clan and had a broad perspective, the Dou Qi Continent held countless wonders. Ultimately, she was still a 15-year-old girl who had remained sheltered within the Xiao family since her emergence from the ancient realm, lacking experience in the outside world. The ancient clan had only provided Gu Xun'er with a cursory understanding of many of the secrets of the Dou Qi Continent, leaving many specific matters unelaborated. Even the formidable adversaries, the Soul Clan and the Soul Palace, were merely introduced in vague terms, as if there was a reluctance to allow Gu Xun'er to delve too deeply into these matters. Consequently, Gu Xun'er remained unaware that this world encompasses not only powerful Dou techniques, but also a myriad of wondrous secret arts. Indeed, the intelligence that Lin Changqing possessed regarding Gu Xun'er was derived entirely from illicit sources, circumventing formal channels. Yet he understood that acquiring such information was not particularly difficult. For instance, within the Soul Palace, there existed various secret arts pertaining to the soul, including one that allowed a practitioner to glimpse into another's memories. However, the practitioner must be significantly more powerful than the individual whose memories are being probed. Otherwise, success would elude them, rendering this technique somewhat impractical. Albeit commonplace among the Soul Palace members, you may allow the unruly Golden Emperor's burning sky flame within you to sense the aura of this extraordinary object. It is certain to yield unexpected surprises, he suggested. Following this, Lin Changqing slightly loosened the seal on Gu Xun'er, enabling her to tenuously harness the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame, signaling her to experiment with the jade slip. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Xun'er released the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame, directing it towards the jade slip for exploration. To her astonishment, upon sensing the primal aura of the Taiyin true water within the jade slip, the flame quivered violently, as it had not been refined by Gu Xun'er. The Golden Emperor's burning sky flame swiftly broke free from her control, retreating into her body with remarkable speed, as if pursued by some primordial beast. Regardless of her attempts to summon it forth, it resolutely refused to emerge. Witnessing the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame exhibit such behavior for the first time left Gu Xun'er nearly speechless. In her mind, the flame had always been so proud, so tyrannical, synonymous with destruction and devastation. Yet now, seeing it behave like a mouse confronted by a cat, she couldn't help but wonder where its usual arrogance had vanished. Was it only capable of being domineering in its own confines? Noticing the hint of despair on Gu Xun'er's face, Lin Changqing chuckled and continued. Though this Golden Emperor's burning sky flame within you is merely a fragment, its essence remains unchanged. As the fourth-ranked entity in the heavenly fire rankings, it possesses its own pride. It is even quite defiant towards the third-ranked pure lotus demonic fire. The posture it displays now should convey a clear message to you. If Gu Yuan cannot master even this fragment perfectly and requires sealing to allow you to use it at all, do you truly believe he has any means to handle this extraordinary entity? Or do you still cling to the hope of retrieving it for Gu Yuan's study? However, I must caution you. The moment anyone comes into contact with the Dou Qi within Xiao Yan, I will sense it immediately and will unhesitatingly activate that Dou Qi. Then, with a resounding bang, your brother Xiao Yan will simply vanish. Gu Xun'er gazed at Lin Changqing, who was laughing heartily while seated upon her. Her heart already steeped in despair. She realized she had truly fallen into his grasp and silently made a fateful decision. She could not allow Xiao Yan to suffer even the slightest harm. Thus, the Gu clan would have to wait until she grew stronger to gradually make amends. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xun'er spoke. I promise you, as long as you do not harm Xiao Yan. However, a hint of distress crossed her face as she continued. But I am merely the junior clan leader of the Gu clan, and I have not returned home in a long time. While the elders of the clan will support me regarding resources, they will not permit me to draw upon them without limits. The Gu clan cannot recklessly pillage the entirety of Zhongzhou based solely on my words. As for the search for that miraculous water, I can only send a few to gather intelligence. It is impossible to mobilize the entire Dou Qi Continent, as you suggest, for that would require far too much power. And the elders of the family would never consent. Regarding the Dou techniques, I will do my utmost to request them. This is not an insurmountable task. However, there are some unique techniques that the clan fears I may be overreaching, and they will not grant them to me until I reach a certain level of strength. I cannot fully meet your previous demands, but this truly represents the utmost of my capabilities. I do not possess the authority within the clan that you may envision. You must trust me. Gu Xun'er implored anxiously to Lin Changqing. Upon hearing her words, Lin Changqing furrowed his brow. Recognizing that Gu Xun'er was indeed no longer attempting to play games, her words were sincere. However, to be frank, this was not in line with his expectations. Although her last statement sounded pleasant, it essentially translated to "I will do my best." He had taken such a considerable risk to bring this girl here, expending much effort with threats, intimidation, and strategic analyses, leaving him mentally exhausted, only to be met with a mere promise of effort. Lin Changqing was less than satisfied. His greed was palpable, desiring to devour the whole pie in one bite. Chapter 35, The Secret Chamber of the Dozone. Lin Changqing looked at Gu Xun'er with dissatisfaction, questioning whether he had perhaps been too gentle. Was doing one's best truly what he was to expect, as if he, Lin Changqing, could not wield a blade against Xiao Yan? Well, the truth was that now he truly dared not act, despite his harsh words. He did not have the courage to confront either Gu Xun'er or Xiao Yan at this moment. The Gu clan was untouchable, Gu Xun'er was beyond reproach, and Xiao Yan was a pawn to threaten her, thus also beyond his reach. Nevertheless, despite his reservations, Lin Changqing still needed to show Gu Xun'er a glimpse of his authority, conveying that mere effort was insufficient. She must give her all, and even if the outcome was elusive, she must strive to attain it. Rising to his feet, a ripple emanated from the space in his hand, and a small mirror slowly materialized, only to become marred with cracks, ultimately shattering into countless pieces. Dozens of lenses simultaneously reflected the image of Gu Xun'er, causing her soul to tremble, her consciousness to spiral into chaos, and her thoughts to become a muddled haze. Her body quaked incessantly. With a mere gesture, Lin Changqing unleashed a thread of true lunar energy into Gu Xun'er's corporeal form, violently stimulating her body and mind, distorting her senses and disrupting her physical being. In an instant, Gu Xun'er began to tremble uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, mucus flowing freely, and saliva splattering. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Lin Changqing restored her consciousness, then sent a fine stream of water into her mind. As Gu Xun'er regained her senses, a vivid image emerged in her thoughts, Xiao Yan being engulfed by the true lunar water unleashed by Lin Changqing. A chilling terror erupted from within her, voraciously consuming Xiao Yan's blood, meridians, and bones, twisting his visage into a grotesque mask of horror. His skin turned a ghastly shade of purple, teeth and hair falling away, disintegrating upon contact with the ground into pools of black liquid. His face began to decay, limbs melted away, his entire being devoid of blood, until ultimately, Xiao Yan was reduced to a morbid puddle of blackened remains. As this horrific scene played out in Gu Xun'er's mind, Lin Changqing manipulated it further, enabling her to viscerally experience Xiao Yan's chilling despair as his icy dread erupted. The same frigid terror seemed to simultaneously invade Gu Xun'er, enveloping her in an atmosphere of dread and hopelessness. No, Gu Xun'er cried, tears streaming from her eyes as she emitted a heart-wrenching wail of despair. Observing her reaction, Lin Changqing dispelled the illusion, squatting before Gu Xun'er and speaking, "Now, Miss Xun'er, I wish to hear your response. A friendly reminder. I do not wish to hear the phrase 'I'll try.'" As the illusion faded, Gu Xun'er regained her senses and became acutely aware of her predicament, her mind blank with shock. She had not anticipated this individual possessed such enigmatic and formidable abilities, leaving her utterly discomposed. The thought of appearing in such a state before him nearly suffocated her, and she felt a fleeting urge to simply succumb to death. Yet, recalling the gruesome demise of Xiao Yan she had witnessed, she quickly knelt at Lin Changqing's feet, tugging at his robe, tears cascading down as she pleaded, "That scene was false, right? Please, do not treat Brother Xiao Yan this way. I implore you, please. I will genuinely do everything in my power to assist you. I beg you. I do not know the extent of my capabilities. I cannot foresee the lengths to which the elders and my father will go for me, but I assure you, I will exert my utmost effort. You must believe me. You truly must trust me. Please, do not subject Brother Xiao Yan to this fate." Woo. At this moment, Gu Xun'er, once possessing a flawless and exquisitely delicate visage, now found her face marred by tears, a consequence of her entreaties to Lin Changqing as she knelt at his feet, desperately pleading. Thus, the once revered and esteemed daughter of the ancient clan, akin to the ethereal snow lotus atop a snow-capped mountain, had fallen to the mortal realm, prostrating herself before the seemingly demonic Lin Changqing. Witnessing Gu Xun'er in such a state stirred a tempest within Lin Changqing, an unexpected thought flitting through his mind, unbidden. Abruptly, he crouched down, producing a handkerchief to gently wipe away the tears from her face, restoring its pristine beauty. There, I believe in you," he softly uttered. Really? The sight of the man she had perceived as a devil now kneeling, tenderly wiping her cheeks with a handkerchief and professing his faith in her, caused an uncontrollable blush to bloom upon her face. After enduring such harsh treatment, one often finds themselves bewildered by a hint of gentleness emanating from the very person who had caused their distress, stirring an innate emotional response that is difficult to suppress. Moreover, in proximity to Lin Changqing, Gu Xun'er discovered an unusual, subtle fragrance lingering beneath his sinister aura. The scent involuntarily filled her nostrils, its cool, refreshing essence soothing her trembling frame that had been wrought by fear. Her chaotic thoughts began to quiet, leading her to a state of disbelief, as if she were ensconced in a dream. The unique fragrance emanating from the true body of Tyene was indeed peculiar. Although Lin Changqing occasionally found it somewhat odd, he deemed it trivial and thus paid it little mind. After cleansing Gu Xun'er's face, he lifted her chin with a finger. Previously, lost in a tumult of worries for Xiao Yan, she had overlooked the delicate nature of Lin Changqing's touch. Now, having regained her composure due to his distinctive fragrance, Gu Xun'er was startled to observe that each of Lin Changqing's fingers was slender and elongated, as fair as sheep's fat, utterly devoid of blemish, surpassing her own hands in their perfection. An absurd notion flickered in her mind. Could he be female? However, before she could ponder further, Lin Changqing's voice, still raspy like that of an elder, reached her ears. I trust you will endeavor to assist me. However, having taken a considerable risk in bringing you here, I find myself somewhat reluctant without adequate recompense. How about you offer me a little compensation? Gu Xun'er, perplexed by his words, inquired, what compensation? I have now lost all my treasures to you, and I possess nothing. Miss Xun'er, you need only to do this much. Upon hearing the words of Lin Changqing, Gu Xun'er's face turned ashen, and without a moment's hesitation, she shook her head repeatedly, her voice trembling as she pleaded, No, this is unacceptable. I implore you. Spare me. Lin Changqing, undeterred by Gu Xun'er's refusal, continued, Miss Xun'er, you must consider carefully. This will not affect your relationship with Xiao Yan. He will remain completely oblivious, and your divine bloodline will remain intact. This way, you will not be burdened by the three conditions. Is that not a fair trade? Moreover, you surely do not wish to see something happen to young Master Xiao Yan. Upon hearing Lin Changqing's voice, reminiscent of a demon from the abyss, Gu Xun'er's pallor intensified. After a long silence, a melodious voice echoed through the dark chamber. All right. Shortly thereafter, the chamber was filled with the sound of rustling. A sharp crack resounded, and Gu Xun'er's other cheek became swollen, now symmetrically matching the first. How have I taught you? If you cannot learn, your brother Xiao Yan will surely perish. Ultimately, driven by a blaze of fury, Lin Changqing lost control, leading to a grave mistake. Spring had arrived, and with it came the chapter titled Gu Xun'er in Despair. The following day, Gu Xun'er lay naked upon the cold floor of the chamber, her body in disarray. The traces of tears from countless cries the previous night lingered on her cheeks. With hollow eyes, she gazed at the iron ceiling of the chamber, exuding an aura of despair. Lin Changqing, troubled by the sight of the despondent Gu Xun'er, lamented his momentary lapse in restraint. What folly! They had made an agreement. If resources were scarce, so be it. Why act so impulsively? Now, the situation had escalated. If Gu Yuan discovered that his daughter had been defiled by a member of the Soul Clan before reaching Doushang, he would undoubtedly retaliate against the Soul Clan. The Soul Clan would not risk war with the Gu Clan over Lin Changqing at such a critical juncture. They would sacrifice him without hesitation. Last night, in pursuit of fleeting pleasure, he had not foreseen the repercussions that now loomed. Kill me, Gu Xun'er suddenly uttered, her words devoid of emotion. As if she held no attachment to life. Her purity had been shattered. She could no longer face her brother Xiao Yan. Her Dou Emperor bloodline lay tarnished, betraying the Gu clan's expectations and disappointing her father's affection. In just one night, she felt she had lost everything, devoid of any will to continue living. Lin Changqing was taken aback by her words. The impact of such a blow upon her was immense. She was contemplating death. What would become of him if she perished? He had no desire to die alongside her. Hastily, Lin Changqing sought to console Gu Xun'er. Ahem, Miss Xun'er, there is no need for such distress. I possess a means to conceal the loss of your innocence. I am confident that neither Xiao Yan nor Gu Yuan will ever discover the truth. You can return to Xiao Yan, united once more, while still embodying the hope for the revival of the ancient clan. What do you say? Consider that last night was merely an unfortunate mistake. The immediate priority for Lin Changqing is to stabilize Gu Xun'er, ensuring she does not lose her will to live, nor should they perish together. As for how to obscure the tarnished reputation of Gu Xun'er, Lin Changqing has begun to form certain ideas in his mind. Kill me. Gu Xun'er stated again, devoid of any emotion. Lin Changqing, witnessing her obstinacy, felt a surge of irritation. Already troubled, he now had to devise a way for Gu Xun'er to reclaim her purity and approach Xiao Yan once more. Yet, this Gu Xun'er was contradicting him at every turn. A fierce glint flickered in Lin Changqing's eyes, and in a fit of rage, he retorted, "Very well. If you wish for death, then embrace it. I have countless methods of demise for you to choose from. Tell me which you prefer." With that, Lin Changqing activated the mirror flower water moon once again, conjuring vivid images within Gu Xun'er's mind. The scene began in darkness, resembling a murky pool, accompanied by the sound of dripping water. Suddenly, the inky blackness transformed into a blinding brightness. Maggots, blood-red maggots. They infested the entire pool. Gu Xun'er, gazing at the horrific images, could no longer maintain her icy facade. Her body trembled, her complexion turned ashen, and her stomach churned violently. "Ah!" Gu Xun'er gasped in terror, instinctively bending over, on the verge of retching. Lin Changqing intensified her perception, ensuring she felt every ounce of the horror as he leaned closer, whispering in her ear. "This is the blood-devouring cold pool. One of the 10 punishments of the Soul Palace. The condemned are stripped of their cultivation, have their limbs shattered, and are cast into this frigid pool, where they are consumed by blood maggots that drain their lifeblood and devour their flesh. Behold, those are the individuals who have faced such punishment." As he spoke, the image revealed several unfortunate souls, reduced to mere stumps, submerged in the cold pool, their bodies crawling with countless blood maggots, writhing in their mouths, ears, eyes, and noses. Their anguished wails echoing throughout the chamber. Upon witnessing this, Gu Xun'er could no longer bear it. She vomited. Throughout her life, she had only encountered the beauty of this world. She had never witnessed such a ghastly scene. "How do you like this method of dying? If it pleases you, I can take you back to the Soul Palace immediately." Upon hearing Lin Changqing's words, a look of sheer terror washed over Gu Xun'er's pale face. She desired death, but she could not fathom being overrun by such vile creatures. Gu Xun'er remained silent, her eyes pleading, as she clutched Lin Changqing's sleeve tightly, biting her lip. Soul Eternal paid no heed to Gu Xun'er's pleas and continued, "Oh, it seems you do not favor this. Then how about this?" At that moment, the scene shifted, revealing a colossal furnace, within which stood numerous black stone pillars. Beneath the furnace, green flames danced, ensnaring cloaked figures bound to the pillars, their anguished cries resonating as they desperately begged for release from their torment. This was the hellish ghost fire of the Soul Palace, capable of scorching souls while leaving the body unscathed. Immersed in this inferno, one's soul would be gradually charred, though the flames inflicted only minor damage. The agony experienced by the soul would be magnified 100-fold. After 81 days, the soul would be utterly extinguished by this ghostly fire, yet until that time, one would endure relentless, overwhelming pain. How does this appeal to you? Gu Xun'er was teetering on the brink of complete collapse. The wretched cries of the cloaked figures gnawing at her nerves, her lips whispering frantically, "No, no, I refuse." "Oh, still not to your liking? Then what of this?" Another image appeared, showcasing a figure completely naked, riddled with deep wounds. Their form a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, akin to a vengeful spirit. This was Lin Qi. Tears once again streamed down Gu Xun'er's face. "No, please, no. Oh, not satisfied with this one either? How about this? Or this? Still not content? What of this?" Soul Eternal seemed to transform into a masterful salesman, meticulously detailing the various tortures while continuously inquiring if she was pleased. At that moment, Gu Xun'er found herself engulfed by an endless despair, longing for death, yet paralyzed by fear. Each form of torment depicted in the scenes made her feel as though life itself was a fate worse than death. Ultimately, Gu Xun'er could no longer bear the crushing weight of despair and erupted. "Ah, why? Why do you treat me so? I had promised you. I had agreed to your terms. Why must you do this to me? Why won't you let me die? I have lost everything, everything." Gu Xun'er first raged at Soul Eternal before quickly dissolving into tears, for she truly did not know what else to do. Chapter 37, Matters Within the Small Dark Room. Soul Eternal observed the frenzied Gu Xun'er before him, recognizing that the time was ripe. She would likely not seek death again for the moment. Gu Xun'er had been pushed to the brink of madness by his provocations, and further torment could yield unpredictable consequences. However, it was clear that she could not be allowed to return now. Her hatred for him had reached a boiling point. Should her animosity for him surpass her affection for Xiao Yan, she might return and drag them both into a shared demise, which would be disastrous for him. Thus, he could only confine Gu Xun'er for the time being, and the future would have to be navigated one step at a time. Moreover, yesterday, Gu Xun'er imparted a sensation that was utterly enchanting. The women he had encountered on Earth paled in comparison to her. This left Lin Changqing somewhat reluctant to let her go, especially since the ephemeral effects of the illusion would linger for approximately 2 months. He felt no urgency, deciding to postpone any further considerations until after this period. A month later, Lin Changqing had indulged in a life of remarkable splendor during this time. He frequently ventured into the dim confines where Gu Xun'er was held captive, spending entire days within. Had it not been for the pressing matters of his cultivation, he would have wished to visit her daily, eagerly engaging her as soon as he regained his strength. Lin Changqing could only describe his feelings for Gu Xun'er with 2 words: utterly delightful. Initially, Gu Xun'er's journey in the small dark room was a cacophony of tears and shouts, as she cried and cursed at Lin Changqing. However, after a few days, she fell into a profound silence, unresponsive no matter how Lin Changqing provoked her. Eventually, she began to speak again, gradually developing a tendency to chatter excessively. And she started to show some cooperation with Lin Changqing's intentions during tasks. Each time the door to the small dark room was opened, Gu Xun'er would fix him with a peculiar gaze that made Lin Changqing feel somewhat uncomfortable. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, it is understandable that a person confined to a small dark room for an extended period would exhibit some neuroses. Which of the prisoners held in the Soul Hall did not end up losing their sanity in the end? Gu Xun'er exhibits only a mild tendency for verbosity, which can be attributed to the boredom experienced in the small dark room. However, when it comes to their interactions, it is predominantly Gu Xun'er who engages in conversation, with Lin Changqing occasionally responding to her remarks. It is evident that Gu Xun'er harbors an immense resentment towards him, which has undoubtedly reached unprecedented heights. What purpose would he have in responding to her? Is it to foster a connection? Do not jest. I am utterly convinced that if Gu Xun'er possessed the strength, she would undoubtedly seize herself at the earliest opportunity, subjecting herself to all the tortures she had previously witnessed. Yet is it truly so? At this moment, Gu Xun'er reclines upon a soft little bed, draped in a delicate blanket that barely conceals her petite and exquisite figure, accentuating her graceful curves. The ethereal quality of her presence renders her even more captivating. The chamber is engulfed in utter darkness, devoid of any light, and Gu Xun'er finds her cultivation entirely sealed, rendering her incapable of practicing her skills. The confined space of the chamber creates an overwhelming sense of oppression, leaving Gu Xun'er with no choice but to lie quietly, awaiting the return of Lin Changqing. Initially, when she was confined, Gu Xun'er experienced moments of sheer hysteria, teetering on the brink of collapse. Upon seeing Lin Changqing, she would erupt into frenzied roars, releasing her pent-up emotions. Yet after the outburst, silence enveloped them. She despised Lin Changqing, for she could discern that Lin Changqing was enamored with his physique. For a period, she remained utterly motionless, uttering not a single word, denying the demon, Lin Changqing, any semblance of satisfaction, thereby expressing her profound hatred for him. Lin Changqing, for his part, said little in response, adhering to his own pursuits while she protested. This undoubtedly intensified Gu Xun'er's animosity towards him. However, ultimately, she could no longer endure the relentless darkness and the suffocating silence of the chamber. She ceased her silence. She began to converse with herself, fearing that otherwise, she might truly descend into madness. Upon witnessing Gu Xun'er break her silence, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Lin Changqing. "Oh, speaking now? Have your spirits improved recently?" This seemingly innocuous inquiry stirred an odd thought in Gu Xun'er's mind. To her, it appeared as if Lin Changqing, the very demon who tormented her, was exhibiting concern for her well-being simply because she had spoken. In her eyes, this expression of concern was a lifeline, for she was in dire need of compassion from anyone, regardless of their identity. She had endured far too much during this time, every soul shrouded in darkness. Upon glimpsing even the slightest glimmer of light, becomes fervently desperate to grasp that flicker. Gu Xun'er, ensconced in the oppressive gloom of her confined space, perceived Lin Changqing's casual inquiry as the illumination she yearned to seize. He cares for me because I spoke. If I were to speak more, might he show me even greater concern? This thought lingered in her mind. She began to articulate her thoughts, expressing herself more freely, and eagerly anticipated Lin Changqing's arrival, longing for the creaking sound of the cold iron door as it opened, a sound that, at that moment, was music to her ears. Each time Lin Changqing opened the door, the light that flooded in not only illuminated the chamber, but also brightened her lonely, shadowy heart. As he entered, the dimness in Gu Xun'er's eyes would rekindle with brightness. She would fixate upon him, her gaze brimming with yearning, desiring even a modicum more of his attention. From the moment he entered until his departure, Gu Xun'er spoke incessantly, never pausing. During his tasks, Lin Changqing would respond to her occasionally, causing her cheeks to flush crimson with excitement akin to a climactic thrill. On one occasion, after 5 days without his presence, she spiraled into hysteria, relentlessly pounding on the frigid iron door, calling out for Lin Changqing. She was consumed by fear, terrified that the glimmer of hope that had finally surfaced within her would vanish, plunging her back into the abyss of despair. Fortunately, Lin Changqing eventually appeared. The moment he did, Gu Xun'er rushed forward, seizing his robe, and wept uncontrollably. On that day, Gu Xun'er clung tightly to Lin Changqing, as if fearing he might vanish once more. Lin Changqing sensed something amiss with Gu Xun'er, yet he brushed it off, believing she was merely having another episode. However, witnessing her demeanor instinctively prompted him to utter a few words of concern. "What is it? Are you all right? Is everything okay?" These phrases were among the most frequently spoken by him in his previous life, a time when he reveled in the company of beautiful women. Yet, his interest in Gu Xun'er was minimal. He remained oblivious to the fact that she had awakened a unique attribute because of him. In his perception, none of his interactions with Gu Xun'er could be deemed humane. He would rather obliterate himself than engage in such matters. The words of concern were merely a reflex from his past existence. Upon hearing them, Gu Xun'er's face flushed crimson, her gaze fixed on Lin Changqing, lost in her thoughts. Chapter 38. The Return of Gu Xun'er. Half a month had passed. During this time, Lin Changqing had thoroughly explored Gu Xun'er's body, leaving no stone unturned. As he sat outside the secret chamber, sipping tea, memories of Gu Xun'er's graceful form ignited a fervor within him. Nevertheless, Lin Changqing realized he could no longer confine Gu Xun'er. Her condition had stabilized. She no longer exhibited the suicidal tendencies or hysterics of before, but had instead become somewhat loquacious, which posed little concern. Furthermore, Lin Changqing had devised a plan to help Gu Xun'er conceal her innocence. The primal Yin energy was, after all, a form of Yin essence, and he was quite familiar with Gu Xun'er's unique aura. However, should Gu Xun'er be discovered sharing a room with Xiao Yan in the future, Lin Changqing felt utterly powerless to assist her. Discussions regarding resources were also necessary, and he needed to procure a set of clothing for Gu Xun'er. He believed that while in the secret chamber, her attire was inconsequential. Preferably, she should remain unclad. After all, Gu Xun'er had lived as a primitive for over a month, her previous garments torn to shreds by Lin Changqing. Thus, preparing a new outfit for her return was essential. With that thought in mind, Lin Changqing exited the courtyard and casually purchased a woman's garment in the market before heading to the secret chamber. Upon opening the door, he was met with Gu Xun'er's usual enigmatic gaze. Ignoring it, he proceeded to attend to his matters. Not a single word was exchanged between them until the end of his tasks. As Lin Changqing prepared to leave, various emotions flickered across Gu Xun'er's face: unwillingness, disappointment, and longing, as she remained motionless, her eyes fixed on him. However, Lin Changqing did not depart. Instead, he retrieved a set of garments from the spatial ring and tossed them to Gu Xun'er. Upon receiving the clothing, Gu Xun'er appeared bewildered, her gaze towards Lin Changqing laced with confusion. Lin Changqing spoke. "Now that you have regained your composure, it is nearly time for you to return." Gu Xun'er was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. During this time, she had envisioned countless moments of what her emotions would be upon her return. Would it be joy, delight, excitement, elation? Yet, when Lin Changqing indicated that she could go back, an inexplicable heaviness seemed to settle within her heart, leaving her with a suffocating discomfort. Gu Xun'er could not comprehend why she felt this way. She could only gaze blankly at Lin Changqing, unsure of how to proceed. Lin Changqing paid no heed to Gu Xun'er's perplexity and continued, "I will imbue you with a trace of my essence. This essence poses no threat to you and will conceal the fact that you are no longer pure. Neither Xiao Yan nor Gu Yuan will discover it, understand?" Gu Xun'er, typically loquacious and never at a loss for words, found herself utterly speechless at that moment, merely nodding or shaking her head in response to Lin Changqing's words. Furthermore, upon your return, you must promptly prepare the items I mentioned in the 3 conditions. Do not attempt any tricks, otherwise, your brother Xiao Yan will surely meet a grim fate. Do you not comprehend? For reasons unknown, when Gu Xun'er heard Lin Changqing mention Xiao Yan's potential demise, her heart no longer surged with excitement. However, when she heard him refer to your brother Xiao Yan, it felt as though she had been struck hard by a heavy hammer, leaving her in deep discomfort, and she could only silently nod. Observing Gu Xun'er's lack of further reaction, Lin Changqing nodded in turn, his demeanor stable and composed, indicating that she was indeed ready to be sent back. "Very well. I shall now escort you home. By the way, may I inquire your name? Might I glimpse your face?" Indeed, during this time, Lin Changqing had not revealed his name to Gu Xun'er. Even while conducting business, he had donned a cloak with a hood. Gu Xun'er only knew that the figure she had been in close proximity to was not an elderly man, but rather a slender yet well-proportioned man, with delicate, snow-white skin akin to jade. His perfectly supple form resembled her own, yet he exuded astonishing combat prowess. Lin Changqing was momentarily taken aback by Gu Xun'er's inquiry, then sneered. "What? Are you planning to return to the Gu clan to investigate me?" Gu Xun'er hastily waved her hand, saying, No. It's just that you are the man who has taken my purity. I wish to know your name." It is of no consequence if you choose not to disclose it. After a brief silence, Lin Changqing replied, My name is Lin Changqing. You need not concern yourself with my appearance. It is impossible for you to see it. That is all. I will send you back now. Gu Xun'er nodded slightly, continuously murmuring the name Lin Changqing. At this moment, she stood at the entrance of the Xiao family, her expression one of profound daze. Although merely a little over a month had passed, it felt as though her time at the Xiao residence belonged to a past life. As she entered the Xiao household, the sounds of children playing, the uproar of duels on the arena, and the cheers of girls supporting boys constantly reminded her that this was no mere illusion. She had truly returned to the Xiao family. Upon passing the arena and reaching the entrance of the grand hall, she unexpectedly collided with someone she had longed to see yet now wished to avoid most. Xiao Yan. Xun'er, you've emerged from your seclusion. You've truly been away for quite a while. You hardly came out at all in over a month. I tried to take you shopping, and you said you had no time. So, have you made any progress in your strength? Xiao Yan, upon encountering Gu Xun'er after her prolonged retreat, rushed forward with genuine concern. Brother Xiao Yan. Gu Xun'er felt a wave of anxiety upon seeing the long-missed Xiao Yan, his familiar aura only adding to her turmoil. Do not misunderstand. Gu Xun'er sensed the faint trace of the yin energy in Xiao Yan's hair, having been in close contact with Lin Changqing for over a month. She had become acutely sensitive to the essence of yin energy. Observing the brilliant smile on Xiao Yan's face, Gu Xun'er found it inexplicably blinding. The more radiant his smile, the more vividly she recalled the darkness of the secret chamber. As she felt the presence of yin energy emanating from Xiao Yan, her agitation grew. A strange thought suddenly emerged. This energy should not belong to Xiao Yan. He did not deserve it. Chapter 39, The Summit of the Back Mountain. Realizing she had harbored such a terrifying thought, Gu Xun'er shivered. Xiao Yan noticed her unusual demeanor and hurriedly inquired, Xun'er, what's wrong? Understanding that her current state was ill-suited for further conversation, Gu Xun'er waved her hand repeatedly and replied, Brother Xiao Yan, I'm fine. I merely just emerged from seclusion and feel a bit fatigued. I should return to rest for a while. With that, Gu Xun'er turned and walked towards her room, leaving Xiao Yan standing there, bewildered. He scratched his head in confusion. Just out of seclusion and feeling tired? Shouldn't one rest well before emerging? Have my previous retreats been mere pretenses? However, Xiao Yan did not dwell on it, turning to head towards the back mountain, for he was but a relentless cultivation machine. At the back mountain, Gu Xun'er donned a simple green skirt that billowed in the wind, her ethereal beauty akin to that of a celestial being. Standing at the edge of the cliff, she resembled a snow lotus atop a snowy peak. Exquisite and extraordinary, sacred and untouchable. Her exquisitely crafted visage bore no trace of emotion. Yet her autumn-like, beautiful eyes betrayed a hint of bewilderment. Several days had passed since she returned to the Xiao family, and everything seemed to flow as it once did, serene and delightful. No one had noticed her absence of over a month. It was as if she had always been in the Xiao family. This led her to ponder whether the experiences of that month were merely a fleeting dream. Akin to the name of Lin Changqing's technique, a mere illusion of flowers in a mirror and the moon reflected in water. The shadow of Lin Changqing, clad in a black robe, continuously flickered through Gu Xun'er's mind, almost ceaselessly. Her emotions were profoundly tangled, leaving her uncertain of her own state. She had attempted to hate him as she once did, wishing for his demise. However, the mere thought of his death enveloped her in an overwhelming despair, rendering her breathless and immobile. Her gaze reflected a deep sense of confusion. Xun'er, what brings you here? A voice filled with surprise interrupted Gu Xun'er's tumultuous thoughts. Turning her head, she beheld Xiao Yan approaching her with palpable excitement, accompanied by his elder brother, Lin Changqing, clad in a black robe with a hood. Cradling a small purple beast in his arms, a chill emanated from his being. It was him. Upon recognizing the familiar attire and sensing the well-known aura, Gu Xun'er's pupils dilated, and an involuntary thrill surged within her heart. She was then astonished by the sight before her, her face betraying an expression of disbelief. During her confinement of over a month, Lin Changqing had occasionally visited the Xiao family, offering guidance to Xiao Yan regarding rudimentary cultivation techniques. Yet, his primary focus remained on assessing Xiao Yan's progress, an intricate matter of which Gu Xun'er was completely unaware, leaving her astonished at their companionship. She had been manipulated for over a month by Lin Changqing, using Xiao Yan as leverage, only to emerge to find the two together. Xiao Yan stepped forward with Lin Changqing and, with a determined expression softened by a smile, addressed Gu Xun'er, Xun'er, what brings you to the back mountain today? Were you waiting for me? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Gu Xun'er regained her composure and feigned calmness as she replied, Oh, I was merely feeling a bit restless these past few days and came here to clear my mind. Xiao Yan, might I ask who this is beside you? Xiao Yan patted his head and laughed heartily. How could I forget to introduce you? Xun'er, this is my sworn brother, Lin Changqing. He is remarkably strong. At just 17, he surpasses my father by leaps and bounds. He is a true genius. It was indeed he who cured my peculiar ailment, which rendered me incapable of harnessing Dou Qi many months ago, and subsequently took me under his wing as a sworn brother to guide my cultivation. Xiao Yan, feeling a sense of pride, introduced his companion Gu Xun'er to Lin Changqing. He then turned to Lin Changqing and said, "Brother, this is Xiao Xun'er. During the 3 years I have been devoid of Dou Qi, it has been Xun'er who has consistently comforted me, allowing me to persevere." Upon hearing this, Lin Changqing revealed a meaningful smile, gently stroking the small beast in his arms, and remarked, "Ah, so this must be my sister-in-law. I had no idea she possessed such beauty. It seems that you, dear Yan, are indeed fortunate." "Haha, not at all. I only regard Xun'er as a sister." Xiao Yan replied bashfully, scratching his head. "Hee, perhaps she is more than just a sister?" Lin Changqing teased, causing Xiao Yan's cheeks to flush as he grinned foolishly. The implications of the exchange unmistakable. Observing the amicable dialogue between the two, Gu Xun'er felt an absurd sensation welling within her. Here was the elite scion of the Xiao family, once the mortal enemy of the Soul Hall, now engaging in brotherly camaraderie with a member of that very faction, who had often threatened to take Xiao Yan's life. Everything before her seemed surreal. However, her thoughts soon drifted back to Xiao Yan's earlier introduction of Lin Changqing. 17 years old, a genius. No wonder he deemed her a fool, merely capable of love talk. Possessing the divine bloodline of the ancient clan, she had now stagnated as a mere fighter. The destruction of her bloodline left her feeling as though she had forfeited her potential for further advancement. She was no longer the illustrious daughter of the ancient clan, but merely an ordinary genius of the Xiao family. A wave of melancholy washed over Gu Xun'er as she began to question whether her years of suppressing her cultivation for Xiao Yan had been right or wrong. After teasing Xiao Yan a few times, Lin Changqing commenced his instruction, while Xiao Yan diligently focused on his training. Gu Xun'er quietly observed the two before her. Throughout Lin Changqing's presence, he had yet to exchange a single word with her, maintaining an air of nonchalance as if nothing had ever transpired between them. Witnessing Lin Changqing's complete disregard for her presence inexplicably tightened her chest, as she gazed at his flawless, fair hand gently caressing the purple beast nestled within his embrace. A pang of jealousy surged within her. Had he ever shown her such tenderness? That beast was so bothersome. She felt an inexplicable urge to eliminate it. A murderous intent flickered in her eyes as she regarded Lin Changqing, who had spent over a month with her, constantly invoking visions of bloodshed and horror in her mind. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Xun'er had begun to adapt to the gruesome scenes, becoming increasingly indifferent towards others. When she gazed at them, her eyes unconsciously resembled those of one looking upon a corpse, the aura of bloodlust around her growing ever more intense, while the fury within her quietly magnified without restraint. Yet, she remained unaware of this transformation, having taken few lives herself. These tumultuous emotions lay dormant within her, merely awaiting a catalyst to awaken the deep-seated violence and bloodlust that resided within. The once elegant and ethereal Gu Xun'er, who seemed untouchable yet bore a hint of innocence, would be irrevocably lost, replaced by an unknown version of herself. Chapter 40. Curiosity about elder brother's appearance. At last, while Xiao Yan was engrossed in his cultivation, Lin Changqing approached Gu Xun'er. Upon noticing him stride towards her, her heart raced uncontrollably, and she clenched her fists in a fit of nervousness. Standing beside her, Lin Changqing cast a glance at Xiao Yan and inquired, "How have you been lately?" Hearing his seemingly indifferent yet caring words, Gu Xun'er's heart fluttered even more wildly, her fists tightening further as she stammered in reply, I'm fine. After returning, I've been a bit unaccustomed and have been resting in my room. I just stepped outside for some fresh air when you arrived." She felt compelled to clarify, not wanting Lin Changqing to think she had been seeking Xiao Yan immediately upon her return. Lin Changqing, oblivious to the underlying meaning of her words, continued, "When do you plan to return to your clan to collect resources?" The mention of resources brought a tinge of disappointment to Gu Xun'er, yet she responded, "Not long ago. The resources from the clan were delivered. They are already in my spatial ring, which you have taken. If I wish to return and request more resources, I must first ascend to the rank of great fighter. Otherwise, they would not entertain my unreasonable requests." Lin Changqing frowned slightly and remarked, "Ascend to great fighter? Even though your imperial bloodline has been damaged, given your innate talent, it should not take long for you to achieve that." He advised her, "Focus on your cultivation for now. Refrain from seeking Xiao Yan without cause. Also, do not attempt any tricks. Your elder brother Xiao Yan would not fare well if you did." Habitually, he concluded their conversation with a veiled threat before departing, cradling the small purple beast. Upon hearing Lin Changqing's warning, Gu Xun'er's expression remained inscrutable. She gazed up at the encroaching twilight and murmured, "Xiao Yan, will he die? Soon." Another 7 days passed, during which Lin Changqing frequently visited to guide Xiao Yan in his cultivation. Inspired by Lin Changqing's words, Gu Xun'er began to immerse herself in relentless training, as if spurred by the notion of being merely a foolish individual who only knew of love. Apart from her cultivation, every time Gu Xun'er observed Xiao Yan heading towards the back mountain, she found herself instinctively following him, incessantly justifying her actions within her heart. "I am merely accompanying Xiao Yan in his training. I am here solely for that purpose." Yet, deep within her soul, a shadowy figure persistently reminded her of the truth. She was driven by the desire to see Lin Changqing. She was aware that Lin Changqing would occasionally visit Xiao Yan during this period. However, merely catching a glimpse of him, even if only for a fleeting moment, filled her with profound satisfaction. She continually admonished herself, persuading her heart that the experiences of the past month were nothing but a nightmare and that Lin Changqing was merely a devil. Yet, she could not restrain her body from seeking him out, nor could she suppress her thoughts of him. Xiao Yan, touched by Gu Xun'er's unwavering presence during his recent training sessions at the back mountain, remained blissfully unaware that her mind wandered elsewhere whenever he was present. She would excuse herself shortly after arriving. The moment Lin Changqing appeared, Gu Xun'er would quietly stand at a distance, gazing at him, her heart brimming with an inexplicable sense of fulfillment. As was customary, once Xiao Yan concluded his training, Lin Changqing prepared to depart when Xiao Yan suddenly called out to him, saying, "Brother, Xun'er, there will be an auction in Wutan City tomorrow. Shall we go and take a look? Perhaps there will be something worthwhile." In truth, Xiao Yan was moved by Gu Xun'er's companionship during their training sessions. And with the auction taking place the following day, he wished to invite her along for a bit of leisure, with Lin Changqing being a mere afterthought. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Gu Xun'er discreetly glanced at Lin Changqing, eager to ascertain his intentions regarding the auction. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Changqing was lost in thought. Pondering, it seems that tomorrow's auction will indeed be the same one mentioned in the original narrative. What was the name of that auctioneer? I believe she was described as quite beautiful. It would be worth attending. Lin Changqing could not recall the name of the woman from the original story who had any connection with Xiao Yan, as her role was minimal. All he remembered was that she was a beauty, and that alone was sufficient to entice Lin Changqing to attend and witness it. "Very well." Lin Changqing replied with a nod. Xiao Yan immediately turned to Gu Xun'er, who smiled and nodded in agreement. The following day, their group included an additional member, Xiao, who had just returned home from Jianan Academy. The formation of the four was somewhat peculiar, with Xiao Yan leading the way, Gu Xun'er subtly walking beside Lin Changqing, while Xiao held Gu Xun'er's hand, casting curious glances at Lin Changqing, intrigued by the newly acknowledged elder brother of Xiao Yan. Ahead, Xiao Yan's voice echoed, "Xun'er, what do you think of this bracelet? Xun'er, this garment suits you remarkably well." Throughout the journey, Xiao Yan assisted Gu Xun'er in selecting various ornaments and attires. Gu Xun'er, without hesitation, accepted the items presented by Xiao Yan with a gentle smile, yet she refrained from expressing excessive emotion. In the past, such gestures from Xiao Yan would have filled her with immense joy. However, at this moment, despite receiving gifts from Xiao Yan, an inexplicable calm enveloped her heart, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Seeing Gu Xun'er accept the items brought Xiao Yan great delight, and he was eager to continue searching for gifts for her, scanning the surroundings. By chance, his gaze fell upon the hood of Lin Changqing, and he found it difficult to look away. It suddenly dawned on him that he had never truly seen what his elder brother looked like. Curiously, he inquired, "Elder brother, why do you always wear that hood? I don't believe I've ever seen your face. Might you show me?" Xiao Yu cast a curious glance in their direction. Gu Xun'er, upon hearing Xiao Yan's question, turned her attention towards Lin Changqing's hood, silently observing, eager to hear his response. She could be considered the one who most yearned to glimpse the face concealed beneath that hood. Lin Changqing shook his head in response to Xiao Yan's question, stating, "I am too unsightly. You are still young, and I fear I might frighten you." He casually dismissed the inquiry. Xiao Yan, somewhat defiant, retorted, "I'm only 2 years younger than you. How am I still a child? Even if you are ugly, you are still my elder brother. Please show me." His curiosity about his elder brother's appearance was piqued. Realizing Xiao Yan would not relent, Lin Changqing patiently explained, "I suffered an accident in my youth that marred my features beyond recognition, rendering me terrifying and ghastly, akin to a malevolent spirit. Everyone feared me, so since that day, I have worn this hood, vowing never to remove it." Lin Changqing had grown increasingly adept at spinning tales. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan gazed at Lin Changqing with a look of remorse, apologizing, "Elder brother, I am sorry for bringing up painful memories." Lin Changqing shrugged and replied, "That event is long past. I have long since moved on from it. Additionally, I have grown accustomed to wearing this hood. It suits me well now. Gu Xun'er, listening attentively, wore a contemplative expression. Was he merely reluctant for us to see his true appearance, fearing that I might investigate his background upon returning to my clan? Or was there some truth to his words? Gu Xun'er pondered. In her heart, she believed that as long as she held sway over Xiao Yan's fate, she would ensure that her kin would not act against him. Surely, he would not continue to wear the hood if he were not being honest about his appearance being marred by misfortune. Upon confirming the veracity of Lin Changqing's words, Gu Xun'er anticipated that she would be engulfed by feelings of aversion and disdain. Yet, to her astonishment, what surged within her was an aching compassion. Upon hearing of an unfortunate incident he had endured, why did she find herself overwhelmed by a heart-wrenching pain for him? Gu Xun'er clenched her fists tightly. Chapter 41. The auction. The Midder Auction House, the largest in Wutan City, is also affiliated with the wealthiest family of the Jiamat Empire, the Midder family. Today, the auction hall was undeniably the most bustling it had been all year. The spacious hall was teeming with people, and the cacophony of voices buzzed like swarms of flies, creating a disconcerting atmosphere that left Xiao Yan and his companions momentarily dazed upon entry. However, Lin Changqing remained unaffected. In his past life, he frequented nightclubs that were far more raucous than this. Accompanied by 3 esteemed members of the Xiao family, the auction house personnel ushered them through the VIP passage, where they selected seats towards the front. Bored and restless, Xiao Yan leaned back in his chair, surveying the surroundings as he awaited the commencement of the auction. Xiao Yu, it seems that the enrollment period for Canaan Academy is approaching in half a year, is it not? Xiao Yan suddenly addressed Xiao Yu, reclining against his chair, having regained his talents with the assistance of some low-grade elixirs provided by Lin Changqing. Xiao Yan had successfully restored his cultivation to that of a fighter over the past 2 months, mastering the burning decision. Lin Changqing was unaware that Xiao Yan had mastered the burning decision. He believed that when Yao Chen had taken him away, he had not uttered a word to Xiao Yan, making it impossible for him to have acquired the skill. Upon Xiao Yan's advancement to fighter, Lin Changqing sensed that the technique he practiced was of the yellow rank, with a faint aura that surprised him. Surely the Xiao family possessed techniques of a higher tier. Why was Xiao Yan cultivating a yellow rank technique? Lin Changqing inquired about the matter. Xiao Yan recalled Gu Xun'er's warning never to disclose the burning decision to anyone. Consequently, he informed Lin Changqing that this was a technique more suitable for him, as the higher rank techniques were not fire attribute based. Lin Changqing suddenly remembered that in the original storyline, Xiao Yan had managed to acquire a yellow rank fire attribute technique at home, thus refraining from further questioning. Now that Xiao Yan had surpassed the fighter rank, he felt a strong desire to venture beyond the confines of his home. He believed that if he continued to cultivate within those walls, he would stand no chance against Naylan Yanran in 3 years' time. Moreover, in order to practice the burning decision, he needed to seek out exotic fires, yet he was uncertain about where to go. Glancing at Xiao Yu reminded him of Canaan Academy, prompting him to ask her about it. Xiao Yu shot a glance at Xiao Yan, her feelings towards her cousin being quite complicated. In their childhood, he had inadvertently seen her unclothed and often teased her, leaving her with a mix of affection and resentment. With a hint of annoyance, she responded, "Oh, do you wish to attend Canaan Academy as well? Had it been in the past, there might have been a chance, but with your current level of cultivation, entry into Canaan Academy is unattainable. The minimum requirement for admission to Canaan Academy is to reach the 8th tier of Dou Qi before the age of 18. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Yan chuckled with a sense of pride. Of course, I am well aware of the admission criteria of Canaan Academy. Otherwise, why would I inquire? With my talents restored, I have already broken through to a 2-star doja as of yesterday. Does that meet the admission standards of Canaan Academy? A confident smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face. What? Xiao Yu exclaimed in shock, covering her mouth with her small hand. She was astonished. Having just returned from Canaan Academy and unaware of Xiao Yan's recovery. How did you recover? Even if you have, it shouldn't be possible to reach 2-star doja in just 2 months. How did you manage that? Of course, it is thanks to my elder brother. He possesses strength far surpassing that of my father, so curing my peculiar ailment was a piece of cake. Lacking the guidance of Yao Chen, Xiao Yan's exuberance caused him to boast about his elder brother. What? Xiao Yu had not anticipated that Xiao Yan's elder brother was stronger than the clan leader. Moreover, given that Xiao Yan referred to him as elder brother, he could not be very old, likely in his 20s. Such talent, if placed in Canaan Academy, would surely earn a spot in the inner court. Upon returning from Canaan Academy, Xiao Yu harbored a sense of superiority, believing that the so-called geniuses in the small town of Wutan were nothing extraordinary. Yet, to her astonishment, she discovered that not only had Xiao Yan regained his strength, but he had also befriended a true genius comparable to the inner disciples of Canaan Academy. Xiao Yu discreetly observed the dark-clad Lin Changqing, who was seated at the far right among the crowd. leaning back in his chair with one fist propping up his slightly tilted head. He stared absently at the auction platform above, exuding an air of boredom. He held no interest in any item within the auction house. He merely wished to catch a glimpse of the beautiful auctioneer. Growing increasingly impatient, he had yet to see her figure. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, stealing glances at Lin Changqing, gently tugged at Xiao Yan's arm and asked the puzzled young man, "Is your elder brother truly as formidable as you claim? What is his level of strength?" Upon hearing her question, Xiao Yan's smile faltered. He suddenly realized that aside from knowing his brother's name, he seemed to know little else about him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he offered Xiao Yu an awkward smile before hastily turning to Lin Changqing and asking, "Ahem, elder brother, I forgot to ask, what is your current level of strength?" Beside them, Xiao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Goodness, you dare to boast without even knowing the strength of the other party?" Lin Changqing opened his slightly squinted eyes and cast a casual glance at the awkward Xiao Yan, speaking with a calm assurance, 5 stars of Dou Ling. There was not a hint of hesitation, making it utterly convincing. Gu Xun'er felt a twinge of doubt, wondering if Lin Changqing's earlier comment about his looks was also a mere fabrication. Xiao Yan's eyes instantly sparkled, 5 stars of Dou Ling. That's even a rank higher than my father. Truly worthy of being my elder brother. Xiao Yu was equally astonished, covering her mouth in shock. Such talent is undoubtedly enough to secure a place in the Inner Academy. This strength is merely a notch below the true prodigies of the Inner Academy. She hastily urged Xiao Yan, with your brother's talent, he would rank among the elite in the Jianan Academy. He could certainly carve out a niche for himself there. Shouldn't you ask if he would consider joining Jianan Academy? That way, we would have someone to look after us. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up at the suggestion. However, Gu Xun'er scoffed inwardly at Xiao Yu's words. Lin Changqing joining Jianan Academy? What a joke. What would he even do there? Become the principal? Chapter 42, Yafei. Xiao Yan turned to Lin Changqing. Brother, with such exceptional talent, why not join Jianan Academy? With your prowess, you could easily surpass the Academy's geniuses. With their guidance, you would surely ascend to Dou swiftly. Lin Changqing felt a flicker of interest at Xiao Yan's words. It seemed that Jianan Academy also housed a small dragon. A treasure of a girl. If possible, he might consider visiting Jianan Academy to see if he could charm that dragon away. Nevertheless, he did not give a direct answer to Xiao Yan. Perhaps I will take a look. We shall see then. Gu Xun'er was momentarily taken aback by Lin Changqing's response. Unable to comprehend why he would be inclined to visit Jianan Academy. Did he perhaps have his eyes set on something there? Regardless of how Lin Changqing appeared in Gu Xun'er's mind, his pragmatic nature was undeniable. Brother, if you go, make sure to take good care of Xun'er and me. Xiao Yan chuckled. In his mind, he was convinced that Gu Xun'er would surely join him at Jianan Academy. He didn't even need to think twice and spoke on her behalf. Gu Xun'er merely nodded slightly, yet she was incessantly justifying her decision to herself. Indeed, I am going for Xiao Yan, not because he mentioned it. I am going for Xiao Yan, not because of him. However, what Gu Xun'er failed to notice was that when she defended herself, the title of brother behind Xiao Yan seemed to linger unspoken, as Xiao Yu expressed her discontent, exclaiming, "Hey, what about me?" Lin Changqing shrugged ambiguously, stating that while he intended to go to Canaan Academy, he never declared an intention to join. It was equally possible that he might infiltrate the academy instead. He had numerous matters to attend to and lacked the inclination to engage in the charade of feigning to be a student merely to confront others. Currently, he remained in Wutan City, primarily to monitor Xiao Yan's progress in cultivation and ensure he did not inadvertently acquire any strange opportunities. His main focus was awaiting Gu Xun'er to reach the great fighter level and obtain the resources provided by her family. Once he secured those resources, he would depart immediately. At present, he possessed a small amount of resources extracted from Gu Xun'er's spatial ring. It must be said that the treasures within her ring were indeed plentiful, which was why he had not yet left Wutan City to scavenge for resources elsewhere. The contents of Gu Xun'er's ring could sustain him for some time. Finally, the auction commenced, and the lights on the stage suddenly illuminated. Under the gaze of countless eyes, a figure clad in an outfit reminiscent of a red qipao, Yafei, gracefully stepped onto the auction platform. The red qipao, which accentuated her voluptuous figure, instantly ignited fervent glances from many in attendance. With a charming smile gracing her delicate features, Yafei playfully covered her mouth and exchanged a few words with the audience below. Her mature allure, which stirred a primal fire within, effortlessly transformed the atmosphere into one of heightened excitement. Observing the suddenly charged ambience and the captivating Yafei on stage, Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim, "Her figure is scandalous. What a temptress." Indeed, Lin Changqing nodded, wholeheartedly agreeing and inadvertently echoing Xiao Yan's sentiments. He then cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yan. Regardless of the latter's antics, Lin Changqing could not deny that Xiao Yan had an exceptional eye for beauty, as every woman he interacted with was a stunning enchantress. Beside them, Gu Xun'er initially felt indifferent to Xiao Yan's remarks. However, upon hearing Lin Changqing also concur with Xiao Yan and gaze intently at Yafei, an unsettling agitation gripped her heart, darkening her expression. Xiao Yan, who had been fixated on Yafei, suddenly felt a chill behind him and turned to find Gu Xun'er's somber face. Realizing she might be jealous, Xiao Yan hastily reassured her. Xun'er, please don't be upset. I was merely curious about how that Yafei attained such a high status as a woman. You are 100 times more beautiful than her. Gu Xun'er chose to ignore Xiao Yan, instinctively stealing a glance at Lin Changqing, yearning for his affirmation of her beauty. Lin Changqing naturally noticed the commotion nearby, but he merely dismissed it as a couple playfully flirting, choosing instead to focus on the auctioneer on stage, murmuring to himself. Yafei, huh? He concealed a wicked smile in the shadows. Observing Lin Changqing's indifference to her appearance, instead fixated on Yafei, Gu Xun'er felt her emotions becoming increasingly tumultuous, a pent-up frustration lodged in her chest, unyielding in its release, and an inexplicable murderous intent began to stir within her. An impulsive urge to eliminate the woman on stage surged through Gu Xun'er, yet as the realization struck her, she was momentarily startled, quickly bowing her head to conceal her expression from others. Xiao Yan, seeing Gu Xun'er with her head down, assumed she was still upset and hastened to offer explanations. Soon, the auction concluded, and the crowd began to disperse. Just as Xiao Yan and the others were about to leave, they discovered that Lin Changqing had vanished without a trace, leaving them puzzled about when he had departed. Xiao Yan looked around, scratching his head in bewilderment, muttering, "Where did Big Brother go? How did he disappear in the blink of an eye?" Gu Xun'er speculated that Lin Changqing must have gone to find the woman from earlier on stage. Clenching her fists, she felt her murderous intent simmering dangerously close to the surface. Taking a deep breath, she fervently reminded herself to cease thoughts of Lin Changqing and disregard his intentions. Subsequently, Gu Xun'er and Xiao Yan made their way towards the Xiao family estate. Half a year passed, and the day arrived for the Canaan Academy to conduct admissions. Although the recruitment team was stationed in Wutan City, their jurisdiction extended to several surrounding cities. The vast recruitment plaza was teeming with people, stretching endlessly, with raucous cheers echoing in the air as countless young individuals desperately surged towards the center of the square. Had it not been for the presence of soldiers from the local lord's office maintaining order at the plaza's edges, the throngs of excited youths would have likely surged forward without restraint. At this moment, beneath the shade of a tree on the plaza's periphery, sat a man and a woman. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her alluring eyes shimmering like autumn waters, and her cherry-like lips curled into a playful smile, exuding charm and grace. She leaned closely against the man, wrapping her arms around his, gazing at the bustling crowd in the plaza ahead. In a languid tone, she remarked, "Wutan City hasn't been this lively in quite some time." The man, hearing her words, shrugged his shoulders with a hint of exasperation, replying, "I really don't understand what's so fascinating about a school's admissions. Why drag me along?" He then cupped his hands over his ears, continuing, "There are so many people, it's deafening." The woman stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. "You old thing, if you do not engage in some activity, are you not afraid that your body will become unfit? This is indeed the most vibrant occasion in Wutan City in recent years, and it is only fitting that we come to witness it." Upon hearing the woman's words, the man reached behind her, playfully squeezing her figure, and with a grin remarked, "Are you not aware of the condition of my physique?" The woman's face instantly flushed crimson. She feigned anger, playfully striking his chest as she exclaimed, "You rogue. You always resort to mischief." These two individuals were none other than Lin Changqing and the auctioneer from the Mitel auction house, Yafei. Chapter 43, The Deceived Yafei. 6 months prior, after encountering Yafei at the auction, Lin Changqing became infatuated with her. As soon as the auction concluded, he hastened to the backstage to find Yafei. He had brought some medicinal dust, initially intending to hand over low-tier pills to Xiao Yan for auction, but instead seized the opportunity to engage Yafei in conversation. Lin Changqing disclosed to her that he was 56 years of age and showcased his prowess at the 5th rank of Douling. In truth, considering both his past and present, Lin Changqing was indeed of a similar age, not particularly old, yet not youthful either. He fell perfectly within Yafei's criteria for a partner. After all, in this realm, the lifespan of a strong individual is considerably extended. A century is merely the lifespan of a mortal, and with Yafei's stature, it would be inconceivable for her to seek a man devoid of strength. Before long, the two grew familiar with one another. Suitable age, commendable strength, and substantial wealth all contributed to their burgeoning rapport. Their conversations brought Yafei great comfort, and within days, Lin Changqing had captured the heart of this emotionally vacant, older woman. Moreover, Lin Changqing did not hide his appearance from Yafei, as there was no necessity for such concealment. She had no ties to other prominent families and lacked the stature to warrant caution. Furthermore, Lin Changqing intended to pursue Yufei through legitimate means. Subterfuge was not his style, as he merely sought to avoid unnecessary complications, not to remain hidden. When Yufei first beheld Lin Changqing's visage, she was utterly astounded. Yet, being not overly concerned with looks, she quickly regained her composure and soon found herself ensnared by Lin Changqing's sweet advances, unable to extricate herself. The reason Lin Changqing chose to display only his 5th rank of Dou Ling was that this strength was deemed the most formidable within Wutan City. It was sufficient to captivate Yufei's interest, yet not so formidable as to create an insurmountable distance between them. Should he exhibit excessive strength, it would foster a sense of disparity, making Yufei feel inferior and leading her to perceive their relationship as one of dependency. Lin Changqing found such a dynamic rather unappealing. After a prolonged period without romance, he simply yearned for a sweet love affair to alleviate his boredom in Wutan City. Intending to inform Yufei of his departure when the time came, his family had been annihilated, and he felt the urgent need to return, seek vengeance, and revitalize his lineage. He intended for Yufei to forget him, offering her a parting gift, and then Lin Changqing waved his hand, departing without taking a cloud with him. Parting was a familiar affair for him, having mastered it in his previous life. Thus, for the past 6 months, Lin Changqing had been entwined with Yufei, leaving little time to concern himself with Xiao Yan. Throughout this duration, he had not once sought out Xiao Yan, resulting in Gu Xun'er not having seen Lin Changqing for half a year. Upon realizing that Lin Changqing had ceased his visits to Xiao Yan, Gu Xun'er believed she could use this time to dispel his image from her heart. Yet, as time passed, his figure became increasingly vivid in her mind. Each time she closed her eyes to sleep, the shadow of him appeared, and she recalled every single word he had spoken to her with startling clarity. As time continued to slip away, Gu Xun'er, who had not seen Lin Changqing for an eternity, suddenly thought of the woman from the auction house. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she instructed Ling Ying to investigate. However, upon Ling Ying's return with the results, Gu Xun'er's rage erupted uncontrollably. She reverted to a state of hysteria, reminiscent of her confinement. Yet, as she regained her composure, she repeatedly reminded herself that Lin Changqing was a demon, and his actions, along with his associations, were none of her concern. Nevertheless, she dispatched Ling Ying to monitor Yufei daily, and each time Ling Ying returned with a report, Gu Xun'er expressed her fury by wreaking havoc in her room. On one occasion, she unleashed her full strength, reducing the entire chamber to rubble, leaving a pit several meters deep in the floor. Gu Xun'er was uncertain why she acted in such a manner, but she recognized a need for release. Recently, the Xiao family had to renovate Gu Xun'er's room almost every few days, yet no one dared to voice any complaints. After all, since the day she had crushed Jalio to death over 6 months ago, the entire Jali family had been eradicated that very night. Everyone knew who was responsible, and who would dare provoke this formidable ancestor. Fortunately, aside from her fixation on Yufei, Gu Xun'er had diligently devoted her remaining time to cultivation, achieving the formidable rank of a great fighter, a rapid progression indeed. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan had obediently remained at home, also cultivating, and had reached the level of a 7-star fighter. As for Lin Changqing, aside from his leisure moments spent with Yufei, he dedicated himself to rigorous training and alchemical refinement, utilizing Gu Xun'er's spatial ring. He consumed one elixir after another, meticulously crafted by Yao Chen. He had now broken through to the pinnacle of 2-star dozome and was on the verge of ascending to 3-star dozome. Remarkably, it had been less than 8 months since his breakthrough into the dozome realm, and he was already nearing the 3-star level, a testament to his astonishing speed. Lin Changqing and Yufei stood side by side, observing the bustling crowd as they gazed at the fray in the center of the enrollment square, where individuals fought for the opportunity to join Canaan Academy. The atmosphere, surprisingly, was quite harmonious. "Brother, you are here too. Where have you been for the past 6 months?" Suddenly, a voice called from behind, belonging to Xiao Yan. The two turned in unison, and Yufei's face displayed astonishment upon seeing Xiao Yan approach. She certainly recognized this young man, the one who, 3 years ago, had lost his fighting spirit overnight, transforming from a genius into a mere waste. Yet, 8 months prior, he had regained his former prowess, and within a mere few months, he had surpassed his previous accomplishments, reaching the rank of 7-star fighter, thus reclaiming the title of genius as the young master of the Xiao family. But why was he seeking them out? Who was the brother he referred to? There seemed to be no one else around. Suddenly, Yufei appeared to have an epiphany, her expression turning incredulous as she looked at Lin Changqing. As Xiao Yan drew closer and noticed the woman beside Lin Changqing, he was taken aback, quickly giving his elder brother a mental thumbs up. "My goodness. So this brother of mine has spent the past 6 months courting the most exquisite flower of Wutan City." No wonder he vanished right after that auction. It seems he had his sights set on her even then. Xiao Yan felt immense admiration for his elder brother, pondering whether he should ask him to teach him a trick or two. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. He already had Xun'er and should not entertain such distractions. Following Xiao Yan were Xiao Yu and Gu Xun'er. Upon seeing Yafei nestled in Lin Changqing's embrace, Gu Xun'er felt a surge of rage, her eyes reddening with suppressed emotion as she lowered her head, trembling. Yet, at that moment, all attention was drawn to Lin Changqing and Yafei, leaving Gu Xun'er unnoticed. Yafei playfully chided, "Brother? When did you acquire such a young little brother? You old man, you must explain yourself." Xiao Yan's smile faltered at Yafei's words. "Old man? What was that about?" Lin Changqing shrugged and replied, "I feared you might think I was too young, so I slightly exaggerated my age." "How old are you, then?" Yafei pressed on. 18. "What? You are only 18. Old Lin Changqing. You are quite the character." Upon hearing Lin Changqing's admission, Yafei felt a sense of betrayal from someone she held dear. She despised being deceived. Not far away, Gu Xun'er, hearing Yafei reprimand Lin Changqing, found her animosity towards Yafei intensifying to an extreme degree. She repeatedly convinced herself, "Lin Changqing is a demon. That woman will surely suffer in the future. If I kill her, it is merely to grant her an early release. Truly, it is for her own good. It is not because that woman dared to scold Lin Changqing. It was not merely because that woman leaned against Lin Changqing that I sought to end her life. My intention was solely to liberate her, by extinguishing her existence. She would find solace. Indeed, that was my resolve." Upon witnessing Yafei's agitation, Lin Changqing could only speak softly. "Yafei, please listen to me." "I shall not," Yafei shouted, forcefully pushing Lin Changqing aside before fleeing. Lin Changqing, with a helpless expression, watched her retreating figure, then turned to the approaching Xiao Yan, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Xiao Yan, somewhat bewildered, looked at Lin Changqing and awkwardly replied, Brother, did I arrive at an inopportune moment? Aren't you going to pursue Miss Yafei?" He then gave Lin Changqing a conspiratorial wink. Chapter 44. How dare you disrupt my heart's resolve? Lin Changqing chuckled. "Yan, you are still young. The affairs of adults are beyond your comprehension. You are here to register, correct? You have arrived rather late. The crowd is quite substantial, and it would be challenging to join them now." Xiao Yan, speechless, retorted, "Brother, I am merely 2 years your junior. How is it that I seem like a mere child in your eyes?" In response to Xiao Yan's words, Lin Changqing remained silent, casting a glance downward at Xiao Yan. Though Xiao Yan could not see Lin Changqing's expression, he felt the weight of his gaze and, feeling embarrassed, quickly changed the subject. "Rest assured, brother. Xiao Yu is a student at the Canaan Academy and can escort us directly inside, sparing us from the throngs. You must hurry and chase after Miss Yafei. We shall take our leave now." With that, Xiao Yan signaled to the 2 companions behind him to depart. As Gu Xun'er passed by Lin Changqing, being acutely attuned to the presence of lethal intent, sensed the ominous aura emanating from her. Lin Changqing furrowed his brow, pondering who had provoked Gu Xun'er, as her aura was unusually heavy with malice. When had she engaged in such acts of violence to accumulate such a dense atmosphere of bloodlust? Unable to fathom the situation, he decided to let it be. With Xiao Yan by his side, Gu Xun'er was hardly a concern. In a blink, Lin Changqing vanished from sight. He did not pursue Yafei, having sensed that Gu Xun'er had reached the rank of Grand Master and would soon return to her clan to procure resources. Once Gu Xun'er returned with the resources in hand, she would depart. There was no need to entangle himself further with Yafei. Now that she had fled, it spared him the trouble of having to sever ties with her. Lin Changqing returned to the courtyard he had established earlier, entering the secret chamber to find Yao Chen, who had just finished refining a pill and was in the midst of recuperation. Lin Changqing approached, picking up the jade bottle placed before Yao Chen. Upon uncapping it, a refreshing aroma of elixir wafted through the air, and Lin Changqing could sense the immense chill contained within the pill. After stowing away the jade vial, I addressed the medicine dust with a chuckle. "Ah, esteemed Elder Yao, your efforts are greatly appreciated. With these elixirs, I should be able to achieve a breakthrough within a month's time." At that moment, Elder Yao had also finished his meditation and floated in the air, responding, "It is my duty. For the sake of our grand endeavor, I shall exert my utmost effort. By the way, Elder Yao, would you prefer to wait until I ascend to the Dou Qi level and use that body for your revival? Or should we wait until I reach the half-saint level and then use that corporeal form for your resurrection?" Previously, Elder Yao had discussed with Lin Changqing the materials required for his revival: an 8th grade elixir, the essence blood of an 8th tier magical beast, and a body of at least peak Dou Qi level. These stipulations represented the minimum requirements for revival. Yet utilizing such materials would undoubtedly result in a significant decrease in strength. Thus, the higher the quality of the materials, the better. Han Changqing's inquiry aimed to ascertain whether Elder Yao wished to first possess a physical body and gradually cultivate the half-saint, or to directly utilize a half-saint's body at the appropriate time. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Yao replied, "It would be wiser to use the half-saint's body directly. Although I possess prior cultivation experience, reviving in a Dou Qi body would lack any bottlenecks. With my alchemical skills, I am confident I could reach half-saint within 12 years. However, given the numerous variables involved, for the sake of the greater picture, I shall wait a bit longer for the half-saint's form. After all these years, I am not in a rush." Han Changqing nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Elder Yao's reasoning, and chose not to press further. He picked up the elixir and prepared to take his leave. "Young Changqing," I called out. Han Changqing, about to depart, paused at the sound of my voice, casting a puzzled glance my way. "Is there something else?" I suddenly drifted beside him, curiously examining the hood that adorned his head. "Young Changqing, why do you always wear that hood? I just realized that I have never seen your true appearance." Han Changqing's expression darkened. Why was everyone so curious about his looks? He contemplated dismissing my inquiry with a vague response, stating, "I am too ugly, hence the concealment." "I do not believe that," I retorted without hesitation. Han Changqing, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under my unwavering gaze, reluctantly acquiesced. "All right, I simply look a bit peculiar. Every time I venture out, it attracts unnecessary attention, so I wear the hood. Since I was among familiar company, there was little risk in revealing this information, and only members of the Han clan knew his true appearance. Alleviating any fear of being recognized, I inquired with curiosity, in what way is it peculiar? Well, how should I put it? 2. Han Changqing stroked his chin, pondering the description, feeling that labeling it as handsome might be inappropriate. 2. Strikingly beautiful. Uft. Yao Chen regarded Han Changqing with a look of disdain before letting out a sigh. "Ah, little Changqing, I never imagined you to be so self-absorbed. How did I not notice this before?" Han Changqing shrugged, acknowledging that he could not compel others to believe him. Yao Chen continued, "Oh, little Changqing, I am inclined to accept your initial claim. You must indeed be quite unattractive. Come now, remove your hood so that I may behold your visage. There is no need for embarrassment. I assure you, I shall not mock you." Han Changqing replied, "You may come to regret this." He was aware that his face often left a significant impression on those who beheld it for the first time, though the members of the Han clan had long since grown accustomed to it, hence their indifference. Slowly, Han Changqing lifted his hood. It was the first time in months that he exposed his face to the open air. As he did so, Yao Chen's gaze was fixed intently upon him, driven by mere curiosity. Yet, when Han Changqing's face was fully revealed, Yao Chen was rendered speechless. He found himself at a loss for words to describe Han Changqing's countenance. It was flawless, simply breathtaking. At that moment, he comprehended the meaning behind Han Changqing's earlier words. In a flurry of motion, Yao Chen hastily covered his eyes with his hand, exclaiming, "You impudent wretch! Dare you disrupt my tranquility? Quickly, don your hood once more." Han Changqing wore an innocent expression before promptly adjusting his hood. After a considerable pause, Yao Chen regained his composure, lowering his hand from his eyes to take a deep, lingering look at Han Changqing. "In the future, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from removing that hood of yours. Oh, and do not remove it even if there is a matter at hand." With that, Yao Chen drifted toward the alchemy furnace. Han Changqing shrugged in resignation. "I told you, you would regret it." Subsequently, Han Changqing's figure flickered and vanished into the darkness. Chapter 45. The Gradual Madness of Gu Xun'er. After Han Changqing's departure, Xiao Yan and his companions made their way to the tent at Jianan Academy to ascertain their qualifications. Upon their arrival, they encountered a minor character. As expected, Xiao Yan took the opportunity to impart some wisdom on the young man regarding proper conduct before successfully entering the tent. Xiao Yan, a 7-star Dou fighter, aged 16. Inside the tent, a gentle and charming young woman was preparing to record the student's information. She momentarily paused, her expression reflecting astonishment. The tent fell into a hushed silence. All present stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at Xiao Yan, an extraordinary talent beyond measure. Meanwhile, the minor characters who had previously offended Xiao Yan and his group were sweating profusely, cowering behind the crowd, fearful that Xiao Yan would seek retribution. The gentle young woman was none other than the Academy's mentor, Mentor Wolin. As she emerged from her stupor, her eyes sparkled with a strange light, and she smiled radiantly. "To my surprise, I have encountered a student of extraordinary talent, which seems to indicate my good fortune." Xiao Yan smiled with a hint of pride, then glanced at Gu Xun'er before addressing Mentor Wolin. "Xun'er is certainly impressive as well. I must admit, I fall short in comparison." Xiao Yan was aware that Gu Xun'er had achieved the rank of 6-star Dou fighter long ago, and although he was uncertain of her current level, it was evident that after all this time, She must have reached at least the 9-star Dou fighter rank, perhaps even advancing to Dou master. All eyes within the tent shifted to the graceful figure of Gu Xun'er, whose exquisite and flawless visage remained untouched by emotion. The gazes of the crowd did not elicit even the slightest change in her demeanor. She remained as indifferent as ever. "Oh, let us observe closely," Mentor Roland remarked, momentarily taken aback by the aloof young woman, before breaking into a smile, her laughter as gentle as flowing water, stirring the hearts of those present. Standing with her arms crossed, Gu Xun'er maintained her icy expression as her voice resonated coldly. "Xiao Xun'er, 2-star Dou master, age 16. Following this declaration, she emanated an aura characteristic of a Dou master. The atmosphere within the tent fell silent. Not a soul dared to utter a sound, and the air grew heavy, leaving everyone with a sensation of breathlessness. Beside her, Xiao Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, large enough to accommodate an egg. He had suspected that Gu Xun'er might have broken through to Dou master, but he had not anticipated that she had already surpassed the rank of Dou master. Suddenly, a glimmer of confusion crept into Xiao Yan's gaze as he realized he might not understand Gu Xun'er as well as he had thought. How is this possible? At last, a voice shattered the stillness of the tent, and the others began to recover from the oppressive atmosphere, engaging in hushed discussions. This must be a hoax. It cannot be true. How could anyone possess such talent? Gu Xun'er observed the crowd, astonished by their reaction to her perceived strength, yet she felt no thrill whatsoever. Confusion clouded her eyes. Why was she here? What was she doing in this moment? As the young lady of the Gu clan, one of the most powerful factions in the Dou Qi Continent, why was she in this remote, backward place, showcasing her seemingly pitiful strength, which hardly matched her identity and talent? As she surveyed the awestruck faces of those whose perception of her was shaken by her feeble display of power, Gu Xun'er found herself laughing at the absurdity of it all. She felt as though she was indeed a fool, as Lin Changqing had suggested. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to leave this place, addressing Mentor Roland. "Mentor Roland, have you recorded everything? If so, I must take my leave. I am feeling somewhat unwell." Ruo Lin had yet to recover from her shock when she instinctively responded to Gu Xun'er's words. Wait a moment." Before Ruo Lin could finish her sentence, she realized her mistake and hurriedly attempted to ask Gu Xun'er to pause before departing. However, Gu Xun'er had already left the tent, leaving behind a solitary silhouette that appeared somewhat desolate. For reasons unknown, Xiao Yan did not pursue her. Instead, he stood within the tent, staring blankly at Gu Xun'er's retreating figure. Upon returning to the Xiao family, Gu Xun'er entered her room and sat on the edge of her bed, slowly closing her eyes as self-mockery coursed through her thoughts. "I never imagined there would come a day when I would feel discomfort due to my lack of strength. Once, I believed that with just a casual effort in cultivation, I could reach levels unattainable by many in a lifetime. Yet now, I find myself bereft of such capabilities. Alas, the divine bloodline, once so near within my grasp, now feels utterly out of reach after its loss. Lin Changqing, should I harbor resentment towards you? Why did you return me only after I had grown accustomed to your presence? Your image is indelibly etched in my heart, unshakable. Yet you refuse to glance my way in reality. Why must you remain so indifferent towards me when I still possess value? Is it because of Xiao Yan? Do you believe that by controlling him, you need not concern yourself with my feelings? What would you do if Xiao Yan were to perish? How would you react if I were to personally take his life before you?" Gu Xun'er's heart began to twist, her face betraying a frenzied expression, an eerie smile curling at her lips. Ha! Suddenly, Gu Xun'er lifted her head, laughing maniacally towards the heavens. As the terrifying aura of murderous intent and the fury deep within her were unleashed without reservation. Time seemed to stretch as that chilling laughter gradually faded away. In that moment, Gu Xun'er appeared unchanged on the surface, yet she felt as if she had transformed entirely. Lying on her side, her mind was plagued with the image of Lin Changqing, as if she could hear his voice whispering in her ears. Her gaze became distant, a sinister smile gracing her lips as she muttered to herself, "Lin Changqing, I hate you. So deeply, so vehemently. Yet I cannot kill you. I do not dare to. You must not die. I will grow stronger and eliminate anyone who dares to approach you, until I am the only one left by your side. You will belong solely to me. I will become so powerful that you cannot resist me. Then I shall confine you, making you endure what you once inflicted upon me." As she spoke, the sinister smile on Gu Xun'er's face deepened, her imagination conjuring vivid scenes that flushed her cheeks with an astonishing crimson. A glimmer of moisture welled at the corners of her lips, her legs instinctively tightening as tremors coursed through her entire being. Chapter 46, The Art of Burning Cultivation. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Gu Xun'er finally emerged from her previous state of madness. At this moment, her expression was devoid of emotion, and her gaze revealed an endless indifference. Gu Xun'er had completely shed the confusion and aimlessness that had plagued her in recent times. She had now fixed upon a singular ambition, to grow stronger, stronger than Lin Changqing. The mere thought of her ascension filled her with fervor. Envisioning a future where Lin Changqing would be powerless against her, subject to her whims. This ignited an undeniable determination within her, causing her cheeks to flush with renewed vigor. The divine bloodline was no longer hers, and it was improbable for her to surpass Lin Changqing through conventional cultivation methods. I must devise an alternative approach. Previously, Gu Xun'er could be likened to a lethargic fish, lacking any fervent desire to enhance her power. The comforts of life within the Xiao clan, coupled with Xiao Yan's companionship, had entirely extinguished her ambition for strength, leaving her devoid of goals, consumed only by the desire to be with Xiao Yan. Even after returning from her encounter with Lin Changqing, she had continued in a daze. However, now she possessed a clear objective, a purpose to grow stronger, and an ambition of her own. This incarnation of Gu Xun'er was undeniably formidable, embodying the promise of her noble lineage. A glimmer of inspiration sparked in her eyes as myriad thoughts swirled through her mind, yet she dismissed each one in turn. Suddenly, the name of a specific technique surfaced in her consciousness. The burning decision? This technique, which she had subconsciously wished to forget, now emerged vividly in her mind. Xiao Yan had successfully cultivated it, and indeed, there were no apparent issues. With this technique, I can ascend to the pinnacle without the need for a divine bloodline. Surveying all from a height unreachable before, I could even achieve heights that my former divine bloodline could never have afforded me. The only formidable challenge would be the necessity for an abundance of strange fire. But that particular challenge does not seem insurmountable for me. A slight smirk graced Gu Xun'er's lips, her exquisite and enchanting visage taking on an air of mischief. Subsequently, she seated herself cross-legged upon her bed. Severing all connections to her clan's celestial-level technique, the Xian Yuan ancient emperor decision. In an instant, chaotic, fighting spirit surged violently within her, causing her meridians to rupture, her internal organs to convulse violently, and her bones to creak ominously, as blood seeped from her skin, presenting a ghastly sight. With gritted teeth, Gu Xun'er began to suppress the wildly surging within her, gradually guiding the uncontrollable energy out of her body. Her aura began to plummet with each passing moment. 1-star great fighter, 9-star fighter, 8-star fighter, 5-star fighter. As her aura dwindled to that of a 5-star fighter, the rampaging within her finally dissipated. Yet, enduring the relentless agony coursing through her body, Gu Xun'er could no longer contain herself and let out a cry, spewing forth a copious amount of blood. At this moment, Gu Xun'er had transformed into a figure of blood, entirely unrecognizable from her former self, resembling a vengeful spirit. Enduring excruciating pain, Gu Xun'er tremblingly retrieved a pill and ingested it. Instantly, an immense surge of medicinal power erupted within her, fervently mending her damaged meridians and internal organs. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until she slowly opened her eyes, sensing the remnants of fighting spirit within her. Astonishingly, she still possessed the strength of a 5-star dome master. Yet, it made sense. She had only truly begun her cultivation in the past 6 months, having previously neglected her training. The duration of her practice of the Xian Yuan ancient emperor's decision was still short, and its abandonment had not inflicted any serious repercussions. Gu Xun'er felt a sense of satisfaction in retaining her 5-star dome master abilities even after such a setback. Without hesitation, she began to follow the flow of fighting energy in her mind, commencing her training of the burning decision. Before long, Gu Xun'er had successfully cultivated the burning decision. The initial stages of its training were not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lay in the absorption of exotic flames, and enabling her body to contain more than one type of. After mastering the burning decision, she retrieved a ladle of crystal-clear spring water and a blood-red pill from her spatial ring. These were the water from the cold moon frost spring and the fire-red lotus pill, materials prepared by the ancient clan to refine the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, both of which were 8th-tier resources, showcasing the ancient clan's vast wealth. Due to their immense importance, Gu Xun'er had refrained from storing these materials in her usual spatial ring, thus evading the toxic grasp of Soul Changqing. Arranging the two materials, a glimmer of golden fire flashed in her beautiful eyes. Taking a deep breath, she completely shattered the sealing technique that contained the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame within her. Instantly, dazzling golden flames erupted around her, enveloping her entire being. With a terrifying heat radiating from her body, gritting her teeth, Gu Xun'er downed the cold moon frost spring water in front of her. A wave of coolness surged within her scorched body, causing her internal temperature to plummet. Yet, it was not enough. It could only barely resist the overwhelming onslaught, failing to fully suppress it. Realizing her internal predicament, Gu Xun'er couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it. This mere flame cannot even be subdued by the 8th tier cold moon frost spring water. Had she known, she would have sought out Lin Changqing for some of his unique fighting energy. That flame would have cowered before the icy jade slip he possessed. Gu Xun'er understood that she could not remain in this stalemate. The Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame could still consume her fighting spirit, and if this impasse persisted, she would undoubtedly exhaust her energy and be reduced to ashes by the damned flames. After consuming the fiery red lotus pill once more, Gu Xun'er found herself enveloped in a delicate layer of crimson silk, shielding her from the flames that assailed her from without. This protective veil prevented her from being overwhelmed by the dual onslaught of fire, while within her, a radiant red light emerged, staunchly resisting the fierce golden flames. The assistance of this red glow amplified the chilling essence of the Hanyu frost spring water, gradually subduing the terrifying heat that threatened to engulf her. An unmistakable glimmer sparked in Gu Xun'er's eyes, signaling that the moment had come. With a flicker of her finger, several pills materialized in her palm from her spatial ring. Without a moment's hesitation, she swallowed them all at once. The fighting spirit that had been on the verge of being consumed by the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame surged back to life, bolstered by a substantial reserve of energy temporarily stored within her. As soon as her fighting spirit began to deplete, this reserve would immediately replenish her strength. Once her fighting spirit was restored, Gu Xun'er fervently activated the burning decision, employing a unique method of energy circulation that gradually began to fuse the essence of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame with her own. Witnessing this, her heart swelled with joy. Chapter 47. Devouring the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame. The Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame could distinctly sense its power waning rapidly, erupting once more with a violent aura that enveloped Gu Xun'er in a thick shroud of malevolence. In response, a fierce light flickered in her eyes. If you are ruthless, I shall be even more so. A terrifying intent to kill radiated from Gu Xun'er, firmly suppressing the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame as she intensified her efforts with the burning decision, devouring the flame's power at an astonishing rate. Within her, the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame writhed in frantic distortion, sensing its own fear as it struggled desperately to escape. Yet, the burning decision held it firmly in place, acting as its natural nemesis, rendering it completely immobile, forced to watch helplessly as it was consumed and refined. In that moment, the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame experienced profound despair. As its resistance crumbled, Gu Xun'er began to refine the energy of the flame within her. The burning decision operated relentlessly, welcoming the vast energy with open arms, and she absorbed it, her aura swelling rapidly. 6-star Dome Master, 7-star Dome Master, 8-star Dome Master, 1-star Great Dome Master, 2-star Great Dome Master, 5-star Great Dome Master. Gu Xun'er's aura gradually stabilized at the level of a 5-star Great Dome Master. Subsequently, she reigned in her aura, her body covered in blood scabs, exuding no trace of energy, her eyes tightly shut as if she were lifeless. Crack. After an indeterminate period, a faint sound emanated from Gu Xun'er, who appeared motionless and devoid of vitality, her body still cloaked in blood scabs. Crack, crack, crack. Gradually, the cacophony of voices grew louder and more numerous. The blood scabs on Gu Xun'er began to peel away with the sounds, soon revealing the enchanting form that had been concealed beneath. Gu Xun'er slowly opened her eyes, her golden pupils radiating an infinite coldness. At this moment, she was utterly unclothed. Her ethereal figure sculpted a perfect silhouette, her skin as pristine as snow, and her demeanor exuded an icy indifference reminiscent of a snow lotus atop a mountain, stunning yet unattainable. 2 strands of dark hair cascaded down her snow-like cheeks, framing a face as flawless as polished silver, while her delicate brows arched like slender crescent moons. Naturally adorned in verdant hues, her exquisite visage bore no trace of emotion, only an unending chill. Her cold gaze flickered, and her flawless complexion rendered the very heavens pale in comparison. From her spatial ring, Gu Xun'er retrieved a simple gown to drape over her perfect form, clenching her fists as she attuned to her newfound strength. A torrent of combat energy surged within her, evoking the sensation that a mere strike could reduce Wu-Tan City to ashes. Yet, Gu Xun'er understood that this overwhelming power was merely a byproduct of her sudden enhancement. She felt a dissonance with the might she now wielded, but it was undeniably far superior to her former self. After savoring the sensation of her strength, a glint of cold light ignited in her eyes, and a faint, sardonic smile graced her lips. The shackles of my heart have vanished. I am no longer bound by Lin Changqing. Now that Xiao Yan has cultivated the burning decision, this technique is mine alone to know. It would be best if Xiao Yan were no longer alive. Lin Changqing, do you not take pleasure in using Xiao Yan to threaten me? I am eager to witness the expression on your face as I reduce Xiao Yan to ashes before you. Ha ha, Gu Xun'er chortled to herself, her head thrown back in wild laughter, a trace of madness dancing in her eyes. Meanwhile, in a courtyard not far from the Xiao family, Lin Changqing remained blissfully unaware of Gu Xun'er's descent into madness. He reclined languidly in a deck chair, sipping the icy and sweet brew of his own making, tying ice fruit tea. The refreshing flavor danced upon his tongue, filling him with delight and enhancing his already buoyant mood. As he lounged, thoughts of the vast resources soon to be within his grasp ignited a flicker of excitement. Oblivious to the fact that Gu Xun'er had turned her attention towards him, nor did he know that Yafei was quietly shedding tears at the auction house, awaiting his apology and consolation. Upon returning home from the recruitment square, Xiao Yan did not seek out Gu Xun'er. Instead, he organized his belongings in his chamber, placing everything into his spatial ring before rising to head towards the Xiao family compound. As he passed by Gu Xun'er's residence, he paused momentarily, gazing at her chamber with clenched fists, silently vowing to himself, "Xun'er, rest assured, regardless of your background or the burdens weighing upon your heart, I shall become sufficiently powerful to shatter all barriers that lie between us, restoring you to the innocent, delightful, and carefree Xun'er of yore." With these words, Xiao Yan departed from the Xiao family with resolute steps, his face etched with determination. Perhaps sensing Gu Xun'er's formidable strength, which surpassed his wildest imagination, Xiao Yan felt an inexplicable foreboding. He realized that if he continued to indulge in the comforts of his training, not only would he fail to defeat Lin Yanran in their 3-year pact, but the distance between him and Gu Xun'er would only widen. This sentiment lingered in his heart, an unshakable presence that ultimately compelled him to request a 2-year leave from Rualin and resolutely embark on a solitary journey to the Monster Mountain range for further honing. Everything appeared altered, yet paradoxically, nothing had truly changed. All matters seemed to return to their rightful course. As night descended, darkness enveloped the land, plunging the world into a profound silence. Within the Xiao family, tranquility reigned, with most members ensconced in slumber, while a few were diligently engaged in their training. In a beautifully adorned courtyard within the Xiao residence, Gu Xun'er sat cross-legged, refining her Dou Qi. Suddenly, her brows arched slightly, as if she had sensed something amiss. She ceased the rapid flow of her Dou Qi, gradually calming herself, and opened her eyes to reveal her golden irises. A shadow materialized in the room. Bowing respectfully before Gu Xun'er, "Miss, today Yafei has remained in her chamber, and no one has sought her out," reported Ling Ying. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him. With no visitors for Yafei today, surely the miss would not be enraged? Since receiving Gu Xun'er's orders 6 months prior, Ling Ying had been vigilantly watching over Yafei. Whenever a man clad in black robes approached her, Gu Xun'er would erupt in fury, wreaking havoc in her room, leaving chaos in her wake. For half a year, Ling Ying had lived in trepidation, uncertain of his mistress's state, yet dared not inquire further, dutifully executing his responsibilities. Upon hearing Ling Ying's words, a faint, cold smile graced Gu Xun'er's lips. To her, Yafei was already a doomed soul, no longer deserving of her attention. Once she grew stronger, she would naturally eliminate her and all those who stood with her. Gu Xun'er's voice, frigid and devoid of emotion, pierced the air. "Ling, there is no need to monitor Yafei any longer. You have other matters to attend to." "Yes, miss. Please, command me," Ling Ying replied, filled with excitement. The past 6 months had been unbearable for him, as he had been forced to watch a woman and her lover share tender moments, only to return and witness his mistress's wrath, leaving him on the verge of a nervous breakdown. In the present moment, the thought of no longer having to keep a watchful eye on Yafei not only brought a sigh of relief, but also an unparalleled surprise that filled his heart. Almost to the point of tears, he could not help but reflect on how utterly formidable the female of the species could be. Thankfully, he had never pursued a woman in the past, and he resolved to maintain a distance in the future. Chapter 48. The acquisition of the ancient jade of the Xiao clan. Having spent considerable time within the Xiao family, it was time to fulfill the task entrusted to me by the clan. You are to retrieve the ancient jade of the Dou Qi Emperor from the Xiao clan, which should be located within Xiao Zhan's spatial ring. If it cannot be found, eliminate him. Bring all those of the Xiao family before Xiao Zhan. Should they refuse to yield the ancient jade, they shall face death. If 1 is insufficient, then take 2. If 2 are inadequate, take 3 until he surrenders it. If he remains obstinate, then eliminate them all, for the ancient jade of the Dou Qi Emperor is undeniably within the Xiao family and cannot escape. The cold, merciless words flowed from Gu Xun'er's lips, her expression betraying not a hint of emotion, as if recounting a trivial matter, instilling fear in those who heard her. Gu Xun'er had been thoroughly trained by Lin Changqing, who constantly threatened her, and she had naturally adopted his ruthless methods. The ferocity and unscrupulousness that characterized Lin Changqing had also been effectively assimilated by her. Lin Ying, who had been feeling a sense of delight, suddenly found himself frozen in place, gazing at Gu Xun'er with an expression of disbelief. "Miss, what has transpired with you recently?" he inquired. He had observed that ever since Gu Xun'er had emerged from her retreat over 6 months ago, she had not seemed quite right, often appearing dazed and lacking luster in her eyes. This state persisted until he began to focus on the goddess named Yufei, after which Gu Xun'er had transformed into a figure of terror. Frequently, upon hearing news of Yufei, she would vent her frustrations upon the furniture. Now, driven by the desire to acquire the ancient jade of the Dou Qi Emperor, she sought to obliterate the Xiao family. Lin Ying had watched Gu Xun'er grow up and was fully aware of her deep affection for Xiao Yan, as well as the lengths she had gone to for him. Long ago, he had wished to obtain the ancient jade, but Gu Xun'er had prevented him, motivated by her feelings for Xiao Yan. Though he held a disdain for Xiao Yan, believing he was unworthy of Gu Xun'er, it was undeniable that her heart belonged to him. Lin Ying was utterly perplexed by the changes in Gu Xun'er, as she had always been in the Xiao family. It was incomprehensible that she would undergo such a drastic transformation. He could not fathom it, yet having watched her grow, he secretly regarded her as his granddaughter. And seeing her in her current state, it was impossible for him not to worry. Half a year ago, he had sensed something was amiss with Gu Xun'er and had yearned for answers, yet he had restrained himself from asking. Now, the fact that Gu Xun'er sought to annihilate the family of the one she cherished drove Lin Ying to finally speak up. Noticing that Lin Ying had not immediately acted upon her command, Gu Xun'er furrowed her brow. She reflected upon whether she had been excessively courteous to Lin Ying. Rather than promptly executing her task, she found herself questioning her own actions. In an instant, Gu Xun'er emanated a terrifying aura of murderous intent that enveloped Lin Ying. Her voice cold and merciless. "Lin Ying, I shall not repeat myself." Upon hearing Gu Xun'er's words, Lin Ying trembled, her body breaking into a cold sweat as she hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes, my lady, I shall attend to it at once." With a hint of panic, she vanished into the shadows. It was only when Gu Xun'er called out her name that Lin Ying was reminded of her status as a mere servant of the ancient clan. Lacking the authority to question her mistress, her sole duty was to fulfill the tasks assigned to her diligently. Lin Ying soon returned to Gu Xun'er's chamber. Kneeling on one knee as she presented a jade pendant, still haunted by Gu Xun'er's formidable presence. "My lady, I discovered the Dou Qi ancient emperor jade within Xiao Yan's spatial ring. Please inspect it." Gu Xun'er took the jade pendant from Lin Ying and examined it carefully. The pendant was exquisitely crafted, with distinct patterns, albeit incomplete. Once she confirmed its authenticity as the Dou Qi ancient emperor jade, she nodded and remarked, "Indeed, it is the Dou Qi ancient emperor jade. The Xiao family may consider themselves fortunate or unfortunate to have had it so easily found by me." Lin Ying, sensing a hint of regret in Gu Xun'er's tone regarding her inability to annihilate the Xiao family directly, felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. Refraining from further comments, after placing the ancient jade into her spatial ring, Gu Xun'er addressed Lin Ying, "I shall return to the clan tomorrow. Remain here and keep a watchful eye on Xiao Yan. He is currently out on a journey. Ensure his safety should he encounter peril." "Yes, my lady." Gu Xun'er's directive relieved Lin Ying, as it indicated that Gu Xun'er still held some concern for Xiao Yan. Although Lin Ying harbored no fondness for Xiao Yan, Gu Xun'er's lingering regard for him made Lin Ying feel that at least a vestige of the past remained, rendering her less of a stranger. Subsequently, Gu Xun'er added, "If Xiao Yan were to be killed by another, it would render the affair rather dull, as I would miss witnessing some intriguing developments. I shall personally take care of him if necessary." Lin Ying thought to herself that her mistress seemed somewhat unhinged at present. In a secluded, ancient forest, Gu Xun'er walked along a narrow, winding path, its twists and turns leading into obscurity. Towering ancient trees flanked the path, their canopies blocking out the sun, while the wind rustled through the treetops, creating a slow, hushed whisper. At the end of the ancient path stands a quaintly styled long pavilion. Within it, a middle-aged man, clad in a simple white garment, possesses a slightly slender frame and an elegant demeanor reminiscent of a scholar. He is savoring tea with an ethereal grace, yet exudes no discernible aura, appearing as an ordinary mortal. This individual is none other than the current patriarch of the ancient clan, Gu Yuan, one of the mightiest forces on the Dou Qi Continent, a pinnacle 9-star Do Saint. Gu Xun'er approaches Gu Yuan, retrieving the ancient jade from her spatial ring and presenting it to him. "Father, I have brought back the ancient jade from the Xiao family," she states. However, Gu Yuan does not examine the jade. Instead, he gazes intently at Gu Xun'er, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Oh, a 5-star Do master? What a surprise to see you focusing on your cultivation lately. Have you had your fill of play?" Gu Xun'er quietly nods. Gu Yuan regards her with a hint of bewilderment, sensing something unusual about her demeanor. Previously, upon her return, she had been exuberant, often indulging in playful whims with him. What has caused her to adopt such a cold demeanor this time? Has something transpired within the Xiao family? With an unperturbed tone, Gu Yuan inquires. Now that you have retrieved the ancient jade, do you intend to return to the clan? Gu Xun'er shakes her head, responding somewhat curtly, no. I have come back to collect a few items. I must return to the Xiao family. Must you go back? Is it for Xiao Yan? Gu Yuan shows little concern for what Gu Xun'er wishes to retrieve. After all, there is nothing the ancient clan cannot provide her. His only worry lies in her continued ties to the Xiao family. Reflecting on the previous intel received from Ling Ying, Gu Yuan feels a twinge of unease. His initial intention was merely to ensure Gu Xun'er enjoyed a delightful childhood while casually keeping an eye on the ancient jade. Yet, how did it come to pass that she was seemingly abducted? Chapter 49. The Transformation of Gu Xun'er. It has nothing to do with Xiao Yan. I have matters to attend to in the northwest continent. I might have to retrieve quite a few items and have some requests for you. Father, Gu Xun'er replies, unfazed by her father's awareness of her connection to Xiao Yan. It would have been strange had Gu Yuan not known. Ling Ying's attempt to shield Gu Xun'er from the truth surrounding Xiao Yan is but a futile dream. Gu Yuan simply wishes for Xun'er to remain unburdened by the clan's troubles for as long as possible, thus turning a blind eye to her relationship with Xiao Yan. Upon hearing Gu Xun'er's words, Gu Yuan's brow furrows. Based on previous messages from Ling Ying, Xun'er did not seem overly concerned with Xiao Yan. Each time she returned to the clan, she was eager to rush back to the Xiao family. Why then, does she exhibit no emotional response when Xiao Yan is mentioned now? Moreover, she has never made such requests of him before. What has transpired during her time at the Xiao family? What is Ling Ying doing? Why has there been no word at all? However, one cannot fault Ling Ying, for in his eyes, Gu Xun'er seldom ventured beyond the confines of the Xiao family estate, spending her days in solitude, save for the occasional shopping excursion. One might say that the illusions crafted by Lin Changqing were impeccably seamless, leaving no trace of flaw for Ling Ying to discern. Gu Yuan inhaled deeply and inquired, Xun'er, has anything transpired at the Xiao residence? Gu Xun'er smiled and shook her head, replying, no, I merely participated in a test. When I revealed my prowess as a grand fighter, those present were utterly astonished. Father, do you not think I am impressive? Gu Yuan instinctively nodded, though he found it somewhat peculiar, for the title of grand fighter did not seem to convey true prowess. Nonetheless, as a father, he felt compelled to acknowledge his daughter's accomplishments, even if they were met with admiration from others. However, for Gu Xun'er, as a descendant of imperial blood, now at the age of 16, possessing only the strength of a grand fighter was disheartening. In contrast, those of divine bloodlines from various clans at her age had already attained the ranks of Dou Huang or Dou Zong. Gu Xun'er felt as though she was merely engaging in a child's play, leading her to reflect on her past actions, which she deemed excessively immature and willful. Thus, Gu Xun'er resolved to change. She aspired to become immensely stronger, and this determination marked her reason for returning. Her beautiful eyes, crescent-shaped with mirth, regarded Gu Yuan as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, Gu Yuan recognized the fervent desire within Gu Xun'er to elevate her strength. Indeed, as a member of the ancient clan with imperial blood, she had once glimpsed the lofty vistas of the Dou Qi Continent. Having retreated to a remote locale without diligent cultivation, it was only natural for her to feel embarrassed by her relatively modest abilities, especially when others praised her. Now that Gu Xun'er wished to devote herself to training and strive for greatness, it was a commendable endeavor. It seemed she had matured through her recent experiences. Gu Yuan, grasping the essence of her sentiments, looked upon her with a sense of comfort and nodded, stating, Xun'er, it is indeed a good thing that you have come to this realization. After all, you are the pride of our ancient clan. The adage a dragon does not mingle with snakes holds true. Your ability to perceive this speaks volumes of your growth. Gu Xun'er acknowledged this with a nod, non-committally. Gu Yuan continued, but what of your relationship with Xiao Yan? To me, Xiao Yan is merely a childhood companion, she replied. When I first arrived at the Xiao household, he stealthily entered my chamber. I instructed Ling Ying to set up an illusionary formation to discern his intentions. Little did I know that Xiao Yan, upon seeing my weakened state due to the sealed gene D, Fentian Yin, sought to use his newly cultivated, albeit feeble, Dou Qi to restore my health. I found him intriguing. His heart seemed kind. Thus, I grew closer to him over time, especially since he had once fallen to a state of worthlessness, and I felt compelled to offer him my support. However, he has since recovered, and I am not his caretaker, attending to his every need. My sole focus now is to grow stronger. If that Xiao Yan stands in my way, he must not blame me for severing our childhood bond. Upon hearing Gu Xun'er's words, Gu Yuan nodded with a smile. Naturally, he harbored disdain for Xiao Yan, yet he had turned a blind eye due to Gu Xun'er's previous admiration for him. At this moment, He felt greatly pleased with Gu Xun'er's current mindset. His precious daughter now truly resembled the proud daughter of the ancient clan, rather than a naive flower wallowing in the mud with the lowly. Gu Yuan's spirits were high, his smile broad and unrestrained. "Xun'er, you have grown." Yet, as if a thought struck him, he continued, "If you wish to become stronger, why return? Would it not be better to remain within the clan?" Gu Xun'er shook her head in response. "Father, one cannot become a true powerhouse by remaining solely within the clan. No matter how formidable I become in cultivation, I cannot attain a mindset that matches my strength. In the northwest continent lies a chaotic realm known as the Black Corner Domain, a place rife with evil that daily showcases the darkest and most terrifying aspects of human nature on the Dou Qi Continent. Xun'er seeks to rise within that Black Corner Domain, forging her own heart of a true warrior through the trials it presents. I believe, Father, that your current strength and status were also carved from a sea of blood and corpses, as one blessed with a divine bloodline of even greater talent than yours. I cannot simply hide at home like a caged bird. There is another reason. Gu Xun'er wishes to discern what Lin Changqing intends to do in the Black Corner Domain. If it is for a woman, a fierce glint flashed in her eyes at the thought. Gu Yuan was profoundly shaken by Gu Xun'er's words. He had not anticipated such resolve from his daughter and could not help but laugh heartily. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Xun'er, you are remarkable." However, his elation was short-lived. "I have discarded the Xian Yuan ancient emperor decision." "What?" Gu Xun'er's declaration struck Gu Yuan like a thunderbolt, deeply unsettling him. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, reflecting his tumultuous emotions, as he adopted a grave expression and spoke heavily to Gu Xun'er. "Xun'er, is this truly the case? Do you understand what you are doing?" Unperturbed by Gu Yuan's inquiry, Gu Xun'er retrieved a jade slip from her spatial ring and presented it to him. The slip contained the record of the burning decision. As Gu Yuan beheld the jade slip she offered, his formidable aura faltered, and he gazed at Gu Xun'er, seeking an explanation. Gu Xun'er smiled gently and said, "Father, open the jade slip and take a look." Gu Yuan, somewhat bewildered, accepted the jade slip, unsure of what trick his daughter was playing. Upon opening the slip and absorbing the information within, Gu Yuan's eyes filled with astonishment. He abruptly turned to Gu Xun'er and exclaimed, "What is this?" Chapter 50. Gu Yuan's Ambition. Indeed, I have begun to cultivate this burning decision. I stumbled upon this technique in the Xiao family, and while I am uncertain if it is the same one practiced by Xiao Xian in the past, I have my doubts. In the past, Xiao Xian possessed only 3 types of exotic fire, and according to the records of this technique, it cannot fully unleash its terrifying potential. This technique is undoubtedly more powerful than Xiao Xian's methods. I have a premonition that if I master this technique to its fullest extent, I will undoubtedly surpass the former Xiao Xian, and the only existence that surpasses Xiao Xian is the Dou Di. Thus, I require my father's unwavering support to mobilize the entirety of the ancient clan's strength to search for across the entire Dou Qi Continent, whether through exchange or conquest. Even if it means plunging the continent into chaos and leaving a trail of corpses, it matters not. As long as I have enough, I will certainly rise to the pinnacle of the Dou Qi Continent, achieving the elusive realm of Dou Di that has been a dream for millennia. At that time, only the voice of the ancient clan will resonate across the continent. All of history will be penned by our hands. As Gu Xun'er spoke, a flicker of unsettling brilliance passed through her eyes. Listening to her words, Gu Yuan, with an expressionless face, gazed up at the azure sky and remarked, "Xun'er, I never imagined you harbored such thoughts. In such a short time, you have grown so much. You have truly matured." Gu Yuan sighed in astonishment before erupting into a hearty laugh, his formidable Dou Qi resonating with his mirth, causing the surrounding ancient trees to sway violently. "Ha ha ha, Xun'er, you have truly given your father a tremendous surprise today. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I never anticipated that you would possess such ambition and decisive spirit. It brings me great comfort. Rest assured, Xun'er, from this day forth, the ancient clan will unconditionally support you. I will ensure that all in this world comes to you, regardless of the cost." As he spoke, the long-dormant killing intent within Gu Yuan began to surge, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He had been stagnating at the pinnacle of Dousheng for far too long, and the Dou Qi Continent had remained tranquil for an extended period. Gu Yuan had long since lost hope of ascending to Dou Di, which is why he had focused on nurturing the clan and managing its affairs. He had been silent for too long, to the point where he believed such days would persist indefinitely. Until today, when Gu Xun'er brought him this unexpected surprise. He could genuinely sense in Gu Xun'er the hope of rising to Dou Di and unifying the continent. He awakened the ambition that had lain dormant for many years. And the long-silent bloodlust surged forth at this moment. At that instant, a glint of cold light flickered in Gu Yuan's eyes. His demeanor transformed from gentle and refined to that of a lion roused from slumber, fierce, and commanding. The thirst for blood and brutality once again churned within him. The Dou Qi Continent had remained too tranquil for far too long. It was time to stir up some excitement. Gu Yuan's reputation was not forged through the facade of a mere scholar, but was carved from the countless corpses he had traversed in his path of destruction. The blood-soaked storm he unleashed in Zhongzhou during his youth was undoubtedly as ferocious as that of the Soul Clan. Did anyone truly believe that among those who reached the pinnacle of Doushang, there were any benevolent souls? Why could Gu Yuan, Xiao Yan, and the Soul Emperor suppress an era? It was because they were ruthless. They slaughtered with such ferocity that others dared not resist. Though their personalities were distinct, their essence was the same. They were all tyrants. Ambitious tyrants who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Do you not recall how Xiao Yan sacrificed his entire clan to attain the title of Dou Di? While it was framed as a noble act for the sake of his family's bloodline, the reality was that it was for the sake of becoming Dou Di. Subsequently, the Soul Emperor made an even more blatant sacrifice, offering up all of Zhongzhou, including his own Soul Clan, for the same cause. Gu Yuan refrained from such actions for a simple reason. He was cautious of the lessons learned from Xiao Yan's fate. Moreover, he lacked the Soul Emperor's enigmatic methods. The absence of means to fulfill his ambitions left Gu Yuan with no hope of ever becoming Dou Di. Had he possessed even the slightest chance of achieving that title, who knows what decisions he might have made, akin to those of the other two. Ultimately, devoid of hope, Gu Yuan relinquished the elusive dream of becoming Dou Di and shifted his focus to the development of his family, even fathering a daughter. Now, in his daughter, he seemed to witness a reflection of his former self, equally ambitious, yet presented with opportunities far greater than his own. How could he possibly deny his beloved daughter's request? For the sake of his daughter, for the family, and for himself. The tranquil Dou Qi Continent was destined to be once again engulfed in a tempest of blood and chaos instigated by the Gu clan. After successfully persuading Gu Yuan, Gu Xun'er took with her a multitude of over 500 spatial rings filled with cultivation resources, as well as various martial techniques and training notes from the Gu clan. After all, the wisdom gleaned from the experiences of predecessors would undoubtedly shorten her path in cultivation, as she was set to venture into the Black Corner region for training. The elders of the clan could not always be by her side to provide guidance, so she needed to bring all the notes with her. After placing the hundreds of spatial rings Gu Yuan had given her into one larger ring, Gu Xun'er inquired of her father, "Father, do you know if there exists a water attribute energy akin to on the Dou Qi Continent?" Upon hearing this question, Gu Yuan, intrigued by his daughter's intentions, pondered momentarily before responding. "In my youth, while subduing the Golden Emperor of Blazing Heaven on the southern continent, I engaged in a fierce battle that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. During this conflict, I sensed peculiar fluctuations of water-type energy, though the precise location eludes my memory. At that time, my cultivation had yet to reach its zenith, and facing the Golden Emperor demanded my utmost focus. Thus, I paid little heed to those energies. I can only provide you with a rough estimate of their location, and had you not mentioned it today, it would have slipped my mind entirely." Gu Xun'er nodded thoughtfully, although she no longer cared for Xiao Yan's fate, and even contemplated ending his life herself. She had long been free from the threats posed by Lin Changqing. Nevertheless, she diligently procured all the necessities he required. The sheer volume of cultivation resources bestowed upon her by Gu Yuan transcended mere numerical calculation. That terrifying cash was sufficient to elevate an ordinary individual to the rank of a fourth-order docent. It is evident how immense this resource was. Enough for both Gu Xun'er and Lin Changqing to indulge in their training for an extended period. After all, Gu Xun'er wished to assist Lin Changqing in enhancing his strength, regardless of whether he appreciated her efforts. Once her grew powerful enough to effortlessly subdue him, she would capture him and confine him, subjecting him to her whims. Moreover, she yearned to witness the astonishment on his face when, after diligently cultivating with the resources she provided, he found himself subdued by her mere presence. Chapter 51, Gu Xun'er arrives. At this moment, the instigator of the impending bloodshed and sorrow in Zhongzhou, Lin Changqing, sat cross-legged within a secluded chamber, where the energies of heaven and earth surged violently. Visible ripples of energy streamed forth from his body, and his signature black robe billowed without wind, revealing a face of exquisite gravitas beneath the hood, with a faint silvery glow flickering across his features. As the energies continued to flood into Lin Changqing's being, the silvery light upon his face intensified, eventually converging at his brow, while his internal momentum steadily escalated. When this momentum reached a critical threshold, the surrounding energy abruptly stilled, and the once bulging black robe became rigid and motionless. This eerie stillness persisted for nearly 10 seconds, before Lin Changqing's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, releasing a torrent of silvery energy that chilled the air within the chamber to the point of near solidification. This terrifying cold swiftly receded, restoring tranquility to the space. A fierce glint flashed within Lin Changqing's obsidian eyes. The body maintained a posture of cultivation, as Lin Changqing slightly parted his lips, releasing a mist of grayish-white, cold fog. After expelling a mouthful of murky vapor, the tiny true energy that lingered within the secret chamber was instantly drawn back into his being. Slowly rising to his feet, Lin Changqing felt the skeletal structure that had been somewhat deformed due to the recent surge of tiny true energy now suddenly relax, cracking and popping in an exhilarating symphony. The sensation of his power dramatically escalating was truly exquisite. Reaching the 3rd star of Dou Zone was indeed a remarkable achievement. With a gentle clench of his fist, he reveled in the intoxicating feeling of the abundant energy coursing within him. Thanks to the elixirs provided by Yao Chen, Lin Changqing had finally transcended to the 3rd star of Dou Zone, advancing his prowess further. Meanwhile, Yao Chen, who had entered the secret chamber after Lin Changqing's breakthrough, floated over with a hint of complaint, saying, "Little Changqing, must you not abandon the peculiar laughter of the Soul Palace? Why does every member of the Soul Palace emit such laughter? Do they actually train you to cultivate this exclusive laughter when recruiting? Not only is it unpleasant to hear, but it also invariably evokes some rather distressing memories. Soul Evergreen. Hee hee, I shall be more mindful next time, hee hee. Medicine dust." In that instant, he facepalmed. As it seemed he finally comprehended the sentiments that Soul Evergreen experienced each time he lamented about the moniker Little Evergreen. Little Evergreen. Why Haven T, I seen your young lady friend visiting you lately. When Soul Evergreen was with Yafei, he often brought her along, and Medicine Dust, having been aware of Soul Evergreen's budding romance, felt a surge of gossiping excitement. However, with Little Evergreen's girlfriend absent for the past few days, Medicine Dust found himself rather bored without the usual tidbits to indulge in. "We broke up," Soul Evergreen stated flatly. "Medicine Dust, why are you so composed?" After experiencing numerous breakups, one becomes accustomed to the heartache. Soul Eternal shrugged nonchalantly. Medicine Dust was taken aback. He often boasted before Soul Eternal about his youthful escapades, while Soul Eternal merely listened quietly to his tales of bravado. Little did he know that Soul Eternal himself was, in fact, quite the seasoned veteran. He, Yao Chen, had only accumulated 3 romantic debts. One from a mysterious figure of the Dan Tower, another from the ethereal maiden of the Flower Sect, and the last from a princess of the Fox clan. For a moment, Yao Chen found himself overwhelmed with embarrassment. Soul Changqing gently patted the illusory shoulder of Yao Chen's spiritual form and remarked, "Old Yao, it seems you still have much to learn." With that, Soul Changqing departed the secret chamber without a backward glance, leaving Yao Chen rooted in stunned silence. Exiting his humble abode, he wandered aimlessly through the streets. When Soul Changqing suddenly realized he seemed to have nowhere to go, Soul Changqing was aware that Xiao Yan had ventured out for training. Although he was puzzled as to why Xiao Yan, without the presence of Yao Chen, had chosen to abandon the Jianan Academy for such a peculiar pursuit, he did not dwell on it too much. Soul Changqing did not believe that Xiao Yan, lacking Yao Chen's support, could stir up any significant turbulence with his uncertain prowess as a Dou master. Indeed, Soul Changqing had long forgotten the specifics of Xiao Yan's star rank. He only remembered him as a Dou master, a testament to the notion that carnal desires can indeed dull one's memory. Gu Xun'er had also returned to her clan, having opened a spatial portal a few days prior. Soul Changqing, familiar with the energy fluctuations associated with such portals, sensed her departure. Having just experienced a breakthrough, he was not inclined to rush back to his cultivation. He sought some amusement instead. However, he soon discovered that all his acquaintances had departed, leaving only Yafei behind. It seems I have yet to formally part ways with Yafei. Perhaps I should seek her out for a proper farewell. A second breakup feels somewhat unethical, he mused. Despite his verbal reservations, his feet led him earnestly towards the auction house. Yet, before he could reach the auction house, he encountered a familiar face, Gu Xun'er. Adorned in a flowing crimson gown that accentuated her alluring figure, fully developed due to her refinement of the Golden Emperor's blazing flame, she radiated grace. Her elongated eyes curved into crescent moons, and her cherubic lips curled into a slight smile, a captivating blend of charm and innocence that harmoniously coalesced, leaving Soul Changqing momentarily awestruck. As he beheld Gu Xun'er approaching, a flicker of emotion stirred within him, prompting him to advance and speak. "You've returned?" Gu Xun'er smiled at the visage of the person who had occupied her thoughts incessantly, her heart brimming with mischievous intent. "How I long to pin him down, but alas, my strength is insufficient for now, though it shall soon be," she wickedly contemplated while maintaining an outward composure. Suddenly, noticing the direction Soul Changqing was heading, she raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you headed to the auction house?" Her tone turned icy, laced with an accusatory edge, as her murderous intent began to surface. Lin Changqing furrowed his brow, bewildered by Gu Xun'er's demeanor. Had she lost her senses? Why did she dare to question him or exude such hostility? Did she presume that his lack of engagement over the past 6 months meant he was incapable of drawing his sword? Lin Changqing felt it necessary to remind Gu Xun'er of the reality of their situation, just as he was about to speak. I have brought what you desired. Let us find a secluded place to discuss it, perhaps in that previous secret chamber, she interjected. Gu Xun'er subdued the murderous intent within her heart and interrupted Lin Changqing's words. She could foresee that he was about to use Xiao Yan as a threat against her, a notion she had no desire to entertain any longer. With a decisive turn, she made her way toward the courtyard where she had once been imprisoned. Lin Changqing stood in a daze, watching Gu Xun'er's retreating figure, utterly perplexed by her audacity to venture into his territory. What was she intending? A nostalgic return? What gave her such courage? An unshakable unease stirred within him, yet recalling that Gu Xun'er believed Xiao Yan's life was in his hands, and that she was stepping onto his ground, he dismissed his caution and followed her. Chapter 52. Back to the familiar dark room upon entering the well-known secret chamber. Gu Xun'er circled the room a few times before her gaze fell upon the familiar bed. Memories of the past flooded her mind, igniting warmth within her and a blush upon her cheeks. However, the dim lighting of the chamber concealed her reaction from Lin Changqing. Observing Gu Xun'er wandering about his secret lair as if on a leisurely excursion, Lin Changqing felt a surge of impatience. Gu Xun'er, cease your pointless antics. Hand over the items, and you may leave, he commanded. Disregarding his words, Gu Xun'er approached the bed, seated herself gracefully, and casually draped her delicate, fair leg over the other, the robe parting to reveal a glimpse of spring. Despite having experienced countless encounters, Lin Changqing found himself momentarily dizzy at the sight before him. Once settled, Gu Xun'er finally spoke. I have returned with an abundance of treasures. Oh, Lin Changqing's interest was piqued, his thoughts racing. Not only do I possess vast amounts of cultivation materials that could sustain you for years of unrestrained indulgence, but also the ancient clan's entire repertoire of combat techniques, along with news regarding that peculiar water attribute energy you are so concerned about. A smile blossomed on Gu Xun'er's face, radiant as a flower. Upon hearing her words, Lin Changqing felt the weight of his breath deepen, yet he sensed an unusual undertone in her voice, as if there was more to come. Indeed, I can provide all these things, but I have a condition. Lin Changqing furrowed his brows, bewildered by Gu Xun'er's newfound audacity in negotiating terms. Previously, she had spoken to him in a submissive and humble manner. Now, her words brimmed with confidence, rendering her somewhat unrecognizable. Suppressing his irritation, he inquired, what condition? Gu Xun'er fixed her gaze intently on the hood of Lin Changqing, her eyes alight with fervor. Given how you treated me before, I wish to see your face. Is that too much to ask? Are you truly unconcerned about Xiao Yan's fate? In the eyes of Lin Changqing, a chilling glimmer suddenly emerged, as a terrifying intent to kill erupted, almost materializing into a tangible form. I naturally do not wish for Xiao Yan's demise. Yet as the esteemed daughter of the ancient clan, the daughter of the clan leader, I possess my own pride. I must ascertain what manner of person you are. One who tarnishes my reputation. Are you truly willing to sacrifice Xiao Yan's life, relinquishing vast resources within your grasp, and endure the relentless pursuit of the ancient clan merely to conceal your appearance? A wicked smile graced Gu Xun'er's face as she spoke teasingly to Lin Changqing. She refrained from elaborating on her relationship with Xiao Yan. In Lin Changqing's mind, she had already fallen deeply in love with him. Any explanation would be futile. It was far better to align with his thoughts. Once she became strong enough to subdue Lin Changqing, everything would become self-evident. Moreover, Gu Xun'er eagerly anticipated the expression on Lin Changqing's face when she would slay Xiao Yan before him. Merely imagining it sent a thrill through her. Lin Changqing laughed, though it was a laugh fueled by fury. How dare Gu Xun'er threaten him on his own turf? Did he appear to be a mere impostor of a dozone? His aura surged forth, and he intended to disregard Gu Xun'er entirely, planning to seize her spatial ring directly. Before you make a move, consider this. My father has dispatched a dozone expert to accompany me on this journey, currently residing in the Xiao family. The moment I notify him, he will tear open a rift in space and arrive here in an instant. Do you believe you can act faster than he can? Allow me to inform you. This dozone possesses the cultivation of a third transformation dozone, Gu Xun'er remarked nonchalantly, unfazed by the oppressive aura emanating from Lin Changqing. Hearing her words, Lin Changqing's breath caught momentarily, leaving him at a loss. Is it truly so difficult to merely glimpse your face? In your heart, do you not believe that if you hold Xiao Yan's life in your hands, I would never seek the clan's experts to hunt you down? Therefore, seeing your countenance should not affect this matter, she continued with a smile, her captivating eyes never leaving the shadow of Lin Changqing's hood, brimming with fervor. Lin Changqing felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed he had little recourse against Gu Xun'er now. How had she transformed so drastically upon her return? Becoming a completely different person from the foolish girl she once was? He mused in resignation, ultimately yielding. Very well, you are impressive. Consider this your victory. At this moment, acquiescing to Gu Xun'er's condition was indeed the wisest choice. Gu Xun'er gazed intently at what was about to be revealed, her eyes fixed unwaveringly. Not daring to look away, Lin Changqing reached out, pulling off the hood to unveil the stunning beauty concealed in darkness. Her inky black hair cascaded carelessly, framing a visage of exquisite beauty. Delicate brows, reminiscent of willow leaves, adorned her elongated eyes, where countless stars seemed to shimmer within her obsidian pupils. With a high-bridged nose, lips as thin as gossamer, and skin fairer than snow, her countenance was as flawless as if sculpted by divine hands, rivaling even the enchanting beauty of Gu Xun'er. Upon finally beholding the visage of Lin Changqing, Gu Xun'er was momentarily entranced, her grip tightening unconsciously until she crushed the corner of the bed without realizing it. Tremors coursed through her as she fixated on this face of utmost perfection, as if she sought to imprint Lin Changqing's features indelibly upon her heart. Previously, when Lin Changqing had claimed to be hideously unattractive, Gu Xun'er had believed him. Yet, regardless of how fearsome his appearance might be, she felt compelled to ascertain the true visage of the one who had driven her into a frenzy of obsession. Even if he were to be ugly, there must be a semblance of his ugliness to behold. Every aspect of him was something Gu Xun'er felt she must thoroughly comprehend and possess entirely. However, she had not anticipated what would follow. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xun'er presented Lin Changqing with a spatial ring and a jade slip, declaring, "The cultivation materials and combat techniques are contained within this ring, along with insights from the ancient clan's formidable predecessors. The jade slip contains a general location of the unique water energy. The precise location you must investigate yourself." Upon receiving the jade slip and spatial ring, Lin Changqing examined their contents, his astonishment palpable as he discovered them filled to capacity with an overwhelming array of materials, over 200 spatial rings brimming with resources, alongside several containing combat techniques and cultivation notes, leaving him utterly bewildered. This was the quantity remaining after Gu Xun'er had pilfered more than 300 rings. Had he known that she had taken over 500 from Gu Yuan, his reaction would have been beyond comprehension. It was clear that the ancient clan's depth of resources surpassed Lin Changqing's wildest imagination. At that moment, Lin Changqing's mouth slightly agape, he nodded dumbly. Appearing almost adorably naïve, Gu Xun'er, witnessing his expression, felt her breath quicken, her heart racing, and a surge of forbidden desire igniting within her. She inhaled deeply, aware that she could no longer remain, fearing she might lose control. Now was not the time. Her desire was to overpower Lin Changqing and ravish him, for she had her own designs. Rising, Gu Xun'er addressed Lin Changqing. "You should keep your hood on at all times. Do not remove it unless necessary. Just the sight of your visage beneath that hood is enough for me." After this unspoken addition in her heart, she exited the chamber. Lin Changqing, momentarily dazed by her words, pondered their familiarity, as if he had encountered them before. Emerging from the chamber, Gu Xun'er trembled uncontrollably, her fists clenched, her gaze distant. Murmuring to herself, "In this form, you are even more alluring. I shall not allow anyone to approach you. I will ensure that only I remain by your side. You are mine, and only mine." The enigmatic gaze of Gu Xun'er gradually transformed into one of determination, and she strode away resolutely. Chapter 53, The Desert City. After Lin Changqing acquired a substantial amount of resources from Gu Xun'er, he departed from Wutan City, for remaining in that small town held no significance for him. In the Serpent Man Desert, a shadow enveloped in swirling black mist swept across the sky, exuding a chilling malevolence and a palpable aura of death. This figure was none other than Lin Changqing, who had been hastening his journey after leaving Wutan City. After an indeterminate span of time, Lin Changqing finally descended near a yellow earthen city that stood amidst a golden sandy desert. He retracted his aura, the dark mist retreating into his body. With narrowed eyes, he gazed at the vast yellow city that loomed in the distance. Perhaps due to its proximity to the desert, the weather here was exceedingly arid and sweltering. The scorching sun poured down from the heavens, baking the earth and causing waves of heat to rise, distorting the visual perception and rendering it somewhat hazy. Lin Changqing approached the massive city gates of the grand yellow earthen walls, where the words Desert City were intricately carved in bold crimson letters. At the entrance stood dozens of armored soldiers, brandishing long spears and demanding entry fees from the travelers wishing to enter the city. At that moment, Lin Changqing exuded no discernible aura. The deep blackness enveloped him entirely, rendering him conspicuously out of place among the surrounding merchants and travelers. Many passers-by took note of his peculiar attire, casting furtive glances at this seemingly formidable figure. A burly man clad in armor, with muscles bulging grotesquely, had been bowing before a young, handsome alchemist in a finely tailored robe, accompanied by a beautiful woman dressed in a flowing purple gown with fair skin. Suddenly, noticing Dou Qi approaching the city gates, the man, observing the stranger's unconventional garb and sensing no formidable presence, stepped forward to block Dou Qing's path. Playing tricks, are we? You are wrapped up so tightly. Could you be a wanted criminal? If you wish to enter, remove your hat. The hulking man barked at Dou Qi, his annoyance exacerbated by the oppressive heat and the need to fawn over the alchemists. Seeing the unusual Dou Qi and detecting no sign of strength emanating from him, the man chose to vent his frustrations on this seemingly eccentric individual. His gruff voice instantly attracted the attention of those nearby, including the two alchemists who had initially intended to enter the city. "Brother, it seems that fellow is in for some trouble," one of them remarked. The girl in the purple dress, wearing an expression of amusement, turned to the handsome young man beside her and remarked, lacking strength yet attempting to mimic the powerful, only to bring calamity upon oneself. One cannot blame others for such folly." The young man, his eyes glinting with disdain, regarded the soul named Changqing with a mocking gaze. Addressing the girl, "Why don't we wait until he is about to be beaten by the soldiers and rescue him, making him our potion slave?" The girl, embodying a naive romanticism, uttered spiteful words. Junior sister, what a splendid idea. This fellow is truly fortunate to be chosen by you as a potion slave. It shall be the greatest honor of his life." The handsome young man responded to her with a nonchalant tone, as if the truth were as he stated. Changqing remained unfazed, finding humor in the situation. Indeed, this world was never short of those courting death. He paid no heed to the burly man blocking his path and walked straight past him. Observing Changqing's actions, all present wore expressions of mockery, aware that the man in black was destined for misfortune. Yet, the formidable man did not retaliate against Changqing as he passed, remaining frozen in his previous stance. Confusion washed over the crowd. They wondered what had caused this typically fierce city guard to behave so oddly. Had he perhaps turned over a new leaf? However, before they could speculate further, the giant's massive frame suddenly began to wither at a visible pace, his skin rapidly shifting from dark to a sickly shade of purple. His eye sockets hollowing out, hair falling away, teeth crumbling, and his head beginning to melt. Soon, his entire body succumbed, leaving nothing but a pool of blackened remains. The sight rendered everyone pale, a chilling sensation rising from their feet. The soldiers around, sensing the abnormality, were too frightened to approach, their eyes fixated in terror upon the eerie figure of Changqing. Though they had encountered death before, most present were mercenaries. Accustomed to a life on the edge, they had never witnessed such a horrifying and grotesque demise. Moreover, they had not seen the man in black execute any overt action. He merely passed by the giant, and the man perished, reduced to a mere puddle. At that moment, the crowd dared not utter a word, trembling as they watched Changqing's silhouette moving towards the city gates. The young alchemists, too, were filled with dread, their faces etched with fear, accustomed to a life of privilege. They had never encountered such a terrifying scene. It was only when Changqing walked past them that they regained their senses. The young man, upon recollecting his status as a second-tier genius alchemist and recalling his earlier expression of terror, was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation. Clenching his teeth, his gaze filled with resentment, he silently vowed to make the one who had embarrassed him in front of his junior sister pay a price. He believed that, given his status, he could easily summon those mercenary groups. As he watched the retreating figure of Changqing, the boy's eyes were filled with malice. Changqing walked into the city, traversing the bustling streets where the atmosphere was alive with chatter and throngs of people. The passers-by were a mix of rugged men, their bare skin glistening with a dark hue, exuding a certain robust charm. The women, occasionally passing by, bore a sun-kissed complexion that leaned toward a sensual bronze. Unlike the demure ladies of Wutan City, their form-fitting leather outfits barely concealed their bosoms and just a hint of what lay beneath, boldly exposing their slender waists. Their long, taut thighs were similarly clad in short skirts and shorts, swaying with a serpentine grace that captivated onlookers. Chapter 54, The Ancestor of the Ex-Girlfriend. Changqing, being a person of passion, found himself thoroughly enchanted by the scene before him, reminiscent of the exotic allure found in the western regions of his previous life. Reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the captivating women, he casually approached someone to inquire about the best map shop in the city before heading in that direction. Upon entering a quaint establishment, Changqing surveyed the seemingly unadorned shop. The interior was not particularly spacious, illuminated by the soft glow of two moonstone lamps. At that moment, aside from an elderly man seated behind the counter, diligently crafting maps, there was no one else in the shop. Disregarding the old man, Lin Changqing scanned the maps displayed on the counter before shifting his gaze to the surroundings. Eventually, his eyes settled upon an ancient wooden rack, tinged with a faint hint of decay. Approaching the rack, he brushed off the dust with his hand and sifted through the stacks of yellowed maps, ultimately discovering a palm-sized, ancient fragment etched with mysterious patterns. This was indeed a fragment of the map of the pure Lotus Demon Fire. Lin Changqing held the fragment in his hands, examining it closely. Although this fragment held no practical use for him, its significance was undeniable. The words pure Lotus Demon Fire carried profound meaning, and this single fragment could fetch a considerable fortune if auctioned in Zhongzhou. At that moment, the old man, who had been engrossed in his work, finally noticed Lin Changqing's presence. He lifted his head, revealing a scar that marked his face. And upon seeing the fragment Lin Changqing held, one he had studied for ages without progress, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. He slowly inquired, "Young man, do you know the origin of this fragment?" Soul Eternal paid no heed to the elder's words, continuing to study the fragmented map before him. He sought to ascertain whether, in the absence of the complete 7 Dragon Balls, oh, how absurd, he could awaken the spirit of the pure Lotus Demon Saint contained within the remnants. Regrettably, there was not a trace of spiritual fluctuation upon this fragmented map. Observing that Soul Eternal was disregarding him entirely, the elder's irritation began to simmer, and he bellowed, "You wretch, put down that fragment at once, and leave this place." A surge of formidable yet pitiably weak fighting spirit erupted forth, subtly pressuring Soul Eternal. However, Soul Eternal appeared oblivious, casually casting the fragment into his spatial ring, as though the pressure bore no significance to him. This fragment was a hard-won trophy from the domain of the Medusa Queen, acquired at a grave cost. The elder had endured a severe setback, suffering the effects of a sealing curse that had confined him to the realm of a fighting spirit for over 2 decades. After such a painful sacrifice and countless years of research, discovering nothing, the elder was consumed by an intense obsession with this fragment. Witnessing Soul Eternal treat the map as if it were his own possession, the elder's eyes nearly bulged with fury. His fighting spirit swelled and erupted, sending terrifying waves of energy radiating outward, lifting the wooden floorboards into the air. Suddenly, dozens of neatly arranged ice spikes materialized in the atmosphere, unleashing a chilling aura that coated the shop in frost. With a swift motion of his hand, the elder shouted, "Mystic ice spikes, go!" A myriad of spiraling ice spikes, imbued with a dreadful chill, hurtled towards Soul Eternal with blinding speed, buzzing through the air as they advanced. Yet, Soul Eternal did not even flinch at the onslaught of ice spikes. With a mere thought, he caused them to halt in midair, as if time itself had frozen, rendering them motionless before him. Once the ice spikes stood still, Soul Eternal cast his gaze upon them, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. The chill emanating from these spikes was but a fraction of the true Yin energy. Should he so desire, he could effortlessly condense his water attribute energy into ice. Yet he refrained from such trivialities. His water attribute, cold yet not solidified, was far more formidable than the superficial ice. Water, being a fundamental element of the innate 5 elements, held supreme status. Ice was merely a branch of the water path. Soul Eternal would not forsake the greater for the lesser, choosing instead to explore the depths of his water attribute rather than dabble in ice. With a slightly ethereal presence, Soul Eternal effortlessly glided through the dense array of ice spikes and approached the counter, gazing at the elder, who stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Once a formidable figure among the top 10 of the ancient Gamal Empire, the venerable ancestor of the Miter family, and the former lover of Soul Eternal, Miter Yufei's progenitor. Hebadong spoke. "You insignificant insect, you have cleaved this fragmentary map into 2 halves, haven't you? Surrender the other half, and I shall grant you a chance at survival." Having regained his composure after an initial shock, Hebadong, upon hearing Soul Eternal's words, felt no fear. Instead, a hint of mockery flickered across his face as he replied, "Huh, do not threaten me with death. I have weathered countless storms in my long life. You hold this fragment in high regard, do you? Let me enlighten you. If I perish, no matter how extraordinary your abilities may be, you will never uncover the other half of this map. Even if you manage to piece together other fragments, without this part, the treasure will remain elusive. However, if you could assist me with one small favor, never mind. Such trouble is not worth it. You may as well die. Regardless of how you hide, you are still within this shop, and once you are gone, I shall search through it thoroughly." Having listened to Hebadong's lengthy tirade, Soul Eternal realized that Hebadong would not readily part with the other half of the map. There was nothing left to discuss. He could simply send him on his way. It mattered not that Hebadong was the ancestor of his former lover. Even if he were the father of his current beloved, if he obstructed Soul Eternal's path, Soul Eternal would unhesitatingly dispatch him to the afterlife. Ancient Yuan, care to test that? No sooner had Soul Eternal's words faded than the ice spikes, previously conjured by Hebadong and directed at Soul Eternal, began to slowly shift their aim, now targeting Hebadong himself. They shot through the air with incredible speed, realizing that Soul Eternal was genuinely intent on delivering a lethal blow. Hebadong panicked and quickly exclaimed, "Wait, I will give you the fragment. I swear I will." He was not willing to meet his demise without a fight. He still had matters to attend to. Chapter 55, Hebadong's Opportunity. However, Soul Eternal paid no heed to Hebadong's desperate pleas for mercy. The ice spikes continued to rain down upon him, unrelenting in their assault. As Hebadong observed the impending barrage of ice, he recognized that these spikes were of an entirely different caliber than those he had just unleashed, now transformed from a crystalline blue to a ghastly white. The chilling aura surrounding them had intensified, evoking the most sinister and frigid energies from the depths of the infernal abyss. Hebadong understood that his ice spikes had been altered by this formidable individual before him, who was not only a terrifying powerhouse, but perhaps also a master of ice manipulation like himself. The meager chill he commanded was nothing more than a child's toy in the face of such overwhelming might. As the impending spikes, pulsating with unimaginable power, bore down upon him, despair washed over Hebadong's features. Memories of his life flashed through his mind, and suddenly, he appeared to recall something crucial, hastening to speak. "Wait. You are also a practitioner of the ice element, aren't you? I have a lead on a chilling treasure." Hebadong swallowed hard, his gaze fixed upon the ice spike that hovered perilously close to his forehead. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, trembling involuntarily. Lin Changqing waved his hand, causing all the ice spikes to transform into countless silver specks of light that gradually dissipated, cascading like moonlight from a silver disk, filling the entire shop with a celestial glow. Had it not been for the old man trembling on the ground, the scene would have been dreamlike and exquisitely beautiful. Lin Changqing's figure emerged like a wisp of black mist before Hebadong, enshrouded in dark energy. In a voice as hoarse as that of an aged specter, he addressed Hebadong. "You are fortunate. I find the treasure you mentioned quite intriguing. You have 10 seconds. If your next words fail to satisfy me, you know the consequences." As Hebadong listened to the ghastly, rasping tone of the cloaked figure, coupled with the sinister aura that enveloped him, he could not help but envision the face hidden beneath the hood, gaunt and aged, with deep-set eyes and a visage reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. Shuddering, he suppressed his fear and hurriedly replied, "Senior, I have long harbored a passion for cartography since childhood, journeying across the lands of the Gamma Empire and its neighboring realms. At the junction of the Gamma Empire and the Izumo and Naluo Empires, in what is now known as the Black Corner Domain, I stumbled upon a valley within the vast plains of the Black Domain. This valley exuded an eerie aura, with a bone-chilling wind, and the air was saturated with an intensely frigid gas. Those below the spirit-doling rank who enter are mercilessly consumed by the cold, meeting a horrific end. And the deeper one ventures into the valley, the more terrifying the chill becomes. As an ice-type practitioner myself, I was deeply intrigued by this frigid realm, convinced that a treasure lay within. Thus, with my cultivation at the 7 stars Dou level, I ventured into the valley, believing I could withstand the cold." At this moment, Hebadong suddenly paused, not out of defiance, but because the 10 seconds Lin Changqing had allotted had elapsed. He cast a timid glance at Lin Changqing, eager to discern whether the one holding his fate was satisfied with the information he had shared, and whether he might escape with his life. "Continue." Lin Changqing's voice was icy. A glimmer of hope surged within Hebadong, and he hastily resumed his account. "As I entered the gorge, I discovered that the icy energy was remarkably dense, all converging toward a specific direction. I realized I had stumbled upon an opportunity and promptly made my way toward that direction. As I journeyed forth, I found myself utterly astonished. Logically, such a terrifyingly frigid air should have given rise to colossal ice crystals, yet within the valley, there was not a trace of ice, nor even the faintest hint of frost. Just as I was about to venture into the heart of the gorge, a jet-black stream obstructed my path, emanating an alarming chill. I could not comprehend why this stream harbored such an intense cold without forming ice. Attempting to leap across, I was instantly overwhelmed by the stream's icy aura, which ruthlessly invaded my very core, wreaking havoc upon my internal organs. I had no choice but to suppress my injuries and retreat immediately. After successfully escaping, I returned to my clan to recuperate. Although the chill within me had nearly incapacitated me, once I recovered, I was able to refine that cold energy, propelling my advancement from the initial rank of 7-star Dou to 2-star Dou. Moreover, my icy Dou Qi became even more formidable, earning me a place among the 10 strongest in the Gamma Empire. Despite my promotion to Dou, the mere thought of the valley's chilling atmosphere left me with an overwhelming sense of helplessness, compelling me to refrain from further exploration. It was only later, due to the remnants of a map, that I was sealed by the Medusa Queen in the desert, relegated to my current state of Dou Ling cultivation. And I dared not dwell on the valley any longer, burying it deep within my heart. After Hebadong finished speaking, he anxiously awaited the final verdict from this formidable being whose realm remained an enigma. He silently prayed that this powerful entity, upon witnessing his cooperation, might show mercy and allow him to escape unscathed. He had matters to attend to, a desire for vengeance against the Medusa Queen, and a yearning to return to the middle family. This elderly man, having been away from home for decades, suddenly felt an overwhelming longing to return after experiencing the harrowing moment of life and death. Upon hearing Hebadong's account, Lin Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly. Upon learning of the conditions in the gorge, he was certain that a certain treasure of extreme coldness must reside deep within its core. I had thought that merely stumbling upon this shop and discovering the fragmentary map was a stroke of fortune. Little did I anticipate that you would bestow upon me an even greater surprise. You are indeed commendable. Hebadong, encouraged by Lin Changqing's words laced with a hint of delight, felt a glimmer of hope and quickly replied, "As long as the esteemed one is satisfied, I seek only a chance for survival. I was blind to your greatness and inadvertently offended you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. This is the map I previously created to document that location. I implore you to accept it." Hebadong exhibited utmost humility, yet in the world of Dou Qi, where strength reigns supreme, it was only natural for the weak to bow before the strong. Chapter 56, An Appraisal of the Little Physician. Lin Changqing shook his head, declining to accept the map that Hebadong offered. Upon witnessing this, Hebadong's heart sank to the depths of despair. "My lord, this..." Without waiting for Hebadong to say anything, Lin Changqing spoke up. "You may keep this map for yourself. I have some matters to resolve in the desert. Wait for my return in this shop, and then guide me directly to the canyon. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. I have marked you, and no matter how far you run, I will sense your presence. In that moment, not only will you meet your demise, but your entire Meitel family will be annihilated." Hebadong found himself utterly powerless against Lin Changqing's threat. Given the circumstances, this was the best outcome he could hope for. "Yes, my lord, I shall not act foolishly." Upon hearing Hebadong's words, Lin Changqing nodded. "Bring forth the other fragment of the map, along with the most accurate map of this desert." "Yes, my lord." Hebadong, not daring to hesitate, swiftly retrieved the fragment hidden in a dark compartment of the shop and produced a map from his spatial ring to hand to Lin Changqing. After receiving the fragment, Lin Changqing combined the two pieces, gazing at the palm-sized map. Suddenly, he recalled the cave in the Beast Mountain range, aware that another such fragment was hidden within. At that time, he had been unable to find it, and now, reflecting on it, his heart ached with a tinge of regret. As for the nearby Qingshan town, Lin Changqing had passed through and taken a brief look, where he encountered the poison lady, Xiao Yan, who would later entwine her fate with that of Xiao Yan. To be honest, upon first laying eyes on Xiao Yan, Lin Changqing could only muster a two-word evaluation: ordinary. Among the many women he had encountered, Xiao Yan could only be considered average. Her beauty was merely delicate, her figure rather slender, with only her willow-like waist and long, fair legs standing out, complemented by her innocent and kind-hearted nature. However, it was reasonable to ponder, had Xiao Yan been extraordinarily beautiful, she would have long been devoured by the mercenaries that gathered in Qingshan town, taken as a mistress by one of the powerful mercenary groups rather than remaining there as a physician. It is essential to understand that being a mercenary is not a gentle profession. While not all mercenaries are villains, very few are virtuous. What decent person would choose a life where one dances on the edge of a blade? Not everyone would come to Xiao Yan's aid merely because she had once helped them. Otherwise, there would not have been a single soul willing to assist her at the command of the wolf-head mercenary group, aside from Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's character, characterized by kindness and gentleness in the original text, earned her a place as a cherished white moonlight in the hearts of some readers. Yet, what significance did such attributes hold for the superficial Lin Changqing? Could they be consumed or utilized? Thus, he lost interest in Xiao Yan after a mere glance. Regarding the cultivation of the troublesome poison body of the little medicine immortal, one must mention the necessity of possessing 3 distinct types for the treatment of the poison. Lin Changqing is incapable of achieving this feat, and he would certainly never allow the technique of burning decision to resurface in this world. Should he discover anyone practicing this method, he would not hesitate to eliminate them at once. Furthermore, the matter of the dragon-scorpion or scorpion-dragon magic core, along with the Bodhi transformation essence, causes Lin Changqing considerable distress. Even if he were to successfully cure the little medicine immortal, he would still require an abundance of poisonous resources for cultivation. He is not a wealthy individual. Where would he procure such resources? Although he has recently allied himself with a wealthy patron, the resources he acquired are merely sufficient for his own needs. Observing the various items within his body, one can see that each is a significant consumer of resources. Additionally, there is the fact that Lin Changqing harbors a disdain for poison and those who wield it. Indeed, it is a form of attribute discrimination. There is no rationale behind it, merely prejudice. He believes that the water attribute is the most superior and noble. He may even possess a hint of the wood attribute, which he also considers exalted, deeming all others inferior, especially those who dabble in poison. He acknowledges his double standards, but detests when others exhibit the same hypocrisy. If anyone dares to accuse him of such, or to apply similar standards to him, he will graciously offer them a pot of his homemade tiny ice fruit tea, unrefined, of course. After reflecting on certain matters concerning the Beast Mountain range, Lin Changqing stowed away the remnants of the map and departed. Hebadong watched as the shadow before him gradually became ethereal until it vanished completely. It took him a moment to comprehend that this esteemed individual had finally departed. Slowly rising, he revealed a bitter smile. His head hung low as he began to tidy up the disarrayed shop. In a vast subterranean cavern, fiery red lava flowed languidly, with immense bubbles occasionally surfacing from its depths. Moments later, accompanied by a faint sound, a violent explosion erupted, sending scorching lava shooting forth like a resplendent crimson firework. A dark silhouette darted across the seemingly endless expanse of molten rock. Below Lin Changqing, the flowing lava converged into a colossal lake, which would erupt in fiery columns whenever a wave of intense heat surged forth, scattering countless sparks as the molten columns erupted. Yet, these sparks were evaporated before they could draw near to Lin Changqing by the swirling black mist surrounding him. Suspended above the lake of lava, Lin Changqing maximized his soul perception, enveloping the entirety of the molten lake in a meticulous search. It should not be the case. How could it be absent? Where is that two-headed fire spirit serpent? Once again, it has seemingly vanished. At this moment, the corners of Lin Changqing's eyes twitched, veins protruded from his forehead, and his expression darkened. While the Beast Mountain range may be challenging to navigate, given that the cave is nestled within a cliff ravine, it is not unreasonable for it to be difficult to locate. However, this magma lake was originally inhabited solely by the two-headed fire spirit serpent. Now, with the perceptive aura of Lin Changqing enveloping the entire molten lake, not a trace of life could be sensed. What does this signify? Does it not imply that the serpent has been taken away? Lin Changqing had arrived at this volcanic site to ascertain whether the Azure Lotus Heart fire had been seized by Medusa. Even if it had already been taken, the Azure Lotus Heart platform was still a valuable asset. Although Lin Changqing had no use for it, trading it to someone in need could yield substantial rewards. Now that the serpent was missing, how could he possibly locate the Azure Lotus platform amidst the vast sea of flames? Damn it, who could it be? It cannot be Xiao Yan. He has not cultivated the burning decision and thus would not possess knowledge of the. Moreover, Xiao Yan had never ventured to Hebadong's territory. Given Xiao Yan's current strength, without Yao Chen, it would be impossible for him to come here and take the Azure Lotus platform. Chapter 57. The current state of Xiao Yan. Yet, Lin Changqing had misjudged this time. It was indeed Xiao Yan who had come here to take the fire serpent and seize the Azure Lotus platform. As it turns out, since Xiao Yan arrived at the monster Beast Mountain range months ago, he successfully befriended the little Dr. Fairy and ultimately gained access to the cave atop the cliff, acquiring his fortune. Afterward, lacking Yao Chen's presence, Xiao Yan only sought out some lower-tier magical beasts to hone his skills. Due to the fact that the Amethyst Wing Lion King had already been slain by Lin Changqing, Xiao Yan was destined to have no further interactions with the sect leader of Yunlan's sect. Even if there were any, it would only stem from the enmity arising from the engagement with the Nalan clan. During his time training in the monster Beast Mountain range, Xiao Yan suddenly felt an urge to venture into the desert to find his brothers. Not Lin Changqing, his esteemed brother, but his two biological brothers. After spending some time, Xiao Yan arrived at Mo City, where he reunited with his two brothers and formed a close bond with Qing Lin, the owner of the Azure Serpent Triflower Eyes. By chance, Xiao Yan learned of the existence of in the desert and eagerly began to investigate. Ultimately, with the assistance of Qing Lin and his two brothers, he discovered the underground cave and encountered the fire serpent. Naturally, they were no match for it. In the final moment of crisis, Qing Lin awakened the Azure Serpent Triflower Eyes, gaining control over the fire serpent. In the end, Qing Lin commanded the fire serpent to bring the Azure Lotus platform from beneath the magma. Xiao Yan also discovered the colorful serpent scales left behind by Medusa after taking the fire. With a mindset of no success means death, Xiao Yan resolutely advanced towards the Serpent Man city, disregarding the objections of his two brothers and Qing Lin. Ultimately, he discovered that Queen Medusa was entangled with several powerful individuals. He hastily made his way to the heart of the Serpent Man city, reaching the island in the lake where Queen Medusa resided, and found her transformed into a massive purple serpent, beginning to evolve using the azure lotus heart fire. At that moment, the island where the purple serpent was located emitted violent energy fluctuations, ultimately forming a gigantic energy vortex that crazily absorbed the natural energies of the entire desert, sending ripples of energy cascading across the sky. At this moment, Lin Changqing, furrowing his brow in contemplation over the whereabouts of the fire serpent, sensed an immense surge of energy emanating from the heart of the desert. This colossal force spread throughout the sandy expanse like a beacon of fire in the darkness, guiding Lin Changqing's path forward. Abandoning his musings on the fire serpent, a glint of determination flickered in his eyes as he swiftly vanished from the cavern, reappearing in the skies above the desert. Transforming into a streak of black light, he raced towards the desert's core with unparalleled speed. As he accelerated, the terrifying energy radiating from above the desert's center became increasingly palpable, accompanied by ominous peals of thunder. Witnessing this, Lin Changqing hastened his pace towards the focal point of this ominous energy. Upon reaching the small island where the energy had been concentrated, he found that the once dreadful force had entirely dissipated, leaving behind only a desolate isle. Standing upon this ravaged land, he surveyed the charred remnants, devastated by thunder and fire, revealing nothing but a barren expanse of blackened earth. In the center of the island lay a dark, gaping void, at least several dozen meters deep, emanating a faint scent of blood and charred flesh. At the bottom of this abyss, a colossal serpent, entirely blackened and eerily silent, lay motionless, its body cold as death. Lin Changqing stared at the shattered island, veins throbbing on his forehead, his expression darkening to an extreme. Who could tell him what he had missed this time? Why was he always a step too late? Well, it was actually Xiao Yan. After witnessing Medusa struck down by lightning into silence, Xiao Yan had summoned the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire with the Qinglian platform. Because he lacked the accompanying purple crystal source, the seven-colored devouring python within Medusa's remains had not emerged, still lying quietly within the colossal serpent's body. Meanwhile, outside, a fierce battle had erupted among the gathered individuals, culminating in the 5 leaders of the serpent tribes unleashing a combined technique, the 5 serpent venom seal, driving back the invading human cultivators, leaving Xiao Yan as the ultimate victor. Creak. Just as Lin Changqing, in a fit of frustration, contemplated his departure, a faint sound emanated from the massive pit. His ears perked up, and he paused, focusing his gaze on the depths of the serpent's body within the pit. Could it be that Medusa had not been taken away? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. At that moment, the stiff, charred body of the giant serpent began to shed its dark skin slowly. The peeling accelerated until, at last, Lin Changqing could discern something within the serpent's carcass striving to break free, a faint essence emanating from within. With narrowed eyes, Lin Changqing observed this scene in silence. Boom. Suddenly, from the depths of the pit, the serpent's body erupted with a thunderous explosion, sending dark scales flying in all directions. While a fragment of a corpse was instantly reduced to dust, the shockwave of the explosion and the scattering black scales surged toward Lin Changqing. With a delicate gesture, he pointed forward, and a glimmer of grayish-white light flickered into existence. An overwhelming chill swiftly enveloped the approaching shockwave, and in an instant, the violent turbulence was obliterated by the essence of the Taiyin, while the black scales transformed into specks of dark light, vanishing into the ether. At the moment when the colossal serpent's corpse disintegrated into powder, a previously faint aura surged dramatically, morphing into a terrifying and vast presence that rapidly enveloped the entire city. Lin Changqing perceived this aura, and a flicker of brilliance sparked in his eyes. As the serpent's body exploded, a cloud of dust began to settle, and in a fleeting moment, a vibrant, 7-colored silhouette shot forth from the mist. The speed of this radiant figure seemed to transcend the barriers of space, its multicolored brilliance flickering in the air, approaching Lin Changqing with an almost imperceptible velocity, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing wind that resonated in his ears. Observing the approaching 7-colored light, a chilling gleam flashed in Lin Changqing's gaze, as the terrifying essence of the Taiyin slowly emanated from within him. Suddenly, as if sensing the formidable power of that ominous aura, the 7-colored figure halted abruptly before Lin Changqing, seamlessly transitioning between extremes of motion and stillness, without a hint of distortion. Chapter 58. The 7-colored devouring python. As the 7-colored silhouette paused before Lin Changqing, its full form was finally revealed. It was a slender little serpent, merely 2 centimeters in diameter, adorned with tiny, shimmering scales of every hue. Its pale purple eyes exuded an uncanny allure, surrounded by an unusual fragrance that wafted around its body. Though it was but a small snake, It did not evoke a sense of menace. Instead, it radiated an exquisite beauty that conveyed elegance and nobility. The little serpent bore no obvious means of attack, yet within its diminutive form lay an unfathomable reservoir of energy. Truly formidable, its pale purple pupils appeared exceptionally pure and clear, curiously regarding Lin Changqing before gently flicking its tiny tail and cautiously inching closer. Observing the little serpent approach, Lin Changqing withdrew the essence of the Taiyin into his body, leaving only wisps of faint shadowy energy to linger around him. Noticing Lin Changqing's retraction of the ominous aura, the little serpent blinked its crystalline eyes and, with a flick of its tail, began to gracefully float toward him. Lin Changqing extended his palm, allowing the small snake to rest upon it. The snake's crystalline eyes, filled with a hint of longing, fixated on the strands of yin energy emanating from Lin Changqing's body. It raised its head and emitted a few soft hissing sounds, resembling a playful display of affection. After all, being a creature of the cold and shadow, this vibrant little snake was none other than the legendary seven-colored devouring python, a beast of the utmost yin. The potent yin energy surrounding Lin Changqing held an irresistible allure for the seven-colored devouring python. Observing the snake's enchantment, Lin Changqing felt a stirring within him and gradually refined a strand of yin energy, sending it towards the little serpent. The snake's eyes brightened as it greedily absorbed the purest essence of yin energy before it, its tail gently swaying, exuding both excitement and contentment. Lin Changqing tenderly stroked the slender body of the snake, which responded by subtly writhing and nuzzling its head against his hand. A smile graced Lin Changqing's lips as he transmitted another wave of yin energy, subsequently indicating for the snake to coil around his wrist, forming a charming bracelet. With a sudden movement, Lin Changqing vanished from the heart of the serpent tribe. Upon returning to Mo City, Lin Changqing sought out Hebadong and stated, "Prepare yourself. We must depart." Upon hearing Lin Changqing's words, a flicker of hesitation crossed Hebadong's face. After a moment of internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and spoke, "My lord, I humbly request a brief return to my family. I assure you it will not take long. I hope for your understanding." The longing for home weighed heavily on Hebadong's heart. This journey to the valley with Lin Changqing had left him uncertain of his fate. He had steeled himself for the possibility of death, be it within that eerie gorge or at the hands of Lin Changqing, should they emerge alive. Thus, he dared to risk inciting Lin Changqing's ire, pleading for a moment to visit his family, so that if death were to follow, he could at least find solace in his final moments. Lin Changqing regarded Hebadong, his expression oscillating between contemplation and resolution. After a brief pause, he replied, "Very well. I shall accompany you." He discerned Hebadong's sentiments and felt that such a minor request was not worth undue difficulty. The distance to Hebadong's family was not great, and permitting him a brief visit was of little consequence. Additionally, accompanying Hebadong to the Maitel family was convenient, as he had no immediate itinerary. They could visit the Gamadi Empire along the way, enjoying their time there until Hebadong had settled his family affairs. Lin Changqing could then lead Hebadong on their journey. "Yes, my lord," Hebadong exclaimed joyfully, responding eagerly. "Let us be on our way." With that, Lin Changqing turned and walked towards the door, and Hebadong hurried to follow. As soon as the two of them stepped outside the shop, a cacophony of thunderous footsteps and shouts erupted from all directions. Hundreds of figures surged forth, encircling the establishment with an overwhelming presence, rendering the area around the shop utterly congested. Lin Changqing squinted, puzzled by the scene before him. These individuals were mercenaries from the desolate city, affiliated with two formidable mercenary factions. Intrigued, he wished to discern their intentions. At that moment, a thick wall of bodies formed directly in front of the shop, and the mercenaries within the wall parted to create a pathway. A young man clad in resplendent attire and an enchanting woman entered. They were the very young alchemist who had been frightened to the core by Lin Changqing's earlier presence. The boy, having been humiliated by Lin, harbored a deep-seated resentment. After learning of Lin's appearance in the shop, he had leveraged his status and alchemical prowess to persuade the two powerful mercenary factions in the desolate city to aid him. After days of waiting, he could no longer contain himself and led his men to encircle the shop. Upon seeing Lin Changqing emerge from the shop, the young woman recalled the terrifying scene from days prior at the city gate, causing her heart to race with fear. She timidly tugged at the boy's hand and whispered, "Brother, are you truly confident? He looks far too formidable." The boy, despite still feeling a hint of trepidation upon seeing Lin again, drew strength from the hundreds of formidable warriors behind him. With newfound confidence, he replied to the girl, "Sister, the more I think about it, the more I realize that this person is merely putting on a show, employing tricks we are unaware of to make us appear foolish. It is utterly infuriating. Look at the powerful mercenaries behind us. He cannot possibly turn the tide alone." With that, The young man stepped forward and mockingly addressed Hun Changqing. Daring to play tricks and scare us with your petty tactics. Have some audacity. Do you even know who we are? If you do not kneel and beg for mercy today, then prepare to descend into hell with your ridiculous air of mystery. Upon hearing the boy's words, Hun Changqing's expression shifted as he seemed to recognize the youth. He was perplexed as to when he had crossed paths with such a lowly individual and had no recollection of either of them. Amused by the reversal of roles, having always been the one to instigate trouble, he found it rather entertaining that others had come to confront him. Who are you two? Have I encountered you before? Hun Changqing inquired, genuinely curious about when he had met these lesser alchemists, feeling no need for pretense when addressing mere insects. Upon hearing the perplexed tone of Hun Changqing, the youth's face contorted in a most unsightly manner. His animosity towards Hun Changqing had reached unprecedented heights in recent days, as he constantly pondered how to bring about his demise. For the first time, someone had so thoroughly humiliated him. Yet, despite his seething hatred, his nemesis exhibited not a shred of recognition, which only deepened the humiliation, piercing his fragile and sensitive heart. Chapter 59. Haibuodong takes action. Young man, let me enlighten you. These two are the esteemed disciples of Master Liu, a fourth-tier alchemist from the Jama Empire, young Master Zhao, and Miss Mokri, prodigious alchemists. Remember to keep your eyes wide open in your next life. Discern who is worth offending and who is not. As Hun Changqing posed his question, a mountain-like figure stepped forward, unleashing a raucous laugh. With thick brows and large eyes, his sun-kissed skin and robust limbs presented a striking visual impact. The nearby mercenaries erupted in laughter, viewing the encircled Hun Changqing and Haibuodong as if they were mere corpses. Their gazes were rife with mockery. Years of mercenary life had warped their hearts, and they relished witnessing their prey's struggles in their final moments. The atmosphere brimmed with the overwhelming presence of hundreds, their fighting spirits surging as chaotic energies intertwined, rendering the air palpably unstable. The entire street quivered subtly under this tension, as the myriad of fighting energies intertwined and soared. Visibility distorted slightly, with hundreds of pressures converging upon Hun Changqing and his companion. Observing the kaleidoscope of fighting energies and the mocking expressions of the mercenaries, Hun Changqing merely smirked. Boring. Haibuodong, deal with them. I shall await you at the city gate. With that, before anyone could react, Hun Changqing stepped into the void as if an invisible staircase lay before him, rising gradually into the air. His black robe billowed in the wind, presenting a scene that resembled a nightmare in the darkness. A hush fell over the gathering, punctuated only by the sound of a few people swallowing hard. He walks upon empty air without wings. A Dozong expert? Is this truly happening? So, we came here to confront a Dozong expert. At that moment, a wave of dread and despair engulfed the hearts of all present. The earlier boisterous giant was drenched in cold sweat, struggling to articulate a response. But his throat felt constricted, silencing him. The two alchemists had long since collapsed to the ground, trembling and muttering incoherently. A Dozong, Haibuodong the Ice Emperor? The handsome man's face was etched with disbelief, as he finally grasped the gravity of his predicament. No, it was more akin to confronting an indomitable fortress. The young girl, already paralyzed by fear, knelt on the ground, her complexion ashen, trembling uncontrollably, a foul odor emanating from her lower half. Punching in the void, Hun Changqing gradually departed, leaving behind only an elderly man with ghostly white hair. The burly man, who had spoken earlier, fought to suppress his terror and stammered, "My lord, I failed to recognize your presence." However, before he could finish his sentence, he found himself ensnared by the old man's eyes, which sparkled with excitement. No one could fathom the extent of Haibuodong's recent torment and helplessness. Without warning, he was invaded in his own home, robbed of years of hard work, and nearly killed. Now, he was compelled to follow a formidable figure into a mysterious canyon, uncertain of his fate. A tempest of rage surged within Haibuodong. Though Hun Changqing was too powerful to resist, he yearned for an outlet for his frustration. Had it not been for Hun Changqing's taciturn demeanor, he would have already struck out. Now, with Hun Changqing commanding him to act, he had no time for the burly man's idle chatter. With unrestrained ferocity, he unleashed the full force of his peak-doling prowess, and the surrounding atmosphere grew frigid. A thin layer of frost enveloped the vicinity, while a chilling white mist blanketed the area, obscuring everyone's vision. Haibuodong's palms moved in a rhythmic dance, conjuring countless strands of icy silk, which he hurled skyward, shimmering with a delicate blue glow, cascading toward the mercenaries. "Ah, no. Captain, save me. Someone help." The myriad strands of ice, as sharp as the finest blades, sliced through the air, painting the scene with blood. Limbs were severed, heads decapitated. With each flash of blue light, a mercenary's life was extinguished, and the street echoed with desperate cries and wails, blood staining the ground. Dismembered limbs scattered across the corners. Roar! Rock shield! At that moment, the burly man, who had been struggling against the entangling ice strands, let out a thunderous roar. Yellow Dou Qi enveloped him tightly, and nearby rocks swiftly converged, forming a sturdy wall intended to repel the razor-sharp ice strands. For a brief moment, the icy tendrils were thwarted by the rock wall's defense. The burly man, seeing this, felt a surge of relief and intensified his Dou Qi infusion, gradually retreating, clearly intent on fleeing. Yet, within the white mist, Hebadong's vision remained impeccably clear. He coldly smirked and sealed his palm into a formation. Mystic Ice Blade. As his words fell, countless strands of ice converged beside him, intertwining to form an exquisitely crafted short blade, emanating an aura of chilling cold. A piercing sound sliced through the air as an icy blade shot forth at an incomprehensible speed towards the hulking man who was about to retreat. The velocity of the blade was so astonishing that it left behind a series of afterimages, tearing through the atmosphere with a cacophony of resonating hums. In the blink of an eye, the icy projectile was upon the man, whose pupils dilated in shock, his gaze wild with madness as he summoned all his fighting spirit, raising a rock wall before him in a desperate attempt to block the impending strike. However, with a swift motion, the wall crumbled like tofu before the icy blade, leaving the man behind it utterly defenseless. In an instant, a resounding crash echoed as a blue flash illuminated the scene. The man's head, now mingled with blood, was propelled skyward, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he could not fathom the reality of his own demise. The destruction did not halt there. Within a radius of several hundred meters, buildings were severed cleanly by the blade, collapsing with a thunderous roar, their fractured edges smooth as glass. As the mist gradually dispersed, the street transformed into a nightmarish tableau, drenched in blood-stained frost, with the acrid scent of carnage lingering in the air. A stark contrast to the previous cacophony of wails that had now succumbed to an eerie silence. All the mercenaries had been engulfed in this grand feast of ice, leaving only desperate cries echoing through the desolation. Please, don't kill me. I beg you, spare me. My master is Master Leo. If you let me go, I will ask him to concoct potions for you. Once impeccably dressed, the two young individuals now appeared disheveled, tears streaming down their faces, mingling with the viscous remnants of fear, their bodies trembling as they stood paralyzed by the horrors before them. Chapter 60, The Gamma Empire. Hebadong approached the two youths, towering over them with an imposing presence. He had decided against ending their lives, having discerned that they were the catalysts for this chaos, and intended to hand them over to Lin Changqing for further action. However, after a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow, activated his fighting spirit, and, under the astonished gaze of the young girl, encased the boy in a block of ice. He then seized the girl and strode purposefully towards the city gates. At the gates, Hebadong encountered Lin Changqing, who was playfully toying with a vividly colored serpent. Casting a surprised glance at the exceedingly beautiful creature, he spoke, "My lord, the situation has been resolved. It appears these two alchemists instigated the trouble. I have dealt with the male and brought the female with me." Lin Changqing, intrigued, regarded Hebadong with a puzzled expression. "What purpose do you have in bringing the girl here?" Hebadong replied, "I thought you might be interested. Considering it was she who offended you, and she possesses a certain charm, so I brought her along." Lin Changqing observed the girl, her face smeared with dirt and an unpleasant odor emanating from her, then shot Hebadong a peculiar look. "If you wish to keep it, then do so." Hebadong also sensed the gaze of Lin Changqing, glancing at the young girl and feeling a twinge of discomfort. He awkwardly chuckled, "Hee, my apologies for my oversight. My lord, I shall take care of her right away." The girl, who had been petrified with fear, suddenly regained her senses upon hearing their conversation and cried out in desperation, "No, please don't kill me. It was all Gale's doing. I urged him to stop seeking you, but he wouldn't listen. I beg you, this has nothing to do with me. I am still innocent. My lord, I can make myself quite beautiful. I promise I won't disappoint you." Upon hearing her pleas, Hebadong turned to Lin Changqing, seeking his opinion. "Boring. You handle it yourself," Lin Changqing replied, somewhat exasperated by the assumption that he was so easily swayed. Hebadong nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after, the two departed from the ancient city in the desert, leaving behind a beautiful and exquisite ice sculpture at the city gate. Days later, Lin Changqing and Hebadong gradually arrived at the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire, the sacred city of Gamma. Within this city, magnificent and intricate buildings were scattered throughout, creating a stunning tapestry of architecture. The energy within the city was overwhelmingly potent, surpassing that of the Serpent Man Desert and Wutan City by a considerable margin. The headquarters of the Alchemist Guild was also situated here, marking it as the sole sanctuary for cultivation in the Gamma Empire. Hun Changqing hovered in the sky, gazing down at the grand city shrouded in mist. Finally back, the Gamma Empire. I wonder how it has fared. Hai Buodong gazed at the city below, filled with deep emotion. Given that he was at the spirit fighting realm and unable to fly, Hun Changqing could no longer tolerate Hai Buodong's painfully slow pace. He unleashed a portion of his seal, restoring Hai Buodong to the fighting king realm. However, the remaining seal could only be fully broken with the refining of the breaking seal pill. Enough with the sentiments. Let us descend and complete our tasks. We must head to the Black Corner region, Hun Changqing instructed Hai Buodong before transforming into a streak of black light, darting toward the heart of the imperial capital. Watching this, Hai Buodong could not help but feel a twinge of envy. If only I hadn't been sealed back then. Perhaps I could have reached the fighting sovereign realm? Sighing, he hurriedly followed the rapidly departing Hun Changqing. Let us move quickly. Today is the annual auction at the imperial capital's foremost auction house, the Middle Auction House. The items for sale are far more precious than usual. We cannot afford to dawdle. But those items are so expensive, we cannot possibly buy anything. Moreover, with our status, we cannot enter without presenting sufficient gold. Rest assured, I possess 2 tickets to the auction, procured through connections thanks to my great aunt's nephew, who is an employee at the Middle Auction House. Oh, let us hasten. Once we emerge, I shall proudly boast to those girls that I have visited the illustrious Middle Auction House. Upon arriving in the capital, Hun Changqing and Hai Buodong were strolling when 2 young men beside them began to converse animatedly before sprinting off in a particular direction. Oh, your family's Middle Auction House holds quite a prominent reputation here in the capital, Hun Changqing remarked, a hint of surprise evident in his gaze as he observed the departing individuals. Ha, forgive the jest, my lord. Although the Middle family is indeed one of the 3 great families of the Gamma Empire, steeped in history and prestige, such accolades may seem trivial in your esteemed presence. Hearing Hun Changqing mention the Middle family filled Hai Buodong with a sense of pride, prompting him to extol his own lineage while complimenting Hun Changqing. My lord, the grand auction at the Middle Auction House is about to commence. If you have no pressing matters, might we not take a moment to witness it? Hun Changqing contemplated Hai Buodong's suggestion, initially dismissing the notion that there was anything worthwhile at such an auction. He suddenly felt a spark of curiosity about whether he possessed the ability to uncover hidden treasures at the event. Very well. Let us proceed, he resolved, determined to acquire anything that the auctioneers deemed unworthy of recognition, shrouded in mystery. Before long, the 2 arrived at a magnificent edifice adorned with unique emblems and elegant tiles. Hun Changqing could not help but nod in approval. This auction house in the capital was exponentially grander and more opulent than that of Wutan City, which paled in comparison and could easily be likened to a mere restroom. Navigating through the bustling crowd, they entered the auction house, where gentle sunlight cascaded from above, seemingly isolating them from the clamor of the outside world. The brief distance traversed felt like crossing into an entirely different realm. Within the vast hall, reminiscent of a crystalline city, armed guards were ubiquitous, each proudly displaying the Middle family insignia on their chests. As the 2 stepped into the hall, they were met with countless scrutinizing gazes, which slowly withdrew after a moment of intense examination. The hall was adorned with numerous crystal counters, teeming with a vibrant flow of people. Behind the counters lay an array of extraordinary items, a veritable feast for the eyes. Suddenly, commotion erupted at one side of the hall, indicating the entrance of high-ranking officials from the Middle family, as if a person of considerable stature were making an appearance. The 2 turned their attention to the gathering crowd, where amidst a throng of exuberant men, a figure adorned in striking red and possessing an alluring silhouette emerged from the passageway. Hun Changqing felt a sense of familiarity with the silhouette before him. Though the specifics remained elusive, the crimson figure was merely a faint outline. Chapter 61, An Unexpected Encounter with Yafei. The sharp sound of stiletto heels echoed crisply against the polished bluestone floor, producing a melodious resonance. As this enchanting melody drew nearer, the graceful red outline gradually became more distinct. The figure, subtly encircled by the crowd, slowly emerged. The woman who stepped forth was adorned in a resplendent crimson robe, exquisitely crafted to accentuate her stunning curves, revealing a pair of dazzlingly white long legs beneath, and a delicate waist cinched with a silver silk ribbon. She exuded an enchanting allure, her elongated peach blossom eyes brimming with a myriad of emotions, yet beneath the surface lingered a subtle hint of sorrow. Unlike the fervent gazes of the crowd, which fixated on this earthly beauty with an almost primal desire, Hun Changqing regarded her with a look of sheer astonishment. Such breathtaking beauty elicited from him a reaction devoid of malice or greed. This indicated that the captivating figure before him was none other than his former girlfriend. It was none other than Yafei, his ex, with whom he had never formally parted ways in Wutan City. At this moment, amidst the crowd, Yafei forced a gentle smile, her eyes betraying a hint of fatigue, suggesting her mental state had been quite poor of late, with an underlying sadness evident in her expression. She maintained a superficial smile on her lovely face, greeting those who called out to her, her enchanting peach blossom eyes casually scanning the hall. Anyone who met her gaze, which seemed to harbor an alluring charm, found their throats involuntarily tightening, their eyes ablaze with an unparalleled fervor. As her captivating eyes swept across the hall, they halted abruptly just before they could retreat, locking onto a figure not far away, a man clad in a black robe with a hood, his slender frame unmistakably familiar. Staring at the figure in disbelief, surprise flooded her eyes. Lin Changqing, realizing that Yafei had recognized him, felt a wave of anxiety. He dreaded the prospect of an awkward encounter with his ex after their breakup. Heaven knows why Yafei, who should have been at the auction house in Wutan City, was here. As the focal point of the hall, Yafei's actions undeniably drew the gaze of everyone present, yet when they beheld the man in black, a momentary stupor ensued. As everyone witnessed the exceedingly rare and peculiar emotion displayed by Yafei, feelings of jealousy and confusion towards the man in the black robe arose within them. They could not comprehend why this seemingly ordinary figure had captivated Yafei. Upon seeing Lin Changqing, Yafei, disregarding her poise and composure amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, rushed forward and enveloped him in a fierce embrace. The intensity of her hold seemed to convey a desire to merge with him completely, never to part again. Changqing, where have you been? Please do not be angry with me anymore. You must know that the moment I left, I regretted it. I searched for you everywhere and could not find you. Please forgive me. I promise I will never lose my temper again. I cannot bear to be without you. Yafei clung to Lin Changqing, her voice breaking as she wept, fearing his disappearance once more. Feeling the weight of her fervent embrace and the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her warm form, Lin Changqing was stirred, yet also overwhelmed by a throbbing headache. Beside them, Hebadong stood in stunned silence, his mouth agape, unable to comprehend the scene before him, particularly the emblem of the Maitel family adorning Yafei. His mind was flooded with a myriad of questions, yet the situation felt inappropriate for inquiry, prompting him to close his mouth silently. The atmosphere had grown increasingly tumultuous, with all eyes fixated on Lin Changqing, bearing expressions of envy, jealousy, and resentment, as he sensed the collective gaze of the crowd, which seemed to pierce through him. In Yafei's emotional turmoil in his embrace, Lin Changqing felt a profound sense of helplessness. He gently stroked her back, saying, "All right, I understand. Let us leave this place and find somewhere to talk." "Okay, I will follow your lead," Yafei responded, yet she tightened her hold on him, refusing to let go. Lin Changqing sighed. "How can we leave like this?" "All right then," she conceded, clinging to him as they departed amidst the heart-wrenching stares of the onlookers, leaving Hebadong in a state of confusion, uncertain whether to follow or remain behind. Time passed, and the sky grew dim as Yafei and Lin Changqing found themselves in a luxurious hotel room, where Yafei lay closely against him, her body bare save for an exquisite woolen blanket that scarcely concealed her enticing form. She exuded a subtle fragrance of orchids, mingled with a hint of sweetness unique to femininity, as her delicate fingers glided lightly across Lin Changqing's smooth chest. As she departed moments ago, Yafei's emotions were in a state of considerable tumult, rendering conventional consolations ineffective. Thus, Lin Changqing resorted to the most persuasive method to calm her. "How is it that you have suddenly arrived in the imperial capital? Shouldn't you be in Wutan City at this hour?" He suppressed the urge to indulge in a post-event cigarette as he addressed Yafei. "If I had not come to the imperial capital, would I never have the chance to see you again?" Faced with Yafei's mournful gaze and tone, Lin Changqing felt a twinge of uncertainty. Indeed, her assertion held a semblance of truth. How could that be? "I had to make an unexpected trip to the Serpent Man Desert to accompany someone to the imperial capital for business. I had planned to return to Wutan City immediately after attending to matters here, and perhaps buy you a token of affection in the process. Who would have thought you would appear in the imperial capital?" He recalled suddenly that another person had accompanied him to the auction house, and wondered where Hebadong would go after his departure. "Is that truly so? How wonderful. I desire no gifts. Your presence alone is the greatest gift from the heavens." One could only remark that a woman in love often lacks rationality. Any sensible person hearing Lin Changqing's nonsensical declarations would recognize them as mere folly, yet it was only Yafei who took his words to heart. Chapter 62, The Wutan City Auction House. "By the way, how did you return to the imperial capital? The auction house in Wutan City must surely require your expertise at this time." Lin Changqing spoke while his hands fidgeted restlessly. Yafei let out a delicate sigh before responding. "It is understandable that you were unaware of the situation in Wutan City. Recently, I returned to the imperial capital to visit family. And just as I was preparing to return to Wutan City, I received news that the auction house had been destroyed by an unknown formidable entity, likely a fighter of the Dou rank or higher. With the auction house in ruins, I decided to remain. Be gentle. That hurts. Yafei pouted, mildly reproaching him. Upon hearing of the destruction of the auction house in Wutan City, Lin Changqing furrowed his brow, unconsciously tightening his grip, pondering. How could the auction house in Wutan City be suddenly obliterated? A Dou? In that forsaken place, there is but one Dou, Lin Ying. Could it be that Gu Xun'er ordered Lin Ying to raise the auction house? What madness is she enacting now? Lin Changqing found himself utterly perplexed. Gu Xun'er had previously disregarded face-saving measures, putting Xiao Yan's safety at risk to preserve her own dignity. Now, she had inexplicably annihilated the auction house in Wutan City. None of her actions were comprehensible to him, leaving him bewildered regarding the significance of her choices. It felt as if Gu Xun'er was slipping from his grasp. And Lin Changqing couldn't help but lament, alas, it seems I am indeed unsuited for leadership. I cannot fathom what thoughts reside in Gu Xun'er's mind. Her reasoning is far too erratic. There remains an inexplicable audacity in her demeanor as she dares to confront me. Does she not fear that Xiao Yan might truly perish? Indeed, following the success of her crude and violent kidnapping scheme, a multitude of uncontrollable issues has since arisen. Alas, it would be prudent to maintain my distance from her. My resources are presently sufficient, and further interaction could lead to unforeseen troubles. Who knows what chaos might ensue, perhaps even a disastrous downfall. The more I ponder, the more vexed I become. A throbbing headache ensues. Moments later, I swiftly turn, and amidst a chorus of exclamations, embark on a new journey, seeking to alleviate my inner turmoil. The auction house in Wutan City was indeed destroyed by Gu Xun'er. Shortly after my departure, she realized I had left the city and immediately armed herself, summoning Lin Ying to rush to the auction venue with the intent to eliminate the audacious seductress, Yafei, who dared to approach me. However, by a stroke of fortune, Yafei happened to be visiting the imperial capital during this period, thus evading disaster. Enraged, Gu Xun'er commanded Lin Ying to obliterate the Wutan City auction house, leaving no trace behind. What a thorough destruction. The entire venue had transformed into a deep pit, devoid of any remnants of an auction house. The following day, within the hotel. You don't wish to go, do you? We haven't seen each other in so long. I'll take a few days off to accompany you. It must be your first visit to the imperial capital, right? Allow me to show you around. At this moment, Yafei clung to my arm in a playful manner. Given the plethora of items at the auction, it would span 3 days. I encouraged her to preside over the event, yet she appeared reluctant, desiring to remain close to me. Do not jest. Your work is of utmost importance. I understand how significant this auction is for your future. I cannot allow my presence to hinder your opportunity. If love is to endure, it cannot merely dwell in fleeting moments, you know? Besides, I wish to witness once more the commanding grace you exhibited during the auction in Wutan City. Naturally, I did not want Yafei to shadow me incessantly. How could I enjoy my time in the capital with her constantly at my side? Thus, I resorted to a famous saying from my past life, one that often charms women. Upon hearing my words, Yafei felt a rush of sweetness and emotion fill her heart, her cheeks flushing crimson as if ignited by a flame, repeatedly murmuring the phrase, "If love is to endure, it cannot merely dwell in fleeting moments." Unable to contain the surging tide of feelings within her, Yafei pulled me, who was busy dressing, into a deep kiss. Very well, I shall heed your wishes and attend the auction, though I shall arrive a tad late. A slight delay is inconsequential. Last night felt like an eternity. Are you not concerned about your state when you arrive at the auction house? I do not care. Ah, you enchanting creature. At 10 minutes past noon, Lin Changqing finally succeeded in satiating Yafei and reluctantly bid her farewell as she departed from the hotel. Sitting upon the grand bed, imbued with a mingling of hormones and Yafei's essence, Lin Changqing rubbed his temples. He found himself at a loss regarding Yafei. His original intention for this encounter was to formally part ways with her. Yet, upon witnessing Yafei's demeanor yesterday, he was inexplicably unable to utter the words he had rehearsed countless times before. Being with Yafei had indeed been a source of comfort for him, both mentally and physically, and her profound affection for him at this moment rendered him hesitant to sever their bond. However, without a breakup, Yafei's innate talent for cultivation was undeniably lackluster. No matter how many resources were poured into her, it was unlikely that any significant progress would be made, making it impossible for Lin Changqing to keep her by his side. Sighing, he decided to take things one step at a time, allowing Yafei to remain in the capital for now, trusting that this was the most suitable place for her. Once she had grown sufficiently strong, he could reconsider bringing her into his life. Dismissing these troubling thoughts, Lin Changqing dressed and exited the hotel, sensing the location of Hebedong. A dark gleam flickered across him, and he vanished at the entrance of the hotel. Meanwhile, In the meeting hall of the Meitel family, Tung Shan, the patriarch with a mane of white hair and a robust physique, gazed at Hebedong with a complex expression. Are you saying that Yafei is a direct descendant of the family? He inquired. Indeed, elder brother. What of it? Where have you been these past years? Who was that man in the black robe who accompanied you yesterday? You have no idea of the uproar caused by Yafei's abduction in plain sight. That young man from the Mu family even came to stir trouble at our home today. Tung Shan expressed his concern over Hebedong's whereabouts while simultaneously voicing his discontent regarding the mysterious figure who had accompanied him. Hebedong took a deep breath and replied, Do not concern yourself with those matters, nor with the black-robed individual. He is not someone the Meitel family can afford to offend. His strength is unfathomable. I only know he is at least a formidable warrior at the Dozong level. Tung Shan's expression shifted to one of shock as he exclaimed, What? Dozong? Then, elder brother, who? Before he could finish his thought, an unusual aura permeated the hall, prompting him to turn abruptly and shout. Chapter 63, Demonic Night and Demonic Moon. Suddenly, a shadow appeared within the hall, emanating an aura of extreme cold that caused the temperature to plummet to an almost unbearable low. Both Hebedong and Tung Shan could not help but shudder. Tung Shan was taken aback to see this individual silently enter the Mitre Hall. Just as he was about to speak, he was immediately interrupted by Hebedong, who stepped forward and respectfully greeted, My lord. At that moment, Tung Shan was astonished by Hebedong's demeanor and quickly recalled the previous conversation, linking the individual before him to Hebedong's words. He hastened to join Hebedong in salutation, exclaiming, We pay our respects to you, my lord. Lin Changqing cast a glance at Tung Shan, but chose to say nothing further. Instead, he addressed Hebedong. Well, let us proceed to the auction house. I find myself intrigued by your upcoming event. Upon hearing this, Hebedong hesitated, feeling somewhat flustered. After a moment of inner turmoil, he inquired, My lord, what is your connection with Lady Mitre Yafei? Lin Changqing regarded Hebedong and replied, What of it? Nothing much. Lady Yafei will be hosting the auction today. If you are interested, I can escort you there, Hebedong quickly offered, while inwardly cursing. What do you mean, what of it? You are entangled with a direct descendant of the Mitre family, yet mere days ago you nearly brought harm to her ancestors. You even threatened her lineage with annihilation if she did not accompany you to death. And now you question me about it? Damn. Despite his internal outrage, Hebedong maintained a calm exterior. By the way, you must all be the influential figures of the Mitre family. You appear rather seasoned and should be nearing retirement. How about I recommend someone to succeed you? Lin Changqing suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and addressed everyone present. Are you referring to Yafei? Hebedong asked timidly. Indeed, her capabilities are commendable. You may investigate her credentials. I am confident she can manage the family affairs adeptly. What do you think? Yes, we shall follow your counsel. My lord, Hebedong agreed hastily, though inwardly he was fuming. What do I think? Does it even matter? I assent at all about your opinion? Commendable capabilities? In what regard are you speaking? Damn. Regardless of his grievances, Hebedong recognized the potential benefits of aligning the Mitre family with Lin Changqing through Yafei. Of course, this was contingent upon his survival in the forthcoming expedition through the canyon, which would render these advantages meaningful for him. Do not disclose my capabilities to Yafei. Simply say we met in the desert. Now let us go. Yes, my lord. Hebedong's aged visage contorted into a smile reminiscent of an elderly chrysanthemum, as he accompanied Lin Changqing towards the middle auction house. Soon, the two arrived at the grand hall of the auction venue. Due to Lin Changqing's remarkable display the previous day, the moment he appeared, all eyes converged upon him, inundated with glances rife with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Sensing the piercing and venomous gazes from the surrounding crowd, Lin Changqing could not help but reflect with a sense of helplessness. A beauty brings disaster. A flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes, and an aura of malevolence emanated from within him, enveloping the assembly in a chilling dread. In an instant, the entire auction hall fell into a profound silence. The attendees wore expressions of terror, frozen in place. No one daring to utter a sound or cast their gaze upon Lin Changqing any longer. With a disdainful snort, Lin Changqing followed Hebedong, who wiped the cold sweat from his trembling hands as they ascended to the private chamber on the third floor. How terrifying. I felt as if I had already met my demise. He is undoubtedly a formidable powerhouse, mused an elder as a Dou Wang. I sensed a lethal threat in that brief moment. That individual must be a powerhouse above Dou Huang. How fortunate for that Yafei to be in the company of such a strong fighter. Only a Dou Huang could be worthy of such a captivating beauty. Once Lin Changqing ascended to the third floor, the previously hushed crowd dared to engage in low conversations. Within the opulent private chamber, Lin Changqing reclined on an exquisitely luxurious sofa, affording him a panoramic view of the entire auction event through the glass mirror before him. It must be said that the design of the middle auction house caters splendidly to the tastes of the elite within such a chamber. The entirety of the auction unfolds before one's eyes, bestowing upon its occupants an elevated sense of superiority, looking down upon the masses. This is precisely the sensation sought after by the illustrious, who willingly indulge in the extravagance of the middle auction house. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the exclusive passage below, causing the crowd to stir restlessly once more. Lin Changqing assumed Yafei had arrived and turned his gaze towards the passage. However, the figures emerging were not Yafei, but two young maidens. One was adorned in a purple gown intricately embroidered with silver patterns, her exquisite beauty subtly exuding an innate noble grace from her royal upbringing. A delicate purple sash accentuated her slender waist, enhancing her figure exquisitely. Her charming face bore a faint smile, radiating elegance and tranquility. Yet her eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Another woman, adorned in an exquisite green brocade robe, stood tall, her striking resemblance to the lady beside her evident, radiating an alluring and mature charm. Beneath this captivating exterior lay a trace of regal authority cultivated by the royal court. With a striking visage and enchanting eyes that beckoned allure, she was a vision of temptation. Upon encountering such unimaginable beauty, Lin Changqing's gaze flickered with intrigue, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Haibodong, who are these two?" he inquired, his eyes fixated on the two captivating maidens below, his expression playful. Following Lin Changqing's gaze, Haibodong observed the duo, a larger woman and a smaller one, sharing discernible familial traits. Instant comprehension dawned upon him as he remarked, "My lord, these two are the granddaughters of the current emperor of the Gamma Empire, Jia Xingtian, Yao Yi, and Yao Yu. Jia Xingtian himself stands at the pinnacle of Dou Huang, his strength unfathomable." Lin Changqing acknowledged this revelation with understanding. Princesses indeed. They are quite striking, he mused, recalling only vaguely their roles in the original tale, as they were mere supporting characters lacking significant plot lines. Sensing Lin Changqing's apparent interest in the two princesses, Haibodong hastily advised, "My lord, Jia Xingtian dotes upon these princesses, indulging their every whim. Should you?" Interrupting him, Lin Changqing waved dismissively and posed a question. "Does the Gamma royal family not have any formidable troubles that have long plagued them?" He remembered that in the original narrative, Xiao Yan had aided the Gamma royal family in some endeavor, securing their friendship, though the specifics eluded him. Perhaps engaging with these princesses might hinge upon addressing the Gamma royal family's predicament. Chapter 64, The Conflict After the Auction. Haibodong, upon hearing this, refrained from further comment and pondered deeply. After a moment, he replied, "The Gamma royal family possesses a 6th-tier peak water attribute magical beast, the Yuhai Jiao, whose strength rivals that of a 9-star Dou Huang. It fought alongside Jia Xingtian in numerous battles, earning his admiration and affection, treated as if it were a blood brother. However, in recent years, due to the toll of prolonged warfare and accumulated injuries, its prowess has significantly waned, and it now teeters on the brink of demise. Jia Xingtian has sought elixirs far and wide to heal it, yet to no avail, leaving him in great distress." Lin Changqing nodded thoughtfully and spoke with profound implication. "If I were to heal that magical beast, would the price be merely a few days of my time with his two daughters? Would he acquiesce?" Upon hearing this, Haibodong broke into a cold sweat, inwardly lamenting, "This man is truly audacious. I pity my younger generation." Lin Changqing nodded affirmatively. "Very well, after the auction concludes, kindly make an introduction on my behalf. If it does not come to fruition, it matters not, for it was merely a fleeting whim. The pressing matters take precedence." Subsequently, Lin Changqing redirected his attention to the auction that had commenced not long ago. At that moment, Yafei stood upon the stage, adorned in a black brocade robe embroidered with cloud motifs, accentuating her enchanting figure into a flawless silhouette. Her lustrous hair was elegantly styled into a sophisticated updo, while her captivating eyes inadvertently flickered with beguiling ripples that entranced all who beheld her. The revelry of the previous night lent a rosy glow to her delicate visage, reminiscent of a perfectly ripened peach, as she exuded an unparalleled charm and grace, captivating the hearts of all present, drawing forth their ardent desires. The atmosphere of the auction soared to its zenith, ignited by Yafei's every smile and sigh. Some astute observers quickly discerned the distinct change in Yafei's demeanor, recalling the events of the previous day's auction, which kindled an unparalleled jealousy and resentment towards the enigmatic figure in black, causing many to lament in silence, fearful of attracting the attention of that chillingly formidable presence. The auction proceeded with fervor, as Yafei, with her soft and alluring voice, introduced each item, rendering the audience entranced and compelled to bid fervently. Each item was sold at astonishing prices, with none left unsold, a rarity even in the esteemed miter auction house. Even Hebedong, seated in the luxurious box on the third floor, nodded in approval, recognizing the young woman's evident skill. It seems this girl truly possesses some talent. I had my doubts about what the elder mentioned, assuming she merely had some peculiar abilities. It appears I misjudged the elder, though it is not entirely my fault. The elder's methods are indeed rather unconventional, and my misunderstanding is quite reasonable. Hebedong silently chastised Sol Changqing in his thoughts. Meanwhile, Sol Changqing found himself growing increasingly bored. He was all too familiar with Yufei. No matter how sweetly she spoke of the items, they could not compare to the allure of her whispers in private. Thus, they failed to captivate his interest. Devoid of any special attributes, the items appeared to him as mere refuse, inferior elixirs, feeble combat techniques, and crude magical weaponry lacking any quality. 4th grade elixir, Restoration Pill, sold for 250,000 gold coins. 3rd grade magical weapon, Thunderous Greatsword, sold for 170,000 gold coins. 3rd grade medicinal herb, Fire Dragon Spirit Fruit, sold for 20,000 gold coins. 4th grade herb, West Origin Melon, sold for 50,000 gold coins. As each item, which he regarded as trash, was auctioned off, Sol Changqing's initial excitement at the prospect of finding a bargain gradually waned. At long last, the auction reached its conclusion. Sol Changqing rose without expression and silently departed from the opulent box, an aura of dark energy emanating from him. Indeed, the narratives depicted in the tales are mere fabrications. The purported rusted bronze remnants, the tarnished black daggers, the ancient mats, and the indestructible mysterious parchment are all illusions, nothing but deceit. Hai Buodong gazed ahead at the shadowy figure of Hun Changqing, exuding an ominous aura, and felt a surge of trepidation, utterly unaware of who had provoked this formidable being. At that moment, Hun Changqing descended to the first floor, approaching the auction stage, whereupon Yufei, upon noticing his arrival, cast an alluring glance in his direction, an unmistakable allure emanating from her. The onlookers in the hall felt a sense of despondency, akin to a wound that bled internally. Yet none dared to betray their feelings or utter a word, plunging the auction house into an unusual silence. Look, sister, it seems Yufei's heart is already claimed. I hear that Mu Zhan has arrived. That fellow had declared before leaving the imperial capital that anyone who dared to lay a hand on Yufei would meet a grim fate. If he sees her being affectionate with this man, what do you think will happen? The woman known as Yao Yue, clad in purple, whispered to the icy beauty beside her. Yet, this soft murmur resonated loudly in the sudden stillness of the auction hall, drawing the attention of all present, who cast furtive glances toward the second princess, Yao Yue, just descending from the VIP room above. Given Mu Zhan's temperament, it was likely that this individual would face dire consequences today. Having departed the imperial capital for training at the military camp on the empire's frontier, his prowess was likely at its zenith. The aloof maiden appeared oblivious to the unusual atmosphere in the hall, speaking as if in her own world. Unbeknownst to these two, as Hun Changqing entered, they were entirely ignorant of the terrifying side he had just displayed, perceiving him merely as an inconspicuous figure. All eyes were fixed upon the two princesses, their gazes imbued with unspoken significance. Ah, Mu Zhan has arrived. It seems a spectacle is about to unfold. Yao Yue suddenly pointed towards the entrance, exclaiming joyfully to Yao Yue. A young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, emerged from the passage, his eyes shimmering with a fierce, predatory light, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Meanwhile, Hun Changqing remained unfazed by the unfolding drama behind him, holding Yufei close and preparing to depart. Yet, upon witnessing this, the young man was immediately consumed by a surge of murderous intent, his body radiating a potent fighting spirit as he channeled his energies into a singular, explosive punch aimed directly at Hun Changqing, moving with astonishing speed that could shatter the heavens. However, aside from the playful expressions on the faces of Yao Yue and Yao Yue, the rest of the crowd regarded the charging figure with pitying eyes, filled with a sense of foreboding. Unbeknownst to Hun Changqing, who stood with his back to the crowd, he suddenly sensed an almost imperceptible fighting spirit approaching from behind, tinged with a faint hint of malice. Frowning in confusion, he instinctively gathered his tiny, true energy and lightly struck backward. Smack! The once ferocious youth, who had just begun to gather his might, transformed into a cloud of blood mist before he could take more than 2 steps towards Sol Changqing. In an instant, he erupted, scattering his essence across the air, and a rain of blood began to fall where the mist had burst. Sol Changqing turned to gaze at the crimson vapor, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Before he inquired of Hebedong, "What was that just now? Did you see it clearly?" Hebedong, along with the others present, was taken aback. Chapter 65, Hebedong's Coercion. Witnessing Dou Changqing crush Mu Zhan as one would an insignificant insect, the onlookers wore expressions of realization, their gazes shifting to the two princesses who had just commented on Mu Zhan and Dou Changqing. The princesses, mouths agape, stared in shock at the scene before them, the blood mist still lingering. It seemed that they had finally sensed the odd looks from the crowd, and recalling that their earlier conversation had likely been overheard. Their cheeks flushed with embarrassment, wishing for a hole to hide in. Meanwhile, Hebadong, who was being questioned by Dou Changqing, awkwardly replied, "My lord, I apologize. I only just noticed someone unleashing their fighting spirit against you, and before I could discern who it was, you had already turned him into blood mist. I have no idea who that was." The clever and whimsical Yao Chen, upon hearing their exchange, immediately stood and exclaimed, "That was Mu Zhan. You actually killed him." Mu Zhan. Dou Changqing mused, the name somewhat familiar. "Indeed, it is Mu Zhan." Yao Chen reiterated emphatically, "Who is Mu Zhan?" Yao Chen felt her cheeks redden further. She had assumed the man in black would recognize Mu Zhan's identity and perhaps show some sign of alarm upon hearing it, but to her dismay, he appeared utterly oblivious, making her feel as if she had lost her dignity. Gathering her courage, she continued, "Mu Zhan is the son of Mu Chun, the head of the Mu family, who dotes on him immensely. Mu Chun has achieved the rank of high-level fighting king, and you have just killed his son. You are in grave danger." Princess Yao Chen also rose to speak. "Indeed, Mu Chun is fiercely protective of his own. Now that you have slain Mu Zhan, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. Perhaps you should consider joining our royal family to ensure your safety." Having sensed no overwhelming aura from Dou Changqing during his strike, she believed him to be merely a fighting spirit, capable yet unlikely to withstand the Mu family's retribution, prompting her attempt to recruit him. At that moment, Yafei tugged at Dou Changqing's hand, a note of concern in her voice. "Changqing, Mu Zhan often harasses me. My journey to Wutan City was not only for family training, part of it was due to him. Now that you have killed Mu Zhan, the Mu family will not let this go easily. It would be wise for you to accompany me to the middle family for a few days to avoid the impending storm." After listening to Yafei's words, Hebadong rolled his eyes and inwardly scoffed, pondering that rather than worrying about him, she should concern herself with the Mu family. He feared that if the Mu family dared to confront him, it might result in only two prominent families remaining in the imperial capital. Upon hearing Yafei's remarks, Hun Changqing instantly understood, disregarding the two princesses, and waved his hand at Yafei, saying, "Oh, I thought it was something significant. Turns out it's just a petty fellow. I'm leaving now." He then embraced Yafei's slender waist and departed amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. Meanwhile, Yao Chen and Yao Chen remained behind, their expressions somewhat displeased. "Sister, you kindly tried to befriend that guy, yet he completely ignored you and spoke arrogantly. Humph, if the Mu family ends up punishing him, he will have brought it upon himself," Yao Chen said, a hint of vexation in her tone. After listening to Yao Yue's words, Yao Chen composed herself, her expression returning to its usual cold demeanor. "Forget it. If he lacks awareness, then there is nothing more to discuss. When the Mu family comes to find him, everything will become clear." Upon exiting the middle auction house, Hebadong bid farewell to Hun Changqing and headed towards the royal residence of the Jiamar Empire to facilitate a connection between Hun Changqing and the two princesses. Hun Changqing, meanwhile, strolled through the nearby market with Yafei before returning to the hotel. What transpired within the hotel remains a secret to outsiders. Nonetheless, both Hun Changqing and Yafei were undeniably content. As night fell, the dark and silent evening was accompanied by the howling cold wind, occasionally interrupted by the rustling of trees. Inside the hotel, Yafei had already drifted into slumber, while Hun Changqing, who thrived on mischief, showed no distinction between day and night, having wearied Yafei to the point of exhaustion. As the night approached its zenith, he too succumbed to a deep sleep. At this moment, Hun Changqing was seated in meditation, refining the Yin True Qi, his eyes firmly shut. Suddenly, a flicker of movement crossed his brow. He gradually calmed the flowing Yin True Qi within him, opened his eyes, and a glimmer of brilliance sparkled within them. "Oh, is it time already? Things are progressing quite swiftly." Subsequently, he glanced at the slumbering Yafei and transformed into a shadow, slowly vanishing from the room. In the grand palace of the Jiamar Empire, a magnificent hall was illuminated by several night pearls arranged neatly in each corner, casting a resplendent glow throughout the opulent chamber. At this moment, four individuals were embroiled in a heated debate, two elderly men and two young women, with one of the elderly men and the two young women displaying notably grim expressions. The elderly man, visibly struggling to suppress his rising fury, hoarsely hissed at the other elder, Hebadong, "This condition is utterly excessive. There are plenty of other beautiful women within our royal family. Have that person choose two others." The elder's counterpart, Hebadong, sneered and remarked, "Ha, old man, do you truly believe such a person would lack beautiful women? They are merely intrigued by the striking resemblance of your two granddaughters, both princesses of the Gamma Empire. Otherwise, why would he exert himself to heal that abyssal sea serpent for the sake of two mere Dou masters? You must ponder carefully. Should your response fail to satisfy that esteemed individual, it was evident that Hebadong had grossly mischaracterized Lin Changqing as a peculiar and eccentric powerhouse, harboring profound misunderstandings about him. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Yan and Yao Chen were filled with a mix of shame and anger, their faces flushed, not from embarrassment, but from indignation. How could that cloaked figure regard them as such? Gu Xun'er was also unable to maintain his composure. Hebadong, you. Just then, a gentle cadence of footsteps echoed from outside the palace. As the sound drew nearer, a figure shrouded in profound darkness materialized before everyone, emanating a subtle aura of extreme energy that sent a shiver down their spines. Mysterious, terrifying, eerie. These were the sentiments that the shadow evoked among the onlookers. Upon seeing Lin Changqing arrive, Hebadong hurried forward, exclaiming, "My lord, you have come. With your presence, we need not fear Gu Xun'er's obstinacy." Lin Changqing nodded in confusion. Pondering obstinacy? What is there to concede? Meanwhile, upon witnessing Lin Changqing, the expressions of Yao Yan and Yao Chen grew somewhat unnatural. They had just attempted to court his favor earlier that morning, only to be disregarded. They had intended to return home and await the Mu family's retribution. Ready to witness a spectacle, when someone rushed in to announce that this individual was a Dou Zone powerhouse. If that had been the extent of it, it would have merely been a matter of pride, for they had endured such embarrassment before. However, the arrival had claimed that Lin Changqing could heal the Gamma Empire's guardian magical beast, the abyssal sea serpent, with the price being that the two sisters would need to accompany him for several days. Upon hearing this, they nearly exploded with rage. Had it not been for the consideration that the visitor was the ancestor of the Meitel family, Meitel Hebadong, a follower of the Dou Zone powerhouse, they would have implored Gu Xun'er to obliterate Hebadong entirely. Chapter 66. Ultimately, the agreement to trade. Gu Xun'er, seeing Hebadong approach, realized that this cloaked man was indeed the Dou Zone powerhouse he had spoken of, and his heart sank with trepidation. At this moment, within the borders of the Gamma Empire, aside from Yunshan, the sect leader of the Yunlan sect who had been in seclusion for years, striving to break through to Dou Zone and whose fate was uncertain, the remaining strongest individual was Gu Xun'er himself, a 9-star Dou Huang. It was fair to say that should this Dou Zone powerhouse become enraged, there would be no one in the Gamma Empire capable of restraining him. Yet, the thought of his two lovely granddaughters having to accompany this evidently sinister figure, cloaked in darkness and whose true visage remained concealed, made Gu Xun'er's heart ache with despair. He could even envision the gaunt figure beneath the black robe, an old man with a repugnant and sinister visage, hollow eye sockets, and a countenance marred by excessive indulgence. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xun'er clenched his teeth and stepped forward, addressing the elder. "Respected senior, I can procure two maidens whose beauty rivals that of my granddaughter to accompany you, for my granddaughters are still quite young." Upon hearing Gu Xun'er's words, Lin Changqing instantly grasped the essence of the compromise that Hebadong had mentioned. He cast a surprised glance at Hebadong, astonished by the elder's audacity to issue such a threat, which indeed bore a hint of his formidable character. Waving his hand dismissively at Gu Xun'er, Lin Changqing replied, "Enough of that woeful expression. I can save your beast, but the price remains unchanged. If you are unwilling, then so be it." While Lin Changqing found himself somewhat intrigued by the two remarkably similar princesses, he was not inclined to forcibly take them. They had yet to attain the level of beauty that would compel such actions from him, unless they were truly breathtaking. Extraordinary beings descending from celestial realms, capable of rendering him devoid of boundaries, Lin Changqing maintained his principles, though his standards were few and could be diminished under various circumstances. These two princesses had not yet reached the threshold to lower his standards. Moreover, being relatively inexperienced in the world, they merely desired a brief interaction with Lin Changqing. He believed that it would not take long for them to willingly engage with him. However, Lin Changqing opted for a rather direct approach, primarily due to his inherent laziness and unwillingness to invest excessive time in these two princesses. Whether he would regret this decision in the future remained uncertain, yet, even if he did, it would not alter the outcome. Upon hearing Lin Changqing's words, Gu Xun'er exhaled deeply, inwardly cursing Hebadong for misinterpreting the intentions of others before relaying messages. Yet, his brow furrowed with concern. Although Lin Changqing would not coerce his granddaughters, which eased his mind, he regarded this old companion with nearly the same esteem as his own granddaughters. This old comrade had accompanied him through countless trials and tribulations, akin to a fraternal twin from different parents and races. As one of the most vital forces of the Gamma Empire, the opportunity for healing now lay before him. leaving him in a state of confusion about how to proceed. Observing Jia Xingtian's anguished expression, Yao Ye felt a pang of understanding. She recognized the profound significance of that beast in her grandfather's heart. Recalling the tender care and affection her grandfather had shown her in her youth, she realized it was time for her to take action on behalf of her beloved grandfather. She could not let her sister suffer as well. Yao Ye gritted her teeth. Her fists clenched tightly, silently contemplating before she spoke. I am willing to fulfill your request, senior. I am prepared to pay the price for your assistance in healing the Yuhai Jiao beast, but I implore you to spare my sister. Knights, sister. Upon hearing Yao Ye's unexpected declaration, both Jia Xingtian and Yao Yu found it hard to believe their ears and gasped in astonishment. Lin Changqing observed the scene before him with an expression devoid of emotion. While the sacrifice for her grandfather and sister was indeed touching, it bore no relevance to him. The price had been set, and to complete the transaction, one must offer the corresponding recompense. Did they truly believe that Lin Changqing had transformed into a sage merely because he adopted a benevolent demeanor? With indifference, Lin Changqing replied, "You alone are insufficient." At these words, the color drained from the faces of the three, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Yao Yi bit her lip, her delicate frame shaking as she fought to hold back her tears. In this moment, the proud and regal princess, who usually held herself with the grace of a peacock, seemed to lose the last remnants of her dignity. Meanwhile, Yao Yu appeared to grasp the severity of the situation. Gazing at her grandfather and sister, tears welled in her eyes, her previously bewildered expression transforming into one of resolve, as if she had matured in an instant. She stepped forward, declaring, "I will stand with my sister. Whatever she chooses to do, I shall follow, as long as you can heal the Yuhai Jiao beast." Upon hearing Yao Yu's words, Jia Xingtian's complexion paled further, as if his heart had been wrenched painfully, making it difficult to breathe. In an instant, he felt decades older. Yao Yi lowered her head, obscuring her expression, but tears streamed down her fair and exquisite cheeks, her elegantly proportioned form trembling violently. Seeing this scene, Haibuodong could not help but reflect, "Ah, truly remarkable. The master need not rely on strength to impose. With just a few words, they can elicit such an outrageous agreement. Impressive indeed. Yet, the master's dealings are truly perverse, concocting such inhumane transactions." His misunderstanding of Lin Changqing deepened. "Oh, have you made up your minds?" Lin Changqing continued. "I can heal this beast for you, but should I pay the price without receiving the promised recompense, the consequences would be far from pleasant." Yao Yu nodded firmly, her resolve unwavering. If her sister was willing to make sacrifices for their beloved grandfather, why should she not do the same? After hearing Yao Yu's response, Lin Changqing shifted his gaze to Yao Yi. Sensing his scrutiny, Yao Yi wiped her tears away, lifted her head, revealing her eyes, which were slightly swollen from crying. A sorrowful smile graced her lips as she nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing the responses of the two individuals, Lin Changqing retrieved a mixed yuan bone-setting pill from his storage ring and tossed it to Jia Xingtian, stating, "You should recognize this pill. It possesses a remarkably evident effect on the injuries of magical beasts, allowing your creature to return to its former state." Jia Xingtian, trembling as he accepted the pill, rose with great effort and forced a smile, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder." He then stood silently to the side. Lin Changqing nodded, but then appeared to recall something, addressing Jia Xingtian. "Today, I eliminated an individual by the name of Mu Zhan. You would do well to ensure that the Mu family refrains from provoking me. I am currently disinclined to engage in further violence. However, should they seek their demise, I would not hesitate to let their blood flow like a river." Jia Xingtian silently nodded in response. Enough said. The two princesses must find it uncomfortable to stay outside. "I shall take refuge in this palace for a few days," he concluded. With that, Lin Changqing extended his arms, embracing the two princesses, and his figure gradually became ethereal until it vanished entirely, leaving Haibuodong and the others wide-eyed in the grand palace. Moments later, a series of explosive roars echoed through the vast hall. "Old Jia, I am merely a messenger," exclaimed Haibuodong. "If I do not teach you how to conduct yourself today, I shall not bear the surname Jia." Meanwhile, in another opulent hall nearby, candlelight flickered, and the ambience was imbued with the charm of spring. The moonlight, akin to a silver platter, cascaded through the skylight, bathing the hall in a soft glow, while melodious moans resonated gently within the chamber. Chapter 67. Departure from the Imperial Capital. Half a month later, in a luxurious hotel. In a spacious room adorned with vibrant red rose patterns, an atmosphere of romance prevailed. On a grand red bed, two figures reclined. "Yifei, I shall soon depart from the Imperial Capital. There is a matter of utmost importance that I must attend to," Lin Changqing confided, holding Yifei close. Instantly startled, Yifei's expression, once filled with happiness and sweetness, vanished, and she inquired urgently, Where are you going? I shall accompany you. Lin Changqing's face reflected sorrow as he replied, Yafei, I have never divulged my origins to you. This matter has remained concealed in my heart. In truth, I hail from the Central State, the leader of a humble clan. Not long ago, due to certain circumstances, my family attracted formidable enemies, resulting in our complete destruction, leaving me as the sole survivor, wounded and fleeing to the Central State. After escaping, I arrived in Wutan City and had the fortune of meeting you. That period was the happiest and most joyful time of my life. And I love you deeply. However, I am acutely aware that I have a vendetta to fulfill whenever I close my eyes. The faces of my deceased relatives haunt my thoughts, refusing to dissipate. Thus, I must depart. I need to grow stronger, and I seek vengeance for my kin. I am truly sorry, Yafei. Upon hearing this, Yafei was overcome with emotion, weeping uncontrollably as she grasped Lin Changqing's hand tightly. I will accompany you. I cannot bear to leave you. I cannot exist without you. Lin Changqing, gazing at Yafei's distraught visage, sighed deeply. Yafei, my adversaries possess formidable strength. Even with my current abilities, a single misstep could lead to my demise. You are the woman I hold dearest, and I cannot risk your safety for my own pursuits, allowing even the slightest chance of misfortune to befall you. I am not afraid. If you seek revenge, I will not hinder you for my own sake. That would be selfish. However, I wish to be by your side. With you, I fear nothing. If I lost you, I would lack the courage to continue living. Yafei's gaze remained fixed upon Lin Changqing, her eyes radiating unwavering determination. No, Yafei, listen to me. I understand your feelings. But trust me, I will not recklessly seek death. I will strive to grow stronger, and once I have acquired sufficient power and avenged my kin, I will return to the imperial capital and honorably bring you home. Upon hearing the resolve and promise in Lin Changqing's voice, Yafei collapsed against his chest, burying her head deep within his embrace, weeping inconsolably. I believe in you, Changqing. I believe in you. I will wait for your return in the imperial capital. Whether it takes 10 years or 20, I shall remain here, awaiting your proposal. Lin Changqing felt a twinge of softness in his heart after hearing Yafei's words. After all, she was a woman who loved him deeply. Yet, he steeled himself. Regardless of the circumstances, his cultivation must remain paramount. It was clear that Yafei was ill-suited to remain by his side. Her strength was too feeble, and a mere dome master could easily bring about her demise. Keeping her close could expose her to various unforeseen dangers, and a slight miscalculation could lead to tragedy. Furthermore, Lin Changqing could not constantly protect her. He needed to focus on his own endeavors without the distraction of safeguarding Yafei. This would significantly hinder his progress, which he could not allow. Thus it was best for Yafei to remain in the imperial capital, gently stroking the smooth back of the weeping Yafei nestled in his embrace. Lin Changqing was suddenly taken aback as Yafei sprang up, fiercely embracing him and kissing him passionately. Love me now. Lin Changqing was momentarily stunned. Then a smile graced his lips. As you wish, my dear Miss Yafei. The following day, Lin Changqing departed the imperial capital with Haibuodong, journeying towards the Black Corner region. Before leaving, Lin Changqing gifted Yafei a small purple beast, which would not only protect her, but also provide companionship. This was the only way he could assist her at this moment. In her embrace, Yafei held the small violet beast, watching as Lin Changqing departed. Her heart weighed down by an indescribable sorrow. She pondered when she might see him again. Yet, her gaze slowly transformed, resolute in her desire to aid him. Aware of her limited talents and inability to lend him strength, she resolved to provide him with an unending supply of cultivation resources. Ideas began to blossom in her mind, and a glimmer of determination shone in her eyes. Once Lin Changqing's figure vanished completely, Yafei turned with unwavering resolve, heading toward the middle auction house. At that moment, her demeanor had subtly shifted, exuding a newfound confidence that hinted at the future emergence of the Golden Empress. However, Yafei was not the only one preoccupied with thoughts of Lin Changqing. Over the past fortnight, he had enjoyed a life of bliss, flitting between the palace and a hotel, particularly enchanted by the two princesses who, though strikingly similar in appearance, possessed contrasting temperaments, one cold and the other warm. Their presence had rendered him reluctant to leave the palace, relishing every moment and secretly grateful for his past decision to exchange the two princesses with Gu Xun'er. At that moment, the two princesses stood at the palace gates, gazing longingly in the direction Lin Changqing had taken, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions. Initially, they had envisioned the figure in the black cloak as a grotesque, gaunt, and malevolent old man, filling them with despair to the point of contemplating an end to their lives after the encounter. However, upon their candid meeting, they were utterly astonished by Lin Changqing's flawless visage, their faces adorned with incredulity. His stunning beauty, unfathomable power, and the occasional sweet nothings that left them blushing. coupled with the unparalleled joy they had experienced over the past weeks, left them feeling utterly fulfilled. They could not deny that aside from his despicable character, his unscrupulous methods to win them over, forcing them into submission, he embodied nearly every attribute they had ever imagined in the perfect man. In that fleeting moment, a rather absurd thought took root in their minds. Was it they who had profited from this transaction? Had the enigmatic man suffered a loss while they had gained? This notion lingered in their thoughts long after Lin Changqing's departure, tinged with a sense of wistfulness. Unbeknownst to Lin Changqing, the princesses harbored these thoughts. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent, for he was seldom concerned with the feelings of others. Whether they were joyful or sorrowful, it mattered little to him. Even if they believed he had drawn the short straw, he felt nothing but satisfaction with the transaction. As for the future paths of the two princesses, whether they would marry or take on husbands, it was of no consequence to him. Lin Changqing held no notion that the women he had been with were untouchable by others. Their relationship was purely transactional, devoid of any emotional ties. Lin Changqing yearned merely to leave a profound mark upon the innocent girl, pure as freshly fallen snow, allowing others to embellish the remaining hues. Otherwise, with the multitude of ex-girlfriends from his previous life, each transitioning to new relationships, he would find himself incessantly embroiled in disputes, rendering his existence unbearable. Upon arriving at the Dou Qi Continent, Lin Changqing harbored similar sentiments. He had already etched an indelible impression within their hearts. Whenever they found themselves with other men, thoughts of him would occasionally resurface, providing a thrill. Should the opportunity arise, he could play the role of a cunning rival. He initially held such views regarding Yafei. Yet her affections during their time in the capital stirred something within him. Ultimately, Lin Changqing acknowledged Yafei as his own, viewing her as a cherished possession. Should anyone dare to covet the woman he truly regarded as his, Lin Changqing would ensure they experienced the fierce retribution of the Soul Hall-esque justice. Chapter 68. Arrival. After several days of flight alongside Hebadong, the monotonous layers of mountains below suddenly became more varied. Raising his gaze to the horizon, Lin Changqing beheld a vast, dark plain, like a black line that entirely separated the inner world from the outer. Ahead lay their destination, the Blackhorn Great Plain. Sensing their approach to the target, both figures accelerated towards the dark expanse. The boundless valley, stretching endlessly, presented a palette of dull black, contrasting with the slightly dim sky. Outside the valley, jagged stones loomed ominously, shrouded in a deep darkness, while the blackish-brown earth emitted a chill from below. An eerie silence enveloped the area, creating a stifling, foreboding atmosphere that lingered above the valley. Suddenly, from the stillness above the valley, two figures emerged, an elderly man clad in a resplendent blue robe and a mysterious figure cloaked entirely in black. Is this the place? Lin Changqing inquired, gazing down into the vast, boundaryless chasm, littered with countless eerie bones, the origins of which remained unknown, be they human or beast. Yes, my lord. This is a place I shall never forget. It remains unchanged since my youth, Hebadong replied. Indeed, Lin Changqing responded lightly before gently descending from the dim, shadowy sky alongside Hebadong. He could faintly sense the terrifying, malevolent aura emanating from the depths of the chasm, though less frigid than the Dou Qi he possessed. It exuded an unsettling strangeness. Moreover, that sinister aura subtly eroded and disintegrated the elemental energies within this valley, causing a tumultuous disturbance in the entire gorge. The spatial fabric was extraordinarily chaotic and distorted, and under the oppressive chill, both Lin Changqing and his companion found it impossible to tread upon the void or allow their battle chi to take flight above this valley. With a creak, Lin Changqing stepped carefully upon the brittle bones rendered fragile by the cold, advancing step by step toward the depths of the gorge. The icy chill emanating from within was swiftly dissipated and refined into his body as he approached. However, Lin Changqing remained vigilant, enveloped in a swirling silver-white lunar true chi. Safeguarding himself, a radiant light shone from his brow, ready to summon the three divine waters and a primordial true water from within at the slightest hint of danger. He held unwavering confidence in his lunar true body and lunar true chi, which were the purest and most primordial forms of energy in existence. Although his lunar true chi was relatively weak at present, he believed he could suppress any energy or force that did not exceed the dozone level. Yet, the peculiarities of this gorge instilled a profound sense of caution within him, prompting him to prepare thoroughly for any ensuing crisis, ready to unveil his trump cards in the face of adversity. Upon witnessing the gorge once more, Hebadong felt a lingering trepidation. His aged frame trembled slightly. He was not the man he once was, and he had yet to break through his seal. Though Lin Changqing's recent exposure to energy had restored him to the second star of the Dou rank, allowing him to withstand the surrounding forces with relative ease, he could not do so with the same nonchalance as Lin Changqing. As they neared the gorge, Lin Changqing abruptly halted, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. After a moment, he turned to Haibodong and said, "This place is not to be underestimated. You should first restore your strength." With that, he tossed 2 pills to Haibodong, who caught them in astonishment. Upon sensing their nature, a profound joy illuminated his aged face. These 2 pills were precisely the rupture elixirs capable of dispelling the seals within him, along with the recovery purple pill to swiftly regain his cultivation post-dispersion. Gratefully, Haibodong looked at Lin Changqing and said, "Thank you, my lord." He then sat cross-legged on the ground, consuming the rupture elixir and exerting all his effort to shatter the unyielding seal that had confined him for decades. Observing Haibodong initiate the unsealing process, Lin Changqing turned his gaze back to the vast gorge, his eyes narrowing with vigilance. The closer he approached the gorge, the more unease crept into his heart, causing his lunar true qi to circulate more swiftly than usual. Haibodong had felt no such apprehension upon his initial entry, as his sensitivity to yin energy paled in comparison to Lin Changqing's, and his strength was far from adequate. However, Soul Eternal could sense that within this valley, there lay certain elements that posed a significant threat to his existence. Hence, he entrusted the 2 pills to Haibodong. After all, with only the 2 of them, if Haibodong were to become even slightly stronger, their endeavor would gain an added assurance. In the worst-case scenario, should they encounter any peril, he could simply use Haibodong as a shield, maximizing utility. With Haibodong's prowess at the Dou Huang level, he would hardly stir any significant turmoil in his hands. As time progressed, Haibodong, through the terrifying potency of the breaking barrier pill, repeatedly washed away the seal within him. The once unyielding seal began to tremble violently. With the loosening of the seal, Haibodong's aura surged at a breathtaking pace, his presence swelling dramatically, and the aged visage of his face gradually regained a semblance of youthfulness. The icy Dou Qi rose and swirled around him, threads of purple energy gradually seeping from his body, only to be evaporated by the surrounding azure icy Dou Qi, an essence belonging to the Queen Medusa. At last, as Haibodong's aura reached a critical juncture, a terrifying wave of Dou Qi erupted from within him. In an instant, the land within dozens of miles was enveloped in ice. Stunningly beautiful yet lethal ice crystals adorned the ground, and a chilling gale howled around him. The layers of sinister white bones beneath the earth were instantly reduced to dust by the overwhelming icy Dou Qi. Meanwhile, Haibodong remained with his eyes tightly shut, his hands moving with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he retrieved a purple pill and swallowed it. Following the ingestion of the pill, the icy Dou Qi, which had already reached its limit, surged forth once more at a dreadful speed, expanding outward, nearly turning the surrounding valley into a realm of eternal winter. 3-star Dou King, 4-star Dou King, 1-star Dou Emperor, 7-star Dou Emperor. Ultimately, the frenzied expansion of Haibodong's aura gradually stabilized at the 7-star Dou Emperor level. Subsequently, his aura contracted swiftly, shattering the surrounding ice into particles that scattered across the heavens and the earth, akin to a delicate ice rain descending to purify the originally frozen and sinister land. A scene of breathtaking beauty. Chapter 69. The Restored Power of Haibodong. As the shattered ice particles gradually dissipated into the atmosphere and his aura fully consolidated, Haibodong, sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, a dazzling blue light flickered in his hawk-like gaze. Haibodong slowly rose to his feet, clenching his fists as he felt the immense power within him, a force both familiar and alien, that he had lost for many years. It was as if a heart's knot had been untied, and he could not help but let out a long, resounding howl towards the heavens. The turbulent fighting spirit surged forth with his cry, shattering the surrounding remnants of bone into fine dust. Ha ha ha. I never expected that the day would come when Haibodong would regain his strength. 30 years. 30 years. Ah, Medusa. My hatred burns. A chilling murderous intent gradually emerged, spreading alongside his booming roar, and the once exuberant expression on Haibodong's face quickly twisted into a grimace. Lin Changqing observed Haibodong with a peculiar gaze, glancing at the vibrant serpent coiling around his wrist, finding the scene somewhat amusing. He wondered what expression Haibodong would wear if he were to present the Naotozong Medusa Queen before him. Would he still possess the same arrogance? Suppressing his wicked amusement, he imparted a trace of Yin True Qi to the colorful serpent on his wrist, gently caressing it. The serpent, roused from slumber by the unexpected affection, blinked in confusion at Lin Changqing, then caught sight of the Yin True Qi before it. Its eyes brightened, and it eagerly consumed the energy, squinting in pleasure as it rubbed against the hand that stroked it. At that moment, after venting years of pent-up frustration, Haibodong sensed the almost mocking gaze of Lin Changqing upon him. A shiver ran through his body. He knew that whenever he felt such scrutiny from Lin Changqing, it often heralded misfortune. He quickly reined in his aura, brushed off the remnants of frost clinging to his ornate robe, and stepped forward respectfully to address Lin Changqing. "Thank you for your miraculous grace, my lord. I am willing to brave fire and water without hesitation." Lin Changqing, with a playful smile, replied, "No need for such gratitude. You will soon have the opportunity to brave fire and water. There is no need to rejoice so early. Haidong, damn it. Let us proceed." With that, Lin Changqing turned and made his way towards the rugged path leading out of the valley, which was precariously formed by jagged stones. Haidong, disregarding everything else, hurried to keep pace. As they ventured deeper into the valley, the cold intensified, becoming increasingly oppressive and terrifying. The sky above loomed dark and heavy, devoid of life, surrounded only by an endless expanse of chilling, lifeless black stones. Under the terrifying pressure of the frigid atmosphere, both men felt their bodies grow heavy, their pace significantly slowed. Lin Changqing furrowed his brow, sensing the overwhelming cold pressure that relentlessly bore down upon him from the heavens and earth, battering against the barrier formed by his true qi. Even he, in that fleeting moment, found it impossible to fully assimilate the frigid air assaulting him into the essence of energy. This was not due to the potency of the cold being superior to that of the energy, but rather because, over countless years, this ravine had accumulated an unfathomable volume of chilling air, its density reaching an almost tangible state. The energy of Lin Changqing was still too feeble to completely suppress the overwhelming cold within the gorge. Each wave of frigid air struck them with an unparalleled intensity, hindering their swift advance to the heart of the ravine. At that moment, Haibodong, who had been slightly breathless behind Lin Changqing, suddenly stepped forward and spoke, "My lord, when I last visited this place, the perimeter did not possess such terrifying cold pressure. I cannot fathom what has transpired over the decades to cause such a transformation." Upon hearing Haibodong's words, Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Could the sudden surge of cold be attributed to the emergence of some exceedingly frigid treasure or peculiar life form in this ravine over the years? After a brief contemplation, he shook his head and replied, "Let us proceed. We shall discern the truth upon reaching the center." Just as he was about to move forward, the ground began to tremble gently, and the mountains swayed slightly, with stones cascading down. Instantly alert, Lin Changqing pointed a finger to his brow. A flash of silver light emerging, and with a flick of his finger, 3 streams of divine water, water, primordial heavy water, and 3 light divine water, were summoned, intertwining to form 5 gray-white long swords, exuding a chilling aura, which floated around him, ever ready to strike. Behind him, the air rippled, revealing a massive circular mirror that radiated a ghostly cold light, reflecting everything within Lin Changqing's line of sight. Haibodong, too, tensed, gathering all his battle energy within, prepared to unleash the full might of his 7-star battle emperor should any danger arise. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of this place. As the ground tremors intensified and the mountains shook violently, thunderous roars echoed from the depths below, as if something were about to erupt from the earth. Lin Changqing's pupils contracted. He gestured with a finger, causing one of the floating water swords to hum and shoot forth, halting a short distance above him. With a leap, Lin Changqing ascended against the oppressive cold, landing firmly atop the water sword, where he gazed down intently at the trembling ground below. Soul Eternal could sense an immense energy surging from beneath the ground, compelling even him to adopt a vigilant stance. At that moment, Haibodong was severely constrained by the chilling pressure, rendering him unable to manifest his Dou Qi wings. The very earth and mountains surrounding them trembled violently, leaving no solid ground to stand upon. Thus, he enveloped himself in icy Dou Qi, forming a barrier to withstand the impending upheaval. With a thunderous roar, the obsidian earth finally cracked under the watchful eyes of Soul Eternal and Haibodong, revealing countless fissures that spread outward with a horrifying velocity. Rocks shattered intermittently, and the ground heaved and sank unpredictably. Haibodong adeptly dodged the tumultuous terrain that threatened to split beneath his feet, his form flickering as his Dou Qi surged. With a series of agile leaps, he remained remarkably composed, occasionally raising his hand to shatter the descending rocks with his icy Dou Qi. Chapter 70, Black Vines. Although Haibodong faced minimal challenge in evading the falling debris, he sensed that this was merely a harbinger of something far more terrifying lurking below. An ominous force was poised to emerge, and the ground could no longer sustain him. In an instant, he leapt, braving the pressure, onto a boulder cascading down the mountainside. Without delay, he used this stone as a springboard to vault higher, swiftly nearing the summit of the mountain. While the peak was not devoid of danger, it was undoubtedly the best option compared to the ground that was on the verge of total collapse. However, Just as he prepared to leap once more towards the nearest boulder at the summit, the entire mountain suddenly crumbled. Countless fragments scattered wildly, and the terrifying stones, infused with an overwhelming darkness, struck him forcefully. Hai Buodong coughed up a mouthful of blood, propelled backward, and was on the brink of plummeting to the nearly obliterated ground below. Soul Eternal watched this scene unfold, his brow furrowing. Initially, he intended to conserve his vital energy, wary of the unknown circumstances, and refrained from summoning Hai Buodong onto his water sword. Yet, the mountain's abrupt explosion placed Hai Buodong in peril. With a resigned sigh, he directed another water sword towards Hai Buodong to rescue him. It would be too unfortunate for him to perish carelessly, especially considering the 2 precious pills he possessed. Hai Buodong felt his plummeting body suddenly caught by an unseen force, rapidly ascending. Once he regained his composure, he discovered himself atop Soul Eternal's water sword. A wave of relief washing over him. Had he fallen, he would most likely have been torn to shreds by the terrifying energy concealed beneath the earth. He quickly rose and expressed his gratitude to Soul Eternal, saying, "Thank you, my lord, for your timely assistance." Ing remained silent, deftly maneuvering the water swords, intent on departing this place. However, at that moment, the subterranean energy erupted forth, unleashing countless immense black vines that surged skyward, obstructing the path ahead and ferociously assaulting the two. Ng's eyes narrowed sharply as the essence of Tying surged within him. The 3 suspended water swords glimmered with a cold radiance, enveloped in the true energy of Tying, slicing toward the oncoming deluge of vines at an imperceptible speed. 3 chilling beams of sword light wove through the vines, each flicker resulting in several vines being severed and crashing to the ground. Yet, the vines seemed inexhaustible, with more emerging to relentlessly pursue. Ngqing, and the 3 water swords began to show signs of imminent exhaustion. Su Nbingzhn. Seeing the dire situation, Hibding hastily summoned his fighting spirit, forming a palm seal that gathered cold energy, coalescing into dozens of icy short blades. With a swift motion of his hand, these ice blades hurtled through the air, aiming to slice through the black vines. However, the impact of Hibding's ice blades was disappointing. The black vines harbored a terrifying chill, and the clash of cold energies revealed that they were only slightly inferior to Hibding's formidable cold essence at the 7-star Dou Emperor level. It took several strikes for the ice blades to sever the vines, starkly contrasting with the efficiency of Ngqing's grayish-white water swords. Realizing the situation was far from optimistic, Ngqing activated the circular mirror behind him. In an instant, cracks appeared upon the mirror's surface, rapidly spreading until they covered the entire pane. Jing Hu Shuyu. The mirror shattered, releasing countless tiny shards that shot forth, each enveloped in the terrifying true energy of Tying. This technique, which Ngqing had gradually refined, was no longer limited to illusions. It could now be employed offensively, displaying considerable potency. The myriad shards, akin to a rain of mirrors, pierced through the vines. As they penetrated, the true energy of Tying swiftly eroded the vines, extinguishing their internal chill and causing them to wither instantly. The onslaught of vines momentarily slowed, stymied by the mirror rain. Yet at that moment, the 3 water swords appeared somewhat dimmed, their energy nearly depleted, and their rate of severing vines had also diminished. Moreover, due to the substantial activation of Tying true energy, Ngqing's internal energy began to falter in its supply to his combat techniques. With true energy unable to be replenished promptly, combined with the constant pressure of the chilling assault, he let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Aware that he could not linger here, he hastily tossed a pill bottle into his mouth, having no time to unscrew the cap, and swallowed the contents whole, bottle and all. As soon as it entered the body, the true qi of the Tying shattered the elixir vial, refining the terrifying potency of the medicine. In but a brief moment, Lin Changqing felt a significant restoration of the Tying true qi within himself. He sheathed the water sword beneath Hebadong and lifted him in hand, conserving his energy while relying on the temporarily shielding mirror rain against the encroaching vines. Lin Changqing summoned the Tying true qi with all his might, braving the immense cold pressure as he commanded the water sword beneath him to transform into a streak of flowing light, darting towards the heart of the valley. As Lin Changqing departed, the mirror shards, bereft of the support of the Tying true qi, began to slowly disintegrate, transforming into silvery motes that dissipated into the ether. The black vines, having lost their target, gradually retracted back into the earth. Remarkably, the ground itself began to rise and reassemble, until it finally returned to the state it was in when Lin Changqing and his companion first traversed it. Had they witnessed this scene, they would surely have felt a shiver run down their spines. Atop a towering cliff, a streak of black light flashed before gently descending, revealing a man in a black robe. After casting Hebadong to the ground, Lin Changqing could no longer suppress the sweet metallic taste in his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The pressure exerted during flight within the valley was overwhelmingly intense. The pervasive cold nearly suffocated him. Damn it. Although those black vines appeared frail, each possessed power rivaling that of a typical Dou Wang, some even exceeding it, and they seemed inexhaustible in number. Furthermore, the intangible pressure within the valley and the chaotic spatial distortions made traversing the skies an arduous task, one that even he struggled to withstand. Blood surged within him, forcing him to spew forth blood. Indeed, it was a perilous place. Given Hebadong's strength from years past, surviving such an ordeal was inconceivable. It seemed that some transformation had occurred within the valley over the years. The periphery alone was fraught with danger. This locale was undoubtedly more complex than he had imagined. Initially, he believed that with Hebadong's mere Dou Wang strength, they could approach the valley's center, and that exploring the valley with his own abilities would pose little challenge. He never anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. Chapter 71, The Black River. Lin Changqing's gaze fluctuated between hope and despair. He had thought this dungeon would be merely of ordinary or difficult caliber, yet it appeared to be a nightmare level. He understood that the dangers ahead were merely an appetizer, as the valley exuded an aura of the uncanny. However, he could distinctly sense that the closer he drew to the valley's core, the more his Taiyin essence stirred, as if something within the valley was beckoning it. Even Lin Changqing was astonished that the entities within this valley could evoke such a yearning within his Taiyin essence, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Changqing resolved to continue his exploration. Although the earlier vines posed a danger, they had merely caused him some minor inconveniences. The more significant challenge lay in the intangible chill that permeated the atmosphere, which was somewhat troublesome, yet not insurmountable. Previously, Lin Changqing had forcefully traversed the air, enduring tremendous pressure, which had infiltrated his body, causing damage to his internal organs and resulting in minor injuries. Nonetheless, this experience granted him some insight into the nature of the chill. At this moment, Hebadong slowly rose, appearing somewhat disheveled, his aged face covered in dust, while his once resplendent robe had become wrinkled and tattered. After brushing off the dirt from his attire, he stepped forward and spoke, "My lord, before I ventured towards the center, I merely needed to withstand the chill and pressure here. I have never encountered such a situation, and the atmospheric pressure now is exponentially greater than before." Hebadong felt a twinge of unease, as the recent events had starkly contradicted the information he had previously shared with Lin Changqing. He hadn't anticipated such a turn of events and hastily explained himself, fearing that Lin Changqing might suspect ill intentions and swiftly unleash a water sword upon him. He had witnessed the formidable power of Lin Changqing's water sword, which effortlessly severed the black vines that had resisted his icy blades with terrifying ease. Lin Changqing nodded in understanding, sensing Hebadong's intent without dwelling too long on it. His gaze drifted towards the depths of the valley as he remarked, "The pressure intensifies as we proceed further. It is no longer feasible to employ any means of flight." "How far are we from the Black River you mentioned?" Hebadong surveyed the area around the cliff's edge, pondering for a moment before responding. "We are already on the periphery of the valley and nearing its center. The Black River I encountered lies just beyond that center, encircling the heart of the valley. If we advance for several thousand miles, we should be able to catch sight of it." Upon hearing this, Lin Changqing contemplated the distance, realizing that several thousand miles was not insurmountable. Given their combined strength, even without the ability to fly, and with the aid of medicinal pills, they could reach their destination in approximately a day's time. Subsequently, Lin Changqing tossed 2 healing pills to Hebadong, allowing him to recover from his injuries before they continued their journey toward the valley's center. As they delved deeper, the landscape within the valley grew increasingly desolate, devoid of any semblance of life. The view was a monotonous expanse of black, with not a single living creature or plant in sight. With a swift movement, Lin Changqing and Hebadong harnessed their internal energies, activating their combat techniques to propel themselves at remarkable speed towards the heart of the valley. The sound of their passage tore through the still air, akin to the shrill cry of a weasel, as they transformed into 2 streaks of light, weaving through the eerie silence of the forsaken valley. Between their leaps and landings, the 2 individuals rhythmically trod upon the black pebbles strewn across the ground, their steps alternating in a dense and compact sequence, reminiscent of raindrops tapping on a rooftop. In this once tranquil valley, a unique symphony began to resonate. Remarkably, their journey thus far had encountered no obstacles. It was an exceptionally serene passage through the valley. Yet, this tranquility stirred a subtle unease within the heart of Lin Changqing, as if something awaited them just ahead. However, at this juncture, surrender was not an option, compelling him to press onward with determination. At last, as they advanced, they burst forth from the narrow confines of the gorge, and the ominous Black River came into view. This peculiar stone forest was densely carpeted with oddly shaped black boulders, from which a chilling aura emanated. A profound, dark river lay ahead, devoid of any rippling current, as if it were a lifeless entity. The Black River stretched endlessly, its origins and destination shrouded in mystery. It exuded a chilling, eerie essence that sent shivers down the spine, deterring any approach. Beyond the pervasive coldness, a faint air of desolation lingered, suggesting that contact with it might erode one's very vitality. Behind the Black River loomed a towering peak, entirely shrouded in darkness, embodying the dominant hue of this valley. This mountain served as the epicenter of all the chilling energy within the valley, its dense power radiating from its summit, enveloping the entire area and contributing to its eerie visage. The sky grew increasingly dark, as if an unfathomable abyss were swirling above, obscuring all light. A frigid wind howled, etching itself into the faces of the two men, as if it sought to strip away their very skin. The terrifying and lifeless Black River, the grotesque and foreboding Black Mountain, everything was engulfed in darkness, as though it intended to devour them whole. Gazing upon this horrific scene and feeling the weighty atmosphere, Haibodong recalled a terrifying incident from decades past, cold sweat forming on his brow, while the hand concealed within his robe trembled slightly. Lin Changqing glanced at the peculiar Black River before shifting his gaze to the black peak beyond it. The aura emanating from the mountain mirrored that of the river, yet it was immensely more formidable, suggesting that the energy leaking from the peak had given rise to this river. The valley-S formation seemed influenced by the mountain. But what of the endless vines they had encountered earlier? Lin Changqing was perplexed, sensing that those vines were anything but ordinary. However, all questions would await resolution upon reaching the peak beyond the Black River. Subsequently, Lin Changqing pointed his finger to his brow, and a droplet emanating with the golden, silver, and purple hues of the trilumination divine water appeared at his fingertip. Chapter 72. Constructing an ice bridge to cross the Black River. The trilumination divine water radiated an astonishing tricolored brilliance, instantly illuminating the desolate and dark expanse, its light imbued with extraordinary energy. Beside him, Haibodong felt as though he was enveloped by a warm current merely by approaching this light, the relentless chill that had been eroding him dissipating significantly, making this the most comfortable moment he had experienced since entering the valley. With a gentle flick of his finger, Lin Changqing divided the trilumination divine water into two droplets, one of which soared into Haibodong's body, while the other enveloped Lin Changqing himself in luminous radiance. The trilumination divine water possessed the miraculous ability to transform decay into vitality, healing both physical wounds and spiritual injuries, while also resisting the encroachment of external energies. In recent days, Lin Changqing had refrained from utilizing the trilumination divine water, as its consumption of Taiyin true qi was excessively formidable. Should he rely on it constantly to fend off the chilling pressure, he would exhaust his energy in mere half a day. Now, as they approached the final barrier in the heart of the valley, there was no reason to be frugal with the use of this precious water, for the cold pressure and malevolent energy of the Black River were truly terrifying. Although Lin Changqing's Taiyin essence was inherently superior to the surrounding malevolence, he still felt comparatively feeble, his energy levels not matching the horrific dark energies contained within the Black River. Furthermore, Lin Changqing's Taiyin true qi was ultimately derived from fighting energy, rendering the term Taiyin fighting qi more fitting in its current state. Without being able to fully unleash the true potential of his Taiyin true qi, it was impossible to directly suppress the Black River before him. Only when Lin Changqing could access higher levels of energy would his Taiyin true qi continue to evolve and elevate. At this moment, the two were enveloped in the tricolored light, feeling an immediate release in their bodies, as if a great mountain that had been pressing down upon them had suddenly vanished. They slowly advanced, approaching the Black River's edge. Lin Changqing sensed that attempting to forcefully traverse the river's surface would be akin to a fool's errand. The chilling pressure above the river was several times more formidable than in other areas. To linger in the air above it would undoubtedly result in grievous injuries from the immense force, leading to a perilous fall into the waters below. As for what might occur upon falling into the river, Lin Changqing found himself lacking in curiosity, harboring no interest in the potential consequences. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Changqing pondered for a moment before addressing Haibodong. How long do you think you can maintain an ice bridge over the Black River? Upon hearing this, Haibodong compared the malevolent energy of the Black River with his own fighting energy, and then smiled wryly. Master, if I were to solidify an ice bridge over this dark river, before it even takes form, my fighting spirit would likely be dispersed by the malevolent energy within. Haibuodong remarked thoughtfully. Hearing this, Hun Changqing nodded and responded, "What if I were to assist you in countering some of that malevolent energy? If the speed at which the dark energy disperses your fighting spirit is not swifter than my formation of the bridge, I could crystallize a passage to the opposite bank within the span of an incense stick. However, for this endeavor, I would require a substantial reserve of fighting spirit to sustain my efforts." "Very well, let it be so," Hun Changqing agreed, tossing a vial of elixir to Haibuodong. "Consume the entire contents. The potency will be stored within you, continuously replenishing your fighting spirit. Begin immediately upon ingestion." "Yes, master." Moments later, after consuming the elixir, Haibuodong radiated an overwhelming aura of fighting spirit, his presence formidable. He approached the riverbank, inhaled deeply, and with a flash of blue light in his eyes, spread his arms wide. The azure fighting spirit cascaded forth, coalescing above the river and beginning to solidify gradually. At that moment, the river, previously tranquil as death, began to writhe violently, dark malevolent energy surging upward, clashing against the crystalline blue fighting spirit. Observing this, Hun Changqing's eyes glinted with determination. He approached Haibuodong, palms raised, and two gray-white whirlpools of weak water materialized in his hands. With a decisive wave, a terrifying suction emanated from the whirlpools, violently drawing in the dark energy rushing towards Haibuodong's icy formation. The majority of the dark energy was absorbed and transformed into true Yin energy by Hun Changqing, instantaneously refining it within himself. Yet, some of the dark energy managed to breach the whirlpool's grasp and collided with the nascent ice bridge, dispersing a portion of the fighting spirit. However, Haibuodong had anticipated this predicament and remained unperturbed. He mobilized the elixir's potency within him, fervently replenishing his fighting spirit and channeling it toward the partially formed ice bridge. Thus, with each exchange of energy, the ice bridge's formation neared completion. Yet, at that moment, Haibuodong found his reserves of elixir nearly depleted, feeling the weight of exhaustion. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered, while Hun Changqing, having converted the dark energy into true energy, found himself slightly overextended. In the next instant, as Haibuodong's fighting spirit teetered on the brink of exhaustion, the ice bridge finally solidified completely. Without a second thought, he shouted, "Master!" Hun Changqing's pupils contracted instantly, his left foot grounding firmly, slightly bending. And then he propelled himself forward with explosive force, akin to a cannonball, launching into action. A shadow, so swift it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, flickered across the icy bridge. In mere moments, it had traversed to the latter half of the bridge, poised to reach the opposite shore of the Black River. At this juncture, the ice bridge, devoid of any subsequent support from battle energy and continuously assailed by the terrifying chill emanating from below, teetered precariously on the brink of collapse. Observing this, Haibuodong's pupils constricted, previously suppressed thoughts, quelled by the formidable presence of Hun Changqing, surged back to life. If there were ever a moment to strike, it was now. Should he cause the ice bridge to vanish, his adversary would plummet into the dread waters below. A tempest of emotions played across Haibuodong's face, his body swaying as he grappled with his inner turmoil, hands clenched tightly. Just a morsel of battle energy could render the ice bridge non-existent. After a tumultuous internal struggle, a sigh escaped Haibuodong's lips. He dared not dwell on the matter any longer. The impression left by Hun Changqing loomed too large in his mind, the relentless array of cunning tactics rendering him uncertain of the efficacy of such an act. If Hun Changqing were to survive, the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, the middle family had forged an alliance with Hun Changqing. Haibuodong contemplated that he should not gamble with the future of the middle family out of personal vendetta. Chapter 73, Deathly Aura. Naturally, Hun Changqing could not place his trust in Haibuodong, a mere pawn coerced into submission. While his Taiyin True Qi could not suppress the sinister energies of the Black River, it easily dominated Haibuodong's frigid battle energy. Since the establishment of the ice bridge by Haibuodong, control had shifted entirely from his grasp, even if he attempted to dissipate the bridge. Hun Changqing's Taiyin True Qi could instantaneously stabilize it. Once he set foot upon the bridge, any hint of deviation from Haibuodong would prompt Hun Changqing to track him down without hesitation, utilizing the mark left upon him to locate his presence. He would then ruthlessly slaughter all of Haibuodong's kin, save for middle Yefei, before dragging him to the Soul Palace to relish in an array of exquisite tortures, each more exquisite than the last. As for Yefei's thoughts following this, that consideration lay far beyond Hun Changqing's purview. Any who stood against him must brace themselves for his wrath. Although Hun Changqing's Taiyin True Qi could not suppress the ominous energies of the Black River, it was not difficult to fend off their encroachment. As he advanced upon the icy bridge, the malign influence of the river's aura failed to impede him significantly. allowing him to progress with remarkable speed. Upon sensing that Hai Buodong had not made any unusual movements, Lin Changqing's tying true qi surged once more with fervor, propelling him forward at an even swifter pace than before. In a fleeting moment, the ice bridge was left with only faint remnants of his passage, as Lin Changqing had already crossed the bridge and set foot upon the land beyond the Black River. After stabilizing his form, Lin Changqing turned to gaze at Hai Buodong, who lay on the ground, utterly spent from the depletion of his fighting spirit. With narrowed eyes, he spoke. Hai Buodong, you have performed commendably this time. In light of your astuteness, I shall spare your life. You need not concern yourself with what follows. You may return or remain here to cultivate. Hai Buodong, upon hearing this, was taken aback and felt a surge of relief. He discerned that Lin Changqing held him in high suspicion. Had he acted earlier, he would have met a fate worse than death. Struggling to rise with his weakened body, he addressed Lin Changqing. Thank you, my lord. It is an honor for a lowly person like me to serve you. Lin Changqing nodded in acknowledgement, casting a meaningful glance at Hai Buodong before turning away and departing. Soon, he approached the foot of a mountain, his figure shrouded in a black robe, ethereal and ghostly, merging seamlessly with the surrounding ominous darkness. As he reached the mountain's base, an unparalleled chill, mingled with a sense of death, surged towards him, violently assaulting the luminous barrier formed by the three light divine water, attempting to invade his body and corrode his vitality. Although the dark and deathly energies were repelled by the barrier, Lin Changqing still felt the operation of his tying true qi becoming somewhat obscure. Looking up, he observed that the area before the mountain was devoid of flora, filled instead with grotesque black stones of varying shapes and sizes, exuding an aura of coldness and death, devoid of any life. The mountain itself was not particularly towering. It appeared as if it were an assemblage of numerous black stones, bizarre and twisted, with the summit shrouded in a veil of black mist that obscured its true form. An incomprehensible terror emanated from this mist, the source of all the anomalies in the valley. All the dark energies originated from this very place. Feeling the chilling energies cascading down from the peak, even Lin Changqing, imbued with the powerful tying true qi, could not help but shudder slightly. Though initially startled, he quickly calmed his tumultuous thoughts, taking a deep breath before leaping up the steep mountain face. His ghostly shadow flickered as he navigated the mountain, utilizing the protruding grotesque stones to vault forward towards the obscured mist above. The mountain appeared steep and daunting, rising into the clouds. However, for Lin Changqing, this height posed little challenge. Under normal circumstances, he could easily ascend such heights with his agility. Yet, as he ascended higher, the pressure intensified, the mingled aura of death and cold relentlessly assailing him, complicating his movements. At this moment, Lin Changqing found himself perched upon a protruding peculiar rock on the mountainside, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. Throughout his arduous journey, a considerable amount of malevolent energy had penetrated the luminous barrier, invading his very being. The once mighty light screen was now riddled with countless wounds, on the verge of shattering completely. Aware that haste would be counterproductive, Lin Changqing immediately seated himself cross-legged atop the strange stone. He retrieved 2 elixirs, swallowing them with purpose, and summoned the divine waters within him. The 3 lights' divine water enveloped him, shielding his essence from the encroaching foreign malevolence, while the weak waters circulated, breaking down and refining the ominous energies within him. In that moment, a kaleidoscope of radiant colors emanated from Lin Changqing, enchanting and ethereal, illuminating the dim, lifeless peaks with its brilliance. His eyes were tightly shut. Beneath the hood, his exquisite visage was graced with a silver luminescence, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding splendor. A chilling aura of dread enveloped him, subtly countering the eerie energies wafting from the mountain, as he exerted all his strength to refine the peculiar malevolence. After a brief interlude, the vibrant light surrounding Lin Changqing began to wane, and the silver sheen on his countenance gradually receded, retreating into his being. He exhaled a cloud of murky air, having thoroughly refined the invading energies, including a strand of deathly essence hidden within the malevolence. This dense aura of death was strikingly similar to the malevolent energy, yet fundamentally distinct, directly invading and eroding vitality. It was no wonder this desolate region was devoid of life. It was under the oppressive influence of this deathly essence, which was indeed exceedingly tyrannical. Wherever it traversed, vitality was extinguished, complementing the malevolent energies in a formidable alliance. As Lin Changqing sensed the recently refined deathly essence, a gleam of brilliance ignited in his gaze. The synergy between the death aura and the malevolence intrigued him. If he could unearth the source of this deathly essence and refine it, the potency of his tying true qi would undoubtedly elevate far beyond mere increments. With this thought in mind, he lifted his gaze toward the black mist not far above, his eyes brimming with avarice. For he understood that place harbored the answers he sought. Without further hesitation, he replenished his true energy, releasing it in a surge. The three lights' divine water once more coalesced into a protective screen as he pressed onward toward the summit of the mountain, undeterred by the relentless malevolence. Chapter 74, The Black Wooden Figure. Lin Changqing soon plunged into the depths of the black mist, only to discover that this darkness was entirely composed of an exceedingly concentrated deathly essence. Excitement danced in his eyes as the tiny true body subtly radiated a silver glow, seemingly invigorated by the richness of the death aura surrounding him. Moreover, he realized that upon entering this shroud of black mist, the oppressive chill had dissipated. Although flight remained impossible, it no longer impeded his movements, igniting a fervor within him. He understood that whatever lay at the center of this malevolent fog was profoundly attuned to him, allowing him to navigate through the deathly mists as if he were a fish in water, unencumbered by the shackles of pressure. Lin Changqing surged forward with unbridled velocity towards the heart of the mountain. At last, he broke through the dense black mist that loomed before the summit and arrived at the pinnacle. Upon stepping onto the mountaintop, he discovered a spacious, slightly sunken clearing devoid of any obstructions. In the center of this clearing stood a sinister, jet-black wooden structure, emanating a palpable aura of death, a source of the valley's ominous disturbances. Lin Changqing furrowed his brow, for the scene before him diverged from his expectations. The chilling, deathly energies emanated solely from this grotesque black wood, which struck him with a sense of eerie familiarity, as though he had encountered it before. Perplexed, he intended to approach for a closer inspection when suddenly, the entire mountain trembled violently. With a resounding roar, the ground fractured, and countless black tendrils erupted from the earth. Writhing chaotically, at the heart of this macabre sea of vines, the Blackwood radiated an intense fury. Lin Changqing's pupils constricted in alarm. He had not anticipated that these tendrils were under the control of the wood, which appeared to possess a malevolent sentience, expressing anger at his arrival. The ravenous tendrils surged towards him, overwhelming him with no avenue for escape. A glint of cold resolve flickered in Lin Changqing's eyes as silver light shimmered at his brow. A drop of primordial heavy water materialized before him, which then rapidly multiplied, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into countless waves. Torrents of water surged around him, expanding with frenzied intensity, propelled by overwhelming gravity and force, crashing outward in all directions. Each droplet of primordial heavy water was dense and formidable, and the tidal wave it formed surged forth to engulf the encroaching black tendrils. The sinister tendrils collided with the weighty wave, generating a tremendous gust of wind that threatened to destabilize the very mountain itself. Observing that the water wave held back the tendrils, Lin Changqing wasted no time. With a swift motion of his hand, 5 water swords materialized around him, creating ripples that revealed a water mirror behind him, reflecting a luminous moon. A chilling aura emanated from Lin Changqing as the water swords glimmered with sharp brilliance, redirecting their path towards the heart of the tendrils and the ominous black wood. With unwavering focus, he propelled himself towards the black wood, forming hand seals as the 5 water swords accelerated at an astonishing pace. Simultaneously, the water mirror behind him shattered into a myriad of fragments, which intertwined with the 5 water swords, their reflected brilliance converging with the sword's radiance, illuminating the surrounding darkness with a dazzling spectacle. The lenses and water swords fervently swept away the incessantly growing black vines obstructing Lin Changqing's path, severing them effortlessly, rendering the vines incapable of impeding his advance. In the blink of an eye, he was nearing the center where the Blackwood resided. However, at that moment, the ground suddenly fractured, creating several immense crevices, from which a multitude of colossal black trunks erupted skyward, resembling the Blackwood, albeit with lesser energy. Yet, these trunks were equally terrifying, exuding an astonishingly chilling aura intertwined with a dense air of death. Any contact would surely drain vitality and invite a sinister energy. Dozens of enormous black trunks twisted violently, converging upon Lin Changqing. His gaze sharpened as he formed a hand seal, summoning 5 water swords that, in conjunction with the cascading mirror rain, formed a seemingly chaotic yet intricately patterned formation. The formation swirled around him, the water swords and mirrors reflecting each other, continuously striking down the encroaching black trunks. However, the severed trunks immediately sprouted new branches, relentlessly advancing towards Lin Changqing, a cycle of death that seemed unending. Lin Changqing narrowed his elongated eyes, realizing that the small black wood at the center was incessantly supplying energy to these massive trunks, enabling their relentless regeneration. Since you possess such abundant energy, why not share some with me? He scoffed, as a droplet of grayish-white water materialized before him, splitting into two swirling torrents that appeared in his palms. Subsequently, Dou Qi leapt, positioning himself between two black trunks, and pressed down forcefully with both palms. The whirlpools of weak water immediately began to voraciously draw the energy from within the trunks, absorbing it into Dou Qing's body, where it was swiftly decomposed and refined. The two trunks began to writhe violently, visibly weakening, while the central Blackwood trembled due to the loss of energy. Yet, as if enraged by Dou Qing's actions, it unleashed an even more formidable surge of energy into the remaining black trunks, causing them to swell further, their darkness deepening and energy beginning to overflow. The enhanced trunks charged aggressively at the swirling water swords and mirror rain encircling Dou Qi, their assault intensifying, threatening to shatter the formation. Noticing this, Dou Qi's expression hardened. He retracted the whirlpools formed from weak water, channeling his vital energy rapidly toward his brow, where a dazzling silver glow flickered. With a decisive gesture, a brilliant silver beam shot forth from his forehead in an instant. The beam traveled with blinding speed, as if traversing the boundless realms of time and space. Almost in the next moment, it reached the small Blackwood, the lunar divine light. This is a celestial radiance formed by the intertwining and convergence of the primordial essence and true energy of the lunar source, imbued with boundless energy. This radiant beam threatens to extract a significant portion of the true energy from the body of Dou Qi, its terrifying power capable of upheaving mountains and parting seas, shattering earth and sky. Chapter 75, The Wooden Man. As the divine light was about to strike the small wooden fragment, several robust tree trunks erupted from the ground around it, intertwining at a remarkable speed to envelop the fragment completely. In that instant, as the trees closed in, the divine light reached its target, colliding with the entwined trunks. A moment later, the entire mountain peak erupted in a terrifying brilliance, the terrain violently distorted, dust swirling in the air. The explosion resulting from the divine light's contact with the gathered trunks unleashed shockwaves that swiftly reduced all nearby vines and branches to mere dust, dissipating into the atmosphere. Gradually, the brilliance began to fade, and all the vines and trunks vanished, leaving behind only the fragmented trunks that had shielded the small wooden piece, still desperately holding its ground, refusing to dissipate. The entire mountain fell into a brief silence, the air thick with the mingling energies of lunar, true qi, dark wood energy, and the deathly aura of the Blackwood, rendering the elemental forces in this realm extremely chaotic. Crack, crack. Finally, after the light had completely vanished, the trunks encircling the black wooden fragment could no longer bear the strain, falling to the ground one by one, turning to dust and vanishing into the ether. The small wooden piece was now fully exposed, its essence somewhat weakened, exuding anger and resentment. Dou Qing's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated that this small wooden fragment could withstand his divine light. Nevertheless, he remained composed, gathering his water sword once more, preparing to advance and eliminate the wooden piece while its aura was still disordered. However, the small wooden piece's momentum surged once again, and Dou Qi sensed that the anger emanating from it had reached a fever pitch alongside its burgeoning power. The already ravaged ground was further devastated, fissures appearing, and an even greater number of vines and trunks began to grow wildly. These newly sprouted vines did not rush towards Dou Qi. Instead, they encircled the small wooden fragment, entwining it in a frenzy. In an instant, the entire mountain shook violently, quivering under the strain. An immense number of trunks and vines twisted and interwove around the small wooden piece, until at last, as the swirling dust settled, a towering wooden figure, several hundred feet high, emerged. The wooden figure was entirely black, possessing 9 arms and an enormous stature that nearly matched 1/5 of the mountain's height. Wooden planks flowed gently across its form, emanating a vast and overwhelming presence, as energy and deathly aura surged and intertwined within its being. As he gazed at the immense wooden figure, the pupils of Dou Qi contracted sharply. He felt an overwhelming aura emanating from the construct, a terrifying blend of dark energy and deathly essence that struck at his very soul. A sinister thought crept into his mind, rather than resist. Perhaps it would be better to succumb to this exquisite death. Alarmed by this sudden and dreadful notion, Dou Qi bit down hard on his tongue, the indescribable pain jolting him back to lucidity, and his eyes filled with wariness as he regarded the wooden figure. The aura radiating from it had the insidious power to subtly influence his mind, compelling him to exercise utmost caution. The figure might have reached the pinnacle of the 9 stars of Dozone, tantalizingly close to the level of Dozun. Dou Qi felt a twinge of unease at the presence of such formidable strength, The peak of 9 stars Dou was indeed a formidable challenge. Fortunately, it had not ascended to Dou, or he would have fled without a second thought. Unlike Xiao Yan, he possessed no extraordinary techniques such as the Heavenly Water 3 mysterious transformations, which might allow him to contend with opponents of a higher realm. Crossing an entire major realm was beyond his capability. At that moment, the wooden figure's aura surged to its zenith. Its grotesque visage framed by 2 sun-like eyes that fixed malevolently upon Lin Changqing as it launched its assault. 9 massive arms balled into fists and swung towards him. Reacting instinctively, Lin Changqing conjured the water mirror and water sword, leaping onto the descending wooden fist. The water mirror and water sword swiftly encircled the fist, unleashing countless slashes that rained down upon it like a torrential downpour, creating a cacophony of sound. However, these numerous strikes only left shallow white marks upon the wooden fist, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Lin Changqing's gaze sharpened, preparing to take further action when suddenly, a whistling punch struck from the left, its speed swift enough to cleave through the air, accompanied by a screech reminiscent of a side's edge. Witnessing the wooden fist hurtling toward his head with terrifying force, his heart raced, and he swiftly twisted his waist, arching his body backward to evade. The colossal wooden fist grazed the air less than 3 centimeters above him, the sharp wind from the blow stinging his face as if it were tearing flesh from bone. Just barely dodging the assault, Lin Changqing leaped backward, his form shifting with an inscrutable and peculiar grace, creating distance between himself and the wooden figure. His dark silhouette flickered against the shadowy peak, akin to a wraith. The echoes of the confrontation reverberated ominously in the air. A multitude of colossal logs crashed onto the ground, producing a thunderous roar akin to a tempest. In that instant, dust surged into the air, the very mountains trembled as if on the brink of collapse, sending countless fragments flying. Once the dust settled, several profound craters marred the Earth's surface. Roaring in fury at the lack of success from his initial strike, the wooden figure let out a deafening bellow, causing the ground to shudder once more. Countless black vines erupted from the soil, surging towards Lin Changqing, while the figure's 9 arms extended once again, striking directly toward him. Lin Changqing was deftly maneuvering his water sword in conjunction with the water mirror to clear away the incessant vines. Although these tendrils were easily severed, they nonetheless posed significant hindrances. These vines ensnared Lin Changqing, preventing him from employing his elusive movement technique. Thus, the wooden figure had achieved its objective. The wooden fists, entangled with Lin Changqing, were now upon him. At this moment, evasion was no longer an option for Lin Changqing. A fierce light flickered in his eyes, and he recognized that he must withstand the onslaught. With resolute determination, he summoned forth the radiant 3 lights divine water and the weak water. Instantly, the 3 lights divine water enveloped him, while the weak water transformed into an enormous whirlpool before him, vast enough to encompass the incoming wooden fists. With a roar, Lin Changqing's gaze turned bloodshot, his countenance twisted in a grimace as he unleashed a fierce cry. The primordial energy of the Yin surged within him, propelling the enormous whirlpool to fervently decompose and absorb the formidable wooden fists that rained down upon it. In Chapter 76, The Waves of Dreams Through the Years, the primordial energy of the Yin within Lin Changqing surged uncontrollably, refining the terrifying energy forcibly drawn from the wooden fists. His meridians swelled as the colossal energy threatened to rupture them. His blood surged violently, eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, and his visage contorted in agony. Ultimately overwhelmed, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the cold, dark ground. After enduring several assaults from the wooden fists, the mirror rain and water sword finally severed the vines in a designated area, clearing a temporary safe zone. Lin Changqing hastily retreated, and with the absence of his interference, the wooden fists crashed heavily to the ground, leaving a massive pit in their wake. Cursed be it, this elemental life form, akin to exotic fire, proved to be more troublesome than the typical pinnacle of Dou. Though its intelligence was limited, it had begun to employ rudimentary tactics rather than mindless assaults. Upon reaching the open area, Lin Changqing quickly consumed a few medicinal pills, wiping the blood from his lips while contemplating his next move. Suddenly, a sensation coursed through his wrist. Raising his hand, he discovered that the rainbow devouring python had awakened, roused from its slumber by the tremendous commotion, its large eyes gazing at him in bewilderment. Upon seeing the rainbow devouring python, Lin Changqing's eyes brightened instantly. He had almost forgotten that he possessed such a formidable combatant of the Dou level. This python had become little more than a creature focused solely on eating and sleeping, and Lin Changqing had nearly relegated it to the status of a pet, its presence almost negligible. Without hesitation, Lin Changqing condensed a surge of Tying true qi and directed it into the mouth of the rainbow devouring python. He then gestured towards the colossal wooden figure, urging, "Join me in vanquishing it, and you shall feast to your heart's content." The python absorbed the Tying true qi, relishing the chilling flow of energy swirling within its belly, finding immense comfort in it. Upon hearing Lin Changqing's voice and glancing at the enormous wooden figure, a glint of excitement sparkled in its eyes. In an instant, the rainbow-devouring python launched itself from Lin Changqing's wrist with astonishing speed, so swift that the eye could scarcely perceive it, leaving only the resonating hum of air being torn apart in its wake, its speed rivaling that of Lin Changqing's Tying divine light. In a heartbeat, the diminutive serpent reached the wooden figure, and before it could react, enveloped in a terrifying purple energy, it lunged towards the figure's forehead. Though the wooden figure could not visually track the rainbow-devouring python's near-ultimate speed, it sensed an imminent danger. Suddenly, its massive eyes emitted a dark light, aiming at the source of the perceived threat. Observing the dark light rushing toward it, the rainbow-devouring python abandoned its attack, twisting its body with ease to evade the black beam, its purple energy shimmering faintly as it moved, tracing a delicate arc through the air. After dodging the black light, the rainbow-devouring python surged forward once more, effortlessly weaving between the 9 arms of the wooden figure. In its rapid maneuvers, the wooden figure inadvertently struck itself in its clumsy attempts to attack the python. The python's petite size and near-ultimate speed proved to be the bane of the enormous, yet somewhat sluggish wooden creature. As the wooden figure, flailing its arms chaotically and inadvertently injuring itself, staggered in confusion, the small serpent darted beside its colossal head, its seemingly delicate tail, akin to a steel whip, unleashed in overwhelming force. With a resounding crash, the wooden figure's head was struck by an indescribable blow, causing its entire body to lose balance and crash heavily to the ground. At that moment, Lin Changqing had also restored his Tying true qi. Witnessing the rainbow-devouring python's triumph and the wooden figure's collapse, a gleam of brilliance flickered in his eyes as he did not hesitate to wave his hands, conjuring 4 droplets of water that floated before him. It is indeed the 3 divine waters of Soul Everlasting and a singular primordial true water. As Soul Everlasting performed a hand seal, 4 droplets fell to the ground, merging into the earth. Yet, akin to drops in the ocean, they stirred into ripples. These ripples expanded wildly, transforming into surging waves adorned with 4 distinct hues, shimmering brilliantly. Centered around Soul Everlasting, they surged forth with fervor, ultimately converting the peak of the mountain into a vast ocean of 4 colors. The tumultuous waves crashed toward the wooden figure, surging relentlessly, obliterating all entangling vines and branches into mere dust upon contact with the onslaught. The waves, powerful and formidable, charged toward the wooden figure, whose eyes glinted with ferocity. The 9 gigantic arms shielded its front in a desperate attempt to withstand the colossal waves. Observing this, Soul Everlasting smirked coldly. The 3 divine waters, along with his primordial true water, had coalesced into an expansive ocean, with the might of each successive wave exponentially greater than the last. The waves surged in 33 formidable strikes, corresponding to the 33 heavens. Their terrifying power was unfathomable, icy and oppressive, capable of assaulting the soul and conjuring illusions that rendered the adversary's mind feeble, as if traversing the passage of time and the erosion of the world. Moreover, the waves would silently disintegrate the opponent's energy, showcasing the remarkable attributes of each type of divine water to perfection. This was a powerful technique born from Soul Everlasting's synthesis of combat skills from the Soul Clan and all ancient tribes, forged into a singular, potent spell known as the Dreaming Tides of the Ages. Currently, his true lunar energy could only summon 6 immense waves, yet even the first bore boundless might, with each subsequent wave promising even greater terror. Soul Everlasting was eager to witness how the wooden figure would withstand his 6 titanic waves. With a resounding roar, the terrifying waves crashed relentlessly upon the wooden figure, the immense force instantly shattering 2 of its colossal arms. The chilling, shadowy energy infiltrated the wooden figure, corroding its internal energy and disrupting its flow. The already feeble and partially sentient soul of the wooden figure was also struck by the impact. In an instant, it lay in tatters, its spirit weakened, and its presence diminished. However, this was merely the first wave. Soon, the second cataclysmic wave would follow, carrying an unmatched momentum toward the wooden figure. Soul Everlasting, observing the wooden figure brace itself, maintained a calm demeanor, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "What will you do in the face of the second wave, wooden figure?" With a roar, the wooden figure trembled and slowly rose, its eyes filled with rage. Sensing the energy within it nearly depleted and further eroded by the encroaching shadowy force, it let out a mournful cry. Subsequently, the remaining 7 arms began to writhe and twist, ultimately transforming into 7 colossal wooden beams. These beams were then plunged into the earth, fervently siphoning the long-dispersed energy from the entire mountain peak. Gradually, the breath of the wooden figure calmed, and dozens of tree trunks emerged around it, intertwining and coalescing to envelop it completely. With little energy remaining and its intelligence clearly insufficient, it could devise only this singular method to withstand the impending tumultuous waves. Chapter 77. The Ascension of the Blackwood. Thunderous roars echoed. The waves of the sea trembled as Hai Buodong gazed at the mountain peak across the Black River. Hundreds of miles away, the entire mountain was violently shaking, with countless stones tumbling down. The deafening booms emanating from the mountain's summit could be distinctly heard even from his position, persisting for a day and a night. Deep within, Hai Buodong silently rejoiced, thankful that he had not acted rashly against Lin Changqing. Otherwise, witnessing the commotion at the mountain's apex, he feared he would not have been able to withstand even a single blow. Having restored his fighting spirit and healed his injuries in this place rich with dark energy, Hai Buodong intended to depart. Yet, he discovered that as long as he refrained from foolishly attempting to cross the Black River and simply focused on cultivating nearby, his progress in cultivation was remarkably swift. Thus, he chose to sit cross-legged by the small river, forming seals for his practice. However, the thunderous crashes and explosive sounds from the mountain continued unabated, causing his heart to race and preventing him from entering a meditative state. Time passed, and at last, the tumult at the mountain's summit subsided, leaving a prolonged silence in the entire gorge. Sighing with relief, Hai Buodong sensed, albeit vaguely, that the ultimate victor would surely be Lin Changqing, although even he could not discern why he felt such certainty. Atop the mountain, the once vast expanse had vanished, with trees and vines obliterated by the colossal waves into mere dust, lost to the cosmos. The summit lay in utter disarray, the ground marred by deep indentations and fissures, with shattered stones strewn about. A third of the mountain had been reduced to fragments, making the open space appear significantly smaller than before. As the dust settled, Lin Changqing approached a massive pit while cradling the 7-colored sky-devouring python. Peering down, he beheld a small black wooden fragment lying quietly at the center of the pit. Its aura diminished to the utmost, energy entirely depleted. The 5 tremendous waves unleashed earlier had only reached the 4th layer, yet they had completely obliterated the wooden figure, revealing the small black wood at its core. Upon witnessing the collapse of the wooden figure, Lin Changqing swiftly directed the remaining colossal wave, imbued with tremendous force, towards an unoccupied area, fearing that it might obliterate his hard-won prize. Consequently, a third of the mountain peak was swept away by the immense surge. Lin Changqing extended his hand, delicately grasping a fragment of black wood, and inhaled the potent aura of death emanating from it. Instantly, a sense of tranquility enveloped him, and his soul felt remarkably clarified. Licking his lips, he joyfully exclaimed, "What a remarkable treasure this is! It resembles an elemental life form akin to. If it embodies the wood element, it should be termed a wood spirit. My fortune seems to be quite favorable. Possessing an innate wood affinity, this wood spirit, laden with such abundant death energy, is undoubtedly the finest tonic for me." Overwhelmed with joy, Lin Changqing's colorful sky-devouring python gazed up at him in confusion, unable to comprehend why its caretaker was so elated over a piece of wood that exuded a deathly essence even feared by such a chilling and sinister beast. "Hee. I only require your corporeal form. As for your consciousness, it is better to extinguish it," Lin Changqing mused, scrutinizing the death-infused wood spirit. He sensed the profound despair and resentment radiating from it, and let out a derisive laugh. With a flick of his finger, he dropped a droplet of trilumination divine water onto the wood. Instantaneously, the wood spirit trembled violently, emitting a heart-wrenching wail that resonated with an overwhelming force of soul energy. Moments later, the black wood in his grasp fell silent, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, transformed entirely into a divine entity of the cosmos. Ecstatic, Lin Changqing settled into a meditative posture, preparing to consume and refine it. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he observed the wood spirit. With a glimmer from his finger ring, he produced another piece of black wood that resembled the wood spirit. "Oh, now I understand why this wood appeared familiar upon my arrival. It is identical to the piece I extracted from the lair of the 9 nether underworld python. I surmised that these enigmatic, inscrutable items might be treasures worth collecting. Yet, why does this particular piece lack any aura of death?" Perplexed, he placed the 2 pieces of wood side by side. They were identical in appearance, yet the one he possessed emitted no trace of energy. Suddenly, the wood imbued with a rich death aura unleashed a surge of energy, causing slender tendrils to sprout from the ground, enveloping the lifeless Blackwood and merging it with itself, absorbing the inert piece. This was the instinctive behavior of a celestial artifact. Upon encountering something akin to its essence, it would naturally assimilate it. Once the lifeless wood was entirely consumed, the wood spirit erupted with a profound, shadowy radiance, and its energy began to surge exponentially. Lin Changqing gazed at the scene before him, astonished. Is this a promotion? At this moment, the momentum of the wood spirit surged at a staggering rate, drawing the chilling aura from the entire canyon towards itself. Above the wood spirit, a swirling vortex of darkness had formed, voraciously consuming the negative energy within the gorge. In an instant, the energy level of the wood spirit, previously at the pinnacle of the Dou sovereign realm, broke through its confines and ascended to the Dou Xun'er energy level, continuing to rise with unabated fervor. As Lin Changqing sensed the wood spirit's frenzied ascent, his expression shifted from joy to solemnity, ultimately contorting into a grimace. Initially, he had felt elated at the wood spirit's advancement, for its lack of sentience meant that a stronger power would enhance its essence and the quality of the deathly energy within. However, witnessing its relentless climb towards a higher realm, Lin Changqing harbored no doubt that, should this momentum persist, the wood spirit could directly elevate him to a higher tier of Dou Xun'er energy. If that were to occur, the notion of devouring anything would be utterly futile. It would be far more pragmatic to gather his belongings and flee. A glint of ferocity flashed in Lin Changqing's eyes as he activated the Taiyin energy, drawing forth the essence of his soul's Taiyin origin. A condensed orb of Taiyin essence appeared before him. He then enveloped the wood spirit in this essence, initiating the process of devouring and refining it. Lin Changqing fervently mobilized his entire Taiyin true energy, his heart ablaze with ferocity, teeth clenched. Want to ascend? Then ascend within my body. Everything you possess is mine. Your advancement is my greatest fortune. Chapter 78, Devouring the Blackwood. With a roar, Lin Changqing retracted the Taiyin essence that encased the wood spirit into his body. The instant the wood spirit entered him, his fair visage contorted, veins bulging grotesquely, resembling a malevolent specter, as wisps of white mist rose ominously from above his head. Upon the wood spirit's entry, the terrifying energy of death and chill surged violently within him. The frigid, deathly essence rapidly coursed through his meridians, causing them to convulse as if trodden upon by a serpent, igniting a searing pain that elicited icy breaths between clenched teeth. With teeth gritted tightly, Lin Changqing's seated form trembled violently, every pore of his body contracting sharply under the agony. The chilling, deathly energy swept through his limbs and bones, marking the first instance in his life when he felt such coldness, as though he had plunged into a netherworld filled with the deceased, enveloped by endless negative and deathly energy, causing his limbs to spasm and convulse uncontrollably. At this moment, the energy of the wood essence within Lin Changqing continued to expand relentlessly. After entering Lin Changqing's body, the wood essence did not halt its ascension. While being refined by Lin Changqing, it incessantly absorbed the immense energy of heaven and earth, relentlessly striving towards greater heights. Inside Lin Changqing, the meridians had become swollen from the overwhelming energy, seemingly on the verge of rupture, as muscles and bones trembled violently, producing a continuous hum. The true energy of the moon within him struggled to circulate, while the divine water of the three lights enveloped his entire meridian and skeletal structure, enabling immediate recovery upon damage. However, this relentless cycle of muscle and bone collapse, followed by instant restoration, inflicted excruciating torment upon Lin Changqing, rendering him numb and causing him to emit a primal roar akin to that of a wild beast. At this juncture, both his internal and external states were chaotic, resembling a mass of mush. With bloodshot eyes, Lin Changqing grappled with indescribable pain, endeavoring to think clearly. The energy was overwhelmingly terrifying and ferocious. And with the wood essence still ascending, the energy continued to surge. If this persisted, he would undoubtedly explode and perish. Cursed fate. Thoughts raced through Lin Changqing's mind like lightning, and suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he seized the colorful swallowing python, which trembled at the sight of Lin Changqing's fearsome visage. Evidently bewildered and aggrieved by Lin Changqing's rough treatment, the python's eyes reflected confusion. Yet, Lin Changqing had neither the time nor the inclination to consider the python's feelings. He hastily concentrated all his efforts to draw the immense energy within him into the meridians of his arm. As the chilling, deathly energy surged forth, Lin Changqing's arm was enveloped in a thick black mist. From a distance, he appeared as a dark-robed figure, bloodied and terrifying, radiating an aura of malevolence akin to a world-destroying demon. This scene was witnessed by the colorful swallowing python, which observed the overwhelming and somewhat terrifying energy emanating from Lin Changqing's fingertips, causing it to struggle violently, clearly unsettled by the proximity to such power. Ignoring the python's thrashing, Lin Changqing forcefully restrained it, prying open its small mouth with his fingers and inserting them inside. As his fingers entered the python's mouth, the chaotic and terrifying energy within Lin Changqing seemed to have found an outlet, surging wildly into the tiny creature. With the vast energy pouring in, Lin Changqing's body finally eased somewhat, allowing him to operate the true energy of the moon and connect with the essence of the moon to refine the segment of wood essence. At that moment, the colorful swallowing python abruptly ceased its struggles, and a brilliant burst of multicolored radiance erupted violently from within its body. The radiance flickered and vanished in an instant. Yet in that fleeting moment of illumination, Lin Changqing felt the body of the seven-colored devouring serpent he grasped suddenly expand. The sensation transformed from the icy coldness of scales to a warm, supple softness. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that the serpent had metamorphosed into a stunningly beautiful woman. Her enchanting visage was breathtaking, yet beneath her allure lay an air of regal nobility and grace, captivating all who beheld her. A cascade of lustrous hair flowed freely from her fragrant shoulders, cascading down to her slender waist. Her upper body was unclad, her skin as pure as freshly fallen snow, resembling exquisite jade, perfectly sculpted as though fashioned by divine hands. Below her waist, she bore a serpent's tail that shimmered with iridescent hues, its gentle swaying exuding a wild, seductive charm that caused an involuntary flush to rise in Lin Changqing's body. However, her mesmerizing face bore a fierce glare, her eyes glistening with murderous intent as they fixed upon him. Despite his physical plight, the sheer beauty before Lin Changqing stirred within him a flicker of wicked thoughts, even tempting him to provoke her. Queen Medusa, your gaze truly spoils the view, marring such a splendid sight. Upon hearing these words, Medusa's murderous aura surged forth. Her delicate hands morphed into claws, lunging fiercely toward Lin Changqing's heart. Observing her reaction, Lin Changqing let out a cold laugh. Had she forgotten that the death energy he had imparted to her was still within her, unrefined and beyond her control? Humph! With a disdainful snort, he summoned his true energy to manipulate the death energy within Medusa. In an instant, her energy spiraled out of control, leaving her limp on the ground, her own fighting spirit thoroughly suppressed. Gazing at the enchanting sight before him, Lin Changqing's mind sparked with inspiration. He seemed to have found an exquisite method for energy transfer and refinement. His gaze gradually descended from Medusa's exquisite face. Feeling the peculiar intensity of his stare, Medusa's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart brimming with indignation, and she erupted in curses. You despicable human! Not only did you drag this king from the serpent clan and keep me as a mere pet, but you shamelessly indulge in lewd acts before me daily. Now you dare forcibly imbue me with that revolting energy, and still presume to treat me so lightly. Human, you shall perish. Although Medusa's body was under the control of a nascent soul, her original spirit had not dissipated. She could perceive all she had endured through the prism of the seven-colored serpent. Medusa's soul within the serpent was enraged. The scenes unfolding before her shattered her once innocent worldview, leaving her spirit tainted. Thus, as soon as she emerged, she acted with unrestrained fury, showing no hesitation, and even in her suppressed state, she could not contain her emotions, unleashing a torrent of vitriol upon Lin Changqing. However, at this moment, Lin Changqing disregarded Medusa's wrathful roar, his gaze gradually descending beyond the two dazzling white mountains, across the flawless expanse of her abdomen, until he beheld Medusa's serpentine form. His brows furrowed in confusion. Why does she possess a snake body? Has she not attained the rank of Dou? Is she still unable to transform? This is unacceptable. A serpent's form is difficult to manage. After pondering for a moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and with a flicker of his spatial ring, a pill materialized in his hand. It was the esteemed 7th grade transformation pill. Upon seeing the pill in Lin Changqing's hand, Medusa recognized it as the transformation pill, and a sudden realization struck her. Her eyes widened in horror, and her pupils constricted as she frantically struggled. With a wicked grin, Lin Changqing directed his true energy at her, rendering Medusa instantly limp and immobile. He then grasped her delicate, fair chin, applying a slight pressure. Ah! Medusa cried out in pain as Lin Changqing seized the moment. She opened her mouth to toss the transformation pill inside. He lifted her chin high, allowing the pill to slide down her throat and into her being. In an instant, the terrifying potency of the medicine erupted within her, coursing through her limbs and reshaping her body. Medusa's serpentine tail shimmered with intense multicolored light, illuminating the dim summit of the mountain. Gradually, the brilliance faded, and her original tail was replaced by two long, smooth legs, resembling flawless jade. Seeing her new form, Medusa was engulfed in a wave of humiliation and fury. She comprehended Lin Changqing's intentions and was consumed by rage. As he stepped forward, Medusa roared, "If you dare approach, I'll self-destruct." Lin Changqing's eyes glinted coldly as he retorted with a chilling smile, "Should you dare to self-destruct, I will ensure that the Gamma Empire no longer harbors the serpent people. Since you are capable of perceiving the world through the seven-colored sky-swallowing python, you surely comprehend my capabilities." Medusa's heart quivered at his words, her expression freezing. Her greatest aspiration had always been to empower the serpent people. She had risked her life to ascend to Dou Qi, aspiring to provide fertile lands for her kin and liberate them from the arid desert. She had been willing to pay any price for her people. Now, as Lin Changqing invoked the serpent people, he struck at her most vulnerable spot, causing her to feel an overwhelming panic. Clenching her teeth, she managed to utter two words: "Shameless." At that moment, the fire of fury surged within Medusa's eyes as she fixed her gaze on Lin Changqing, seemingly attempting to pierce him with her wrathful glare. "Queen Medusa, you surely do not wish for calamity to befall the serpent people, do you?" Lin Changqing licked his lips and smiled. Upon hearing this, Medusa's countenance turned pale in an instant. Her delicate body trembled incessantly, her silver teeth clenched tightly, hands balled into fists, then released, only to clench again. Her heart felt as though it were being scorched upon a bed of embers, caught in a tumult of confusion and despair. "Humph." Observing Medusa's flustered expression, Lin Changqing let out a cold snort, and, taking advantage of her momentary daze, condensed a strand of lunar energy and infused it into Medusa's body, instantly sealing away her barely regained fighting spirit. Lin Changqing could no longer afford to let Medusa linger in her turmoil. His own internal turmoil was on the verge of eruption, and he acted decisively, without hesitation. Medusa, witnessing Lin Changqing's sudden action, stared wide-eyed, feeling the fighting spirit within her become utterly inaccessible. Despair flooded her heart, her expression mournful, and tears welled up in her elongated, fox-like eyes, tracing down her exquisitely beautiful face. As the two engaged in this exchange, the energy within Lin Changqing gradually ceased its violent tumult, settling into a calm. Medusa's body became a conduit, temporarily harboring the overflowing energy from Lin Changqing until he completed the refinement of his own energy, after which he would absorb the energy from Medusa, continuing this cyclical process. With the ongoing refinement of energy, Lin Changqing began to actively stimulate the ascension of the small Blackwood within him. Above Lin Changqing and Medusa, a black vortex emerged, fervently drawing in the chilling energy from the entire valley, continuously absorbed into Lin Changqing's body, initiating the ascension of the small wood within his essence. During this ascension, several massive tree trunks erupted from the ground surrounding Lin Changqing and Medusa, ultimately enveloping them within a tightly formed, entirely black bud. Chapter 80. A year later. As the black bud closed, the valley fell silent, save for the sound created by the vortex above, which tore through the air as it absorbed the lingering Yin energy within the gorge. 1 year later, the Yin energy throughout the valley had become exceptionally thin, nearly dissipating entirely, and the once pervasive aura of death in the air had vanished. Sunlight pierced through the thick, heavy clouds that had swirled above the valley for years, allowing warmth to once again bathe the entire gorge. The black earth within the valley, now devoid of Yin energy, gradually regained its normal hue, with green grass sprouting and trees beginning to bud. Occasionally, some animals and low-tier magical beasts roamed within the valley, transforming the once deadly and cold silence into a gradual resurgence of vitality. By a crystal-clear stream within the valley, a figure sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut. As the energies of heaven and earth converged wildly into his body, drawing in the residual Yin energy from the air. His robe was inflated by the energy overflowing from his body, his face slightly flushed, and a wispy white mist ascended from above his head. At that moment, the aura within him surged uncontrollably, as if striving to break free from some shackles, voraciously absorbing energy and converging it to a singular point within, aiming for a monumental breakthrough. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering echoed, and the man's momentum surged forth like a deluge released from a dam. As if he had undergone a profound transformation. The river was battered by this terrifying force, churning violently, while the nearby trees were reduced to splinters. After a considerable time, the energy in the heavens and earth gradually dissipated, all the momentum coalescing within him, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. He slowly opened his eyes, filled with exhilaration and a hint of disbelief. With a fierce clench of his fist, he felt the tumultuous power within his body and couldn't help but laugh heartily toward the sky. Ha ha ha. 30 years have passed, I never imagined that Haibuodong, would have a day of ascending to the Dou zone. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the elderly in their impoverishment. Medusa, wait for me. After I recuperate for a few days, I shall come to slay you and avenge the 30 years of my confinement. At this moment, the man laughing maniacally was none other than Haibuodong, who had trained by the Black River in the canyon a year prior. The here was highly beneficial for a practitioner of ice Dou Qi like him. Within half a year, he had broken through 2 stars and reached the pinnacle of Dou Huang. The Black River before him had lost much of its power due to the absorption by the Soul Master atop the peak, leaving it significantly diminished. Haibuodong was aware of this, and recognizing his current pinnacle of Dou Huang, he felt that he was but a step away from the Dou Zone realm he had long coveted. He forcefully suppressed the fear he once held towards this Black River and began to absorb the within. Though much of its terrifying energy had dissipated, it was still quite suitable for Haibuodong. After 6 months of arduous effort, he finally broke through to the realm he had yearned for over decades. At this moment, Haibuodong was brimming with vigor, his countenance transformed from that of a wrinkled old man back to that of a man in his 30s. His once hunched body now standing tall and proud. However, in the next instant, a graceful and enchanting figure appeared before him, the embodiment of his deepest nightmares over the decades. Upon seeing this figure, the fear buried deep within Haibuodong was rekindled. Not long ago, atop that mountain peak, within the black flower bud, 2 silhouettes intertwined, and after an unknown duration, they slowly parted. The 2 were none other than Soul Master Changqing and Medusa. Soul Master Changqing sensed the state within himself. The wooden essence had completed its ascension, now more perfect, the death energy even purer, perfectly harmonized with his being. After a year of relentless toil with Medusa, the energies within him have been nearly fully refined, utilizing the immense power of the wood essence. Soul Changqing has made continuous breakthroughs over the past year, ascending from the 3-star Dou zone to the pinnacle of 7-star Dou zone, with 1 foot now poised at the threshold of 8-star Dou zone. This achievement was primarily due to his investment of most of his energy into the ritual refinement of the 3 great divine waters, the primordial true water, and the wood essence. Otherwise, relying solely on this energy, he would have likely reached the level of Dou Zun by now. However, Soul Changqing remains unconcerned. Although he did not fully harness this energy to break through his realm, he has refined his own essence, significantly enhancing the potency of the divine objects within him, multiplying their strength manifold. The overall quantity of true qi within him has expanded considerably, and its quality has become increasingly solid. Previously, the Taiyin true qi within Soul Changqing resembled a mere trickling stream. Now, it has transformed into an expansive lake. With a mere flick of his hand, he can unleash immensely powerful Dou techniques, no longer needing to meticulously calculate his qi consumption as he once did. Casting a glance at the side, he beheld Medusa, her flawless, alabaster form radiating an enchanting allure, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Sensing her aura, he smiled and remarked, "Indeed, you have already attained the strength of 5-star Dou zone. You have reaped considerable rewards this past year." Upon hearing Soul Changqing's words, Medusa opened her eyes, recalling that throughout the year, apart from refining energy, they had also exchanged energy through a rather delicate and intimate means. The thought of their peculiar postures sent a shiver through her body, a warm current flowing through her abdomen, and her heart fluttered. A flicker of indignation crossed her beautiful eyes as she turned her head, coldly retorting, "Beast, I would rather forfeit this cultivation energy than endure such despicable treatment from you." Gazing upon Soul Changqing's exquisitely handsome visage, as if descended from the heavens, Medusa found herself perplexed. How could such a perfect face conceal a soul akin to a malevolent abyss? His methods were treacherous and cruel, his temperament vile and malevolent, embodying all the most wicked descriptors one could imagine. Soul Changqing, unfazed by Medusa's acerbic remarks, chuckled in response. "Oh, is that so? It seems your words contradict your body's honesty. Over the past year, you have been quite cooperative, haven't you?" Medusa, feeling a wave of embarrassment mixed with fury, struggled to suppress the unusual sensations within her body. Her beautiful eyes turned icy in an instant, feigning indifference as she retorted with a chilling aura, "Humph. I commend your depraved tactics. However, you would do well to kill me, for one day I shall ensure your demise." Chapter 81, The Aggrieved Medusa. Medusa's feelings towards Soul Changqing were complex at this moment. After a year of relentless labor day and night, her body had unwittingly grown accustomed to him. Moreover, Hun Changqing would occasionally utter sweet nothings, softening her previously hostile heart towards him. Her beliefs mirrored those of Medusa throughout the ages, steadfast and unwavering. Ever since Hun Changqing adopted such conduct, regardless of the means he employed or how despicable his actions were, he had irrevocably become her man. Unless she were to slay Lin Changqing and then take her own life, she would not entertain any alternative. Initially, Medusa harbored such thoughts, yet as a year passed, the desire to kill Lin Changqing gradually waned. This was not only due to her insufficient strength, but also because her heart had been stirred by his poetic expressions, though she remained oblivious to this change. At that moment, her vehement declarations of wanting to kill Lin Changqing were merely a reflection of her unacknowledged emotions, rekindled by his recent provocations, leading her to recall her earlier resolve. As Queen Medusa, she possessed her own pride, and upon hearing Lin Changqing's words, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. The dignity befitting her royal status seemed to dissipate, a situation she found intolerable. Thus, she forced herself to adopt the tone she had previously used in the Serpent Man Desert, coldly uttering indifferent remarks. Upon hearing Medusa's words, Lin Changqing furrowed his brows. Over the past year, he had exhausted all forms of discourse, flattering, threatening, and everything in between, yet before him stood Medusa, brimming with murderous intent. Lin Changqing remained oblivious to the true thoughts swirling in Medusa's mind. Observing her resolute demeanor, infused with a palpable aura of hostility, he felt a surge of irritation. He had attempted to soothe her, yet it seemed futile. It was not that Lin Changqing lacked perceptiveness. Rather, the complexities of a woman's heart are notoriously challenging to decipher. A woman's disposition can shift daily, her thoughts obscured, and her words may embody myriad interpretations, making it nearly impossible to discern her true intentions. Lin Changqing, lacking the leisure to speculate on a woman's mind or the nuances of her speech, could only interpret her words at face value. Therefore, if Medusa wished to slay him and exhibited such murderous fervor, he reasoned that it was unwise to keep someone with such lethal intent in proximity, especially a creature with the boundless potential of the colorful devouring python. However, Lin Changqing did not intend to kill Medusa. If she held the Serpent Man clan in such high regard, he could merely return her to them, allowing her to seclude herself among her kin. In such a setting, even the greatest talents would struggle to significantly enhance their strength. At present, he no longer required Medusa's assistance in channeling energy to alleviate his burdens. All he needed was to enter a period of focused cultivation, mastering the energy within himself. With this thought in mind, Lin Changqing coldly addressed Medusa. Given your intent to take my life, I cannot allow you to remain by my side. Your murderous intent towards me compels me to consider your demise. However, we have shared over a year together, and you have aided my cultivation. Thus, I shall let you return to your serpent clan, and from this day forth, we shall go our separate ways. Upon hearing the cold and resolute words of Lin Changqing, Medusa was momentarily taken aback, her heart tightening painfully, making it difficult for her to breathe. While she often cursed Lin Changqing, he had never seemed to mind, even offering her comfort with gentle words and sweet reassurances. Although he occasionally displayed anger, threatening her with the Serpent Clan, he had never so directly ordered her to depart. Their farewell felt as frigid as an ancient glacier. Overwhelmed by the stark contrast of emotions, Medusa found herself in a state of panic, unable to endure this profound shift. In that moment, she wished for Lin Changqing to threaten her again with the safety of the Serpent Clan rather than utter such final words. Her mind was a whirlpool of confusion, replaying the memories of the past year, leaving her uncertain about her next course of action. I shall return to the Serpent Clan. Medusa instinctively wanted to explain herself, but stubbornness surged within her. Remembering her dignity as a queen, she could not simply submit to Lin Changqing. The recollection of his previous tenderness contrasted sharply with his current indifference, leaving her feeling deeply wronged and infuriated. In a fit of frustration, she spoke out. Lin Changqing, oblivious to the complex emotions etched on Medusa's face, nodded without uttering another word. With a sweeping gesture, he caused the flower bud enveloping them to crack open, allowing the sunlight to bathe them after more than a year of confinement in darkness. Medusa gazed at his actions, her eyes filled with confusion, unsure of what was unfolding. In the next moment, Lin Changqing grasped Medusa and propelled her through the opening, after which the flower bud closed once more, sealing them in silence. Now outside the flower bud, Medusa stood dazed, staring at its slowly closing petals. Her delicate form trembled incessantly, her chest heaving as she struggled to catch her breath. The air rushed in and out of her small mouth, resembling cherries, while her porcelain-like hands clenched into tight fists, filled with a sense of injustice and fury. "Ah, Lin Changqing, you scoundrel!" Medusa suddenly cried out to the heavens. Her fighting spirit surged, and the powerful aura of a five-star Dou Zone radiated from her without reservation. Gathering her energy into her hands, she directed it towards the flower bud ahead. Countless beams of radiant light shot forth towards the bud, cutting through the air with a piercing hum, and in an instant, they struck the bud with a resounding boom. The entire mountain began to tremble violently. rocks cascading down and dust swirling into the air. Soon after, as the dust settled, the ground had transformed into a pockmarked expanse, littered with debris. Yet the black flower bud remained untouched, standing resiliently at the mountain's peak without so much as a quiver in response to the sudden upheaval. Not a whisper escaped from within the bud. It stood silently at the very center of the summit. Medusa's chest heaved with agitation, her enchanting eyes fixated on the bud, gritting her silver teeth in frustration. After what felt like an eternity of staring, she finally turned away in anger, retrieving a purple robe to cloak her exquisitely alluring form. Her countenance darkened with fury as she seethed, "You wretched Lin Changqing. You are nothing but a scoundrel, a beast. Did you truly believe I wish to remain with you? Let me leave? I have longed to depart. My kin await my return. Do not regret your words. Even if you seek me out in the future, I shall not accompany you." With a heart ablaze with wrath, she departed. Upon descending the mountain, Medusa encountered Hebadong, who had just broken through to the Dozong level, boasting shamelessly across the river about seeking revenge on her. The fire within her heart surged even more intensely. In a flash, she appeared before him, her formidable Dozong aura radiating unabashedly. Hebadong, at that moment, gazed at the suddenly manifested Medusa, feeling the overwhelming presence of her 5-star Dozong power, his eyes betraying profound bewilderment. Who could explain why Medusa had appeared here? Why she possessed such strength? Why, just as he had broken through, his pretensions were immediately exposed by her? Hebadong was drenched in cold sweat, his lips trembling. "Queen Medusa? If I were to say that was merely a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of malice flickered in Medusa's gaze, her expression icy as she sneered. "Ah, so it is the little insect I inadvertently let slip over 30 years ago. It seems your ascension to Dozong has granted you considerable audacity to seek trouble with me." Hebadong swallowed hard, at a loss for words, his robust form trembling slightly as he sensed the overwhelming intent to kill emanating from Queen Medusa. Suddenly, he recalled that she had descended from the mountaintop. And recalling how Lin Changqing had brought forth a colorful little snake from the Serpent Man Desert, he felt he had stumbled upon something monumental. He hastily exclaimed, "Queen Medusa, you are the master's wife, aren't you? I am a follower of the master. You are my matron. If only the master had informed me earlier, I would never have uttered such words." At this moment, Medusa, who was gathering her fierce energy and preparing to strike decisively, paused upon hearing Hebadong's words, her breath momentarily stalling as her delicate brows arched slightly. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Hebadong refer to her as the mistress, her heart fluttered with a sense of joy, though she masked it well. "Oh, the mistress? Humph, how did you perceive that? Does that scoundrel even deserve such a title?" Medusa remained obstinate, her tone cold and her words merciless. However, Hebadong's heart leapt with delight at her response. Being seasoned in the ways of the world, he could easily discern the almost palpable resentment woven into her words, a sentiment akin to that of a forsaken wife. It seemed this couple had quarreled, which explained the palpable tension in the air. Alas, the plight of an old man like him, suppressing any outward signs of his turmoil. Hebadong adopted a fawning expression and remarked, "Mistress, it seems you have had a disagreement with the master. You are a vision of unparalleled beauty, and it is surely a great fortune for the master to encounter someone as enchanting as you. How could such a lovely lady and the master find themselves in discord? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. The master is rather straightforward and speaks candidly. If his words have offended you, I implore you to be understanding. Besides, the master is one who responds better to gentleness than to harshness. If there is a misunderstanding, a heartfelt conversation between you two would surely resolve it, leading to mutual happiness." Hebadong fervently extolled the virtues of both parties, all the while internally cursing his fate. Every encounter with matters concerning Hun Changqing had proven troublesome. Their first meeting nearly ended in disaster, and later, when he was sent to the imperial capital to broker for him, Hun Changqing had taken matters into his own hands, leaving Hebadong to bear the brunt of punishment from GT on. Now, with Medusa in the mix, Hun Changqing had once again incited anger, and she sought to unleash it upon him, forcing Hebadong to navigate this delicate situation on behalf of Hun Changqing. It was as if he were condemned to play both the villain and the hero, while Hun Changqing enjoyed the company of beautiful women, only to vanish afterward, leaving Hebadong to deal with the aftermath. The thought of his noble lineage, the Ice Emperor, reduced to such a predicament filled him with resentment and profound grievance. To his surprise, Medusa found herself nodding in agreement with Hebadong's words, acknowledging that aside from his initial brutish demeanor, Hun Changqing had indeed shown her considerable care and concern. Perhaps her earlier harshness was unwarranted. It was not entirely fair to place the blame on him. Yet, recalling Hun Changqing's recent attitude and actions, a fresh wave of indignation and grievance washed over her. Why was it her responsibility to speak kindly to him? Shouldn't he be the one to approach her? In a fleeting moment, Medusa's temper flared once more. What does he have to do with me? There exists no connection or misunderstanding between us. It would be best if that scoundrel met his demise. Medusa spoke with unrelenting disdain, yet did not further torment Hebadong, choosing instead to stride away from the valley. Hebadong watched her retreating figure, his mind filled with disdain. There is no connection, is there? If you truly had no ties, you would have acted long ago. Rather than offering me explanations, hurry away. Your presence alone vexes me. However, upon witnessing Medusa's departure, Hebadong felt a breath of relief. Just as he contemplated leaving the valley, he suddenly recalled the words spoken by Lin Changqing across the river, along with that enigmatic gaze. His expression fluctuated momentarily. Alas! After a considerable pause, Hebadong, with a grim countenance, sighed deeply and resumed his meditation. At this time, in the central plains, within the Shinnong mountain range, tranquility reigned supreme. Mist curled around the peaks, verdant hills undulated, and the mountains kissed the azure sky, their summits enveloped in clouds, green trees swaying gently in the breeze, and crystal-clear waters flowing like a celestial paradise. Rarely frequented by humans, the mountains were adorned with countless precious herbs, some even of the 9th tier, and gentle magical beasts coexisted harmoniously in this idyllic realm. There was no conflict, no chaos, standing in stark contrast to the central plains, where beneath a facade of calm, fierce power struggles raged. The reason for this serenity lay in the presence of an amiable 6-star Dou saint and 9th-tier alchemist, the venerable Shinnong, who dwelled within these mountains, ensuring that no one dared to act recklessly. Yet today, the millennium of peace and tranquility within this mountain range was shattered. At this moment, the Shinnong mountain range lay in ruins, the earth cracked open, and terrifying golden flames rampaged through the landscape, annihilating all life for hundreds of thousands of miles. Countless precious herbs were obliterated, and innumerable magical beasts perished in those cataclysmic flames. The very fabric of space within hundreds of thousands of miles collapsed. The heavens torn asunder by numerous spatial rifts, exuding a dreadful gravitational pull that ensnared everything within the mountains, leaving devastation in its wake. In the depths of the valley, an elderly man with white hair, engulfed in green flames, his disheveled appearance marred by injuries and blood, knelt breathlessly in the void, his gaze fixed ahead, filled with resentment. Before him stood 3 figures in the void, an elder with a goatee, a middle-aged woman of striking beauty, and a refined man in a white robe, exuding an air of scholarly grace. Chapter 83, The Flame of Life. Ancient Clan. For a millennium, I have lived in seclusion, shunning worldly affairs and wandering not through the central plains. I have never wronged the ancient clan. So why have they come to my sacred Shinnong mountains today to enact such ruin? The elderly man, grievously wounded, glared at the 3 before him, his eyes ablaze with fury and despair as he let out a hoarse roar. Shinnong, you have long secluded yourself, indifferent to the affairs of the world, engrossed in alchemy. And indeed, you have not offended my clan. Alas, the innocent may suffer for their treasures, a truth you must surely comprehend after all these years. The leading middle-aged man replied, his demeanor as serene as a spring breeze, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes betrayed an abyss of indifference. Do you covet the flame of life? Shinnong's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. He had not anticipated that the esteemed ancient clan would covet his flame of life, nor that even the clan leader would emerge personally to seal the surrounding space, leaving him with no semblance of escape. Yet, at this moment, his mind was consumed by thoughts of death. He realized that even if he surrendered the flame of life, the ancient clan would not spare him. His demise was inevitable, for they would never allow a 6-star Dou saint, filled with resentment towards them, to leave this place alive. Then let you 3 accompany me to the grave, he bellowed, laughter tinged with madness escaping his lips. Shinnong's eyes were bloodshot, his expression frenzied, as the terrifying Dou Qi within him surged violently, coalescing into a formidable force. The entire mountain trembled under the weight of this dreadful energy, the space surrounding the elder straining against its immense pressure, teetering on the brink of collapse. Shinnong was preparing for self-detonation, intending to take the 3 before him with him into oblivion. However, Gu Yuan, observing Shinnong's actions, revealed a hint of mockery in his eyes, a cold laugh escaping his lips as his form vanished in an instant. Before Shinnong could comprehend Gu Yuan's disappearance, he suddenly felt an excruciating pain coursing through him. Looking down, he was horrified to see a hand piercing through his body. How is this possible? He gasped. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at the hand that had pierced him, causing the gathered Dou Qi within him to dissipate entirely. Gu Yuan paid no heed to the elder's plight. His hand rummaged within Shinnong's body, an insatiable pull manifesting in his grasp, greedily siphoning the flame of life from within the elder. Ah! Shinnong cried out, the unbearable agony overwhelming him, a heart-wrenching wail escaping his lips. The flame of life had been refined and fused with his very essence. Gu Yuan's actions were akin to tearing his heart from his chest. Soon, Gu Yuan withdrew his hand from the body of the elder Shinnong, releasing a strand of deep green flames that radiated a vibrant life force. As Gu Yuan's hand retreated, the elder Shinnong's aura diminished to its nadir, lacking even the strength to float, collapsing to the ground like a deflated sack. Gu Yuan gazed coldly at the fallen elder, and with a swift motion of his hand, his battle energy surged forth, coalescing into a massive hand that descended upon the elder. Thunderous roars erupted from the Shinnong mountains, reverberating like the clap of thunder before silence enveloped the area. Where the sound had emanated, a gaping pit thousands of feet deep remained. Gu Yuan's strike obliterated the elder's physical form into dust and reduced his soul to ash, leaving not a trace behind, thoroughly erasing him from existence. Sensing the complete dissolution of the elder Shinnong's essence, Gu Yuan placed the flame of life into an exquisitely crafted spirit vessel, then turned to present it to the beautiful woman, a 2-star Dou Saint. Guuner, Xun'er is your great aunt. Take this flame of life to the Black Corner domain for Xun'er, assisting her in its refinement. The energy of this flame is gentle, with immense vitality. You shall aid her by guiding the energy into her being, ensuring a smooth process. Understood, clan leader, Gu Yuan replied promptly, though a hint of awkwardness crossed her face, clearly unsettled by the notion of her great aunt, who was nearly a millennium younger than herself. In no time, the trio that had brought calamity and destruction to the Shinnong Mountains departed, leaving behind a desolate scene reminiscent of a hellish battlefield, with no one able to fathom how long it would take for this place to restore its once tranquil and harmonious paradise. In the Black Corner domain, a vast plain bore the scars of a fierce battle. The once dark earth was now stained crimson with blood, littered with corpses and dismembered limbs scattered across the battlefield. Countless charred bodies, unrecognizable and reeking of burnt flesh, filled the air, mingling with the stench of blood, provoking nausea in any who dared to inhale deeply. Several figures dashed frantically across this hellish terrain, as if pursued by some colossal beast from primordial times, wishing they could sprout additional legs to flee faster. Quick, move faster. One cried. That ancient demon from the ancient Burn sect is inhuman. We're already dead. Silence, you fools. If you wish to live, cease your chatter. While she is preoccupied with slaying the sect leader, we must escape. Yet, in the next moment, a voice rang out. Oh, look. A few little bugs. Almost let you slip away. A voice, as enchanting and melodious as a gentle stream, wafted into the ears of the gathered crowd, its soft and alluring tones ensnaring all in an involuntary trance. Yet, upon hearing this sound, several individuals felt their hearts race violently. A chilling sensation surged from their feet, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, beads of sweat cascading down their brows, their faces etched with terror and despair. Before them materialized a striking figure cloaked in vibrant crimson. A woman, adorned in an opulent red gown embellished with intricate black patterns. Her waist cinched with a silver ribbon that accentuated her delicate silhouette, exuded an air of regal elegance. Her gown, a blend of deep crimson and black, elevated her presence to one of unparalleled nobility, radiating an aura of grandeur. Her flowing tresses fell carelessly around her, framing a visage so exquisite. It seemed to be the very masterpiece of the heavens, captivating enough to render the world itself dull in comparison. Yet, within the depths of her enchanting eyes flickered a feral and frenzied light, her lips curling into a bloodthirsty smile, an overwhelming sense of sanguine allure emanating from her being. This stark contrast between her regal demeanor and the malevolence she exuded created an uncanny harmony. Ancient fiend of flames, spare us. We are but outer disciples of the Black Mountain sect. We will leave the Black Corner domain at once. The onlookers gazed at the ethereal beauty before them. Yet all that filled their hearts was an unending tide of fear, as if she were the most stunning yet merciless demon to ever walk the earth. Chapter 84. The Ancient Fiend of Flames. However, the woman paid no heed to their pleas for mercy. With a delicate lift of her finger, several bursts of energy were unleashed. A series of piercing sounds shattered the air, and in an instant, the heads of those gathered erupted like overripe melons, blood gushing forth as their bodies crumpled to the ground like discarded sacks. As the last few on the battlefield fell, the ferocity and bloodlust in her gaze intensified. A wicked smile gracing her lips as she inhaled the rich, intoxicating scent of blood that hung in the air. Her lithe form trembled with excitement, her expression one of rapture, softly murmuring to herself, soon, very soon, Lin Changqing, I shall have you. gazing upon the scene she had conjured, reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. She felt the tumultuous energy surging within her, her thoughts drifting to a certain individual, recalling the moments shared with them. Her eyes grew misty, a vivid blush blooming on her cheeks, as an insatiable desire intertwined with her lust for carnage, enveloping her in a maddening ecstasy. Unable to contain her inner turmoil, she threw her head back and howled with laughter. Ha ha ha! Accompanied by a frenzied howling, a terrifying aura surged from within her, unleashing an overwhelming intent to kill, reminiscent of a formidable emperor of fighters. The corpses strewn across the ground were violently cast away for miles, creating an apocalyptic scene amidst a sea of blood and mountains of bones. This woman was Gu Xun'er, who, after parting from Lin Changqing in the secret chamber, had arrived in the Black Corner region. Upon her arrival, the chaotic bloodshed and the dark, corrupt environment of the region awakened the brutality and bloodlust she had long suppressed, driving her into a state of true madness. With the prowess of a great fighter, she stormed through every sect and clan in her path, silent and lethal, embracing a relentless spree of slaughter. There was no purpose or target, nor any concern or trepidation. Her days were consumed by violence, each moment steeped in carnage, to the point of exhaustion and near death before she would relent. Everyone regarded her as a mad woman, powerless to intervene. Each time she hovered on the brink of collapse, a shadow would whisk her away, and by the next day, she would emerge fully healed. High-ranking fighters and kings who sought to eliminate her found themselves inexplicably removed from the fray just as she was on the verge of defeat. The one who rescued Gu Xun'er was Gu Ming, a formidable fighter of the third rank of emperor, brought forth from the Gu clan. Gu Xun'er refrained from allowing Gu Ming to exact vengeance upon those who had attacked her. She chose to set aside such matters and continued her relentless killing spree day after day. This harrowing existence persisted for 2 months, during which the ceaseless battles and unrestrained consumption of resources propelled her to the pinnacle of great fighter. Subsequently, a saint from the Gu clan presented her with 2 rare flames for refinement. The 16th-ranked Fire Cloud Water Flame, seized from a defeated disciple of the Yin clan, and the 10th-ranked Nine Nether Wind Flame, obtained by luring and slaying the prodigy Yao Chen of the Yao clan. With the finest materials from the Dou Qi Continent, coupled with the unwavering assistance of the Saint Elder, Gu Xun'er successfully refined these 2 flames in a mere 4 months, achieving the realm of emperor. Thereafter, she exacted a cruel vengeance upon those who had previously assaulted her, employing torturous methods she had learned from Lin Changqing through the reflections of the mirror. Each punishment was meticulously memorized and flawlessly replicated. With her sights now set on sects harboring fighters and emperors, she embarked on a new wave of slaughter. And as her killings escalated, her soul sank ever deeper into an abyss of darkness, with only Lin Changqing remaining as her sole salvation. After each bout of frenzied slaughter, she could only quell the insatiable thirst for violence that gnawed at her soul by envisioning the enigmatic Soul Changqing, fantasizing about overpowering him and engaging in unspeakable acts. This fixation on his indescribable affection served as a balm for her burgeoning murderous impulses. As Gu Xun'er continued her reckless rampage, her notoriety spread throughout the Black Corner region, where even the most hardened denizens, accustomed to bloodshed and madness, trembled at the mention of her name. With her growing reputation, it was only natural that others sought to ally with her. Initially, Gu Xun'er had no aspirations of forming a faction, as these newcomers offered little assistance. However, recalling Soul Changqing's promise to venture into the Black Corner region, she realized that having subordinates would ensure she was immediately informed of his arrival and could ascertain his true intentions. Thus, she meticulously selected a few astute individuals from the throngs of admirers eager to follow her, establishing the Gu sect. Once founded, the Gu sect embarked on an aggressive expansion, ruthlessly encroaching upon the territories of others, often resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. This audacity propelled the sect to prominence, drawing the attention of established powers within the Black Corner region, including several Dou Emperor-level experts who were eager to take action against her. On one occasion, a group of these formidable Dou emperors launched a coordinated assault, intent on subduing and eradicating Gu Xun'er. Undeterred, Gu Xun'er fought valiantly, engaging multiple high-ranking Dou emperors and even managing to slay 3 of them. However, this victory came at a cost. She was left severely weakened and on the brink of death. Just as the remaining Dou emperors sought to continue their assault, she was mysteriously rescued, vanishing before their eyes, leaving them in stunned disbelief. Days later, having recovered from her injuries, Gu Xun'er returned with renewed vigor, systematically dismantling the remaining Dou emperors, slaying them one by one. This campaign solidified her fearsome reputation in the Black Corner region, capturing the attention of the established factions. Many had laid eyes upon Gu Xun'er, witnessing her otherworldly beauty, yet none dared to regard her as a mere woman or bestow upon her any titles of beauty. Her ruthless nature and the countless corpses left in her wake rendered her a figure devoid of compassion, a demon driven solely by the desire for slaughter. Consequently, she became known as the Old Demon of Gu Xun'er, firmly securing her place among the top 10 of the Black Corner region's infamous blacklist, etching her name into the collective consciousness of its inhabitants. At the outset, upon hearing the name, Gu Xun'er was consumed by rage, igniting a massacre that painted the ground with blood. Her fury only solidified the notoriety of her title, echoing throughout the Black Corner domain, instilling dread in countless souls, leaving Gu Xun'er herself in a state of helplessness. In this moment, as she gazed skyward, howling to release her pent-up emotions, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Abruptly halting her laughter, she reined in her formidable aura, her previously frenzied expression morphing back into one of cold indifference. Not far from Gu Xun'er, the fabric of space began to twist and ripple, and moments later, a fissure materialized, from which emerged a figure, clad in a simple green dress. The figure exuded an exquisite beauty, her slender form radiating a mature and alluring charm akin to a ripe peach, making one yearn to taste the succulent sweetness within. This was none other than Gu Xun'er's somewhat distant grandniece, the two-star Dou Saint and elder of the Gu clan, Gu Wan. As Gu Wan approached Gu Xun'er, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to address her. Calling her great-aunt felt uncomfortable, while referring to her simply as Xun'er seemed to border on disrespect. Addressing her as young clan leader was also premature, leaving Gu Wan in a state of confusion. Chapter 85. The Identity of Lin Changqing. Seemingly perceiving Gu Wan's awkwardness, Gu Xun'er waved her hand and spoke. Elder Gu Wan, you may simply call me Xun'er. Has your father sent you here in search of once more? Relieved by Gu Xun'er's words, Gu Wan offered a gentle smile and replied, Indeed, Xun'er. I have brought you this time, and it happens to be the 5th ranked on the list. Oh, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Gu Xun'er's eyes. Her previously indifferent visage now adorned with enthusiasm. The flame of living beings, is it? Precisely, Gu Wan chimed this time. The clan leader Gu Yuan personally eliminated the Shinnong elder in the Shinnong Mountains and extracted the flame of living beings from his body. With a playful laugh, she produced the spirit artifact and handed it to Gu Xun'er. Upon receiving it, Gu Xun'er felt the terrifying, nearly boundless energy within the flame of living beings, her face revealing a satisfied expression. She then inquired, Elder Gu Wan, have you uncovered any information regarding the matter I previously asked the clan to investigate? Nodding, Gu Wan responded, the investigation you requested was fortuitously entrusted to me. I have visited the Soul Palace and discovered that no members of the Soul Palace have departed from Zhongzhou in the past 2 years, and the forces on the northwest continent do not match the characteristics of the individual you mentioned. Hearing this, Gu Xun'er felt a flicker of anxiety. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, Gu Wan continued, however, I did uncover some clues from a few younger members of the Soul Clan who were sent out on missions. Oh, the Soul Clan? The eyes of Gu Xun'er suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Gu Wan nodded slightly. 2 years ago, a remarkable genius devoid of bloodline departed from the Soul Clan, proficient in water-based cultivation techniques. He left at the age of 17. But there were notable differences from the individual you spoke of. This person had just broken through to the 9th star of the Dou Emperor level upon his departure, which does not align with the Dou Zone tier you mentioned. After hearing Gu Wan's words, Gu Xun'er felt a surge of certainty within her heart. This person was indeed Lin Changqing, whose cultivation must have advanced through unforeseen opportunities after leaving the Soul Clan. What is his name? Soul Changqing. Upon hearing this name, Gu Xun'er's pupils constricted sharply, followed by an eerie smile gracing her lips. She had already arrived at a conclusion in her mind, murmuring to herself, Soul Changqing. So you concealed your identity as a member of the Soul Clan, but it matters not. Nothing matters anymore. Even if you emerge from the Soul Clan, you shall never return. Soon, I will bring you back to the Gu clan. You cannot escape, and then you will become Gu Changqing of the Gu clan. A blush returned to Gu Xun'er's cheeks, her delicate form trembling slightly. Every thought of Soul Changqing sent her into a flustered state, especially now that she had unveiled the secret he desperately sought to conceal, gaining insight into all his mysteries. This revelation made her feel as if she had forcefully torn apart the dark veil he had tried to hide behind, laying bare his exquisite form before her gaze, igniting a fervor within her bloodline. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her blush intensified, her breath becoming increasingly ragged, while her crimson lips exhaled fervent warmth. Stirring her inner turmoil, the image filled her throat with dryness, her desires rising uncontrollably, as if her soul was brimming with something profound. At that moment, she even entertained the alluring thought of having Gu Wan utilize the essence of her energy to locate Soul Changqing and bring him back to the Gu clan, binding him tightly in her embrace, indulging in him day after day, year after year. However, Gu Xun'er ultimately quelled this enticing notion, for she had just acquired the flame of life, and soon she would possess the power to realize her ambitions without haste. Meanwhile, Gu Wan observed Gu Xun'er, whose delicate form trembled and head was bowed low, her expression hidden as she murmured to herself, feeling perplexed. She took the liberty of providing Gu Xun'er with additional information she knew. When Lin Changqing left the Soul clan, he was gravely injured and physically impaired. According to his account, he had departed to seek materials for the bone-generating essence pill. Given his physical condition, it would be arduous for him to break through to the Dozong level in a short time, suggesting there might be some discrepancies with the description you provided, Xun'er. In the moment when Gu Xun'er, previously lost in her own world of fantasies, heard Gu Wan's words, she was suddenly jolted back to reality. An overwhelming aura of brutality and murderous intent emanated from her, and the surrounding trees rustled violently under the pressure of her formidable energy. Who dared to harm him? Gu Xun'er's voice, laced with intense fury, emerged somewhat hoarse as she spoke. As for the matter concerning the remnants of Lin Changqing that Gu Wan mentioned, Gu Xun'er paid it no heed. She was more certain than ever that this outsider was indeed Lin Changqing. The torment she endured at his hands in that dark room was not trivial, leaving her with wounds that he had miraculously healed with an astonishing drop of water. Gu Xun'er firmly believed that with that drop in his possession, Lin Changqing would require no elixir of bone and flesh to restore his physical form. It was merely an excuse he had contrived, all meticulously orchestrated by him. Nevertheless, regardless of whether this was a self-directed play of grievous injuries by Lin Changqing, anyone who dared to harm him would certainly face death. Gu Xun'er had come to regard Lin Changqing as her most treasured possession, in both past and future. Any who dared to lay a finger upon him would meet their demise. Any form of infringement was utterly intolerable. Observing Gu Xun'er's wrath, Gu Wan felt a twinge of confusion but continued. It appears that during a trial of the Soul clan, there was a clash with the clan leader's direct descendant, Hun Feng, who possesses a divine bloodline, and he was ambushed and severely injured. Many disciples of the Soul clan witnessed the incident. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Gu Xun'er's eyes as she murmured, "A divine bloodline, Hun Feng." She then inquired of Gu Wan, "What is his cultivation level?" During that conflict, Hun Feng had been assessed at the level of a 2-star Dozong. Now, 2 years later, given the rapid cultivation pace afforded by his divine bloodline, it was highly probable that he had already ascended to a high-tier Dozong. Gu Xun'er nodded, a fierce determination glinting in her gaze. "Hun Feng, a high-tier Dozong? Excellent." With a stoic expression, she turned to Gu Wan and declared, "Let us proceed, Elder Gu Wan. Assist me in refining this soul flame." "Understood, Xun'er." With that, their figures vanished from the battlefield, leaving the desolate plain behind.